Okay, you go into a global server, and then when somebody that isn't completely of your accord comes into the server, you think it's time to dogpile and tag team and belittle and disenfranchise. You do it like clockwork. Every single day, you have the same script, same rhetoric, same pattern. I recognized it. You got to stop trying to abuse people into your belief. It doesn't work. When I present you with evidence that counters your narrative, you have to show honesty that this actually conflicts your current paradigm. You need to address it instead of acting like it's not real. That's all you have to do.
Excuse me.
Yes, excuse you indeed.
If you want to believe
that, I will excuse you. You are disregarded.
Stupid. What you're posting a video of meme by a flat earther that has no relevance of where that video came from. Excuse me. You're posting a video saying a fly is flying around in space, okay? And you're taking that and saying, oh, look, it's a fake because there's a fly.
No, I'm saying that they're not in space. You don't even know the argument.
Hold on. But you have no idea where that video came from or what it is.
You just said, there's a fly in space. You're an idiot. That's not the argument. That is not the argument. You just strawman me. I'm going to correct you. You just said, I said there's a fly in space. No, I don't think the ISS is in space. I think there's a replica on Earth.
Yeah, I understand. You're
understand the argument.
You're saying that, Electric, because you think that video is real. That's showing a fake.
And you think
video.
It's fake because it has to be in space. It just has to be.
No.
That's called a religious belief.
Strawmans. Holy shit.
Whatever, dude. Electric.
Dude.
You probably. I doubt.
Are you gonna try to be insulting?
I doubt.
Why do I need to listen to this? I don't need to listen to you. That's all you got.
Did you make it past the high school?
Rob, your position is common knowledge. There was no reason to talk with you if you're not willing to have an intellectual conversation and actually get to a better understanding of the world. You should just believe what everybody believed 300 years ago. Nothing has changed for 300 years.
Excuse me. It's very difficult to have an intellectual conversation with somebody who is at the bottom of the barrel of
what you think is intellectual is actually retarded, dude. You're not having an intellectual conversation.
You are retarded. I think
you're having a dogmatic religious conversation, dude. It has nothing to do with information.
Religion's got nothing to do with it.
There has to be a globe.
You said you think the Earth is a globe. Now you don't?
It has to be a globe.
Well, we've seen it, asshole.
But there has to be a globe. There's a globe.
I'm done with you, dude.
Yeah, that's what you sound like. You hear it? Now you hear yourself.
God
bless you. Shut the fuck up.
God bless you, dude.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're reaping all kinds of karmic law right now. Yeah.
When you I don't know if you made it past the 10th grade, but perhaps you might need a little more education. You sound like you've never left the Have you ever traveled 50 miles from the point you were born at? I mean, have you ever left the area of the radius?
Dude, you sound retarded. I know your whole argument like the back of my hand. I can make your argument for you. You can leave, and I can steel man your position better than you.
What's my argument?
Straight up. Straight up, dude. Dude, no. I don't need you to know your position.
My position is that you're an idiot. So good.
All right, so all you got is useless abuse. So you're literally disregarding.
Look who's talking.
You're just another globetard. You're just another notch in my belt.
That replica you're talking about, it does not have solar panels attached to it. In the picture you sent, that vehicle has solar panels attached to it.
Oh, there you go. See?
What do you mean, there you go, see? You have no idea what he's talking about.
Your magical replica doesn't have solar
just found out there's a replica of the ISS today. And I like what you said, Renee. It's possible that, some fudging can happen there.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like just in the case of this argument, dude, like on both sides, but everyone's kind of yelling, everyone's kind of screaming. But in the case of this argument, if we could just kind of move in a direction of maybe something else, I think we could get a bit more productive.
What are you thinking about?
I don't know.
Yeah, because this argument is literally a mind wipe. Let's talk about how considering the globe is like brainwashing yourself, and you literally can't think afterwards. Let's talk about that. Every time you guys assert globe arguments, your mind goes blank and you're in la la land and there's no conversation. Let's talk about that.
Excuse me, Electric. We don't even need any science, any replicas, anything to do with space, and you could know
You're in imagination land. Okay, do you want me to consider your imagination as reality? That's what you're doing.
Hold on. I'm going to give you a point that anyone could do that's in kindergarten and know that we're on a globe Earth. You want to know what it is? I'll tell you. You ready?
What'd you say? I bet I can answer your question. What'd you say? I was reading a text message.
Oh, okay.
No, I was reading a text message. I didn't hear what you said.
That every person in the world can do, not using any science, any formulas, any fake space, anything, nothing to do with ISS, nothing, that to know that we're on a globe, that any kindergartner could know. Would you like to know what it is?
Aristophanes, Cavendish, drop over distance of the horizon.
Nope, nothing to do with that. Would you like to know?
Well, those are good guesses. What's that?
Okay. If the Earth were not a globe, and there were two people on two sides of the flat plane, and the moon was between them, one person would see one side of the moon, and another person would see the different side of the moon.
You're doing it again.
Excuse me.
You don't comprehend.
Excuse me. I'm making
You're strawmanning me. That's why I don't care what you're talking about.
I said this is.
I don't hold that position. I don't hold the position that the entire Earth is parallel to a horizontal plane. I do not hold that position. Grow up.
You just said you did.
No, I did not. Why would I say that if that's not my position? Holy shit. Yeah, whatever is right.
You changed
your mind. All right, there's another guy coming in right behind you to say the exact same garbage. All right? You're just another fucking notch in my belt, dog.
ISS is a replica of the ISS, so everything's fake.
You didn't know that. You're welcome. You're welcome. Now you know more. Unfortunately, I don't know anything extra after talking to you. You have not talked to me.
There's a replica of the White House. Is that
you know what you taught me? That you hate people that don't agree with you. That's what you taught me today.
No, I don't hate you. I feel bad for you. I don't hate you.
All right, well, I don't need your pity. I'm good, dude.
I feel bad for you because I guarantee you, if you went out and said the things that you say here in real life, talking to people, you'd be the outcast of your fucking town, dude.
All right. I'm glad you think so. It makes no difference to reality.
You probably haven't been laid in 20 years, dude.
False.
What? Oh, well, maybe it was a guy then. Excuse me. What was his name?
What does that have to do with anything? Dude, you are going crazy right now. You're trying to be so abusive. Stop trying to hurt people on the internet. If you want to fight, dude, I'll give you my address.
Look at the pot calling the kettle black, buddy.
If you really want to scrap, dude, I know how to box. We can box. I like boxing. Let's do it.
Look at the pot calling the kettle black.
If you're trying to be abusive, if you really want to hurt people over the internet, we can actually box. I completely entertain boxing people. Okay? I like boxing. I'm good at it. If you want to box, you want to hurt me, you want to give it a shot, we can do it in real life. All this trying to abuse people over the internet, you sound retarded. You need to stop trying to hurt people's feelings over the internet.
Electric, excuse me. Look at the pot calling the kettle black. You've been using homosexual epithets, calling people names, and saying all sorts of derogatory things about people. Okay?
Yeah, it's a metaphor. When I say that other dude, Rob, when I say that he's got the academic priest dick all the way down his throat, that's true. He completely regurgitates the academic narrative. He doesn't think for himself. That is objective. Okay, that's what I mean. It's a figure of speech. I said he got the globe daddy's dick all the way down his throat. That's true. You have to understand the context of it. Okay, you might as well have it down your throat right now too, dude. You're not thinking for yourself.
I do think for myself. And that's
no, you don't. You didn't even know that there's a replica of the ISS. Shut the fuck up.
You're fucking ironic to hear Electric say people not thinking for themselves.
You didn't even know there's a replica of the ISS. That's pathetic.
Who cares?
You're a glober and you know nothing. You know nothing about the globe, so you don't even know why the Earth's a globe.
Knowing nothing about the globe. Electric himself.
Excuse me. I don't care that
there's a replica. Turn me down. I have abused this guy so much that he has to turn me down because he can't.
Well, in my opinion, you should know these things if you're going to think that Earth is a globe.
Hold on, what is this sage thing? In the conversation, Electric seems to hold the belief that the Earth is round. However, his arguments are not based on scientific evidence, but rather metaphors and ridicule towards those who believe otherwise. He uses derogatory language and personal attacks against those. Okay, I didn't know if you could see it. So who?
Look, Sage gets it. Sage doesn't think I'm a flat earther. So what's wrong with you?
No, it just agreed with everything I was saying about you.
No, you said I'm a flat earther. Sage doesn't think so. So Sage doesn't agree with you.
Sounds like Sage understands the conversation better than you, buddy. Maybe you.
Face, sit on my face.
Whoa. Hey, yo.
No, Sage, you got me all wrong. I don't believe the Earth is flat. Sage is all fucked up.
Talking to me all wrong. That's the wrong tone.
Not quite.
What is this Sage? Is that a bot?
It's awesome, boy.
So Robert's a flat earther, so attack.
No, I'm not. That Sage is all fucked up.
Hey, Sage said so, therefore you are.
Sage, go away.
Because Sage
just said electric thinks the Earth is round.
Bottom line.
Sage
They just said that she thinks I think the Earth is round. So what's wrong with you, dude?
Sage just said I think the Earth is flat. What the hell? It's all completely fucked up.
Yeah. And a minute ago, everyone was saying how Sage knew what she was talking about. Or it was talking about.
Yeah, well, that's why it was done intentionally. It was done intentionally.
So you're wrong again, like usual.
No, you're wrong. You started off.
Oh, you are the.
No, you're wrong. No, you were actually wrong.
Electric. The bottom line is, dude, is that you're the bottom of the barrel of a conspiracy theorist.
You said that already.
You think that there's nobody in the ISS, and because there's some sort of a replica in Texas, that means everything's fake. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. There's a replica of Air Force One.
Because it's a stupid straw man that you just made. That's why.
There's a replica of Air Force One.
You're trying to disenfranchise the argument. You're trying to make it dumber than it actually is. Because you don't know the argument.
There's a replica of the Eiffel Tower. There's many replicas. Doesn't mean it's fake. I just came from Vegas the other day. There's a replica of the Eiffel Tower across from the Bellagio. Does that mean the Eiffel Tower's fake?
Yeah,
that is such a dumb argument.
No, it's not. Your argument's dumb.
Yeah, that's dumb. It's irrelevant.
Your argument's dumb.
You're dumb.
I know you are, but what am I? That's your whole argument, dude.
Rob, I feel like we would get along once we get past this little grace period.
I doubt it.
Like, I think that me and you, we will end up getting along. I'm just letting you know. I just don't know why you feel the need to attack me. You should not be trying to attack me. I'm not attacking.
Look who's calling. You're the one who's attacking, Electric. Excuse me.
All right. Then let's just settle it, dude.
And look,
I'm presenting stuff. Okay. Okay. I'm presenting stuff. I think that these things are evidence that the footage shot from the ISS might not be from 300 miles away because a fly is outside of the ISS. Completely reasonable position. It's within the realm of possibility.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it is.
It is not.
They have a replica on Earth.
Excuse me. You posted a video by a flat earther, a meme, that shows a supposed fly in space. It doesn't look like a fly. It looks like some sort of an artifact flying on the camera.
It doesn't look like an artifact. It does not look like
an artifact. It does. And you're taking that video
rats in space, flies in space.
And you're taking that video at face value and using that for your argument that it's fake. The whole space is fake because somebody posted a video on Twitter that's a flat earth.
I don't know, dude. The context of the way you put it with your vitriol, space is fake. Like, I don't know what you're doing.
That's what you're saying. That's what you say, Electric.
No, I just don't understand why you're doing this.
Because I hear something that's so stupid. And it's almost impossible to comprehend that somebody would have that belief.
All right. Well, I showed you a fly outside the window on the ISS.
No, you showed me nothing. You showed me
That's not true.
You showed me a meme posted by a flat earther.
You know, if only you actually cared to investigate the ISS yourself, this wouldn't be new to you. But you're such a dogmatic Glober, none of this stuff crosses your desk.
Would you like me to send you the link?
Because you're in a dogmatic religion.
Would you like me to send you the link to watch the live stream from the ISS right now? Or do you think
you don't need to watch that baloney?
It's fake?
Hey, Robert. Before you do that, just so you understand, 90% of the ones you're going to find on YouTube aren't live.
Well, I'm sure there's a live one on there. I don't know. Whatever.
Good luck finding it.
The ISS live stream goes like this. The ISS live stream goes like this, like 15-minute segments or something like that. 15 minutes of live where the camera is showing, pointing straight down. And then 15 minutes of pre-recorded stuff where you're seeing horizons and other stuff like that they have recorded throughout time. And they're showing this pre-recorded stuff because it is in radio darkness or whatever it's called.
So I want to say something I said earlier. Rob Silverman, I hope you're listening, dude. So typically the pattern that I see, like Globers go into Earth Awakenings, they wait until they get a chance to speak, and then they get dogpiled and ridiculed, and they feel like they didn't get their opinion heard. So then they escape into a Glober server where they can do their like Glober anonymous coping mechanism, where they just talk shit about the people that just abused them. I'm not the person that abused you. So for you to come here and take out your anger on them, on me, is not necessary, dude. We could have a decent conversation.
Dude, I think you got it all
Okay,
wrong.
I understand that people are dicks to you in this community because you're a Glober, going to a flat earth server, everybody calls you dumb. I know what it's like, dude. You know why I know what it's like? Because I've defended the globe in Earth Awakenings just like you. Yeah.
Excuse me.
I've done it. I've been there.
I'm not taking out anything on you.
I've been there. I know the pattern, dude. I know the Glober pattern.
You were abusive. You were the one that were calling people homosexual epithets. You're the one who was abusive.
Dude, no, you weren't there, but Star was screaming at me for an hour straight this morning. All right, so everything that he tried to do again was me just completely just, Fundy muting because I'm not going to let him scream and abuse me for another hour.
Listen, dude, the bottom line is that I asked you for point blank. You said you don't think the Earth is flat. And then you came
Not
out
at
with
all.
these. Okay, next subject. Then you came out and said, but there's nobody in the ISS. That's not real. So I think
it's within the realm of possibility that your cosmological model of the globe, where you have a vacuum of space, it might not be a vacuum of space.
Okay, do you understand what a vacuum? Okay, first of all, let me explain something to you. When you say things like the ISS is there's nobody in there, it's not real, there's a replica. Okay, then what happens, Electric, is then I take you down a level of I'm listening to you with good faith, but then when you say things like that, then I push you down into this level of stupidness that I automatically discard everything you say to me, because if you believe what you're saying you believe, it just shows your level of intelligence is not there. That's all.
All right. I could have just had you turned down if your plan is just, be a piece of shit.
But there's no point to continue this conversation anyways.
Let's just.
So why do you come into these servers and talk about the shape of the Earth if there's no point?
No.
Why do you find yourself here?
I was listening to what people were saying. I came in to listen.
So what is the point of you? I don't want to say the word. I'm going to wait until you admit the reason you're here. It's the S word. I'm going to call you it when you admit why you're here.
What's an S word of what? What?
Why are you here? If the Earth is not flat and it's so you have so much certainty that there is no reason to entertain a conversation about alternative cosmology, then why are you here?
I was listening to you and the egg guy riding on eggshells, okay? And you were talking about
No. Why are you in the servers at all? What are you doing here? Why do you care?
Excuse me. I came home. I was listening in for it was entertainment purposes, okay? You were talking about Einstein. Yeah, you were talking about Einstein with riding on eggshells or something like that.
What is entertaining to you? What is entertaining about this to you?
I hear things, and that it just sometimes it turns into entertainment about how people can have these beliefs that are it's just so asinine that it's laughable. That's all.
Right. So you want to laugh at people, right?
No, I'm not laughing at anyone. I just
see the S word is sadist. Okay, you're a globetard sadist.
No,
you understand?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I am 100% accurate. There's a typical pattern of Globers going through the coping mechanism.
You're
typical.
Wrong. I'm not.
Yeah, you want to see flat earthers lose arguments. You want to see them feel dumb and humiliated. That's the whole point of you coming in, trying to abuse people and belittle them and call them names. That's why you do it.
Electric.
Because you find it entertaining. You want to laugh at the expense of flat earthers. Yes, you do.
You said you're not
a sadist.
You said you're not a flat earther, so I don't understand what you're talking about.
No shit. Yeah, that's right. That is what I said.
So then what the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ.
Okay, what the fuck? Okay, you're asking then what the fuck, dude? Like I said, I don't think that all of your evidence of a globe is truly making the Earth a globe. And that's a reasonable position. That's what most people should
So then you are a flat earther.
No, I'm not. I don't think the Earth is flat.
So what do you think it is?
I don't know. I haven't explored the entire Earth. That would be helpful.
That's a typical argument. That's what every flat earther says. We haven't explored the whole Earth, so it's not a globe.
That doesn't mean that they usurp the inquiry into the shape of the Earth. That doesn't make it flat. That doesn't make me a flat earther. You don't know how anything works.
Okay, so I've come to the conclusion is that it's a shameful thing to be a flat earther, so you don't want to admit it. That's probably what it is. You're ashamed.
No, it's because I don't think that it's flat. That's why I don't argue for it.
Yeah, okay.
Do you get it now?
You don't think it's flat because you haven't explored all of it yet.
I don't claim to know the shape of the Earth because I think it requires more experimentation. And that's an honest assessment of the matter. You can't say that I'm wrong for wanting to actually empirically test it.
But I gave you one example that would never work if the Earth were not a globe.
Okay, now you hear my position, right? Now you hold a dogmatic belief, dude. No. You're saying that there is nothing required to confirm the shape of the Earth. I could just sit in my chair, imagine a globe, and that suffice.
No.
Okay, that's why you are not the reason anybody finds anything out. You're going to stay ignorant.
Electric.
That's why you didn't know that the ISS. That's why you didn't know there's a fake ISS, because you're content with your globe.
Electric.
You're just happy being ignorant, dude.
Excuse me. I gave you one specific example that requires no science that would never work unless the Earth was a globe. It would never work on any else thing except for the globe, and that is the moon. And so all you have to do is take that one thing, and if the moon is tidally locked, and we only ever see one side of the moon, no matter where we are, wherever you are on your latitude also corresponds with how you see the moon, but we only ever see one side of it. The only way that could work is if the Earth is a globe. If the Earth was any other shape but a globe, you would see different sides of the moon depending on where you are. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist.
I'm not interested in this argument, dude. I've heard this before.
But
this is old news, dude.
But it doesn't matter.
There's like 100 people before you that said the exact same thing. What the fuck is the point?
Because that's what proves it's a globe beyond any ambiguity. No ambiguity. It's impossible for it to be anything other than a globe.
All right, cool. So you have a religion.
It's not a religion.
Yeah, yes, it is. That makes it a religion.
With our eyes that require no science at all. You don't need to know any science, anything. It's things that you could observe with your eyes that would only work if the Earth was a globe. There's no other explanation.
Dude, you need to come to terms with that. You have a dogmatic belief in the globe. You got to accept it.
No, I don't have to accept anything you say. For
so
somebody go ahead.
I have a question about that. Is it possible that you could make a logical case why it has to be a globe, and would that still make it why it has to be a globe, and that would still make it a religious belief?
I think it would take you days to make that argument. You would have to present all your supposed phenomena that correlates to the model, and you would just have to really substantiate it hard. And you know, people have been doing that for years, and it doesn't really make a difference. So it already happened.
So it did already happen. I agree. It's already happened. It's already been shown to be a globe beyond any legitimate argument. But why does that make it a why would you then turn around and say, well, that's just a religious belief?
Because if you guys are going to be dogmatic in the current position, like what science claims about the model, then there is nothing else to be had. We already figured out the universe. Everybody can go home and stop talking about it. But that's not what you're doing. You're here entertaining the conversation every day because you think that there is more to be had. So you have to ask yourself why you're here.
So
anybody who thinks the Earth is flat is going to have to deny a whole lot of working technology that they depend on.
So then the reason becomes, for you being here, the reason you're here is to be a sadist. That's it.
No.
Is to what?
Be a sadist. You want to humiliate flat earthers, laugh, find entertainment in their disparaging.
So, not exactly. So, when I've said this before, you may have heard me say it. I am fascinated by how I can live on the same street with people who apparently live in different realities. And where I see this for the most part is in politics, wherein we can both observe the same thing. We can both, in theory, become well informed about it. At least both of us believe that we're informed, and then come to two completely different ideas of what happened. Jan 6th as an example. I don't really feel like going into detail, but that's as an example of something where, half the populace apparently doesn't believe that it was that big of a deal. And to me, it's, incredible, an incredibly big deal. So Flat Earth takes that and turns it up to 11. And yeah, I do think that is, I don't think having that discussion is to be sadistic to flat earthers, but I definitely think that it is, I think it's of interest to me, but I don't think that the logic that's employed is less, I don't think that there's a better logical case to be made. The logical case for the globe is airtight, as far as I can tell. I've heard, oh, well, the globe model has a bunch of problems with it. Haven't heard one.
Yeah, I haven't heard one problem.
My bad, I was reading a text message. Sorry about that. No, I heard what you said, Omnivore. I heard everything you said, pretty much.
Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, so I don't agree with your synopsis, but I don't think that you can properly say that it's religion, because just because you don't buy the argument, if you cannot come up with a reason why that argument would be logically wrong, then I don't think that you can just turn around and say it. Well,
Well, other people might not find value in, maintaining the,
Yeah.
I find value in my position. And if you don't, that's fine. I don't think I deserve ridicule for willing to ask questions that I find necessary.
So I'm not even clear on what your position actually is.
Yeah, we don't know.
But I know what position Dimmock's position is, and no, I don't find it to have any merit. And notably, he's not able to engage with it.
Oh, come on, he's muted, man. You can't do that. If you're gonna talk about people, you gotta let him respond to your words.
So on the board, what Electric said to me that his position is that he doesn't think that the Earth is flat, but he has doubts about the globe. Maybe I'm misspeaking, but that's what I thought he said to me.
I said if there's going to be any advancement in our understanding of the cosmological model, you have to be willing to not have these dogmatic beliefs. But you got to be willing to investigate claims, not think that everything is all cut and dry and closed book. What's the point of being closed book? You're not going to find shit out.
But the shape of the Earth
there is no value in being closed book, dude. What's the value in that?
So there is some value in it. There is. So first off, nobody on the flat Earth side is willing to do is doing any of the work necessary to make any advancement. So we saw the final experiment, right? How easy was it to give a notable flat earther, a thought leader in the flat Earth community, a free trip to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun? Was that easy? Were there lots of takers? Were flat earthers? Huh?
That shit was fake.
Oh my god.
So okay, so that feels fake. But we at least we must agree that all those people were offered the chance to actually go do something, and they didn't do it.
The first people that Will Duffy was reaching out to were the biggest grifters in the community. He went and he asked Eric Dubay and Dave Weiss, dude. That should throw everything out the window for you.
Yeah, but then Jaron and Otson Whitsitt went.
So
yeah, they're closely affiliated with that entire camp. That's a whole organization of weird grifters.
How are I mean those that I don't know. You know,
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Well, I think they're all grifters.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
But wait, I'm confused. So you don't think that they actually went to Antarctica Electric?
There's so much education.
We're not gonna.
No,
okay, well,
I can explain the position to. I'm sorry, Omnivore. I know Rob is asking not.
Yeah,
they didn't go to Antarctica. They went to the Union.
No, I think I thought that's what he said. I'm just curious.
Yes.
No, it's Omnivore was going somewhere, and that was a little random, but it's okay. We can talk about it another time.
Look, all I'm saying is if how do I say this? If something was actually being figured out, then I would say that it's a very legitimate question to ask. But all I see is the question without any of the backup work. So I sat down with Shugo for an hour.
Okay,
okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You sat with Shugo for an hour.
For over an hour, I went over reciprocal zenith angles, which I already had a basic understanding of, but he filled in a lot of the blanks. So now, when I talk about them, you know, I understand the procedure and stuff like that. I understand it to a much better degree. Any flat earther could do that. Could sit down with Shubil and go over how reciprocal zenith angles work and why that such a good, convincing globe evidence. They could do that, but they don't. They tell him that he's misusing the tool. He's not. They say that reciprocal zenith angles deal with lights in the sky. They don't. They claim that they break the laws of Euclidean geometry, which is not, those aren't laws. Those aren't physical laws.
You know how to prove all that wrong, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Just go take
an orthogonal view of the guy in the boat dropping below the fucking water line, you guys claim. Or any side view of anything setting or dropping. Helicopters, the moon, the sun, star, anything dropping below 0 degrees live will be great. Go ahead.
So, Jesse, do you think that that's what he just said there is a knockdown argument?
What was it?
Do you think that he's saying that you can just show me a side view of the? I don't even know what he means by it, but I don't understand what he's on about with the side view. But do you think, does that seem to you like a good argument?
The side view thing?
I guess. He said you could prove it.
It's called 2 points of view for science, for physics, for reality. They have to match. So if you look one way and you say, hey, man, that might be a mirage, Bill, how do we make sure that's not a mirage or not the air or not what we're seeing? How do we make sure? Well, Todd, I don't think we're doing it just looking forward all our life and just staring at the same thing forever. That'd be insane. So, Bob, you go over there, go down the way, get away from us that way, go that way. Now go down the way. Let me see. Hold on. And I can see what Bob is seeing on my screen from his screen. He can show me. Everybody can be live. And he can see that he sees a guy like me wave at him. Hi, Bob. Hi, Tom. And then he sees the guy in the boat. Hey, Pete. Hey, Bob. Hey, Tom. I can't see him. I can't see the guy in the boat. He's down. He's dropped below. No, he hasn't. Look at your other view. Oh, they don't match. We have a problem. So what do we do since we know for a fact there's a conundrum here? Side view shows a beautiful horizontal result with no drop, but you look forward and think there is. We have a problem. Clearly. What do? How do we resolve this issue?
So I feel like Shubil's listening. I know for a fact Shubil has taken elevation angles to a target, like completely circling the target, you know. So that side view thing for me is like that's exactly what Shoebill did. If that's what you mean by that.
Nah, ain't nobody got no side view. If they did, they'd film it live right now, every day.
You would have to do it at the same time. Shoebill was by himself.
At the same time. I didn't
say
at
the same time,
right. I didn't say doing in circles about shit. Go out with your video camera, be down the way from the guy, get that way down the beach, all the way down, and then go out in the center of the center point. Now you're gonna see A and B. You're gonna see both things in your view. You're gonna have a horizontal reference to both points. If there is no drop from A to B, no curve. This is simple.
Yeah, like
and
I said,
there never is one. So I don't know what Bob's circling or whoever you just said, Shoebill. I don't know what he's circling, but when he circles it, he knows damn fucking sure there's no fucking curve.
I don't even understand what this guy's saying. I don't know.
Yeah, we know you don't have a side of a house. You just got a front
maybe,
door.
Maybe you could draw
no
this.
back door.
What you're thinking about?
Maybe you guys only got a front door in your house. Globers only have a front door, and they got to get 27 miles away to look at it. That's all they understand. That makes sense to them. Yeah. Does that make sense, Omni? Don't know what your house looks like? Can't never know what your house looks like from the side?
I got a side door, a back door, a basement door. I got all sorts of stuff.
How do you know you got a side door?
I'm less interested in whether or not it makes sense, Demok, as to whether or not somebody ostensibly on your side thinks you're making a good point.
Brother, I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
I know you don't. But
I don't care about your shortcomings in school or your inability to look at the fucking side view of the class, dude.
He's
looking forward, one-way guy.
That dog looks like my dog when it sleeps. I love it.
Stick to one-way globe proof. That'll be good. One-way science. Straight line. Thin as you can make it. Forward. Just look forward. Globe. That makes no fucking sense to anyone in the world. You think that makes sense to any of your peers? You guys are stupid then.
Yeah, okay.
There's no
my position might sound ambiguous, and that's because I think there's ambiguity to the model. You know, you guys have all these phenomena that you say is evidence of the Earth being curved, but you're not observing Earth curves, so that makes it elusive.
Well,
your curvature is currently an elusive thing.
Excuse
me.
Let me just say this first of all: the whole fact that we have a horizon is exactly why the Earth is curved. You don't see lateral. You don't see lateral
on the horizon.
You don't see lateral curvature. Excuse me.
Go stand on the horizon, please.
Excuse me.
We'll wait.
You don't. Jesus Christ.
No, not Jesus. You claimed you had a horizon for a globe. Go stand on it. If you can't, Jesus is done, and so is your globe horizon.
Every time you get
stand
closer
on
to the
that
horizon,
thing,
moving
please.
away from you.
Listen, we can stand on any piece of sidewalk you choose, dude. Go stand on the Earth curve. Surely it's got to be smaller than the sidewalk.
On that note, I must retire from this conversation.
You can't find it nowhere. It's got to be smaller than an Earth curb. A curb outside your house that you drive past, you know, you keep in the lane on the side of the curb. Yeah. So where's the Earth curve? Can you stand on it? If you can't go stand on that curved water or sit on it with your boat and then film this way and see the curved water, that way and not, this way and not, and that way and not, but only one way see it on your whatever you got going on, weird ass globe, one vision, whatever that means. I don't know how you guys even make sense of that. Look one way, Todd. Look Superman behind you. Globe. It's weird, man. The guy.
I'm not trying to run away from. I'm not trying to run away from.
No, there's nothing to run away from. Every horizontal line you draw on the chalkboard doesn't increase in elevation to the left and right from the center point. Therefore, no center of gravity. It's done. They can't even mess with elevation, the very thing it's supposed to affect. The very one thing it's supposed to control. Elevation. It's supposed to make a curve, not curve. A slope, not slope. Isn't it, guys? Magic word, gravity. Fuck the word down. It's supposed to make a curve, not let anything roll around. It's supposed to be equipotential and equidistant with itself. Which hill do you know of that does that? If no hill on earth can do that, what are we talking? Put a ball on the side of a hill and let's see it just sit there. No gravity. Put water on the side of the hill. No gravity? Weird. If mass attracts mass, why do raindrops fall away from the water they started as, a big clump? So gravity makes water divide itself into little pieces, like salt shaker salt. Get away from me. Gravity. No, get away from me. Gravity. So gravity's not attracting, it's repelling and separating water droplets. Gravity's a bad motherfucker now. Is it a particle? Is it a wave? Like the sun, the particle wave sun, the photon particle sun. How far horizontally? 3959 before you reach zero. Zero pressure before you reach the vacuum. How about one? Before you reach 1 psi. Where's that at? Horizontally. Start 5 foot above the ocean. Go out horizontally. How far is that line? How big of a horizontal line do you need? How many miles? For the end of that horizontal vertical line to increase in elevation to become zero pressure or vacuum. Touch the vacuum. The tangent from the observer. From the observer's eyeballs, make a tangent out to space. At what point in time and how many miles does it make a vacuum, or does it reach a vacuum? And if it reaches a vacuum without increasing in elevation, that'd be kind of weird, wouldn't it? So you guys can just make a bridge to space and walk to the vacuum. That's what you're claiming? That's weird. You can walk to the vacuum or go horizontally, tangentially to the vacuum or to the stars, but it's not increasing in elevation. You hear that, guys? The stars are not increasing. They're no elevation away from Earth. They're 5 foot high. It's fucking awesome. We're learning globe math.
I think it's you know, whatever. Omnivores deafened. Well, it pains me to feels like I'm like trudging through mud sometimes. Like I think it's an understandable thing. Like it's not hard to comprehend like why someone would hold the position that, you know, maybe you do want to further investigate the shape of the earth and not just say, oh, it has to be a globe. Is there truly value in that dogmatic belief? Omnivore said yes. There's benefit to dogmatically believing the globe. I disagree. And yeah, Denmark says no. I agree. I think it's better to keep your
We do have working technology. I mean, navigation. Get on a 10-hour plane flight, then tell me it's not been figured out.
Island people been doing that for long thousands of years. People from an island been doing that, techno boy, without technology.
On a 10-hour plane flight? Are you kidding me?
No, with their fingers in a boat. Are you kidding me? Guys on an island. They didn't need your lying ass technology and they still found everything fine. How long ago did you invent the ball or the wheel? When did the smart globers invent the wheel with all their fucking geometry and Euclidean math and their globe pi and their radius?
About 2,000 years ago. About 2,000 years ago.
2,000 years? When's about? What year?
I don't know real specifically. It's actually more like about the 2nd or 3rd century BC.
For the wheel?
Oh, the wheel's
When did
much
you invent
older.
the ball? When did you invent the ball?
Is there a point?
When did we invent the ball? There is a point. You invented a ball. When did we invent the ball? They didn't exist on Earth. When did we invent them? Tires didn't exist on Earth either. There is a very good point here you're learning today. A ball and a tire are the same thing. When did we learn the ball?
3,000 years ago.
Are there small
So
children in the
3,000 years
background?
ago? 3,000 years ago, you learned how a ball works. With what ball? Can I see the reference? The physical reference, please, that the guys used 3,000 years ago to find out what a ball does. Please give me the reference, please. You got a lot of children that want to know. Teenagers, adults, they're all listening. What ball did all these guys learn from thousands of years ago? Or were they just like bees and just born knowing balls? They were like, ball, we are legion, ball, legion. And they just knew ball. Did they pray to ball?
Yeah, there was no point.
So when was the ball invented?
3,000 years ago.
Don't even engage. Don't engage.
Well, you ask a question. I mean, obviously he's too dumb to Google
Who
stuff.
invented the ball? What guy invented the ball? What's his name?
Mr. Olmec.
You don't know his name?
Mr. Olmec. Mr. Denmark Olmec.
So there is no
He was a
guy
dumb fuck, just like
credited for inventing a sphere. What
yeah,
about the wheel? Who invented the
Mr.
wheel?
Denmark Olmec. A wheel was invented in Babylonia 3,500 years ago.
Well, you guys think the Wright brothers invented flight.
They invented powered flight.
That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, because you don't know English, I understand.
Every kind of flight would be powered, idiot.
Incorrect. The gliders are not powered.
That didn't make any sense. They're not powered by the wind.
Powered.
They're not. How do you get them up there?
Gliders are not powered.
How do they get where they're going?
Gliders are not powered.
How do they get
gliders?
Glide from where? The ground? You glide from the ground?
Hillside. Generally, you have to launch somehow. Generally, you get towed. You get towed along.
How do you do that with no energy? You do that with no energy.
Again,
that's
gliders
free?
have no engine, so
no engine. The wind is their engine.
They have no engine.
The attribute of their physical fucking phenomena.
They have wings.
The physical ability, the ability to resist and be real lightweight.
Aviation is tough for you, Dan.
All the air, brothers. Nothing about aviation.
I mean, so far we've gone from the ball to the wheel.
Yeah, you're running from
the
ball
glider.
that you didn't have. Which ball did you guys use? We're looking for it. Stop running from it.
If you don't have any balls, that's your problem, not mine.
Years ago.
If you don't have any balls, that's your problem, not mine.
2,000 years. No, you guys don't have the ball reference.
No, you
all you guys didn't know what a ball was, then did they?
You don't know what balls
they didn't
are.
invent the ball, then did they?
Dumb fuck.
So there's no ball they made.
You asked the question, you dumb for you ballless fuck.
So there is no ball they invented. 2025.
You don't know what a ball is. I know. You don't know what balls are. I understand.
No, it's 2025. We're trying to learn.
I know you don't know what balls are. It's 2025 and you don't know what balls are. I understand.
Nobody would know. How could they know?
Nobody knows what I know what balls are. I bet every baller in here knows what balls are.
A religion, yes.
Yeah, but you don't know what balls are. I understand.
A non-demonstrable thing by a glober.
A ball. You don't know what balls are. I understand. You don't have any balls.
And
I understand.
show you his 3D ball reference.
Yeah, you don't have any balls. I understand. You don't know what balls are. I understand.
We only understand what you demonstrate.
I mean, just because you don't know what balls are and don't have any, that's your problem, not mine.
We'll learn by your demonstration. Show us how hot air balloons fly around them.
What's hot air balloons got to do with balls, moron?
How do they fly? Oh, there's
now
no
you changed
ball
the topic. Now you changed to another topic you don't understand. So this is like I'm Damoc. I'm a dumb fuck. I'm gonna ask dumb fuck questions. Hello, my name is Daymok. I'm a dumb fuck. I can't Google shit, so I'm gonna ask questions.
So hot air balloons don't work on balls.
Hello, Daymok.
Thank you,
I don't know.
aviation
I don't have any
expert.
balls. I can't look on
Class
the
is
internet to find
learning.
out hot air balloon lights. I don't understand
We
balls.
ain't talking
I don't
about no. We're not
understand
talking about
wheels.
a ball,
I
buddy.
don't understand
We
gliders, and
know.
I definitely don't understand hot air balloons.
It only takes a ball and a little toy hot air balloon. That's all. It's pretty simple.
What?
I don't know what's
enough
so
of this
funny,
fool.
non-ball reference. You don't know what a ball
I
is.
don't.
So
You
you think
understand
it's
what's
funny.
funny? That you don't know what balls are? That's pretty funny.
You won't
Who
show us.
won?
How
No
could we?
ball. No
Who
balls.
unmuted this guy?
That's
They're
right.
Who unmuted
imagined.
him?
Daymok has no balls. I understand.
Wasn't he muted before? Who unmuted him?
I don't know. He should be, but he's just an asshole.
The guy who never had a ball reference.
Guy who never had balls and doesn't know what balls are.
This is what we stoop to in 2025.
Yeah, you don't know what balls
We
are.
can't
I
go
know
to
you
the
don't know what balls
address.
are. I understand.
We can't find the oldest
You
ball
don't know what
made
balls
on
are. You
Earth.
couldn't find balls.
We can't
If I
find
gave
the
you two
oldest
hands and
made
a flash,
ball.
if I gave you a flashlight and two hands, you couldn't
This
find
guy
your
won't
balls.
shut the fuck up. We can't go to the ball
Did you look
museum
in your
and
mouth?
find the
The
first
balls
made
might be in your
ball.
mouth.
We can't find the ball
Are your
reference that
balls in
they
your mouth?
first used for a map to fly
I don't
around.
know. You might look
So
in
they
your
learned
mouth,
the
and
ball
it's always
physics.
open and flapping. Maybe your balls
Which
are
ball
there.
did you learn ball physics from?
Like, you don't have balls. I understand. You don't understand balls, so
We
you
know
don't have any.
balls exist. Welcome to Flat
Poor
Earth.
ballless Daymok.
Welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
Yeah, Daymok, the ballless flat earther. Got it.
That's how Flat Earth works. There's no balls.
I know you have no balls. I know. Flat earthers don't understand balls.
Balls
They
are
don't have
imagined,
balls.
brother. They're imagined.
Flat
They
earthers
don't
don't have
exist in
balls. I
nature.
got it. They wish they had balls, but they don't.
Flat Earth nature doesn't inquire balls.
Ballless and dumb.
Everything's a ball for you guys, though. Everything.
Well, if you don't had any balls, you'd understand it, but you don't have balls. You're just a cunt.
We can't learn. You won't let us. You won't give us your
If
reference.
you don't have balls, it's tough to learn.
We'll need a reference.
You have reference for balls? Okay.
Yeah. The one you do aviation with. A real ball. Yeah.
Balls.
Show us.
Aviation, right.
Yeah, smart aviation guy.
Hey, Daymok. Wow, Daymok, you're hitting on some good stuff here. You don't know what balls are still. You still don't know what balls are, though.
2025, and we can't learn.
That's right, 2025, and you still don't know what, you don't have any balls. Maybe you should go to the doctor and say, I'm sorry, doctor, I don't have balls. Can you help me?
No, we should say, doctor, do you know how hot air balloons fly around the little globe?
Doctors don't know how, doctors don't know how hot air
you.
balloons work, but they do know how balls work. Actually, probably
And
most doctors
he'll
have a
just
pretty good
talk a
idea
lot.
about hot air balloons, because, doctors are smart. They actually go to school, unlike
Yeah,
you,
they'll
that
tell us
probably,
how to have a good idea.
unlike you that washes
But they
dishes
can't
for a
prove
living.
or show you nothing. They got an imaginary friend. Flight.
When you get sick, do you go to the doctor? Hey, Daymok, when you get sick, do you go to the doctor, or do you go down to your local corner? Do you go down to the corner and ask somebody, hey, I think I broke my arm. Will you please set my arm? I don't want to go to the doctor because he went to school to study it, so he doesn't know anything. But because you looked on the University of YouTube, you can set my arm. Please set my arm instead of this doctor guy.
We're looking for the physics of ball flight. Where's your reference?
Well, why don't you look in your mouth and see if there are any balls there?
That didn't make any sense. So
I
no
know, it
Globers
doesn't make
still
any
to
sense
this
at all. You
day.
don't know what balls are, so.
In 2,000 years, and no Glober knows how things fly around balls.
It's 2,000 years, and flat earthers still don't know
flying around if you don't know ball flight.
Yeah, it's 2,000 years, and they flat earthers still think the
2,000
earth is
years
flat.
of Daymok still
Don't
doesn't know
know how
what
to
balls are.
demonstrate ball flight with a hot air balloon and a helicopter
Hey,
live.
ballless. Hello, Mr. Ballless.
2,000 years. No,
Mr. No Balls.
Religious
Hello, No Balls.
aviation.
Hello, No Balls.
It's been longer. It's been 10,000 years, and they don't know what's underneath their flat
Don't get in
earth.
real debate with this.
We're waiting
Don't get
for
in
your
real debate with
reference
this
of
guy.
how flight
You
works,
just mock him
Robert.
and make fun of him.
You know,
Robert,
it's been 10,000 years, and
I'll tell you
flat
what, you're
earthers
gonna
don't
debate
know
him
what's
tomorrow.
under their flat earth.
Hot air balloon, brother.
Where is
Why
the
is it
dome?
simple?
Where is
It's
the
so
dome,
simple,
D-Mock?
Robert. A
Where
toy
is the
ball, brother.
dome?
A
Where
toy
is the
ball, brother.
dome?
Let's see.
Where
You're
is the
prove it. We
dome?
know, man.
What is
We
the
know you're
dome made of?
discovering.
Why is there an air
Brave
pressure
enough to touch the
gradient
ball,
in our
Robert.
atmosphere?
Robert, are you
D-Mock.
brave enough to touch
Why
a
are
toy
they?
ball?
Wait, can you
It's
show
real
me the
simple.
flat Earth? Please show me the flat
I'm
Earth.
showing
I
you
have
a
not seen a
ball
flat
and
Earth.
how flight doesn't
I
work
have
with a
never
ball.
seen a flat Earth. All we see is globe,
We're
because
showing
the
you
Earth
how
is
you
globe.
guys don't know how
Where
flight
is the
works
flat
with a
Earth?
ball.
Where is the flat Earth? How are how
Everywhere
are
around
how are
you, no
spheres
ball.
bouncing on flat Earth?
It's
How
everywhere
are
around
spheres
you, no ball
bouncing on
reference.
flat Earth? Right? There is no flat
We're
Earth
looking for
reference.
that's all the
The
flight you
horizon,
have is
the
flat Earth flight.
horizon. How is the horizon on a
You got
flat Earth?
flat Earth avionics,
How is a
flat Earth
horizon on the
aviation,
flat Earth?
flat Earth
How is
flight.
a horizon on a flat Earth?
I asked
There's
that
no
How
such
is
question.
there
thing
a
as
horizon on
stand
a
on it.
flat Earth?
Go stand on the
Star, I
horizon.
asked
How
him
is
that
there a
question, Star.
horizon on a flat Earth?
I bet
I
you
asked him that question.
$1,000 you can't go stand
I
on
Explain
the
the
asked him that
horizon.
horizon.
question, and he says you have to go stand on it. I've never. It's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
the thing you think is real, liar. Quit imagining
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, it's there. No, we can see it. It's
Yeah,
not
that's real
imagination.
funny, your imagination,
We
huh?
can see it.
Put your mouth
We
money where
can
your
see
mouth
it.
is, 1,000 to 1
We
odds.
can see the
You said
horizon.
1,000 to 1,
It's not
right?
an
I got
imagination.
$1,000
We
to
can
get you
see it.
2,000 to 1.
You have
Hey
seen it,
Robert, you
D-Mock.
putting your money up?
D-Mock. Hey, D-Mock, you
Robert, are you
can see
putting
the
your money up?
horizon. Hey,
Are you putting your
D-Mock,
money up?
you
You
can.
both
I
of
can
you?
put the money up.
I
I'll
get
put
a
my money up.
thousand to 1 odds, right?
No, no.
You give
I
me
will
a
put. No,
thousand
tell
to
you what.
1, right?
I will put $2,000 on it. That
That you can
horizon is
stand on
because
the
the Earth is
horizon.
curved.
That you're gonna
Listen,
stand on
listen,
the
brother.
horizon, right?
Listen, brother. I have several savings
I'm
accounts.
asking you,
One of
can
them
you
has
stand on
two
the
thousand
horizon or
dollars in
not?
there. One of them have $2,000 in there. I'll give
No,
you
not
two
$1,000.
thousand
I'm putting
dollars.
up 1,000. You got
That
to give me a
horizon is
thousand to 1
because
odds.
the Earth has curved away
No,
from
I
you.
get 1,000 to 1,
Right, right.
weirdo.
No, 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 no. I have
Learn how to
2,000.
do
I'm gonna up
math.
it. I'm gonna up it.
It's
Two
flat
thousand to
Earth
one.
math here, buddy.
I will
1,000
up
to
it
1
two
odds.
thousand to one. I'm gonna up it right
All right,
now.
I'm guessing you can hear me
The
while
Earth
you
is
It
a
hung
ain't
up.
sphere.
worthless.
I'm gonna up it. I'm gonna up it right now. So put your money where your mouth is, brother. That
Let's go stand on
horizon
that
is
curve, baby.
because the Earth curves away from you,
Why are you
right?
talking still? Go
Right?
stand on the fucking
No, no,
horizon.
no, brother. There's two. I'm upping it. I'm upping it
Ain't no
right now.
brother unless
We
you
are,
stand on the
we are,
horizon.
we are so confident that the Earth is a
We
globe.
go stand
We
on the
will put any money
horizon.
on the
We
line, right?
go
So
stand on the horizon with
we
we.
is me, myself, and I. It's three of us.
You and we need to
It's
stand on
me,
the
myself, and
horizon.
I. It's we. Me, myself, and I is a we. Yes, sir.
You are a
We
damn
are
weirdo.
sure
Go
that
stand
the
on the
Earth
horizon.
is a globe, and that horizon is
Yeah, post
never
your
going to be on
reference
a
for
flat
an Earth
plane.
globe.
You show me a horizon on a flat plane. Go ahead.
You don't know what a globe is, dude.
Show me a horizon in the middle of a table. Go ahead. I'll wait.
You don't have a
Show
you
me
don't
a
know what horizon
horizon.
is. There's no such
Show
thing.
me a
There's no
horizon
such
in the
thing.
middle of a table.
There is no such thing, weirdo.
Show me a horizon in the middle of a
There's no
table.
such thing.
We can see it.
I can't show
Go to the
you
beach. Go
imagination.
to the beach. Look at
Cool
it.
story,
That's a
weirdo.
line. No, that's
You're
not a
not
cool
standing
story.
on
We
it,
can see it.
bitch.
Oh,
Stand on that.
hold on.
Stand on
Are
that
you
claim, liar.
denying your eyes?
My
Are you
1,000 to 1 odds
denying
are
your
on that.
eyes? Are you denying your
Stand
eyes?
on it, you
Are
fucking
you
weirdo.
denying your eyes?
What, you can't
Are
go
you
stand where you're
denying what
looking?
your
Are
eyes
you
see?
denying you can look
Are
where you're
you
standing and
denying
stand where
what
you're
your
looking?
eyes see?
Are you
What
denying you
is
can
that
walk where you're
line?
looking?
What is that
Are
line
you
there?
denying your buddy
That
can stand
line is
there?
called the horizon. I want you to
Are you
put that
denying your
line,
buddy can wave
put
at you on the
that line
horizon,
in the
weirdo?
middle of a table.
Are you
Put
denying
that
a horizon?
line, put that line in the
Robert, why are
middle
you
of a
not
table.
standing on the horizon?
Put that line in the middle of the table.
I got
I,
$1,000.
I, I
You're
have
giving
two.
me
I have two.
1,000 to 1 that
I
you're
have
gonna
two
stand on the
thousand dollars.
horizon
I have two
of
thousand
Earth. We're
dollars.
not
I
talking
have
about a
two
table,
thousand
you weird
dollars.
fuck.
Put a horizon in the middle of a table. I have $2,000 to give you.
Hey, autism.
I have
We're
two
not talking about
thousand dollars
tables.
to give you. Put a
You guys claim the
horizon
Earth has a
in the middle.
horizon.
Go
Go
ahead.
stand on the Earth's
Put
horizon, you
put a
fucking
horizon.
weirdo.
You are standing on it. You
Why are
big
you
head.
making
You are
different
standing
claims
on it
and
right
making
now.
up
You
different
big head.
topics and
You're a
switching the
sphere.
topic?
You're a sphere. You're a sphere. You're standing on the horizon
That's
right
a good
now.
story you got
You're
there,
standing on
weirdo.
the horizon right now,
Thank you,
big head.
religious boy.
You are standing
Thank
on
you,
it
religious
right now.
preacher.
I will give me $2,000 right now. I'll
Thank
give it
you,
to you.
preacher.
Put a
I don't
horizon
see
in
your
the
video of you
middle
standing on the
of
horizon.
a
Are you walking
table.
to it yet?
Put a
Are you walking
horizon
there
in the
yet?
middle of a
Are you
table.
walking to it?
Put
Are
a
you walking to it?
horizon in the middle of a
Let me know
table.
when you get there.
Put a
Let us
horizon
know
in
when
the
you get
middle
there.
of a table. No, we're there. We're
Let us
there
know
right
when you
now.
get
We're
there.
standing on it. Where you are right now, you are on a horizon. horizon right now.
That's a good story, Robert.
No, it's not a good story. It's a fact.
Yeah, and the purge was
Stay
real
right
hot
there.
too.
I want you to stay right there. somebody else walks away from you 3 miles and look, and you half of you will be gone.
No,
You are
somebody's gonna
standing
walk
on the
away from you
horizon
3 miles, and
where
I'm gonna be
you
staring from the
are.
side.
You
I'm
are
gonna have a
standing on
side
the
view,
horizon
and you're
where
not gonna be
you
dropping down at
are.
all.
You
No
are
drop.
standing on the horizon where you are.
No, doesn't
You
exist. I got a
you
side
are.
view.
When
Side view proves
you
you wrong.
stay right there, I will walk away
Side view
from you
proves
about
it's
4 miles,
horizontal,
and
perfectly
half of
flat.
you will be gone.
I'm
And I
looking
will
at you
send you
with
a
a side
picture.
view, and it's flat,
I will
Robert.
send you a picture
There's
that
no
half
curve,
of you are
Robert.
gone. You are on
Show
a
me the two
horizon right now
pictures.
as you speak. So
I need
now,
two
so
pictures,
tell me now,
Robert. The
brother,
side
I
view and the
give you
front view.
$2,000 right now. Put
That
a
you won't get a
horizon in the
side
middle
view.
of a table.
That you won't take a picture of the
Put a
side view of the
horizon
curve
in the
where you're
middle of a
standing on.
table. Put a
Brother,
horizon
I
in the
thought we
middle of
were
a table.
talking about Earth, you
Put
weird
a
fucking
horizon in the
retard.
middle of a table.
Who
Put
let
a
a
horizon
retardo
in
in
the middle
here?
of a table.
Where'd this retard
Put
come
a
from?
horizon in the middle of a
Do you
table.
live on a
Put
table?
a
You live
horizon
on
in
the
the middle of a
table?
table. Put
Robert
a
lives on a
horizon in the
table.
middle of a table. I pay you
Robert
two
proves
thousand
he
dollars.
lives on a
Put
table.
a horizon in the middle of a table.
Robert, Robert,
No,
I'm not
DMOC,
gonna bet my money. I know
DMOC,
you live on a
DMOC,
table.
DMOC.
I know you live on a
DMOC,
table.
as a matter of fact, DMOC,
I know you live on a table,
DMOC.
Robert. It's
I
okay.
will up it
There's
3 grand.
debate.
Put a horizon
You
in the
win your
middle of a
money, you
table.
stand on a table,
I will
Robert.
I will up it
You
three
live
grand.
on the table, brother.
I
We're
will
good.
put it 3 grand.
You live on
Put
a
a
table, brother. We
horizon
know.
in the middle of a table. Let you
Brother,
disappear from the
nobody knows
bottom
what kind
up
of crack
in
you're
the middle of
smoking,
a table. I
but we
want
need
you to
about 50
disappear
fucking
from the
tons of that
bottom
shit.
up in the middle of a table. I want you to disappear from the bottom up in the middle of a
Robert
table.
lives on a table.
I want you to disappear from the
Robert's
bottom
whole
up
existence
in the
is on
middle
the
of a
top
table.
of the table.
I
When
want you
Robert
to
passes away,
disappear from the
we'll
bottom
write
up
books about
in the middle
tabletop.
of a table.
Robert will be the tabletop expert
I
until he
want
dies.
you to disappear from the bottom up in
Robert
the
loves
middle of a table.
tabletops.
As a matter of fact, I will up it
Robert
3 grand.
loves tabletops so much.
Make yourself
Robert
disappear
loves
from the
tabletops.
bottom up in the middle of a table.
Robert makes loves to tables.
Right? Go ahead. Make yourself disappear from the
Robert
bottom up
loves
in the
tables.
middle of a table, DMOC. Go
Robert
ahead.
went to a city
Make
where it
my
was
day.
legal to marry tables.
I am upping it. I'm upping the
Robert
price.
married a table.
I'm upping the price right now. I will give you three
Robert's betting
grand
money
right
that Earth
now.
is a table
Make
right now.
something disappear from the bottom
Robert bet
up
us money
in
that
the
Earth is a flat
middle of
table, you
a
guys.
table.
Stationary too.
Make something disappear from the bottom up
Robert is
on
putting
the
his bet
middle of
up
a
right
table.
now that Earth
Make
is flat,
something
stationary.
disappear from the
Everybody
middle,
hears
from
this
the
right
bottom
now.
up in the
And he
middle of
bets
a
his
table.
money that stuff disappears on a flat stationary plane
Right?
right now.
Nothing
Robert just
disappears on
bet
a flat stationary plane.
$100,000
It has to disappear
that stuff
behind the
disappears
atmosphere.
on a flat
There is no
stationary table.
there is no line
Robert, you're putting
that
up some
cuts
good
you
bets,
off
buddy.
from
I
the
agree with
bottom
you.
up in
We'll
the
see if
middle
Nick
of
Toon will
a
take
table.
your bet up.
Yo,
We'll see
big
if
man,
Nick
I
Toon
will
will take
pay
up your
you.
bet.
I will send
Is
you
Nick Toon
three
going to
grand.
take up your bet? Let's go talk
I
to
will,
Nick Toon.
big man,
Say,
make
hey, Nick Toon,
something
Robert's got a
disappear
flat table.
from the bottom
Does
up
anybody enjoy
in
listening
the
to
middle of a
this?
table.
I don't know. Robert's talking about flat
Go
tables,
ahead.
you guys.
I want you to stand up like a ruler, a 6-inch ruler. Make it disappear from the bottom up in the middle of a table. Go ahead.
I don't know
Go
what
ahead.
kind of crack this dude's smoking. He said he's going
Just
to
make my
stand
day.
on
Go
the
ahead.
globe horizon. Now all of a sudden there's no horizon. Now there's
Money
no
is
globe
yours.
horizon. Now he's
The
talking about not globe
money is
horizons,
yours,
right,
brother.
Robert? So not a globe
Move
horizon,
that
right?
ruler
So
down
not a
that
globe
table
horizon. You won't put your money.
and
You
make
put
it
your money on a flat
disappear
table.
from the bottom up.
So you're putting your money on a flat table, but you won't put your money that you can stand on a globe horizon. Why are you laughing, Agent Tom?
Go ahead. Make
Yeah,
our
we're
day
waiting
today.
for you to get on the horizon, buddy. What are you waiting on? Go stand on the horizon. Stop talking to us about nonsense.
You're on the horizon right now. That's
Yeah,
what a
that didn't
sphere
make
is.
no story. That didn't make no sense.
No, that's not a story. You're standing on the
I'm
that's what
standing in the
spheres
middle
work.
of a mud puddle.
Wherever
A
you
mud puddle
are
definitely ain't the
on
horizon, is it?
someone's You are on a horizon as you speak. That is
So this
how
mud
spheres
puddle I'm
work.
standing in is the
That is
horizon.
how spheres work. You are
So this
standing on
mud
a
puddle I'm
horizon
standing in is the
as
horizon.
we
It's
speak.
got a concave
You on a
horizon.
sphere, you are
Robert
standing
has a
on it
mud
anywhere
puddle
you are.
horizon.
Anywhere
Your
you
mud puddle horizon.
you are on a horizon on a
Yeah, I'm
sphere.
standing below the
Now,
cement.
now,
I have
the
dirt above me
only,
on the
the
right,
only,
left,
the
front, and
only
back.
horizon on
I'm
that
standing in
table,
a hole.
on a flat table, is the
Don't
end
you
of that
stand in a
table.
hole, you're on a
The
horizon, you guys.
only horizon on a table is the end of that table
Oh, look,
where it
that rabbit just
finishes,
popped out of the
where there is
horizon.
no more table. So what I want you to do now is
Look for the
put
space
a
down in the
horizon
horizon.
in the middle of it. I want you to get a table. I want you to get a table that's about 12 foot long,
Robert, we know you
a
live on the table,
12
brother.
foot long
Yeah,
table.
flat table
And I
physics, brother. We
want you to
got
get,
you.
I want you to stand up a
I'm gonna
ruler
bet with you. Flat
on
table Earth
that
forever.
table. And I want you to move that ruler down that table.
No,
And
you
I
need to
want you
put a
to keep a
Foucault pendulum on
calculus
there.
on that ruler.
Just put your
That
Foucault
ruler
pendulum
will
on there and leave it
not
alone.
disappear
And then we'll put a
from the
Foucault
bottom
pendulum on a
up
ball.
all the way to the
Nobody
very
knows what
end
you're
of that
talking about,
table.
crackhead.
Okay,
Robert, you're
brother?
a crackhead.
Okay?
You're a crackhead,
Okay, brother?
Robert.
Brother,
Robert, you're a
put
crackhead,
a
buddy.
horizon that makes a ruler,
There's no such
6-inch
thing as a
ruler,
horizon. Stop
disappear from
making
the
shit up.
bottom up in the middle of the table.
Stop saying the word horizon, God.
Okay? All
There's
right?
no God
Horizon
horizon.
God. What's wrong with you? Brother, your
There's no
word tricks.
horizon,
Your word
God.
tricks don't work here.
There's no
Word
horizon,
tricks
God,
don't
brother.
work here.
We're
Your
sorry.
word plays don't
We don't
work
know what
here,
you're
brother.
playing. We don't know what you're doing,
Your
weirdo.
word tricks and your word plays don't work here,
Full
brother.
story, no horizon, God.
Okay?
God
Let
with no
your
horizon.
hey, put a horizon in the
Take
middle of the
your
table. Go ahead.
horizon imagination elsewhere,
Put
dude.
a horizon halfway down that table.
Dude, nobody knows what you're talking
Put that
about.
horizon
Jesus.
halfway
Thank you,
down that
Jesus.
table, brother.
You're gonna rise again tomorrow,
Put that
Jesus.
as a matter of fact, I can put a horizon
Walk
on a
to the
basketball.
horizon, Jesus.
I
Walk
can
on the
move that
horizon.
ruler. I can move that ruler around that basketball
Can't
and
go
make that
touch the
ruler
horizon, though, can you?
disappear from the bottom up on a
Don't touch the
basketball.
horizon.
I can do that on a basketball. You cannot do that on a flat table. Make that
Brother,
ruler
you just say
disappear
weird
from the
shit. You're
bottom up
schizophrenic.
on that table.
Brother, you
Make that
gotta hold the
ruler
meds.
disappear from the bottom up on that table.
Robert,
Make
why
that
are you
ruler.
smoking
You
meds on live?
cannot do that. I will pay you. I will pay you 2 grand right now.
This dude is
You
fucking high.
cannot make a rule. You cannot make a 6-inch ruler standing vertically disappear from the bottom up on a 12-foot long table in the middle of it.
This guy's
You
fucking
can't do it.
smoking crack. You
You
guys see him
can't do it.
smoking crack? All he wants to do is get flat tables
You
and prove a
can't do
globe.
it.
Do you
You
guys
can't do
understand
it.
this? You understand how
You
he's proving
can't
a
do it.
globe with a flat table?
You can't do it.
So get out of flat
A
table, you guys.
basketball has a
And then you
circumference of
must be
what?
on a globe
A
because you
basketball
got
of a
your flat
circumference
table
of what?
out.
12 inches?
And he
It's a
said there's
12
the
inch circumference?
horizon on the
Let me
flat
see,
table.
12 inch. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. Hold on.
Brother, just go stand on the globe horizon, wherever you think it is, and film it for us. Have your buddies film it. Make sure they get a side view. Come back to us. See the sun dropping with a side view.
Okay, good.
Helicopter,
So
airplane,
the
hot
circumference,
air
the
balloon.
circumference of an average basketball is 29 inches.
Brother,
Now,
what
I
the
want
fuck are
you,
you
so
talking about?
29 inches,
We're talking about the earth,
29
dude.
inches. So I want you to get me a table
We're going to
that's
take a hot air
29
balloon and
feet.
roll it around that basketball.
Well,
Hot air balloon around
so
the
that means,
basketball. How does that
so
work?
let's reverse
I
engineer it.
bet you
We're
money
going to
you
reverse
don't know
engineer it.
how a hot air
We
balloon
are
flies
going
around a
to reverse
basketball.
engineer it.
$1,000.
Let us divide.
I bet Robert
Let us
doesn't know how
divide
a toy hot air balloon
29
flies around a
inches by
basketball.
pi. We're going to do it for
This
you.
is kid shit. This is real stuff. A real basketball in your hand is worth a million claims in the bush. A real little toy hot air balloon or helicopter, show us how they fly around
So
the ball.
what we're going to do
Fly.
now We are
that
going to
money, you don't
find the
know how.
radius of that ball. We're going to
Stop
divide
talking.
29.
You accept the bet,
Let's
or
tell you
you're
what.
a flat
Let's round it
earther.
up to 30.
When
Everybody
you don't
fair. Let's
accept the
round it up
bet,
to
you're a
30
flat earther.
inches. And we're going to divide 30 inches by
No, you're going to accept the bet,
3.1.
or you're a
So
flat
that's
earther.
going to be, so the
You got
radius,
Terry running
the
from the bet?
radius of that ball is about
I
11
bet $1,000,
inches.
1,000 to 1 odds,
11
that
inches.
no Glober
11
knows how
inches.
anything flies around a ball. They're just going to talk
Yes,
themselves in
gravity.
the fucking
Gravity. That's how it
basement.
does. Gravity. Give me my money.
Listen,
Gravity
yeah,
is how
that's
things fly
you're
around the
just.
ball.
I
Gravity.
said
Give me
show
my
us,
money.
you fucking
Show
retard.
me. Give me my money.
So
Gravity
showing us
is
and
how the
telling us the
ISS
word,
is
you
flying
guys.
around the ball.
Clues.
Give me my money.
Clues. Now Robert knows everything. I
Give
just
me
showed
my
him
money.
everything, guys.
Hold on,
Saying
hold on, hold on.
clues. You
It
see how
is
this works?
gravity. Oh, it's gravity. I want my money.
Clues, Robert.
Give me my money.
Banana.
Give me my money. Give me my money.
Turkey, I win.
Gravity is how the
Show us
ISS
how
is
a hot
sailing
air balloon
around the ball.
flies around a
Give
ball.
me
Stop
my
just
money.
talking to yourself.
Give me my money.
Stop talking to yourself,
Gravity is
weirdo.
how it does it.
Nobody
Give
knows
me
how they
my
fly
money.
around the ball yet.
Give me my money.
This dude's
Gravity is
fucking
how
retarded.
you're
You guys
flying
hear this
around the
dude?
Earth. Give me my money
No
now.
one has learned
1,000 to
how
1
hot air
odds.
balloons
You
fly
owe
around
me
a
money.
ball.
You
It's
owe
a
me money.
stalemate so far.
You
Keep
owe
going.
money. You owe me money. Give me my money.
Concave, I bet him
Give me my money.
$1,000. He's got to bet me
Gravity is
1,000 to
how
1
we fly
that a
around the
Glover
sphere.
can be
I'm
brave
waiting
enough
for
to
my
get a
money.
real 3D ball and
Give me
show
my
how
money.
flight works around it.
Give me my money.
Because
Give me
they
my
have no
money.
reference and they don't know what a ball
Yes, the
is.
reference
They
is
just say
the
words to
ISS
you
is
like
going
God.
around.
God,
Going
gravity.
around.
Gravity, God did it. God,
Gravity.
gravity do it.
Gravity is
Gravity did
gravity.
it. Gravity made
Gravity.
your phone.
Gravity. Gravity.
Gravity
Gravity
made
is why you're going to
Robert.
the ground. Gravity is
Gravity's
why you're going
Robert's
to the
mom.
ground. Gravity is
We
why the
know.
ISS is going around the ball.
You came out of
Gravity.
gravity. We know. Gravity made
Yep.
you.
Yes, it
We know,
is.
brother.
Yes, it is. So give me my
Gravity had
money.
a hot
I
date
want
with
my
your
money.
dad. We
Yeah,
know.
give me my money.
Gravity. Yep. Just
Yep.
say
I
gravity.
want my money.
Yeah, gravity, Robert.
Yep.
Just go
Gravity.
to the
Yep.
fucking bank and just tell them gravity and
I
they'll pay
want you
you.
to give me my money.
Robert. Robert, can you spell your name? If you spell your name, I'll send you
Yo,
some money.
D-Mark, I want my money.
Robert, if you
Gravity
can
is
spell your own name, I'll send you some
how
money,
the
buddy.
ISS is going around the
Just like I
Earth.
thought.
It is
Here's the Glober
gravity.
for you guys.
Gravity
This is
is
the
the thing.
number one Glober,
Yep,
right?
gravity is. I'm the number one.
This you guys
Thank you very
pick.
much. Can I
You're the
get
number
my
one
money?
Glober, Robert.
Can I get my money? It's gravity.
You're the best flat earth
It's
proof I've
gravity.
ever seen. Flat earth proof tables and
Yep,
shit.
yep.
You're awesome, Robert.
Give me my money. I want
For
my
what?
money.
Proving flat earth? I'm not paying you to prove flat earth.
Yep, I want my money. Right? I
You're only
want
proving
my
flat earth,
money.
Robert.
It's gravity. Gravity is a thing. You
Thank
see?
you for proving flat earth, Robert.
Gravity is the thing. No, there's no gravity on flat Earth.
Yeah, we're
Flat
not
Earth has
looking
no
for
gravity.
dictionary words, dude. We're not looking for
There's
spelling
no
words, saying
there's no
words.
gravity on
This
flat
is
Earth.
not a spelling bee. Stop
Okay.
saying words,
Okay.
Robert. We're looking for a
Give,
physical demonstration of a
yeah,
hot air
it's a
balloon
visible.
and a
Yes, look at
ball.
it. Earth gravity
Hot air
and
balloon and a ball. Do you
is
have one?
our Earth gravity is
Got to be in a
how the
museum
ISS is
somewhere,
going
right?
around the Earth.
Got to be in a
Earth
museum, right?
gravity is
You
what
got to
is
have
how
little
it
airplanes
is
and rockets
on
flying around a ball in a museum, right?
it Earth gravity, my friend, is how the ISS is going around the Earth. Earth gravity.
So if your child asks you, "Hey,
Okay,
Dad,
so now
can you please be
what we
smarter than a
need
ball
you
and
to
go grab
do
one?"
is send
Robert says,
us the
"No,
money.
son, I'm too fucking
All
dumb to
right,
go get a ball."
right?
And his son says, "How do hot air
Give me
balloons
my
fly
money.
around a ball, Dad?"
Give me
And his
my
dad's
money.
gonna beat the fuck
It
out
Hold
of
on,
is
you
just
because
a
saying,
you
just
fucking
saying that
equilibrium.
stupidly answered
gravity
this
exists
question.
isn't proof of anything. So, just saying, you told him that gravity's the reason, and now he owes you money. That's not the way it works.
Yeah,
Just
that's exactly
saying is not
he
proving.
said. No, he said, how's it doing it? And I'm telling him it's gravity.
Show me.
So
He don't believe
Show
in
us.
gravity.
no. He asked me how it's doing
Show us
it.
the path
I
of the
gave him how
flight.
it's doing it.
A hot air balloon flight. We
Those
know this
are
is
the terms of the
complicated,
agreement.
Robert. This really simple thing
That's
that
the
third
terms of
graders
the
do.
agreement.
Robert can't do what a third grader can do,
That's
guys.
the term of the agreement.
Robert doesn't have a
Now,
third grader's IQ.
you owe me more money now. You owe
Robert,
me
you
more
have
money.
not
You
shown us
owe
the
me more
ball
money.
yet. Show me your ball
Right?
first.
Right?
No, not without a ball, retard. We're waiting
What do
for
you mean?
your demonstration.
The Earth is a ball.
Do you know the word
The Earth is a
demonstration?
ball.
We
The
know
Earth
you
is a
know
ball.
gravity.
The Earth is a ball.
Oh, read him
Gravity is
what the
how the
word
ISS is going
demonstration
around it.
means. Read him
Okay.
what demonstration
Thank
means.
you very much.
Yeah, for not demonstrating nothing.
Yeah,
Fuck
we have
off.
demonstrated. You can see the ISS
Thank you,
with a
nothing,
telescope.
burger. More
You can see the
religious
ISS with a
fucking
telescope.
claim.
You can see the ISS with a telescope. That's a
Listen,
demonstration.
I don't know what kind of
Give
crack
me
this
my
dude's
money.
smoking, dude. Where the fuck did this dude
I
come
need
from?
my money.
We're looking for a hot air balloon.
I want my money.
Demonstration. Don't beat your kid up when he asks you for a
brother,
demonstration.
hot air balloon cannot
This
survive
dude is gonna
the
whoop his kid's ass,
vacuum of
ain't he?
space. Hot air balloon is not going to survive the vacuum of
You
space,
can't show
brother.
your
It's
own
going to
son that. That's
explode
bad.
before it gets there. It's
Imagine
going
a
to
dad can't
explode
show his
before it
kid
gets
a
there.
hot air balloon.
The pressure is too low.
Imagine a dad
It's
can't
gonna
show his
explode.
own kid a hot air balloon
And
flight.
a hot air balloon, the
Isn't that
fire that's
crazy?
burning, the fire that's
Look
burning
what the
needs
globalists
oxygen.
brought us to.
The fire that's
We can't
burning
show
needs
our own
oxygen.
kids how
So
hot air
hot air
balloons fly.
balloon will not make it to the vacuum of space.
We can't even
So
show our own
we
kids
need
how hot air
ISS.
balloons fly. Isn't
No,
that
hot air
crazy?
balloons. We don't do hot air balloons. That's old school. That's
No
1920s.
helicopters, nothing, boys.
We're using rockets now. We don't
Yeah,
use hot air balloons. That is
Rob, just shut the
1920s.
fuck up,
That's
weirdo.
1910. That's old. That's old technology. Grow up, right?
Yeah, guy
Your
who can't show what
grandparents
he's
flew
talking
hot air
about.
balloons. Your grandparents, your great grands. We're using rockets now. We have probes. We have satellites, and you can see them with your telescope. So where's my money? You owe me more money now. Now, so I want you to show me to make a ruler, a 6-inch ruler, standing vertically on a flat table that is 12 foot long. Make it disappear from the bottom up in the middle of it. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right. Prop up your binoculars 6 inches off that table, above that table. Look at that 6-inch tall ruler and make it disappear from the bottom up on a flat table. It's impossible because your earth is flat. Impossible. But I can demonstrate it on a 30-inch circumference basketball. Very, very simple.
We're
It is
waiting
one
for
of
you
the
to get a
most
hot air balloon and a helicopter
No. Hot
and
air
show us
balloons are old school.
flying.
That's 1920s. It doesn't make it in the vacuum of
Brother,
space. You don't know
stop
my
just
model. I
saying
thought you knew our
nothing
model.
because you can't do it. Stop
You
telling us
don't know our
excuses
model.
because you
You
don't know the
don't know
flight
our
dynamics
model.
of a ball.
You do not know our model then.
A
You
ball's
think
smarter than
hot
you.
air balloons
You
don't
don't
work in
know it.
our
You're the
hot
one not
hot air
demonstrating it,
balloons don't
weirdo.
work in the globe.
You're the
Hot air balloons
non-demonstrator,
don't
not
work
knower.
above the globe. Hot air
You guys
balloons don't
can't
work
know.
above the
You can't
globe.
know how a ball works. Shut up.
Hot air
You
balloons
can't
don't
know.
work above the globe.
You can't know
Hot
how
air
stuff flies.
balloons don't work above the globe. Hot air
There is
balloons
no
don't
globe,
work above the
weirdo.
globe.
Listen to this
Hot
fucking
air
retard
balloons
asking
doesn't
me the
work
same
in the
question.
vacuum of space. Hot air
Listen to this
balloons don't
dude.
work in the vacuum of space.
I broke him. I broke him.
Hot air balloons don't work in the vacuum of space.
He can't show his kid how a hot air
Hot
balloon
air
flies
balloons.
around a ball.
No, we don't
He
use
said
vacuum. We don't use
cavemen can
hot
do it,
air.
but he can't.
Hot air balloon can't work in the vacuum of space. Hot air balloons can't work in the vacuum of space
Listen to this
because
excuse making
hot
fucking
air
weirdo because he
balloons do
doesn't know
not
how a
work
hot
in the
air balloon
vacuum of
flies.
space. Hot air balloons don't
He's
work in the
dominating you,
vacuum of
bro.
space.
Yo, Rob.
My God, these people, brother. Bunch of weird folks.
Lost your money, Rob. A hot air
No.
balloon will get you paid,
You owe
brother.
me. You owe me a lot
A
of money.
little hot air balloon. I don't see no
You owe
hot
me a
air
lot of
balloon
money.
involved.
$2,000. Make that
You guys hear this
vertical
weirdo?
standing
No, you're supposed
6-inch
to give me 1,000
ruler
to 1 odds,
disappear
weirdo.
in the bottom.
No, I get 1,000
Okay.
to 1 that you can't.
Make it no,
I
a
bet you
thousand to
1,000.
one. You look at
You
the
got to give me
ISS. Boom.
1,000 times
Look
that
at the ISS through your telescope.
because you haven't demonstrated
Look
the
at the
ball yet.
ISS.
It looks
Look
like
at
I'm
the
getting paid,
ISS through the
and this
telescope.
is recorded live.
Look at the ISS on the telescope.
No, we're not going to look at nothing
Look
but
at
you
the
going to get a
ISS on the
fucking
telescope.
ball from the store. and a toy hot
Look
air
at the
balloon or a
ISS on the
helicopter.
telescope.
We're just going to
Look
wait
at
for you
the
to win the bet
ISS on the
or
telescope.
lose it.
Look
So
on
you
the
don't want to make
ISS
a
on the
bet.
telescope.
So you don't know how
Look on the
helicopters and
ISS
hot
on the
air balloons
telescope.
fly.
Look
Can you
on the
guys name
ISS
him?
on the telescope. Hot
Push
air
pause
balloons
on
don't
this
work in the
motherfucker.
vacuum of space. You don't know the globe model. You don't know the heliocentric
Yeah,
model.
says the guy who can't break
Because
it out
hot
and show
air
us.
balloons,
You're
hot
supposed
air
to
balloons don't
demonstrate
work
what a
in the
globe model
heliocentric
is.
model out of in
You're
the
going to
vacuum of space.
demonstrate, I thought.
Hot air balloon does not work in the vacuum of space.
Brother, all you do is keep saying
Hot
words
air
and you showed us
balloon,
the flat
hot
table.
air,
Robert,
hot
you
air
showed us the flat
balloon,
table.
hot air balloon doesn't work in the vacuum of space.
What the fuck crack are you smoking?
Hot air balloons don't work in the vacuum of space.
Who are you talking to? Did your kid ask
You
you that question?
you said use a
Did
hot air
somebody
balloon.
ask you that question, you weird
You
bitch?
said use a hot air balloon.
And fly around the earth, you cunt. I didn't say nothing about space, you fucking weirdo. Stop
Well,
talking to yourself.
we can't show you. We
Stop
can't show you
fucking
with a hot air
talking to
balloon.
yourself and making shit up, meth
We
head.
can make it with the ISS.
Now, how do you know how hot air balloons and helicopters
No,
can
hot air
fly around
balloons
the
don't
ball
work.
earth, weird fuck,
Hot air
in the
balloons
air,
don't
you
work. Hot air
weirdo? Right
balloons
above
don't
the
fly
dirt,
in the
above your
vacuum of
head
space.
in the air. You calling the air space?
We're talking about going around the ball.
He called the air space, you guys. Now hot air
I
balloons
did.
can't fly because Robert
I
called
did not
that
do that.
space.
You did that, not
What a
me. I didn't
fucking
do that.
weirdo.
I
Listen to
didn't do
this
that. That's
weird
you. Don't put
motherfucker,
words
you
in my mouth.
guys.
You're the one that
Fucking
said it, not me.
crackhead.
You're the person that said it, not me. Not
Yeah,
me.
meth head. Okay, meth head.
Okay.
We know.
All right. No, you're the meth head.
All
You're the
right.
one that believes the
Keep
earth is
smoking,
flat.
buddy.
You're the
Yeah,
one that
listen,
believes the
your
earth is
kid
flat.
wants a
You're the flat
demonstration.
earther. Brother,
Hey,
you are
you're
the
too
flat
dumb
earther,
to
not
show
me.
your kid how fucking ball
You
works,
are
not
the
you,
flat
weirdo.
earther, not
Go back to
me.
fucking college.
You
Maybe
are
ask
not.
him how
You are.
ball works.
You are the flat
Hey,
Yo,
earther,
one of you
not me.
professors get a
your
ball
argument
out.
is so much more effective when you whisper, dude. This is actually working for you. The whispering thing is very good.
He should get a ball out and show his son how hot air balloons, helicopters, and airplanes fly around a ball. Submarines and boats too. Get all the
No.
toys out and show us how they do it.
Brother
Robert,
D-Mock,
you'll never
hot
know,
air
will you?
balloons,
It is
You
hot
keep
air
it a
balloons,
it is
secret.
hot air
absolutely
balloons,
Keep the
impossible
ball
for the Earth
secret.
to be a
hot,
globe. You've
hot.
never measured the Earth radius. Every time you think you're measuring the Earth radius, you're looking through a column of air that is being, your target is being refracted into an apparent position. You have no idea if you're on a globe.
Yes, look at the ISS. You're on a globe. So,
Yeah, that means you're
hot air
looking at
balloon,
the ISS.
hot,
That means you're not
hot air
taking a measurement of
balloons,
Earth's surface, which
hot
is
air.
exactly how you would confirm a
Yes. Do
globe.
Eratosthenes did it. Do it. Do what Eratosthenes did. Thank you very much.
Aristophanes might not even be an
And then
actual person.
and then
You believe in a
get
Greek
aside.
pantheon of liars.
Okay. If Eratosthenes is not a real person, you are not a real person either. Thank you.
This
Have a nice
this
day.
one I thought I've heard
How
it
are you
all.
going?
Please
How,
check this
okay,
out.
there is 100%. There's
There's
100% certainty I am a real person.
There's
But what are you
100%
using to
certain that
say that
Eratosthenes was a real
Aristophanes
person.
is a real
There's
person?
100% certainty that Eratosthenes was a real person. 100%
Just
certainty.
when I thought I've heard it all. Wow.
Yes, there's 100%
Now
certainty that
historical figures
Eratosthenes.
in ancient Greek are not real. Unbelievable.
Do you have any
That's
reason to
electric.
believe that Aristophanes is a real person? Because right now you have
Yes,
absolutely
he
nothing.
is. Yes, he is.
They wrote
Absolutely, we have
books.
it.
What are
Yes,
you
we
What
have
are
it.
you doing to
We
provide
don't have.
evidence that
You're not a real
Aristophanes is a
person.
real
You're
person?
AI. You're probably a
Just
robot.
like
How are
that
you going
fly
to
is
prove that
real.
Aristophanes even actually did the experiment he claimed
Yes,
to
he
have
did
done?
it. Yes, he did it.
Just like
How
that
do you
fly
know
is
that he did
real.
it?
Yes, he did
What
it.
is the
Yes, he
evidence
did
that
it.
he actually
How
did the
how
experiment?
How do you know that
Other than
fly is
just saying
real?
yes, he did it. What is the
how do you
evidence
know
that
that
he
Ronald
actually did the
Reagan?
experiment?
How do you
How
know
do
that
you know that
Ronald
fly
Reagan?
is
How do you know
real?
that Aristophanes actually put
How
two
do you know
sticks in
that
the ground?
Ronald
How do you know
Reagan
that?
won the election in
See, the
1980?
truth is you have
How do you know
actually
the
no
fly
idea
is
what you're
real,
talking
Electric?
about.
How do you know that? How do you know that FDR won the
The
election
fly
in
is
the
real because I don't have
1940s?
to imagine
How
things
do you
at
know that
all to say
FDR
it.
won the
Oh, you
election
have
in
to imagine
1940s?
it, I see.
How do you know that FDR won the election in 1940s? How do you know?
Yeah, they've been rigging
Well,
elections since the
Right.
1940s, and the government
How do you
doesn't
know
have
that?
your best
How do Let
and
me
the
ask you a
government
question.
doesn't have your
How
best
do
interests
you
in
know
mind,
that
and NASA could be
FDR
lying.
was the?
There's no
The
evidence
space
that
agency is making
Eratosthenes
stuff up.
ever existed. We don't have any evidence of it. We
We
don't
have
have
no.
any
We have
writings
no.
from him.
We
All we have is a claim that he existed. That's it.
I have.
Honestly.
We have no
Exactly.
evidence that
That is an
FDR was the
honest position.
president.
I like to hear it. Heck yeah.
We don't have any. I don't have any evidence. I I don't have any evidence that FDR was the president. All we have is just
Sure we do.
people
We got
talking about.
videos.
You do? Was that him?
Videos and writings.
How do you know that's him?
iStar Electric just said
I know
that
that's him.
he knows the fly is real because he doesn't have to imagine it.
Right. Right. How do we know that?
There's literally video evidence of the fly. Where's your video evidence of Eratosthenes putting sticks in the ground?
Right. So hold on. How do you know that? How do you know that's FDR on the video?
That wouldn't confirm the globe either way. Why are you referencing somebody that's not proving Earth curve?
How do you know that's FDR on the video?
You have no idea if Eratosthenes existed. You have no idea.
You have no idea that FDR
ground came from.
You have no idea that
the Titanic existed. Do you believe the Titanic was real?
You just hear things. You just believe stuff that they tell you in school, and you have no way to prove it.
It's honest truth that there is no evidence that Eratosthenes was real or not real. We have no evidence. It's a tale, but there is no facts at all that says that he was a real person whatsoever. That's the honest to God's truth, whether you like it or not.
No, he's a real person.
Hold on a second, Cole. If you want to say so, Alexander the Great, there's no evidence he existed. I mean, come on, dude. Seriously?
Exactly.
No, we do. We have writings of him and all kinds of stuff. We have nothing but tales of Eratosthenes.
About Eratosthenes. We have writings. We
don't even have Eratosthenes' own writings or anything.
We have his writings.
Look it up.
We have his writings. Look it up. I just looked it. We studied it. We have his writings. We have everything about him. We know where he came from. We know that he studied under the Egyptians. We have it all. Yes. So we have
absolutely nothing but baseless claims. You are not providing evidence.
You have baseless claims about Napoleon Bonaparte.
I am not a baseless claim. I actually exist. You can prove that I exist right now.
Claim that there's a fly outside the ISS.
You're so out of touch with reality. You don't even know if I'm actually talking to you or not.
Electric.
That's how out of touch you are with reality when you consider Earth to be a flying ball.
Excuse me. You have a baseless claim that there's a fly outside the ISS from a meme posted by a flat earther.
There's a video of it that came from the ISS live stream.
It's a meme posted by a flat earther. Thank you.
No, that video was pulled from the ISS live feed.
No, it was a meme posted by a flat earther.
You are denying that is the actual footage. You're saying that somebody manipulated it to make it look like there's a fly. You don't even know if somebody manipulated the footage or if it's an artifact. So you need to get your argument straight. Can you figure out right now if you believe if it's an artifact or Photoshop? Which is
you have no idea if that video is real. You have not verified
Rob Silverman doesn't
even talk. You have not spoken to the creator. That you have nothing. You have nothing.
I have way more than you. I have substantial evidence of my claim.
You have. We have. You have no. Oh, really? Who created the video?
I have substantial evidence of my claim that the Earth's radius does not comport to your globe model, where the radius is 3,959 models.
Whoa!
Yeah, I said models, I meant miles. Hold on, no, we're not holding on a second. Please don't interrupt. So you say that the Earth has a radius of 3,900. You say the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. You are yet to actually observe that. You did not observe any target dropping at that rate.
We have all of that, and also we have interferometry in orbit that is measuring the mass and the radius of the Earth every day. We have GOES-R satellites that's doing polar orbiting. That's creating a geoid of the Earth every year. That geoid, he has the exact circumference and is measured every inch and centimeter of the surface of the planet. We have all of that. You have nothing.
No, you don't have anything. We're just saying words.
You have nothing. Make a ruler disappear from the bottom up on a table. Make a ruler disappear from the bottom up on a 12-foot
Let's talk
table.
about shadows being cast on a table and how I can calculate the circumference of my table, which is a flat surface.
Make a ruler disappear.
Did you know that you might be calculating a circumference on a flat surface because you're not actually measuring?
You have nothing.
You got it.
You have nothing. You have nothing.
You're good.
Nothing.
I like Whisper. This is excellent. I think this is good.
You have nothing.
Whisper.
You have nada. Absolutely nothing. Set up a binoculars at the end of a table, 12 inches off that table.
Yeah.
Get a ruler that's 12 inch tall. And on a table that is 12 foot long, and make that.
You guys say silly things like a basketball can be flat and a banana can be flat. You say things like pineapples can be
from
flat.
the bottom up.
right? When you observe the flatness of the Earth, that doesn't make it a pineapple. That doesn't make it a basketball. It doesn't make it a banana. It makes it a flat Earth.
Do it on a basketball.
No, Easter, 1 second, Easter. You need to learn to detect when you're getting fucking trolled. Like all day, every single time you come in here, you and Jesse is going on this, and Jesse is just trolling this fuck out of you, and you take the bait every single time. It's cringe, bro. Get a grip of yourself.
Thank you so much for that.
Tim, what would you like to talk
honestly
about? You got something in mind? I don't know. I don't have any topics right now. Sorry.
It'd be nice to have a conversation with somebody that's higher than a third grade education.
All right, then let's not talk to you, right? All right.
No, you.
No, you didn't even know there. You didn't even know there was a replica of the ISS. You were getting educated earlier. Now you're acting like you're teaching other people anything, dude. I don't even know what you think you're presenting. What argument are you presenting?
I don't care about a replica of the ISS. Who gives a shit?
So you might as well be like an infant right now. You have nothing.
I don't understand what a replica of the ISS has to do with anything. There's replicas of so many things. There's replicas of the Eiffel Tower, the White House, Air Force One. There's replicas of everything in this world. Who cares? Stupid.
Yeah, that's where they shot the footage when the fly was outside the window. They did it on the replica ISS.
Moron. That's where you're stupid. You're just stupid, dude. I'm so sick of you.
You're just stupid.
Why are you taking the bait now? For fuck's sake. I just, oh my God.
Gabe, I'm just so sick of this fucking guy. He's a fucking idiot.
You shouldn't be, dude. We could be cool. Yo, we should be friends. Fuck all this, dude.
Gabe, I was listening for 20 minutes to this Demach and iStar thing, and that didn't bother me. But when this electric starts talking, it's like the guy is just so stupid. It's so frustrating.
I don't see how the guy that was talking to Demach over the last 20 minutes drove me up the fucking wall with that whispering, repeating continuously.
I just sort of tuned it out. But the electric thing, I mean, the guy's just unbelievable. I mean, seriously, I'm sorry.
But I know so much about your globe model, so much more than you. You should listen to what I say about the globe so you can learn something.
The fact of the matter is, you can't decide if you're a glober or a flat earther. I don't know. You just keep saying different things. One minute you're a flat earther.
There's no reason to make there's no reason to make a definitive claim either way. I would rather hold an empirical position to further investigate the matter and get to make a more clear understanding of a model. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That's how you advance technology and science.
Electric. There's no ambiguity. The Earth is a globe. That's it. There's no more discussion.
Yes, I can tell you where the ambiguity lies. Would you like to know where there's ambiguity?
I've asked you for the ambiguity, and you haven't given me any.
Yes, I'll give you ambiguity right now. So you think that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles if you agree with the globe model, the current paradigm, right? Every time you try to measure a distance to the horizon, you know your height of your optic. So the horizon should be at a distance according to the geometric globe. It is never at that distance. Boom. Your radius is falsified. You guys invoke refraction. You say, oh, it must be refracted away from its geometric position. How do you know that? You don't know that. You just say that's what would have to be happening on a globe. It's a post hoc rationalization.
Oh, God, that is so fucking stupid, dude.
You don't even comprehend the argument. You're hearing it for the first time, dude. Try to absorb it.
I understand it. This is a typical flat Earth talking point. This is what flat earthers say all the time.
No, stop. Okay, that's not an argument. This is what flat earth is. That's not an argument.
That's what they do. They say the same thing. Oh, they use refraction when it benefits them, but you can't use refraction when it benefits the globe. It's all the same argument you hear every day from flat earthers. It's so stupid.
So pretty much you're just complaining, rejecting, not making an argument.
No.
But you kind of not on the refraction in your argument, Electric.
Say again.
You kind of did like a nut to the refraction. You're like, oh, it's not legit. It's just a post hoc rationalization, even though like there is evidence for it.
Yeah, there's evidence of refraction, of course. But to say that the reason that your prediction from the globe model is displaced is due to the bending of light through the atmosphere, how did you test that the atmosphere is actually doing that? It's easy to comprehend this position. It's really not hard. No. It's like, if you're a dogmatic globe believer, then yeah, you're going to struggle.
Dogmatic globe believer.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You're worse than a flat earther.
Rob, Rob, I want us to be friends, dude. Stop trying to.
I don't want to be friends with somebody like you. I couldn't stand you. I wouldn't want to.
He's just verbal graffiti. That's all it is.
It's like you say things like what flat earthers say, but then you say you're not a flat earther. It's like you're worse than a flat earther, dude.
Okay, that's it.
No, he denies satellites. Come on. The only conclusion that he rejects.
Stay on subject.
The only conclusion you reject is reality.
Presented an argument. No one's addressing it. That would be a concession from the opposing argument.
What are you talking about? Measuring the horizon?
Yeah, dude. Do you remember what? Can you steelman what I said? Were you listening? Do you comprehend?
I heard what you said. You can measure the horizon on many different days, and you're going to get, depending on the atmospheric condition, you're going to get different measurements.
Exactly.
It's a dumb argument.
Exactly. Therefore, you did not confirm that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles.
That's got nothing to do with it.
Thank you very much.
Why does
This is what you would. This is what you would do to measure the globe. This is
why does the Earth's radius matter? Couldn't it be sphere and bigger or smaller by an inch? Why does it have to be that certain radius?
Exactly. It could be bigger because it doesn't. It never matches the.
It doesn't disprove a sphere, though.
It never matches the prediction in the globe model. It could be bigger.
Measuring observations from the beach to the horizon is not how the Earth is measured.
Exactly. And with all due respect,
you guys correlate the distance to the horizon to the radius.
Whatever. Electric. I hate to say this, dude, but when you say things, because you say stupid things like people aren't in space, that means everything outside of your mouth is just nothing. It's so you can't listen.
You
to
really
somebody
don't have an argument, do you?
No, that is my argument. For somebody that says stupid things, that means everything else that comes out of the mouth is stupid.
It's a kindergarten level argument.
Because you are in kindergarten. I'm trying to break it down to you that way.
You got nothing. You don't have an argument.
That's a good. I mean, that is a decent argument. It's like saying, like, oh, like a blind person. I wouldn't really ask a blind person about what art looks like.
Yeah, but I know more about the globe model than him. Clearly,
no, you don't.
He doesn't know anything I'm talking about. It's all new to him. So he's the kindergartner.
You know. From somebody who says
why would I depend on you for any globe knowledge? I know more than you about. I know more than you.
You don't know anything.
So why would I ask you?
Let me recap what you've told me tonight. You don't believe that we're in the ISS. You think it's fake. You're a 9/11 truther. Number 2. Right? These are things you've told me tonight. You don't believe in satellites or whatever it is you're talking about. You don't believe we've ever been to space or we've been to the moon. So I've thrown you into what's called the bottom of the barrel of conspiracy theorists that have should be lended no credence to anything that they say.
I know you're gonna put the academic dick all the way down your throat like a retard faggot, and that doesn't help anything.
All right, he just used the mute word.
I'm sorry to say, Rob Silverman, but that is what you're doing. What is the point of hearing anything you have to say? I could just go to the source. You're trying to relay information. You don't even know what the argument is. I know more about your argument than you. What am I gaining from talking to you? What can you tell me that I don't already know? You see how that works?
Well, if you know the globe model so well, then of course you know satellites measure the shape of the Earth even better than measuring it from mountaintops. Yeah. You know how well it's measured because you know our arguments even better than us. So you know geodetic surveys, you know satellite geodesy, you know gyroscopic navigation and long distance flight travel and great circle routes. You know all that. So I don't understand what the problem is.
Thank you, Shu. I thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate you, dog.
So then where's the ambiguity that the Earth is a globe?
You heard it from Shoebill, dude. There is no misunderstanding of your model from me. I know the topic. I know why people think Earth is a globe, and I think you have a reason to think Earth is a globe. That's fine. Do what you do. my position, I think that there's some slight ambiguity before you go ahead and jump out the window and say definitively the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. I'm willing to investigate that claim further than you, and you should respect the position and not try to add on. Call people third graders when they know more about the topic than you.
We know what the Earth's radius is. It's proven. Okay, there's no ambiguity.
Did you even know Did you even know that number before I said it?
Oh my God!
Did you know the radius of the Earth before I brought it up?
I knew what the radius of the. Don't start.
I don't know that. I don't know if it's. Of course,
your whole argument with me is: did you know that there was a replica of the ISS in Texas? That argument.
The conversation requires you to get a lot of education. You are in square one. You don't know crap about your model. You're a dogmatic globetard right now. That's what you are.
Wrong.
Dude, dude, you know what an autoglober is? It's people that believe the globe with no good reason behind it. Shoebill is the opposite of an autoglober. He's a surveyor. No. He goes and he tests what he thinks is proving a globe. Therefore, he doesn't have a bunch of stupid arguments like sunsets and the moon and things that don't actually prove a globe.
Electric. You don't need to be a skilled surveyor or an astrophysicist to understand that the Earth is a globe. You don't need to know that type of stuff. There's simple observations, naked eye observations.
But this is the more substantial evidence. What you think is evidence is not as substantial as what Shoebill does.
No. You don't need to. You could just look up at the sky. I'm in California.
So you're saying look at the sky.
Oh God!
I don't want to look at the sky to prove the Earth, dude. This sky
now I'm gonna leave. This fucking moron jumps in.
The Earth is not in the sky, dude. You're looking in the wrong direction. Sorry,
You're such a fucking moron.
I think you're broke. You're broke at premise one. Look that way, Batman. No, thank you.
I'm triggering Echoplex.
Yeah.
You guys just get triggered. You don't really have arguments.
Yeah. The king's sitting here and you guys are trying to sell him a globe dragon. And then you say, look out in the woods. Just look out there. Imagine there's a dragon out there, King. Please. This shit ain't cutting it anymore, man. It's 2025. Get fucking real. You got to bring the dragon into the fucking thing. We need to see it.
So, Rob Silverman, you pretty much have the globe education of a third grader. So what do you think you're teaching me about the globe? I already knew everything you presented as evidence.
Excuse me. I don't want to teach you anything about the globe.
Why am I talking to you?
I just think that it's hilarious that somebody that says that they're smart and says that there's ambiguity that the globe is that it's a globe. There is no ambiguity.
Yes, I believe there's ambiguity. Yes.
No, there isn't. There is an ambiguity.
Okay, so then you don't know their argument. So then you need to be educated.
Excuse me. And the ambiguity is coming from somebody that believes that we're not in space, that it's fake, that there's
even the leading astrophysicists today are proposing models that don't say that space is an empty region. They got superfluid vacuum theory.
That have to fucking do with the shape of the Earth.
Believing is your first problem. Stop asking us to believe shit.
Jamak, go back to your fucking cave.
Exactly, dude. Stop asking me to bow down to your dogmatic belief when you have no evidence.
You guys
point up,
I'm done. Goodbye.
Point up.
Have a nice fucking life.
I hope to see you later, bro.
You hope I don't hope to see you later, honestly.
All right, cool, man. Don't care.
Really, I would never want to meet you in real life.
All right, dude.
Yeah, because you point up to prove stuff. Point up. Look, that's proof.
Damak, please, wherever you are from, Damak, go back there and just seek life elsewhere.
If all you're going to try to do is hurt people via the internet,
point up.
Not actually on globe evidence.
Point up is where we're from, according to you, weirdo.
Damak, it's not healthy to sniff paint 24 hours a day. Okay?
You don't have an argument.
Doing it for a couple seconds. Stop it for a couple seconds, please.
Electric, you don't have an argument.
Tell us about your life, dude. We don't need to hear that shit.
I presented so many arguments that you never addressed. I presented many.
Sure you did, yeah. Okay.
This dude doesn't even know how a hot air balloon flies around a fucking real ball. None of them do. So fucking dumb. A ball outsmarts all of you. And a hot air balloon, the simplest shit in the world.
Do you know what do you know what
point up.
Do you know what a reference frame is?
I know you ain't got a hot air balloon and a ball. I know you got stuttering going on.
Do you know what an inertial reference frame is?
I know you ain't got no demonstration, motherfucker. No demonstration means you don't know.
You backwoods West Virginia hillbilly motherfucker.
Show us what it looks like with a hot air balloon.
Hey, let's watch the backwoods, let's watch the hillbilly, and let's watch the West Virginia talk.
Well, I apologize if you're from West Virginia, but
and let's see the ball and how you're going to outsmart this
something
hillbilly.
about Demach reminds me
You're
of
smarter than a hillbilly. Get your ball out.
Flying fuck
Get your
does an
ball out,
inertial
liar.
reference frame have to do with anything?
You're not smarter than a hillbilly if you can't get a ball out and show us how what you're talking about, frame boy, with a ball.
Don't be making fun of hillbillies too. Come on.
Cole,
No,
I apologize.
I will be. I am one.
No, man, don't worry about it. I'm just cutting up. I'm just acting silly.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a good thing. Yeah.
Something about Demach reminds me of the movie Deliverance. I apologize, Cole.
Hey, listen. All I know is the guy on Deliverance.
What you bring up inertial reference frames for?
The guy on Deliverance would get a ball and say, "This is the ball's inertial reference frame. This is the hot air balloon. This is how it goes around in its inertial reference frame. This is the ball's reference frame. Show us, weirdo, or else you just have an imagination of what you keep claiming to everybody. You know nothing, burger. Nothing burgers."
So what the hell is the point of bringing up an inertial reference frame? What does that have to do with the Earth?
He can't demonstrate it. Exactly. He has no point. There's no reference of one. They're fucking weird. They'll talk your ear off all day about what they supposedly we know, like they're a robot, like we are Legion. We know ball works like ball, but they won't get the ball out and show us where they fucking learned this from or what it even looks like. But they all know some magical shit. They're secret bastards. They're keeping it a secret from us. Don't conspire against the ball, you guys. Don't keep it a secret, please.
Yeah, you guys got secret ball knowledge. Like, we don't even know why you think the Earth is a ball. Got me whispering now. Oh man, I'm a copycat. Yo, what's up, Echoplex? I can't wait to actually hear your voice in the Discord. Echoplex says, "You do not know the globe better than us. Stop lying. Come present an argument for the globe that I haven't heard already then."
I thought you weren't a flat earther. Or because I got me muted, coward.
I don't know. When I measured the radius of the Earth, I got with about 25 parts per million of Vincenti geodesic. So, yeah, I did test it. And that was over 520 miles with a point in the middle. So I didn't do like some little one-off backyard or, football field size kind of thing. No. I put some effort into it. 3-man crew, a lot of equipment, coordination, multi-day. Yeah. So find an ambiguity. Go ahead. Knock yourself out, but you have to have contrasting measurement, not just say you doubt it. Oh, it's my opinion that the radius has never been proven. It's my opinion that refraction is still so unknown that we can't even tell. There's something fundamentally wrong with discounting hundreds of years of the top science and all the working technology that comes with it. They want repeatable measurement, repeatable science. Okay, I did that, and it comports with even my 100-year-old textbook. But that wasn't a presupposition. That's what the measurements turned out. I got numbers. I compared those numbers to what other people measure. Wow, we agree. So we're not finding these ambiguities. You're just saying they're there.
The ambiguities that I'm speaking of, they come from survey. They come from the transcontinental triangulation of the 39th arc of the parallel, or not not the summation of all the angles of the triangles. We're not 181 degrees every single time.
Okay,
So that
let's look at the
ambiguity is
data.
definitely there. Yeah, it's there.
Okay, no, let's look at it. Let's look at it. You say 181 degrees all the time. Of course not. 1 degree spherical excess is
I
fucking
love
huge.
to hear you say it. Bro, Shubil, you're so honest. I appreciate you.
Let's look at the data.
Grateful for you saying that, dog.
Here you go. From that report, the spherical excess of the triangles, a linear excess of 1 arcsecond per 72 square miles. The bigger the triangle, take the square area of the triangle, divide by 72 square miles. That's the amount of arcseconds in the triangles. It's not going to be 1 fucking degree. A triangle with a spherical excess of 1 degree would be about the size of Texas.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I didn't know somebody was talking about
it. In 24 hours of debating. At 12:30, it'll be 24 hours.
Well, they can't get any live footage of the ISS either from high altitude. All they keep saying is stay on the ground. We promise there's a thing up there. Just stay on the ground, whatever you do.
You got another ambiguity?
Yeah,
I don't know. I presented data. He just presented opinion.
Data would be high altitude footage of you filming the actual thing. Fuck you saying words and numbers. What's that going to help anybody with? 529521 west degrees north going at 529 south 95er. The fuck you live on an airplane, dude?
Yeah, who the fuck wants numbers or something? I mean, it's much more better. It's much more better just to say it. Oh, it looks flat to me.
Yeah, you can't get closer to it in an airplane. Not like 5 to 7 miles. Well, then that would make your plane fucking unfathomable, wouldn't it?
I bet DMOC's on a no-fly list.
That's a big word.
I bet your IQ is fucking low, and you don't comprehend.
I bet your IQ is single digits, you
closer to the
fucktard.
ISS. These guys don't know that you're 7
here.
miles closer to the ISS when you're in an airplane. They don't comprehend it.
Wow. So what?
Only
what? You said 250 miles. We're only 243 miles. Wow. You're only 243 miles. That 7-mile difference is a big fucking deal, isn't it?
And you can see
Shubal doesn't even know how happy he just made me.
And he can see
you
it
just
with his
admitted that the summation of all your angles, they don't always
sake.
equal 180, in excess of 180 degrees. That's it. It's
We'll
over.
Just say they do. Say the ISS flies directly overhead. We're like 7 miles closer, so it's only 243 miles there instead of 250. So that makes a big difference.
That's a cool story guy who ain't filming it from the fucking hot ISS.
Oh, that's a cool story guy who has his head up his ass. You know, the reason you can't see the ISS, Damon, is you have your head up your ass. You know, if you pulled your head out of your ass, if you actually fucking pulled your head out of your ass, if you pulled your head out of your ass, you might be able to see. Daymok, you are the dumbest fuck here. Please stop.
See it from your
it's not going to make any difference, Daymok. The difference is not the 7-mile difference is not going to make any difference.
You're finally
7 miles out of 250 miles. What percentage is that?
You don't know anything, NASA. What do you think you're
going to go get the
You don't know anything.
Divided by
NASA, you actually are so uneducated on this topic. You constantly bring up Aristophanes as globe evidence. That's the only globe
Times
evidence you have
100.
of Eratosthenes.
Ooh, 2.8%, 3% closer. Eratosthenes is.
Nobody
Well, do
knows what
something
you're
with
talking about.
Eratosthenes
Film the
because even
ISS,
morons
dude.
like Damok could do it if he
Go
chose
film
to.
your fucking airplane from an
3.8,
airplane.
3% closer, Damok. That's
Go
gonna make a
film
big
your
fucking
ISS
difference.
airplane from an airplane.
3 minutes.
Watch
You're gonna
it.
make 3 minutes, 3% closer, Damok. That's not gonna
Listen,
make a shit.
stop just talking shit about your airplane.
3% difference,
airplane,
moron.
your religious airplane beliefs. Look, I see an airplane,
3%
Demok.
difference.
I see birds.
3% difference.
Nobody knows what the fuck crack you're
3% difference.
Of crack in your pipe?
3%
Cool.
difference.
So what's an ISS
3%
look like?
difference.
So what's the ISS look like?
3% difference. 3% difference.
Show us what that means.
3% difference.
What's that look like?
3% difference is not globe
3%
evidence. You're not making any sense. You're just chanting
Not
retarded
at all.
garbage.
You guys are
3%
fucking
difference.
weird. Listen to this.
Yeah, dude.
Like he's chatting
Yeah, that's
GPT.
actually, it's crazy how you come in here and you say words and none of the words you say are
3%
globe
difference.
evidence.
Oh, you don't even
That's
you have
not
me
globe
unmuted.
evidence.
Hey, moron.
Do you
So
have
you're
any
got a
idea
fellow
what globe
moron
evidence
here.
would look like? Do you
You
know
guys
that
got
in
a
order to
chatbot
substantiate
3%
the globe,
difference.
you have to actually provide globe evidence and not say 3%
We
difference
do.
like a retard?
We do. The thing is, you don't have
You
any
did
flat
not
Earth evidence.
substantiate any. No, you did not substantiate any curvature yet.
Yeah, we have the Eratosthenes measurement. Do it.
Cavendish.
Yeah, do
Typical
it. Have you ever done it?
NASA dumb shit.
Have you done it? Have you done it?
That's not how anybody substantiates
done it?
Earth curve. If you want to substantiate
Yes, it
the
is.
Earth
That is
curve,
exactly
you're
how
not
you
going to measure the
substantiate
length of
Earth
the
curve.
shadow.
You
No, I
measure
can
it.
calculate the circumference of a
You
flat
measure it.
surface by measuring the length of
It doesn't work
shadows.
that way. Doesn't
It
work
does
that
work
way.
that way.
Sorry.
That is exactly
No,
how
it
it works.
doesn't.
You
The
don't know
sun.
how anything
No,
works.
that's
Why
exactly
would
how it
anybody ask
doesn't
you how
work.
anything works? You're absolutely
Exactly how
retarded.
it doesn't work, idiot. The sun has to be in 2 different spots if you have 3
Yeah, but
points.
NASA showed you don't know how anything works.
You
You're
can
like
fool
you're
yourself.
an
You
auto
don't say,
boomer.
I don't know how anything works. Says
You've been in
the
this
guy who doesn't
conversation
know how
for
anything
years,
works.
and you still don't know how Cavendish works.
Eratosthenes.
You still don't.
I know
You don't
exactly
know
how
how
it works.
celestial navigation works.
I do.
Explain
I do.
celestial
I've done it.
navigation. Let's hear
To
it.
you, no, I
Explain
can't.
celestial
I can't explain
navigation.
it to you because you're too dumb.
You can't explain it, period. You
I can't
couldn't
explain it to you because it's
yourself
too
in a
dumb.
dark room alone.
I
Typically
can't
what
do
you're
it.
dealing
I've done
with.
it.
No,
I've done
you
it.
cannot explain anything.
I have done it. I've personally done it. You've never touched a sextant, and you're telling me that I don't know how
personally
to
done
do it.
celestial navigation. So how did you do it? What were you?
Again, you can't tell you how to do it because you have
What
your
did
head
you
up your
do?
ass.
Explain what you did.
I'm not going to explain it I'm not going to explain
You're
how
not
to
going
do
to
it to a
explain it because
moron
you
who
didn't
doesn't
actually.
understand it.
You don't have anything to explain. You didn't do anything.
The reason I can't explain it to you is that you don't have
See, the reason you don't have
underlying
globe
ability.
evidence is because it's entirely possible that the
Eratosthenes.
globe is not what the Earth is.
Incorrect.
It's entirely possible.
Eratosthenes will prove this. Celestial navigation proves this.
What is celestial navigation? What do you think that
Celestial
is?
navigation. That means you use
Celestial navigation.
Stars.
Celestial navigation. Cavendish. Eratosthenes.
To use the star. Cavendish is not part. No, Cavendish does not show the Earth as a sphere.
You are just the bottom scum of the Earth, dude.
Cavendish does not show that the Earth is a curve. Sorry.
Cavendish does not show Earth as a sphere. Thank you so much.
That's correct. No,
finally,
doesn't
NASA show
Earth
starts
as a
making
sphere.
sense. Finally, NASA show makes sense.
Cavendish shows that gravity exists.
Everybody, it's time to celebrate. Raise your glasses. We're gonna have
yeah,
toast.
because Cavendish
NASA
shows that
finally
gravity
made
exists.
sense. Finally, after years of
Cavendish
not making
shows
sense.
that gravity exists, but it doesn't show that the Earth is a sphere. So you need to get
neither does celestial navigation. Neither does Eratosthenes.
Celestial navigation proves the Earth is a sphere. Eratosthenes proves the Earth is a sphere.
No, it doesn't. How does Eratosthenes prove the Earth is a sphere if I can calculate the circumference of a flat surface by measuring the length of the shadow?
No, you can't. The circumference of a flat surface?
I can certainly do that. Why the heck not?
No, not only with 2 points. With 2 points, you can fool yourself into thinking the Earth is flat.
That's why Eratosthenes only did it with 2
because Eratosthenes was smarter than you. Eratosthenes knew the Earth was. Eratosthenes was smarter than you.
I didn't measure shadows. I measured the light source. I used 3 to exactly counter what the stupid shit you just said.
Yep. Yeah, but you have aren't those machines like $1,000 a piece or something?
We used a lot of equipment. I own my own equipment. The other 2 guys had company equipment. Yeah. And we put a couple days into it.
That's why.
And we didn't do it just once. We didn't do it once. We did it 7 fucking times on different azimuths as well.
And you probably got much better results. But the reason I use Eratosthenes is that even morons like Electric here can put a stick in the ground and measure a shadow. It doesn't cost them anything.
Yeah, well, I was trying to counter the argument by putting some real effort into it. Because they don't like the sticks and shadows. Okay, I didn't measure sticks and shadows. I measured the light source with a precision instrument. I tested it.
Says the same thing. Eratosthenes says the same thing, a lot cheaper.
Yeah. Okay. Eratosthenes, great. Yeah, the Eratosthenes method is time honored and proven and replicated, and has been used way into the 20th century.
Yep.
Yeah, but NASA's argument is so damn remedial. It keeps referencing Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. Every day it comes in. Eratosthenes.
Why haven't you done it yet?
It's not substantiated globally.
Why haven't you done it yet?
You don't know what an argument is. You don't know what evidence.
Why haven't you done it yet?
Well, yeah, but you're going to have to find contrasting measurements.
It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
Why don't you find? You're going to have to find. You're going to have to find contrasting measurements.
It really does. It's been known.
You're going to have to demonstrate. You're going to have to demonstrate the issue. You're going to demonstrate the issue, not just say there's one there.
If you saying no, doesn't make it false. I'm sorry, Electric. Shut up! I was talking. Don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me. Do not overtalk me. I'm tired of being overtalked in this room. I will talk just as much as you. I'm just as fucking stubborn as you, Electric. I'm just as fucking stubborn as you. Until you let me talk, I will continue to talk over you. I will talk over you until you let me talk. Until you listen. There, now you're listening. Eratosthenes. Oh, you're talking, so I have to start over again. I'm sorry, I have to talk over you. Let's start over again. Since you're not listening to me, I will start over again. Now, Gabe, if you want to get into this,
everybody knows what Eratosthenes is. NASA show thinks he has like some new fancy information. As if he's
well, then how come you haven't done it? Why haven't you done it?
Hold on, Electric doesn't believe Eratosthenes exists. He thinks he never existed.
I don't care if Eratosthenes
a lot of people
exists.
don't think Eratosthenes was a real person.
But we have his methodology. We have the methodology.
Robert Silverman, do you have evidence that Eratosthenes actually walked the Earth? Can you please provide evidence?
What part of this don't you understand?
That's not even global. I'm literally throwing you a bone. You don't have to prove the globe, which I know you clearly cannot do. Why don't you at least try to prove that Eratosthenes actually walked the Earth? Robert Silverman.
We have his methodology, and you could show that the Earth is a sphere.
Yo, Robert Silverman, can you please provide evidence that Eratosthenes was a real person?
Can you provide evidence?
We have his methodology.
Can you provide evidence that Marcus Aurelius was a real person or Alexander the Great?
Evidence that Jesus
was a real person. You're completely lily padding. You're changing the topic. I asked you a question. Focus, Glober.
We have his methodology.
Glober, focus. Can you please provide evidence of your claim that Eratosthenes was a real person?
We have his methodology. We have his methodology.
He wrote books. That is not an argument for him being a real person.
It doesn't
matter. Okay, we'll eliminate Eratosthenes the man, but we will not eliminate the math.
Thank you, Shubil. That's honesty. See, Robert Silverman, you see what it's like?
No, just for the sake of argument, we need not deal with the man Eratosthenes, but the math lives. The math has been repeatedly tested over and over, and it was mainstream survey methods for centuries.
I guess we have his methodology is too complicated for Electric, which is
the Meridian surveys by the Academy of Paris in 1760 was still using Eratosthenes' method.
Yeah, they were still referencing the globe model back then. They were just comporting to whatever.
You know why?
The maps were already.
You know why?
Because they already had maps.
They found because they found discrepancy in the length of a degree of meridian. So they tested it and found that the length of a degree of meridian varies by latitude. Hello, oblate.
The only way you're to find discrepancy was by using optical instruments. You're looking through a corridor that's subject to refraction. That's how you affirm your global.
That's why in the Meridian surveys they use zenith. In the Meridian surveys they use zenith sectors. So they were looking at stars as it transited overhead.
Yeah, when you actually use real differential leveling, you're actually measuring things with sticks and whatever. You don't get these values. It doesn't match what you get when you look with optical instruments through the corridor.
Has that been your experience? Has that been your experience when you did it?
This is what surveyors
Did you ever run like 20 miles of differential levels?
This is what you say. You've said this before. You say that you have to find an average. Because there's discrepancies between you literally taking a physical measurement
Not when
and
the
you looking
star
through
is
the corridor of air.
overhead.
You say that you're subject to
Not when
refraction
the
due to your
star is
NASA
overhead.
Shill, you are so stupid. You're chanting
Not
stupid
when
shit.
the star is overhead. Means zero refraction because it's coming
Zero
directly down
refraction.
on
Cool
you.
story,
Yes.
bro. It's
When the,
actually
yeah,
not
that's why they
zero
use
refraction.
zenith sectors. That's why they use. That's why they use
from 90
That's
degrees
why they
to
use
70
zenith
degrees.
sectors.
There is
Nope.
refraction.
Nope, not at 90
That's why they
degrees.
use
No
zenith
refraction.
sectors over
Correct your
several
fellow
years.
globetard. You need to correct
That's
your
why they
fellow
use zenith
globetard.
sectors.
He just said that there is no refraction from 90 degrees to 70 degrees. Correct.
Nope, I said 90
the
degrees,
NASA
moron.
globetard.
I said 90 degrees,
Correct him.
moron. I said 90
Correct
degrees,
him.
moron.
Directly
You
straight
added the
up
70
overhead.
degrees on. You added the 70
straight up
degrees,
overhead.
not me.
That's why they use zenith sectors, and it was a multi-year project.
That's why we do Eratosthenes when the sun is high, because the refraction is zero or nearly zero. Yeah, I know. It's tough to take when you're wrong. I understand.
You're just a mumbling, bumbling idiot.
I'm not mumbling. You have your head up your ass, so you
And
can't hear me well.
It's just not me. It's just not NASA. It's every industrialized country for centuries. So you're going to have to go up against Ordnance Survey UK. You're going to have to go up against the U.S. Coast Geodetic Survey. You're going to have to go through all of the European countries' own geodetic surveys, all of the subcontinent geodetic surveys, like the Indian survey of Mount Everest. You're going to have to go through all that shit and find a problem. Because that's what we call repeatable.
This is why I hold the position.
I wasn't finished.
When
that's
you
what we
look
call
at these
repeatable.
surveys,
I
they
wasn't
don't
finished.
match the
I
globe
wasn't
prediction.
finished.
They do.
I wasn't
That's
finished.
why I hold
I
the
wasn't
prediction
finished.
is because of the
I wasn't
survey.
finished. That's what we call repeatable science.
Yeah, they're repeatedly showing that it doesn't match the globe prediction.
Incorrect.
That's
They
exactly
repeatedly
why I
show
hold
it
this
matches
position.
the globe, moron.
You don't have an argument.
You can say whatever
That's
you
just
want,
your
but
opinion.
when you're wrong, you're wrong.
You just said you just have an opinion that it doesn't match.
Yes, you guys take an average because not every measurement matches the globe prediction, so you make an average.
Incorrect.
Now it doesn't. The sum of your angles isn't always in excess of 180 degrees. That's just a fact.
Depends
you are
how far
not
you shoot.
finding your globe. You're not finding your geometric globe when you do the survey.
Yes, we are.
That's according to surveyors.
No,
I
surveys.
do know this. That's why I say it.
Shoebill is a surveyor. You are not.
Shoebill just got done saying that no, in fact, it does not equal an excess of 181 degrees every time. Sometimes it's under 180 degrees, admittedly, from the surveyor.
Who said it was under 180? And 181 is a fantastically big, stupid number. Who said it's under?
You said that it's not always an excess, so therefore it can either be 180 or under it as well.
I did not say that.
All right, well, I can certainly go back on this recording and find you saying that.
Please do.
It was about 10, 15 minutes ago.
Please do.
Never said that. You never said that.
No, I heard
The problem is when Electra's got his head up.
Yeah, you heard it, but nobody else.
So a lot of things that he mishears.
Wait a
minute.
How many people of your triangle?
He's got shit in his
How
ears.
many people are on this? How many people?
So it's hard for him to
wait
hear
a minute.
people.
How many people are listening, and how many people did not hear me say that, but you alone did?
It doesn't matter. I'm going to ask you again. Do you think that every time you sum the interior angles of your triangle, that you get an excess of 180 degrees every time? Yes or no?
What about the
If
North
the
Pole
triangle
and
is large
South
enough,
Pole?
the triangle has to be large enough.
There you go. There you go. He threw in a discrepancy because. Thank you.
Yeah, I said one arc second per 72 square miles.
I love your honesty.
I said one arc second per 72 square miles. I said one arc second.
Literally enters the conversation based on what you say.
I said 1 arc second per 72 square miles. So if you only have 72 square miles, you're only going to have 0.3 arc seconds per vertex. So that's going to be very difficult to measure.
That's all you got? That's weird.
So and to get 181 degrees, the triangle would have to be the size of Texas. And that's why I plotted the data. That's why I presented. That's why I presented the data from that 1900 survey.
Yeah, when you're doing these azimuthal, when you're taking these azimuthal angles to get the interior angles of a triangle, you guys say that there's such thing as left to right refraction. The turbulence of the atmosphere can affect your azimuth angles as well, along with vertical displacement. So no, it doesn't always match the globe radius. Thank you.
God, you have your
What
head
a
firmly
fucking
up your
he just verbal graffiti, you know. He's just like nah. The only thing he abjectly rejects is reality.
Right.
No, this is you, dude. I get it from you.
No, you don't know shit. Stop it. Pull your head out of your ass and would help you understand.
You can't even explain celestial navigation.
Not to you, no, because you need to have a little bit of understanding.
You can't explain
no, not to you.
Period.
What would be the
Not
point
to
of
you.
explaining it to you, Electric? There's no reason to.
Because I want to know if he understands it.
I mean, you think like just because you never saw someone, they never existed. Did King Solomon ever exist? I mean, the things you say are so dumb.
You can't pertain to the subject at all, dude. I'm sorry.
No, because the things you say are so asinine that it's just dumb. The things you say.
Oh gosh.
How do you know that
You're saying dumber
boring.
things like did a king exist? That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Did
How
a
do you
book
know
exist? Who
Eratosthenes
cares?
was a person? I mean, it's so dumb.
You don't. You don't know.
It's so dumb. It's dumb. It's a globe. He said it's a globe.
Where's his body at? Where's King Solomon's body?
Oh God! Now I get this idiot talking now.
Yeah, no, yeah. Said the guy who said somebody's real without his body. Okay, idiot.
Oh, shut up, Damon. You fucking moron.
It's got
You guys don't even know a fucking horizontal line is.
People's all making
I
an
can't
argument.
even figure out a horizontal line.
You're stupid. You're dumb.
Horizontal line, increase the space. Can't prove it. No globe.
What a moron you are. Idiot. What a fucking idiot you are. You really are.
Horizontal line.
I say you got
no
nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I got everything. You have
No,
nothing.
you have nothing.
Yeah, I do. Eratosthenes is proof.
He said it again. Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes is proof. Is correct.
What is your whole point, Al?
Pictures from space are proof.
Do you really want to know what the
celestial
point is,
navigation
after
is
I explained
proof.
it to you already?
No,
celestial
because
navigation is proof.
We listened to everyone in here. We listened to you. We listened to an expert surveyor, and you've yet to come up with an ambiguity. You've not said any ambiguity that's true. It's just bullshit. You just like
you weren't listening. You barely pay attention. So you just say that means you're not paying attention.
It doesn't measure the radius. That's my ambiguity. You have no documents to back it up. Nothing.
No shit. You guys invoke a certain amount of refraction. You say, in order for this to be a case on the globe model,
you don't
I
use
need light to be refracting this much away
use
from the
refraction.
geometric position of the globe.
Eratosthenes does not use refraction because you wait until the sun is
That's
overhead.
the ambiguity. You did not measure the Earth
No
radius.
ambiguity. See, you're just making shit up.
Yes, ambiguity. Lots of ambiguity. It's all
no ambiguity. Nope.
Yes,
you it is
it's
because you have your head up your ass.
your sexual preference. We don't know if you're gay or not, NASA.
Okay, let's move on.
What difference does that do?
You have another.
So you had to throw the gay card. Therefore, we know he's fucking lost.
No, dude. Shoebill, everything you say and make these arguments, you literally make it apparent that there is ambiguity.
Okay, for anybody else listening on the panel, was there ambiguity, or is Electric just insisting it's ambiguous because he's an idiot?
Oh yeah,
there you go.
You want to ask about the Bible?
Amen to that.
Yeah, you're gonna ask NASA Shill that.
Electric, let's move on.
Hey, NASA Shill, tell me that.
Is there another? Is there something else that's ambiguous about it other than what the radius? What else is ambiguous?
Yeah, of course, the center of the Earth, Antarctica. With a cause for
Antarctica's not ambiguous. What are you talking about?
That's right.
Oh my God, Antarctica's ambiguous.
Your Big Bang
Antarctica's ambiguous.
Where's the ambiguity in Antarctica?
Even though Whitsid, your
Where's
flirt
the
daddy
ambiguity in Antarctica?
You have to say no. It's not.
Be specific. Be specific. What's the ambiguity with Antarctica?
Are you guys done spiraling? Are you done spiraling?
Am I spiraling?
No, I'm asking a question. What's the ambiguity with Antarctica, and be specific?
Of course, dude. So when they went to go verify what they were doing in the final experiment, they didn't bring anything to verify.
What?
It's like
they brought fucking cameras, you moron. They brought cameras.
Yeah, everybody insisted on the video. They recorded They recorded a 25-hour video. Sun never set. Where's the ambiguity?
They brought sundials.
we don't know
You
if
can
that
see
actually
those.
happened.
They brought a
have
scale.
where they were when they claimed to be there.
Oh my god!
What? They were at 80. They
Besides
were
that,
like 80 degrees south.
You need to do polar circumnavigation and actually.
Oh yeah, there you go. Move the
They've done that too.
Move the
you guys say no to that too.
This has always been the argument.
Move the goalposts.
The argument changes every time. And if I planned a flight for you
where's your
and put you on, if I put you on a flight, if I put you on a flight, if I put you on a flight, if I put you on a flight that went from pole to pole, if I put you on a flight that went from pole, I have to start over again. Sorry, because you're not listening. If I put you on a flight that went pole to pole, if I put you on a flight that went pole to pole, straight line, kept on going the same way, you would find some objection to it, wouldn't you?
I bet you have to mush your food up before you eat it.
Again, if I put you on a flight, went pole to pole, straight line, never making a turn, we just went all the way around the globe, you would still find some objection to it, I'm sure.
All right, dude.
So there you have it.
It can be done. Actually, it can't be done right now because of Russian overflight. But other than that, I mean, it's
another fact that Electric denies happening. Now he doesn't even believe they went to Antarctica.
Yeah.
Silverman, why are you getting gaslighted, dude? You should just be enjoying
the navigation thing has been done.
He said there's ambiguity. He said there's ambiguity with Antarctica, and then said he needs a circumpolar flight. So I didn't hear what the ambiguity with Antarctica is.
Yeah, you definitely want to do a survey where you actually go to the South Pole and then you continue north to the other side of your supposed globe.
We're done.
You never did that.
Oh my God! Here we go. Look at this.
Should be able
that's
to do
additional.
That on
that's additional. Where's the ambiguity?
No,
where's the ambiguity with our current scenario with 50?
This is where the goalpost always has been.
With 50
look
research
at this. Sixth flight. Here's one. 1965.
Where's the ambiguity?
1965 Roswell polar flight. Pan Am 50s. 1977 did it. So there's another
Where's
one.
the ambiguity? Where's the ambiguity of Antarctica?
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, because we have
there's
50
you fly south. You guys did not prove when you fly south and you cross the South Pole, you can head back north.
1979, they did it again.
You've never proved that to be the case.
2009.
Okay, but
when you shout, your mic
just
cuts
something
out.
you want in addition.
That's
something you want in addition. What's wrong? Where's the ambiguity with what we have?
2019.
Standard of evidence.
Yeah, but that's not ambiguity.
So here you go. Look at that.
Yes, it is ambiguous right now. Nobody's done it.
5 flights right there.
They don't let you confirm.
Yeah,
they've done it. They did it. I posted it, you moron. I posted it. They did at least 5 flights. Incorrect. Look again. They 5 flights. I posted.
Right, what do you want
look at that. There's 5 flights. What I posted. Starting in 1965 with the Rockwell Polar flight.
You typed in flat Earth. You typed in flat Earth debunk on Google. You didn't do anything.
Here we go. I've had this one for a while. So that's 1965. Then Pan Am 50 did it in 1977.
Remedial arguments. You're referencing
again, look at this. It's Pan Am 50. Pan Am 50 did it in 1977.
Yeah,
that's
you definitely
2. Then
get disregarded.
Charles Fiennes and Burton did it in 79. That's 3.
Hold on. He should get disregarded like you disregard your flat Earth meme.
And then Tag Transpolar did it. That's number 4.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
One more
Rob,
orbit.
You should just be enjoying yourself.
In 2019, that's 5. So there's 5 pole-to-pole flights on this thing. Say no, some more.
But where's the ambiguity from Antarctica? That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, I just explained it. Were you listening, or was everybody talking over me too much?
No, you had your head up your ass.
You said you wanted something else. What's wrong? Where's the ambiguity with what we have?
Okay, so just so you're aware, Shoebill, you got NASA Shill and Rob Silverman in the background. These guys aren't listening to anything I'm saying, and they keep chanting and parroting stupid shit, not realizing that I already addressed their questions.
You said there weren't polar flights.
Okay,
I posted 5 of them.
Moving forward because these idiots don't listen.
I posted 5 flights.
But wait a minute,
5
NASA, be quiet. NASA, be quiet. So The thing is, you did not answer the question of what is the ambiguity with what we have. You said you want something else, but what's the ambiguity with what we have, given the 50 research stations which have been there for decades?
You should be able. Okay, you should be able to steel man what I said. You asked me that question before. I gave you a whole bunch of things I consider ambiguous about the globe. Can you tell me at least one of them? Do you remember?
You said Antarctica.
Yeah, you think the radius is questionable.
Okay, I'm glad you were listening. Cool.
Yeah, you said radius,
well,
then you said Antarctica.
Wrong,
what's ambiguous about Antarctica?
Yeah, I still haven't heard that ambiguity with what we have.
Well, he said that we need a polar flight.
Yeah, not just because you want something in addition that's already been done, but not to your satisfaction. What's ambiguous with what we have?
Spit from your mouth. Try again.
Again,
what's
I posted
ambiguous
5
with what we have?
pole flights. I posted 5.
Just because you want something in addition, that's not answering the question of what's ambiguous with what we have.
I think it is ambiguous. I think Antarctica is definitely ambiguous. They do not allow you to explore and confirm where the South Pole is using compasses and sextants. Why are you interrupting? I literally waited for Shubil to ask this question.
Because you're wrong.
And you're speaking right through me because you're
Wait,
a clown.
hold on a second.
Because you're wrong, and you always talk over me, so I figure I'll return the favor.
I don't want to hold on. I'm being interrupted by a goofy clown.
Because you won't. You interrupt me all the time. How come I can't interrupt you?
The guy who doesn't know anything.
I'm returning the favor. Isn't it frustrating when someone talks over you all the time?
So let me say one thing to this idiot. Electric, is there a reason why you just can't go walk around?
I'm not listening to you, dude. If that's what you have to say, dude, there's no reason for you to conversation.
No, but hold on.
All you have to say is,
I'm
going to call you stupid. You're stupid. Oh my God.
Yeah, you are. You're
when I
fucking
turn
stupid.
down people like you.
Electric.
There's no reason to listen.
Than fuck.
And I'm turning down NASA Shill now.
Fucking overtalk. I'm going to overtalk you then. I'll overtalk you if you're going to do that.
Shubil, if you want to have
fucking overtalk you every time you say.
Maybe you're
until I will overtalk you so nobody can hear you.
Antarctica is ambiguous. They do not let you explore the South.
I'm just as stubborn as you are. If you turn me down, I will just overtalk you. I will just overtalk you.
They are not able to firm.
I will overtalk you.
Do you know why, Electric?
As long as you have me muted,
they already did the
I will
work.
just fucking overtalk you.
Do you understand, Shubil?
Because you're a
Rob Silverman, NASA Show. You guys are turned down. All you've been doing is cheerleading and insulting. You don't have our.
Nobody can hear you.
Just that you're remedial
turn me down, you piece of shit.
You sound retarded.
You're just a piece of shit.
Electric, do you know why you can't freely explore Antarctica? Do you know why?
So, Shubil, do you understand why I say Antarctica is ambiguous?
I'm just going to overtalk
people claims about Antarctica, they do not let you confirm their claims themselves.
So, nobody can hear you.
Do you know why you can't freely explore Antarctica, Electric?
Oh, Shubil.
Because you're a piece of...
Electric, do you understand why?
I'll take that as a concession because you guys
every time you light up, I'll overtalk you. Because you're
Electric,
just a piece of shit.
do you understand why you can't freely explore Antarctica?
I'm just going to overtalk you. You're just blindly...
He must have you turned down. Which is violation of rules. He has you turned down.
I'm just going to overtalk him.
No.
He has me turned down and he's purposely overtalking me. So I'll overtalk him because he's a piece of shit.
Insulting me for about
I'll just overtalk him. He's a piece of shit.
It's been noted by Sage that this has been verging from disordered to dumpster fire for quite some time. We have one alternate believer in things chatting in the room. Can we manage our dissonance, folks? Can we engage in discussion? Do you reckon we can do it?
Trying.
I think NASA Shill's will.
Well, no, and unmute me.
I would like to give Rob Silverman a shot, but every time he speaks up,
it's just talking over me. Unmute me and stop talking over me.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to talk over you. You say stupid shit,
fine,
and I don't need to hear it.
You talk, of course. Everything I say is shit to you because it's truth, and you're like a vampire when it comes to truth.
I already know your position. You think Earth is a globe because of Eratosthenes. Cool,
NASA,
dude.
Yeah, Eratosthenes exactly is part of the proof. That's correct.
NASA, let me ask him a question. Electric, you said that Antarctica is ambiguous because we can't freely explore. Is that what you said?
Well, you were listening for once.
I'm asking, is that what you said?
That's the Whitsid line. After
Why are you
said
asking?
you couldn't
Why
go
didn't
there.
you just listen when I said it?
I'm asking for clarification because it's very noisy in here.
You fucking globetard, dude. When I say stuff, you should be fucking listening, idiot.
No, I don't listen to you. We don't listen to me. Why should I listen to you, you fucktard?
Nobody's trying to hear you.
How long has it been like this? I've been like getting on with my life.
As long as the electric's been here.
I would like to talk to Shoebill. These other guys are interjecting to
riding on eggshells. You see what's happening? You can see who the culprit is here. It's Electric.
Well, Electric's the unbound one. Electric gets to do virtually anything he wants, short of like violating TOS because he's outnumbered. And the reason the room is so full is because there's somebody here to talk to about his wacky beliefs.
Additionally, riding on eggshells, he also throws out many homosexual slurs and calls many homosexual epithets in the server, which is not
it's
cool.
a figure of speech. When I say that you got academic priest dick all the way down your throat, it's a figure of speech, dude. You're just regurgitating your academic. Yes, you think you got a gold star in 5th grade for saying that Pluto was 9th planet from the sun, and then you want to come in here and regurgitate it, but I already know that. The only difference is you want to sprinkle in insults and ad hocs along with the Pluto's a planet from the sun, you fucking idiot. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
You were calling people faggots. You were calling people faggots.
The moon is facing the earth all day.
Let's be honest here.
Your arguments are so remedial, dude. It's not worth having the conversation if that's all you got. You clearly proved that you don't know about the globe like I do.
I asked
you
you
more
a
about
question.
the globe than you. So
you
what the fuck do you think you're talking to me about?
Okay, I asked you said that Antarctica is ambiguous because you can't freely explore. I asked you if that's your belief. I just want to clarify. That's all. If that's what you're saying, I'm asking you then, why do you think it is that we cannot freely
You're asking
explore?
for clarification. No problem. I can clarify for you.
Okay, clarify, please.
So Antarctica is okay. So you don't have to speak when you ask for clarification.
I'm not talking.
So Antarctica is definitely, you're going to talk again because you don't understand how conversations work.
Oh, he's pulling a gin
now. You got something to say? Get it out. No, I'm just waiting for him to get all of his outbursts out.
He put out one syllable, okay, and next thing you know, you're like, oh, don't interrupt me. He just said, okay. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, Shoebill, try to control yourself, please. All right.
It's hard with a fuckhead like you.
You are not able to freely, dude. Stop. Do you want to, if you can't have the conversation, just all the servers, you're freaking out about it. It's making your hair stand on your head.
All right, continue,
Stop
please.
freaking out.
Continue on. Go.
I would like to. Shoebill's freaking out.
Go ahead.
Right, go. So yes, Antarctica is definitely ambiguous. You are not able to explore and confirm the claim made people who are telling you that it is an island and that you can circumnavigate to the north by crossing the South Pole. Nobody here has done that. He has evidence that you can do that. You understand?
Can I talk now? Why is it that we're not able to freely explore Antarctica?
So you're just waiting to say. I ask you, do you understand? I asked you a question. Fuck.
I understand what you said, and now I'm asking you a question. Why is it that we cannot freely explore Antarctica? Do you think of a good reason why?
Because if you were to try to freely explore Antarctica, they would stop you. They would say, hold on, you need a permit. And if you want to go to Antarctica at all, you have to go to Union Glacier. You're not allowed to go to all the other places that they claim down there.
Do you understand that Antarctica, you just can't stop? Oh my God, can I please talk now? I let you talk, now let me talk. You can't just go to Antarctica. Excuse me. There's not a 7-Eleven or a hospital or a gas station on every corner. So you would be out there in the middle of nowhere and you would die. So they're trying to avoid that. If you just walked around, is that you could just jump in your car and start driving? Where are you going to get gas from? Think about what you're saying, dude.
There's not a 7-Eleven. That's why you can't go. Shut up. That's so dumb.
No, it's not. It makes perfect sense.
Why do you talk? Why do you talk? Why do you open your mouth? You should let.
Where are you going to get fuel from?
Stop opening your mouth.
Where are you going to get fuel? Where are you going to get food, water? Where are you going to get your sustenance?
What are you going to do in Antarctica if there's not a 7-Eleven? The dumbest argument I've heard all day.
That's why you can't freely explore. Because it has to be planned out. This is why I don't entertain the things
you guys say. You're an auto glober thinks they have a reason.
Electric.
You've never done any.
How are you going to explore a 7-Eleven if you can't get a chili hot dog and a Coca-Cola?
You haven't done any hiking, have you?
It has to be planned out.
You can't explore Antarctica without a chili
you done
hot
any
dog and
backpacking at
nachos.
all? Electric, have you done any backpacking at all, ever?
Let's stay on subject, please.
That
Have
sounds
you
like a
done
no.
any camping? Have you done any camping?
Sounds like the police don't. Police will let you go to
That
Antarctica.
sounds like another no. When they don't answer, like quit straight away, that's a no.
Is that the Aussie Terry chiming in to speak for me like a bitch?
No, it wasn't for me. No, I'm just standing here doing nothing.
All right.
So you haven't done any backpacking.
Stop trying to speak for me. You know nothing.
Haven't done it. You haven't done any camping. You haven't done any backpacking. So you have no idea the logistics involved in getting someone, expedition of people in a faraway place.
What are you talking about? You're talking bringing snacks on a hike. You are an
snacks
idiot.
on a hike.
What are you talking about?
Snacks on a hike. Fuck off, you moron.
Yeah, you're like, have you ever been backpacking? You need to stop at 7-Eleven before you go to the South
Have you
Pole.
ever been
This line is
backpacking?
retarded.
You have no idea the logistics involved in caring for a multi-day expedition of multiple people.
Please don't go to Antarctica, but do.
Yeah, dude, you're trailing off and you're not making sense.
If you went to Antarctica, you would die, and then they would have to go haul your dead frozen ass out of there, which is why they don't let you. Which is why they don't let you freely explore in the Witsit.
Somebody should open a store in Antarctica, and they should name it 24/7.
That'd be funny.
Ah, good one.
Actually, they do have a store at the. What was the name of the store? There's a name. There's a pretty smart ass name for the store at the South Pole. I'll have to go look it up again.
So the core contention is what?
That he said the core contention is that Antarctica is ambiguous.
These guys admitted they are admitting that they are not able to explore the South, which would be the necessary way to verify the claims.
Oh fuck! That's the latest thing.
Antarctica
is
solely an island.
Have you explored China?
Pole. They say that you have to be a 7-Eleven. You have to fill your backpack.
No.
That's what they say.
Electric. Excuse me, electric. Many people have had expeditions to the South Pole, but it's planned out in advance. It's planned out in advance. Excuse me. It's planned out in advance because you have to have fuel at certain locations so they can refuel. They can't just go to the bathroom.
You are not able to do what is necessary. Admittedly, you just admitted it.
What is? Can I ask you? Let's get to the bottom of this because I hear this a lot.
Okay.
Let him speak.
I hear this. Thank you. I hear this a lot. You can't explore Antarctica freely, and I would like to know what is behind that claim. What's being hidden, or why would they stop us from exploring Antarctica?
That is why we need to go to find out why they don't want people to go there.
So fucking cold.
You want to blindly accept what we tell you about this landmass, and other people don't. Okay, so you can hold your dogmatic position and believe academia. Feel free to believe academia all you want. Other people like me think it's necessary to verify
then fucking go there.
Made about that landmass.
Electric.
Go there.
Holy crap.
I
literally have
phrase
like 5
Why don't you fucking go there?
It's very popular, so
why don't you fucking go there, Electric? Tell me why you don't fucking go there.
I'm trying to explain to a plate why someone might feel there's ambiguity around energies to explore.
There's no ambiguity. The only ambiguity is you say nuh-uh. The only ambiguity is you sitting here saying nuh-uh the whole time.
Can you stop being triggered, NASA? Maybe take the thing out of your ass. Whatever's in your ass, just take it out.
So
your head's up my ass. That's the only thing that's up there.
Squiggle,
please pull your head out of my ass.
I've only been in here a few minutes, and gosh, you're just railing on everyone. Just stop, please.
Me?
Yes, please. I know everyone's triggered. You're the token flatty in here, so just expect people to be triggered, but please. All right. So what
all I'm trying to do is make my position clear why it's necessary to explore Antarctica. Okay.
Then do it.
Well, then here's what I thought of the other day when I was in here. You know, you have a problem in search of a solution, right? Or a solution. What is it? It's one of those things. Instead of instead of flat Earth trying to find a solution, flat Earth is trying to find a problem. You're in search of a problem. You're not in search of a solution. You're looking at it like, how can we find a problem here? Let me see, what can we do to make the fact that it's difficult to explore Antarctica and in a lot of ways restricted to, it's difficult and you have to pass all these barriers. There's many barriers to entry, right? So there's all these things that inhibit people from going there. And so what could it be that's causing this to happen? The issue with that is...
We just had Will Duffy invest over $250,000 to go to Antarctica, and he did it to address any of the questions flat earthers have about this continent.
Excuse me, Electric.
What he did does not answer the questions that people have about this continent.
You rudely interrupted.
Stop shouting over the middle of my sentences.
You rudely interrupted Red Cloud. So let him finish his point.
Well, I thought that was late.
I'll answer that in a second. Because that isn't true. But I'll answer it in a second. But what you're doing is you're looking for a problem. You don't know why you imagine that they're restricting people's activity in Antarctica, but you don't know why. So you don't even know the reason. You think there's something's going on, but you don't know what it is. And so you are saying that they are as a restriction.
You are making a different argument than these other guys. Okay, so you guys have conflicting beliefs as to why you can't go, so you can duke it out amongst each other, why people aren't able to explore that continent.
The second thing, lost my train of thought. Yeah, I really did. I lost it.
Well, sorry, Red Cloud. Hey, if you want to have this conversation without a bunch of people trying to make it messy,
no, it's just you just interrupted me,
he's very rude.
Let me see if I can retrieve it. Hang on.
He's very rude.
Oh, okay. Yes. You said that what Duffy did didn't. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. What he did was he heard people saying, you can't go to Antarctica. Flat earthers, big name flat earthers said, you cannot go to Antarctica. You cannot freely explore. They're hiding something. Why don't they allow you to go to Antarctica? Why is it restricted?
You never bothered to comprehend the position.
As it transpires,
this is a massive
that was wrong. It isn't a straw man. There's only a straw man now. It became a straw man as soon as you were realized that, oh no, they're serious. They're actually going to go there. Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter.
Okay, Red Cloud. I want you to pay close attention to what I'm about to tell you. You paying close attention?
Don't do that. No, because I'm a non-conformist, so I'm more likely just to mute you. Let's have a regular conversation.
All right. So you're just gonna mute and letting me respond?
No, when someone says pay close attention to exactly the words I'm going to say, I'm a non-conformist. I'm usually just like going to say, just talk to me like a regular human being. I'm not your enemy, you know. I'm not.
Not a so flat earther questioned Union Glacier.
We're just chatting. We're just chatting about different ideas.
Listen, you fucker. Why are you interrupting, Red Cloud? Shut up. We knew there was a place called Union Glacier. Nobody questioned that. Okay, Will Duffy spent a bunch of money to send people to a tourist destination that nobody questioned.
I'll turn you down.
We are talking about the entirety of the continent. You need to verify the entire landmass, not Union Glacier. Nobody gives a fuck about Union. No one gives a fuck about Union Glacier. For you to think that satisfies a flat earther, you have no idea what the argument is. You've been in this conference for years. For you to not know the position yet,
Electric.
But waste of time you are.
You are a rude and obnoxious person. That gentleman was very kind.
You're rude. You're stupid.
Excuse me. That gentleman was very calm and very quiet. He did nothing wrong, and you treated him bad. You're a rude person. Number two, we've explored Antarctica.
Because he's very dishonest. He thinks he doesn't know that no one gives a fuck about Union Glacier.
Excuse me. We've explored the whole
continent. That satisfies. He's pretending that satisfies the flat earthers. No, it does not.
Excuse me.
Going to Union Glacier doesn't change anything.
Excuse me. We have explored the continent of Antarctica, And if you want to go, excuse me, if you would like to go to Antarctica,
stop baselessly asserting stupid shit. I already know your dumbass argument. Shut up.
Excuse me. If you would like to go down there, and
dude,
start
you don't have a real argument.
Excuse me. If you let me finish, if you would like to go down there, then you have to.
I already know you're done repeating yourself.
Excuse me. You have to plan in advance because they have to prepare fuel for you. They have to prepare bathrooms because you can't just go to the bathroom in the snow. They have to prepare food because there's no corner grocery store. So it has to be planned out in advance, and it's very expensive. So it's not something that you could just go, let me go drive to North Carolina. It's not like that. But you can't comprehend that. Your mind doesn't work to comprehend the vast size of Antarctica. It's a giant,
goddamn pathetic waste of air. Now you're going to listen to my response. You fuck idiot. Nobody was questioning the existence of Union Glacier. Everybody knew there was a tourist destination.
I never said Union
Nobody
Glacier.
ever questioned that. Shut the fuck up, retard. Nobody ever questioned that. So stop acting like that's going to satisfy the questions of flat earthers. No one gives a fuck about Union Glacier. We give a fuck about circumnavigating the entire.
I never said Union Glacier.
You're a retard. I'm just going to turn you down. I don't need to talk to you. You're an idiot.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say Union. Yeah, I never heard you say Union Glacier.
I didn't say Union Glacier.
Circumnavigate in what? A boat? That's been done.
There's something horribly wrong with your brain if you're going to pretend like flat earthers give a fuck about a Union Glacier. That is not what's in contention.
Because it's been done.
Union Glacier is not in contention. If
so you have to raise another
Antarctica and you think it needs to be
I never said Union Glacier.
Going to Union Glacier is not going to change anything.
Until they went to Union Glacier,
the went to Union Glacier.
They
did not explore the continent.
Excuse me, until they went to Antarctica, it wasn't about freely exploring. It was about going to Antarctica.
You're slow as
Listen
fuck.
to me one more time. You keep changing the hoop. I'm dogmatic, says the guy who keeps changing the rules, moving the goalposts. Until they went to Union Glacier, until they went to Antarctica, the argument was you couldn't even go to Antarctica. Then they went to Antarctica and they said, oh, no, now you have to freely explore Antarctica, whatever the fuck that means.
But I never said Union Glacier at all. I said very clearly, Electric, that we've already explored the continent of Antarctica, and it takes a lot of planning, logistical planning, to start going around there. You have to have fuel prepared. You have to have bathrooms set up. You have to have food set up, because otherwise you'd go out there in the middle of nowhere and die. So it's not like you just go drive over there. Think about it.
How many people visit Antarctica every year?
Lots of them.
Many people.
Well, and it's a lot more than you think, because a lot of cruise ships will go, but they'll barely touch Antarctica. Yeah. They'll go nowhere near the South Pole. Well, it's one.
So you guys are comfortable sitting in your house, imagining that Antarctica is what, and you're not confirming any of the claims.
Then fucking go
there. So your opinion
is
completely disregarded. There's no real addressing anything you say.
Go there. Go there.
South Pole right now.
And it works. Do you understand that if you hold a dogmatic belief about Antarctica, you can't verify the claims yourself? You
just who's talking about holding a dogmatic belief about Antarctica?
You have to get gas and blah blah blah.
The guy
who's
sitting here,
excuses to not actually verify
the dogmatic view of Antarctica.
You're not verifying the claims.
You're holding the dogmatic view about Antarctica.
There's a reason we can't verify.
You are holding the dogmatic view about Antarctica.
You're admitting that I am correct.
You're
not verify the
claim. No, you're not correct.
Admitted,
moron.
Globe
you are the fucking stupidest person here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
There's people at the South Pole right now.
You can go wherever you want in Antarctica. You just have to file the proper paperwork.
The thing is that Will Duffy was one such man when they said, go to Antarctica. It was Dean Odell. It was during that debate, if you can call it a debate, that Dean Odell did with that other dude. And during that debate, he said, let's go to Antarctica. That was Dean Odell saying that.
Yeah.
So
Dean Odell, then what happened after?
Yes.
Then what happened after they went there? Huh?
He called it Satan. Satan is manifesting himself as the sun.
They actually offered him a free trip to go, and he turned it down. And then he started talking about Satan.
Stop opening your mic. Red Cloud, before you kill the chat, stop talking so much, please.
Look who's talking about chatting all the time.
Here.
The fucking talking all the time.
You're just angry at everyone. What's going on in your life, Squiggle?
You're literally audio NyQuil. You are audio NyQuil. You literally whisper
is going on?
Put everybody to sleep.
What is going on in your life?
Stop trying to put everybody to sleep.
What is going on in your life that you are so angry at everybody? Because everybody, including me, and I've done nothing. Including me. Why are you so angry with everyone?
You got NASA Shell, Rob Silverman,
There's something going on in your life to make you this angry.
Freaking out and screaming. They're all freaking out and screaming because I have intentions. Okay, these guys can't control themselves. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Because you're a lying sack of shit. That's why.
I'm not going to be. I'm not going to go there. If you know what I mean. I'm just saying. It's like you have something going on in your life right now, and you're taking it out on us. Can you please not do that?
There's people at the South Pole.
I feel the same way about you. The Globers, you hang out in flat Earth servers.
I've got lots
You're
of
an anti-flat earther, but all you want to do is hang out with flat earthers.
The middle of winter, and there's about 30 to 40 people right now at the South Pole.
I can address which way I please because you are involved in our practices.
So 30 people at the South Pole right now. As we're speaking, 30 people at the South Pole right now.
I literally look at you as like a shit stain.
So
you want to hate flat Earth.
Holy cow, man! Is that really?
Shit stains? Electric. How are you?
That's just like,
dude. Yeah, you're an auto glober.
You have something. You have something.
So why should I address you?
Then I turn you down, and
because you eviscerate your stupid argument. That's why.
Poison.
Electric. The things you say things that are just asinine. Just to talk about.
Okay, so you Globers want to circle jerk and you want to have your coping thing go on?
Out of the heart, the mouth speak.
Talk about coping, says the master coper.
No, the
truth is, Red Cloud is absolutely audio NyQuil. Every time he opens his mouth,
move a conversation on this guy's just too toxic. Let's talk about
something. Every time you open your mouth, lies come out. The hell's it? I mean, you really you say you're not a flat earther, yet you come up with stupid flat earther arguments.
In the conversation.
I think it'd be better with NASA as Sheila and I.
It's because you're a dishonest globetard. You act like people aren't interested in exploring the South.
I'll argue with you, Red.
You just got
go there. Why haven't you gone there then? If you are so hard,
you guys want to have a global circle jerk?
Come on, why aren't you going there, Electric? You've got such a hard on for freely exploring the place. Go.
NASA. He doesn't have any money.
I don't have money.
And not any money. He has no expertise either. He'd die within a day.
He doesn't have money. He hasn't traveled within 50 miles of where he's been born. I guarantee it.
Oh, his mom's basement has probably never been more than 25 miles away from it.
Is that all you got, Rob?
Just
lies. You believe lies?
Mudslinging is one thing. This guy's poo-flinging.
Rob, I think that your parents dropped you on your head. That's what I think. I think that you actually have severe brain damage, Rob. That's why you didn't know anything about the global research.
The flat earthers, though. All flat earthers say they start off as globers.
You were brain damaged. Yeah, that's evidence that you have brain damage.
I wish that I was brain damaged. Flat earthers like you.
There's for you to be here then. Why don't you just fucking...
All flat earthers have the same story.
I was sitting here listening to me. What the fuck are you doing?
I got in a car accident and I hit my head really hard.
Make your mind up.
Then I became a flat earther after I hit my head.
You made me laugh about something that I shouldn't have laughed about. You swine. What's funny though?
All right, so the Globers, they need to circle jerk now. You guys have fun. I'm going to Earth Awakenings.
Yeah,
okay. I'll see you.
Circle jerk.
Hey, Electric, get me back in there. I want to continue this conversation with you.
Oh
thank God he's gone.
Can I go? I'll go over there and pick on him over there.
Can somebody get me back in that server? Geo kicked me out. I got to get back in there.
Did he? Okay. Somebody got a link. I'm not on the computer at the moment.
He was all right the other night. Here's the thing, chaps. I think there is something. I mean, serious. I am actually. I really am. I think there's something going on in his life, and he wasn't normally this vitriolic. There's something's going on, and he's just taking it out on people. He's angry at stuff, and he doesn't know what to do with it. So he's raging.
Yeah, you were very respectful, and he completely went after you for no reason.
Yeah, that's why I realized there's something's going on. I've encountered that before. That's kind of how I kind of hear it. I got it in an encounter with a lady who was like a Karen, totally Karen to me, and I realized there was something's going. I felt like there was something going on in her life, and I asked her, after she'd calmed down, oh gosh, it was terrible. She was like really yelling at me and stuff. And afterwards, I asked her, I said, I did all the apologizing. Sorry, I made you yell and everything. I did all that. And then I said, is everything okay? And she said, my mother has cancer.
Oh, wow.
So that's where it came from.
Yeah.
And it was just me doing something. I triggered her in some way, and she just let it off on me,
Yeah.
I never forget that. She just broke down. Oh.
Wow. Well, but that's understandable too.
Yeah.
Definitely. Anyways, it's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah, you too.
You came in at the end. We've been going at it for a while here, but you came in at the end there.
I've been jumping in the YouTube live stream, just listening a little bit, and then usually it's fun. I come in when Terry's in because he's so calm and Aussie, and Eggs is great too. So I usually come in when there's a combination of people in here.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to argue, but I can't work out how to do that yet.
Holden's crap. They're rust buckets and they fall apart after 20 miles. No, Holden's okay.
No, that's not a good enough argument.
No, their transmissions have bad teeth.
Oh dear.
They're not as frugal as German car.
I bet. Oh yeah, battery vehicles are hopeless because you always got to plug them in to charge them up.
Hopeless. They're going to kill everyone. They're going to drive you over a cliff. What's Thingy playing? Cole playing? Oh, he's playing another game, isn't
he? Yeah, he's
Death Stranding.
I just like to play normal games like Mud Runners and all those other games.
No
Can we talk about the age of the Earth?
Yeah, we could talk about the age of the Earth.
Yeah, how old's the Earth?
Was that from the other night? Do you remember from the other night?
Yeah, we'll talk about that the other day.
Yeah, that's a good argument. I like that one.
It's 200 years old.
200. Yes, Thursday.
Well, it was the last Thursday. But
last Thursday, isn't?
I mean, do you think are you a young Earth creationist?
Yeah. Wow, you see, baby.
So you believe that?
Yeah.
You believe that it's like 10,000 years old?
Oh, it has to be older.
I believe.
That.
Oh.
Yeah, I sort of go backwards and forwards. Sometimes I'm dogmatic and say 10,000. Sometimes maybe it's older than that.
It has to be at least older than that. That's old enough.
It probably is. It may be 20, 30, something like that.
Why do you base it on that when evidence says it's not?
Well, because as we discussed, I think it was last night, wasn't it? Yeah, last night I think we were talking about it. They tried to get me on the topic, and I was like, I'm all right for it right now, though. But the evidence.
It's a rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, it's a rabbit hole. It's a good rabbit hole. It is a good argument. It's better. Here's the thing about that argument. It's better argument because that's, But as far as the age goes, it is a matter of looking at evidence. Ken Ham said, the interesting thing about the argument is that we're all looking at this exactly same evidence and drawing completely different conclusions.
I mean, when you look at, the distance that we can see, right? We have evidence that we can see billions of years. If the Earth is 10,000 plus years, we'd be able to see 10,000 plus light years, right?
If it was set up and sort of created as a fully functioning system, then no.
Okay, so you think that the only real difference created old? Like you're basically saying like all the light in the universe reached us instantaneously, and then the evidence that was left behind that is just the Earth being created old.
I'd say, I mean, yeah, I'll just say yes because I mean, it doesn't really matter if I say yes or I be more of a politician and say, well, what I am saying is, so yes, the answer to that question is yes. The Earth appears old because it was made functioning, and to function, it would have to be old, wouldn't it?
And so when you make the statements like it's made functioning, there's evidence of the Earth not being in the state it's in now. You have continental drift. So, you have the continents of Africa and South America that once touched each other. It takes way more than 10,000, 40,000 years for it to get to the distance it is today.
See, here's the thing. I don't take the tack of saying that the Earth is young and there is evidence that it's young. I don't take that tack at all.
I get that. But since there is no evidence that it is young and there's only evidence that it is old, how do we get to the fact that it's young other than we want to reject evolution and other things?
I don't have a commitment to rejecting evolution. I have a commitment to the supernatural creation of Earth, including us. Mm-hmm. And so I have that, and then everything else sort of falls along with that. But I don't reject the evidence because of that.
Do you not kind of reject the evidence because of that? Because the evidence of light years says this, but now we've said, okay, well, God could have made it old or functioning. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
that's it.
You gotta move, do a bit of gymnastics.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? Yeah, I can understand why people would sort of feel that, and I really do. I get it. But the implication, and here's where I think the argument really. Here's where the argument is really important for people who don't believe that God created everything, and who believe that God created everything is not a good belief or it may be a harmful belief. The problem with that is that for the vast majority of Christians, it doesn't necessarily follow that because we reject the concept or whatever of evolution and the idea that man is essentially just like another animal, that's going to affect other things in our lives. For example, like our stance on vaccines or whatever else. That doesn't necessarily follow. And I know that to be true because I know a great many people in the sciences, Christians in the sciences, and it isn't a problem. And they're young Earth, all of them. And I don't see a disconnect, or I don't see a problem with them functioning in the real world, having that belief.
What's the problem with God creating the world as it formed, as it shows in nature? What's the problem with that?
There is no problem. There's no problem with that. He could have done that that way.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's why. And I take that position. I take the position that if someone, a Christian, if I have a Christian brother and he says to me, I think the world is 10 billion years old, and that's God created it over that amount of time. Not a literal 6 days, so I don't read the Genesis account as literally 6 days. I say that's your opinion, and we can debate it. But then we're not going to say, okay, I don't think you're a Christian, or I don't think you are whatever. We don't do that.
I think the one thing we agree on is you shouldn't take the Bible literally, but it's kind of as if you are taking the Bible literally, and you are kind of doing a bit of gymnastics to make it fit the story that God created Adam, God created Eve. You know what I mean? Like you kind of are in that regard.
Well, it is not true that we agree that the Bible shouldn't be taken literally. I don't agree with that. The Bible can be taken literally when it is to be taken literally, and it is a matter of discernment about which parts are to be taken literal and which parts are not.
Is there rules for that? Is there is there like a set of rules for when I'm supposed to take it as a metaphor, or when I'm supposed to take it as, you know, literal interpretation? Is there like a set of rules, or is that up to the individual's interpretation?
It's generally speaking, what you do is you have a body of work produced by biblical scholars who have spent generations working through that very question, and then you refer to that body of work from those scholars. And then you draw your own personal conclusions. But it isn't you just come up with your own idea. I studied, and it's been quite a while, and I've moved on to doing other things. So it's been quite a while since I studied, but I went to Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a WMBA, or WMBA is the radio station, but I'm an MBI guy, Moody Bible Institute. But yeah, it's taken centuries for people to sort of very, very intelligent people to hash through these questions. And it is a very, very good question. Where do you say it's literal? And where do you say it's allegorical? Some of the parts are allegorical. The description of angels, right? I mean, it's crazy.
The thing is, I've literally heard people that take that aspect of it literally. I've heard people that took. I hear that, so that's why I'm asking this question. Of, you know, like in the Jewish religion, you have like, I think it's called like the Talmud or something, which is like a bunch of like things about exactly that, how to interpret the Torah. You know what I mean? Right. That's what I'm asking. Like, is there a book that says, you know, this is literal, this is metaphor, this is a simile, this is allegorical? You know, does that exist? Or is it, like I kind of said, is it up to the individual's interpretation? What I'm seeing, it's more up to the individual interpretation than there is much of a scholarly backing for it.
Right. So when you have any literary work of any kind, and I would include laws in literary work, when you have literary work of any kind, it is up for interpretation. People are not studying, but they're debating aspects of the Force and what that implies in Star Wars. They are debating the mythos in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
you know?
I get it. I understand that, but the difference is one book people kill for, and the other book is something people read for free time or pleasure. You know, one book basically says live your life like this. If you know, like it's law, it's the rules by the ultimate man essentially to give to you. Right? Like, so I would say that book's a bit more important. But yeah, people sit around and talk about stuff all the time. But in regards with this, like I was saying, it's like I said, you know, to make the concept of this is a young Earth, you are taking parts of it literally, and then, like you said, you are, and you're trying to make that fit against the information that God's given us, basically. You know, God's given us the information to be able, the ability to see the cosmic light rays. God's given us the ability to carbon date these rocks. God's given us these things.
Yes,
and it's almost like a rejection of God, or God lies to us.
No, it's neither, because it is up for interpretation from the individual to determine for his or herself how, you know, how God did these things, because we don't know. We can't know. Those are things in the past, they can't be known. We can make educated guesses, but our educated guesses can be flawed beyond, you know, and take the results and make them completely irrelevant to the truth, you know, or completely backwards. We'd never know. And we draw all these conclusions, and we never know if we're completely wrong. They're struggling with the idea of who built the pyramids. If you heard all that, I mean, goodness, it's the pyramids are so amazing in scope, but they're thinking aliens might have built them.
I know, but some people think Jewish slaves built the pyramid. that's one myth. You know,
the story about him is amazing. And strong people
but it
aren't the slave.
it doesn't impact things in the way that you think. That's I think probably the takeaway. If I wanted to convey anything, it doesn't impact my ability to look at things rationally and logically in the way that you think it would, and I can prove that by continually looking at things rationally and logically.
See, the thing is that I think you're kind of just saying it's rational and logical. I think it's irrational to reject evidence that's confirmed against with many different fields of science. You have astronomers, geographers, like all these people are saying the same date. I would say that is irrational to reject that, especially because I don't know, and like you said, we weren't there. But the people who are trained and get paid to do these things, they say these numbers. Hey, this is the age, and it matches. It matches what the astronomer says. The geologist matches what the astronomer says. You know, but I think it's a bit irrational to reject things, and I think it is dangerous because this is the type of mentality that's taught to children, and it teaches them to reject science.
That's completely untrue. You're drawing a false conclusion, and I reject it.
So if you teach your child that the Earth is 10,000 years old, and your child goes to school, and then he learns that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, your child has a choice to make. Your child's going to pick you, and your child's going to pick God.
Okay. What then?
Your child has rejected science. That's what's then.
Is that inherently evil?
No, I'm not talking about good or evil or anything. I never said good or evil or anything. Never said any of those words.
If that is true, then you would have a paucity of Christians in the sciences, and you don't.
I don't think so. I don't think the majority of Christians that are in science are young Earth creationists. I know Christians that are scientists that believe the Earth is a globe, that believe the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and believes in evolution. I would say the majority of the scientists that I know that are Christian follow into that Venn diagram.
I know many that are in the sciences, and they're all young Earth creationists. I haven't
It sounds
met one.
like talk to Answers in Genesis, or like an actual like institutional place that like harbors those people, essentially, that like goes and finds those types of people, because the majority of scientists, like I said, that are Christians believe the Earth is round, believe that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and also believes in evolution.
You can state that. Where do you get that? Do you have data to?
Did I ask you for your data?
No, because I was very careful to say that everyone that I've met that is in the sciences has been young Earth.
And I didn't ask you for data for that claim, correct?
Because it's my experience that the people that I've met that are Christians,
and I told you my experience.
No, what you did? No. Hold on.
Yes,
you did something different. No, you did something different. What you said is that you said that the majority of Christians are younger. That are not the majority of Christians are young Earth. You made that statement.
No, I did not. I
misread. I misheard. Then I apologize. I misheard. What did you say?
I did not. I said the majority of the scientists that I know are not young Earth creationists.
Okay. I missed that part. All right.
I missed that part too.
Yeah. Hold on now. I'm not going to rewind the tape. I'm not going to do that.
You can if you want. You really can.
No.
Because
it's fine.
Actually, now at this point, I would
because
like to.
Here's the thing: if you misspoke, then you corrected yourself. I'll accept the correction, not the misspoke, not the misspeak.
Okay. Thank you for being generous with words, but I it's like, honestly, dude,
that's not fair.
If I misspeak, I really correct myself.
Everyone misspeaks.
I understand. I know.
That's right. No one is.
I never misspeak.
AI. Oh, by the way, hey Jesse.
Hey.
Good to hear your lilting voice.
Ha.
But
buttering your bread a little bit here.
But kind of back to like you're saying, like you're asking for evidence, but I made the same claim. You know, every scientist that I know I made the same claim as you. I'm not asking you for evidence of your claim.
we then go in different circles, and because I'm not in the sciences, I'm in the creative arts. I'm a photographer and I do other stuff, so I'm in that field. But I'm in a church that is north of Atlanta, and Atlanta's a hub. I don't know about a big hub, but it's got some big universities, and it just so happens that a lot of the people that I know are in the sciences. I could do a list, but the one that I'm mostly connected with, he is a neuroscientist. He's a ridiculously intelligent man, and frighteningly intelligent. I feel like a gibbon in his presence. But anyway, so yeah, that's what it is. But here's the thing about that is, in Christian circles, the two views are allowed to coexist. There is a Bible verse, and Paul and Jesse, I think you probably remember this one, where Paul, there's an instance in the Bible where people are saying we should celebrate this holy day, and then other people say no, every day is to the Lord. We should not celebrate any holy days. And then so there's an argument there. And so what the line is that everyone be fully convinced in his own mind. Let you decide. If someone says, I think we should have all days be unto the Lord and no days should be holy, then that's what you do. But if the other guy says, I think we should celebrate this particular day, let him celebrate that particular day. And so we're allowed to do that. Otherwise, if they laid down the law, the Bible lays down the law that you should not do this and shouldn't do that in those particular ways, then you got bigger problems. And the evolution versus young Earth is such a thing where is such an instance where people are allowed in the Christian community to make up their own mind. The only problem is when people say, no, you're not allowed to make up your mind.
And I'm not saying you're not allowed to make up your own mind, but what happens is you cherry pick evolution. It's cherry picked to make your model look feasible. You say there's such thing as microevolution, and that's how we get the different dog species. But there's no macroevolution. You've heard that before, correct?
Yeah. Because I actually went to a seminar, Ken Ham. I have seen Ken Ham live in person.
So have I, at his little place in Kentucky. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Amazing.
No, I was appalled that $150 million was spent on this place by tax money.
I know people. Yeah, I get it. I really do. I get it. It's fine. I'm not like Ken Ham's. He's controversial. I don't mind. I understand why people are like, appalled.
Oh, but, yeah. No, I mean, the thing is this. My whole thing is like I was saying, like regarding that. If you want to say, hey, there's microevolution, what you're doing, that's a lie. That's a lie. It is a deception that they're pulling together to make a model that works for the short Earth without having macroevolution, which would show a direct lineage from a creature like Lucy all the way to us, which is something that will be rejected for multiple different reasons. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to say, hey, young Earth and whatever, and then, okay, well, how do we get the dogs? Okay, well, we'll accept microevolution, but we won't accept macroevolution. That's what I'm saying. That's when the gymnastics get like even more and more and more and more. And now you're not accepting the theory of evolution. You're just taking a bit of it to try to make yours sound like it's feasible.
Now, let me ask you a question. What is the danger in rejecting evolution?
What is the danger in rejecting evolution?
And what I want you to do is I want you to reply with just the danger. Oh, no, you know what? Reply anyway. I'm sorry. I was going to draw lines.
No, that's fine. I thought I have to color within lines. Just tell you what.
Yeah, tell me what do you feel is the danger? Actually, I kind of know, but let me ask you anyway. What is the danger in rejecting evolution? Just rejecting evolution. What's the problem with doing that?
To me,
I don't think evolution is true. What's the problem?
The problem with that is it disconnects us from each other in the world. That's my problem.
How so?
By making us not be connected, not be related, not be anything to one another, from one another. It displaces where we came from. There's many different things. That's the thing. But for me, the biggest problem is it disconnects us from our place in the world.
Okay. From my perspective, can you sort of maybe I don't want to say, hey, please tell me what my perspective is, but I think you could probably understand my perspective, that I believe that we are created by God, and I don't think about in these terms. I'm just saying in principle, as we are created by God, rejecting that separates us, because then we don't look at each other as precious in the sight of God as one of his creations. We look at each other as just another animal, and we have no soul, we have no meaning that we don't make for ourselves. We have no intrinsic value. We just what other than what we make for ourselves, and that separates us.
Could God have made the world 4.5 billion years ago, abiogenesis to evolution to us? Could that be a reality? Could that be the case? And you're just going to say yes. Hold on. Why why does it matter? Why does it matter that, okay, God created the world 4.5 billion years ago, right? Evolution's true. Okay, I'm just doing like throwing out assumptions. Why does it matter that the world has to be 40,000 years old, and that just microevolution is the case?
Why do people argue that? The reason they argue that is because they argue that it diminishes God's creation and makes us just like one of the other animals, and we're not one of the other animals. We have consciences, we have feelings that other animals don't have, and we have
which ones that we have that other animals don't have? Which ones?
Conscience. Conscience. We have. We don't act like the other animals. I mean, the closest. Well, okay, sometimes we do. Okay, we've seen LA lately. Oops.
It's not even that. Not even that. Not even that. I mean,
or South Africa.
No, seriously, there's a case. There's a case where monkeys literally went to war against other monkeys.
Yeah.
Like literally. Yeah. Went to war.
And they mourn, they'll mount attacks on each other.
Yeah, they'll fucking sit around and steam and jump people and shit. Yeah, dude. So like I'm saying, that's human-like behavior, right?
It is. But we
do act like them, and they act like us. We have the same emotions they do. They have the same emotions we do.
It would be fascinating, wouldn't it, if we had a subspecies of human? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be?
We did. We did. There was Neanderthal. And Denisovin. I always say that right. We killed them. We ate them and killed them. They're gone.
Yeah.
They got eaten or killed.
If we had somewhere in deepest, darkest Peru or something where there's this one, half human, half ape type thing where they're covered in hair, but they build things. You know what I mean? Like Planet of the Apes style.
Yeah, they thought Neanderthals were Cro-Magnon man. Was Homo erectus, basically, which if you do believe in evolution, that would be like our great grandfather.
Right.
That's what they thought they were. But then the DNA tests them, and it's not true. You know what I mean?
Right. But I tell you what, let's get it back to the question of why the rejection of evolution is bad. And what I hear is that the rejection of evolution will lead to other things. Other science denial, which is the term they like to throw around now. It's a very, very recent term, but it will lead to other science denial, where then is harmful to children and all the rest of it. And that is, I think, why people object to the rejection of evolution. And I understand that completely, because there are some bonkers people out there. particularly in places like Alabama.
Uh-huh.
So it's completely understandable.
The thing is, why I say science denial is this. It's like I said, you teach your kid the Earth is X, right?
Yeah.
That kid's going to go to school.
Right.
That kid's going to learn a counter narrative.
Well, again, it feels like we've gone around in a roundabout, and we just got off the same exit. So,
Mike, I kind of went back there because I want to ask you, like, what would you tell your kid? Your teachers, you got an F on your test because your teacher's evil?
No, I would tell. Well, the way we handled it is the way I'm telling you now. The Earth appears to be old, and so it isn't logical for me, as a Christian who believes that the Earth is young but looks old, to say to someone, no, this the Earth that looks old is actually young. And I reject the idea that it's old and all of the things you've studied. I was pretty, I don't know about decent, but I kind of enjoyed geology. That was fascinating to me. Right? So geology, right, says old Earth. And we had a great geology teacher, and I was fascinated by it. I always enjoyed the field trips were great because we went out on field trips. We studied elusive escarpments and all sorts of things. So yeah, but the thing is,
hold on. The question I asked was your kid just got an F because
I glossed over it. So the answer is what I'm saying to you is it appears old, and so you can treat it as old. It's like gravity isn't a force, but you can treat it like a force.
I get what you're saying. I get, but that to me, that's a bit like the macro and micro evolution solution. That rhymed.
It did.
It's like you will accept it as long as it is beneficial to you, and you reject it when it's beneficial to you. You know what I mean?
It's never beneficial to me.
Yes, it is. After the flood, how do you get all these different species on the planet today after the flood without evolution?
That particular question, I don't remember how that was resolved. To be honest, I have not a very good memory. Is Jesse still in the chat, by the way? Jesse is still here. I think he left. Oh well. Yeah, I can't. I remember we did cover this. I remember talking about it, but I can't remember what the consensus was. No, I can't remember. That's one of the reasons that I don't talk about it. It's just been so long since I've dealt with this. Like I said, Ken Ham, that was more than 20 years ago. More like 25 years ago since I saw Ken Ham in person. Yeah, I can't remember what the solution to that one was.
The solution is microevolution.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
That's what they come up with, and then they reject. They coined a term. Oh, it's microevolution, not macro, not
adaptation.
They call it kinds,
adaptation.
Changing other kinds or something like that. I think that's the term they always use is kinds.
Right. There are questions I've raised over the years of if evolution is true, then why is this, that, and all the rest of the stuff? There's fully functioning mechanisms in creatures that exist on the Earth that are very, very difficult to explain evolutionarily. Very, very difficult to sort of.
But the argument of irreducible complexity has already been broken down. Basically, you like one of the things they brought up was the flagella on a bacteria and how complex that is. But the actual port that flagella was in, what used to be a port to do something else. Evolution doesn't really create new things; it normally repurposes. So when people start talking about irreducible complexity, that is looking with your future eyes and not understanding that, oh, this piece had other purpose prior to what it turned out to be, you know?
Right. Well, it's for me. It's essentially when I look at the world and look at everything that's here. It isn't. I don't see an objection to people who don't have a supernatural viewpoint on things. I don't see any reason for me to expect them to take my position seriously, and so I go from that position. I go from that assumption that they're not going to take my position seriously, and then I act
take your
accordingly.
position serious. I take your position
No,
very
but I
seriously.
mean, I appreciate that. That's very kind. But generally speaking, it gets mocked more than it gets understood. So I appreciate this very much.
I'm not mocking. This is the thing.
No. That's why I'm saying thank you. Generally speaking, that's what it gets. If NASA Shill was in here, he'd be on my tail like nothing. We had a good fight the other, like 4 weeks ago. He and I had a great fight. It was great fun. We headbutted each other for about an hour. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, it's a great discussion. It really is, because it does answer the "why are we here" type of thing, and it's the important thing for us to sort of figure out. And that's, if I may, that is one of the things that separates us from apes. I don't think. Do you think they consider? Well, I wonder where I came from.
What's funny? I've always said that Christians should totally believe in evolution, because the reason why we're not apes, in my opinion, are things like the Bible. The Bible, if you look at the 10 Commandments, would be something you tell a savage. Don't kill each other. Fucking stop. You know what I mean? It's just like
it's very
savage.
Simplistic, isn't it? Yeah.
Savage. Yeah. Like from primal. Like you've never done this, and now look, we're trying to build a society. So I've always said to Christians, you really should adapt evolution, because it taught us apes to be human. That's literally how I see it.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's really funny. And
no, seriously, I've always.
But according to the Bible, that doesn't play, because we are already created as humans from clay. Like, so. Even if we adopt evolution, that doesn't matter, because we already created as humans, not apes.
Yeah. It's the fact that there's such the fact that there is there's such bad blood on both sides of the discussion. It really is, and I'm someone who's I don't like that. I don't like the feeling that when we're talking with someone, there's bad blood there.
Have you ever heard of agape?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the first 8 years of my education, I was homeschooled, and we went on agape. I watched who's that dude, Hovind. He had a bunch of video. We'd watch all of those things. The state that we lived in at the time didn't accept it, and they made us go to regular school. And when I went to regular school, I knew nothing. I knew nothing. I got F's on tests. I'd come home and I'd cry to my parents. That's what I'm saying. I'm speaking from experience. Like legitimately, like I said, I it's weird. Like, everybody's always like, you're an atheist, you're this, you're this. For me, if you believe the devil is the master deceiver that he is, how do I know that I'm not being tricked? And how do I know I won't be leading someone to their own ruin by giving my testimony? So I just keep my mouth shut, But at the same time, when it comes to the age of the earth and young earth creationism, I understand someone saying the earth is flat because the Bible says so. I don't understand how someone says the earth is X amount, because the Bible doesn't say, hey, it's X amount,
Yeah. Well, to my mind, the Bible doesn't say that it is flat either, because otherwise, if that were so, the flat Earth movement would have originated in the churches.
You could have,
and then it would be perpetuated through the churches.
You missed this point that the Bible doesn't say the Earth is an exact amount, not 3959, not a radius. So you don't think God was smart enough to say, "Hey, Your ball you live on is 39.59. Now go prove that.
Yeah, and another thing, yeah, and another thing, really quick, when like when we're saying, like, the age of the Earth is A, B, C, D, and like I said, like when you said, like, it doesn't say that, but we were talking earlier, people interpret the words of the Bible differently, and you know what I mean. Like someone could that's what I'm saying, and I think what's his name, the dude who did the Antarctica trip, did it because a lot of people in his church are like was basically saying, hey, why aren't we flat earthers? Because the Bible says the earth is flat. You know what I mean? I think that was like I saw some interviews talking about why he did it, and that was part of the reason he wanted to prove, the Bible has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, and I think that's true.
Yeah, I consider flat Earth to be a non-Christian. I don't consider it a Christian belief. I don't consider the people that follow it to be what I would consider a biblical Christian, not because they hold that position, but because of the way they deal with people.
Well,
I don't think a horizontal line.
I don't consider someone like Flatzoid, the way he deals with people, or Nathan Thompson.
Right.
I don't think so.
Doesn't have to have a religion.
I wouldn't.
I get that. I'm not saying flat Earth itself.
Don't worry about those people. A horizontal line doesn't have to have feelings and stuff. And if you draw one on your wall, it doesn't matter about your beliefs or your hopes.
That's cool.
It doesn't increase in elevation on the left or the right. There's no,
No, but I don't think I don't think it being. I don't think that when, like I said, we're talking about Duffy, and I don't think flat Earth itself is a religion. What I'm saying is there are people in that movement that have been brought there. One, because of their skepticism. Two, science denial, and three, religion.
Oh yeah.
And that was one of the things that Duffy, I think, was trying to counter, and I agree with him.
No, and I do too. But but to me, a young Earth creationist is a bit. It's kind of like flat earthers are like crackheads, and he's like a meth dealer because he's just selling them more pseudoscience.
Correct.
There's a big difference. There's a huge difference because when you look at someone who believes in flat Earth, there's a big difference in that type of mentality than young Earth creation mentality.
And I think I'm sorry.
So yeah, flat Earth mentality is a rejection of. It isn't just a rejection of evolutionary science, but it's a rejection of all science.
Almost all science, exactly. And
virology, geography, geology.
But what I'm saying is with young Earth creationism, though, it's taught to children at a young age, and will get them in the mindset and the mentality to reject virology, to reject other things. And I would say, and this is why I say it's more dangerous than flat Earth. I don't know many 10-year-olds who are flat earthers. But I know a lot that are young Earth creationists. I knew a lot that are young Earth creationists.
Yeah, the idea that it's dangerous, I think basically is a fear-based belief, because I think what happens is because the media tends to focus on the worst of the worst. So, you'll have these things where they report on this and this racial group that does this and that. And then they report on that incessantly. And then you get the idea that all the people in this racial group or this particular group of people are all like that. And that's what happens in Christian circles as well. That's what happens when they'll say, oh, you'll have this thing in Alabama where this family did this horrible thing because, and they have a Bible, and then, right. Well, there's like 90 million Christians in the world, and you found this one guy in Alabama.
But I'm not really stretching. I'm not really doing that Vikram yoga type stretch to get there. You know, I lived it. Like I told you, 8 years of agape.
Yeah.
I lived it. I mean, it's not to me. That's why it's like for me, it's this. I would say that if you have a younger individual and you expose them to flat Earth early and young Earth creation early, I think the young individual will probably reject flat Earth. I don't think they would reject young Earth creationism because it's very, very hard to show the age of the Earth. It is.
It's an interesting.
It's not hard to show the shape of the. It's not hard to show the shape of the Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is interesting to me. It's quite. I laugh because it's interesting to me. You'll have, and atheists in the comment. Just the comment is about, I'd say 20 to 30%, perhaps even more. People saying, "How ironic! Young Earth creationists rejecting flat Earth when they watch a video from." Answers in Genesis rejects flat Earth. So Answers in Genesis, they'll make a video rejecting flat Earth, and then the comments are atheists saying how ironic it is. Well, because the age of the Earth is a question, and the origin. I'm not saying the age of the Earth necessarily, but let's say the origin and the age of the Earth, or the age of the Earth.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
In question.
Like the Genesis. The Genesis.
Yeah. That's it. But the shape isn't. If you look at who is aboard the space station right now, Glover. What is his first name? Black guy, tall,
Danny
very
Glover?
handsome. No, that's the actor. You doofus.
But he's a black guy who's tall and very handsome. So I win. I guess.
Back in the day, he was. But I'm thinking, I forgot his name. Someone look it up. Come on, someone's in front of the computer. Come on, Terry, you're not doing anything. Glover, astronaut, just type in astronaut Glover space station. Victor Glover. Right? He's a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
I think Catholic. Maybe Catholic.
No.
Yeah.
And
you were never a flat Earth astronaut.
well, then but that's the thing. So like with that guy, for flat earthers, NASA is a satanic organization. You know? So that guy is an anomaly. And so you bring that guy up, and it's basically what you said. Oh well, one of them. You know what I mean? But the rest of them are. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the mentality it goes down. But like what you're saying, it's easy to show the shape of the Earth to someone, but it's harder to show them that the Earth is a very old age, and that's why I said that's why in my opinion it's more dangerous than flat Earth, because it would be harder to get that child from that indoctrination.
Well, are you? If you were so indoctrinated, you got out of it.
Yeah, I did.
Were you damaged?
It was hard. No. I played sports, so I could have fucking drooled and they would have let me do anything I wanted. So
that's the American way.
Yeah, but at the end of the day,
you can kick a ball, 200 yards. All right, you got an A in math.
Yeah, you have to go to math. You don't have to go. You go and train. Yeah. What are you talking about?
That's the thing that's great though, isn't it? You don't have to. You don't have to get A's in math. You don't have to do any of that stuff. Some of the biggest, most successful people. Oh, really? Yeah.
I went out of my father was even while we were homeschooled, my father was an NFL player, and he was afraid of us getting kidnapped. Yeah. And
oh gosh, yeah. Not an illegitimate concern.
Yeah, he was.
Daddy was a glass maker.
Oh, well, see. Oh, well. When you're in that sort of position, there's crazy people around there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's funny.
Have you ever heard of the team he played for? Do you know who Lou Alcindor was? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. All right, that's basketball. Yeah. Yes, I know Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He was in the movie Airplane.
Yes. So he got in trouble at the time. There was this organization in the area where my dad played called the Black Mafia Family or some shit like that. And they were like a Muslim-based organization. And literally, like they would say like, we're going to kidnap all your little Christian kids and pay us money to ransom back.
Yeah. So he was understandably, a mite skittish, should we say?
Yeah, but like I said, you asked how I got out of it. You know, like my parents didn't want me to play sports. You know, they wanted me to end up like most of my siblings are doctors and lawyers. They wanted us to be smart. But I was like, if you want us to be smart, why did you teach me for 8 years none of the reality? But the younger kids went right to school. We were the only ones that were homeschooled.
The homeschools. Here's the thing: is I understand where you're coming from with your experience. The stats, as far as I'm aware of them, currently, because it's been a while since our kids were school age, the stats are fairly positive towards homeschooling. So I have a friend, the guy I actually work with, and he is homeschooling his, and they're doing very, very well. And the stats for such kids going into college and doing well in life, it's very, very positive. It's something to where I know the mainstream media, if that were not true, the mainstream media would trumpet that from the rooftops on a daily basis. But they haven't done that, and the reason they haven't done that is because it isn't true, because such kids are quite well prepared for the regular world. So that's an interesting little factor there. And it is one of those where, if often I'll know if someone is doing something right by how much the media hates him. That's true in a lot of different places, a lot of different fields. But anyway, so I'm digressing. No, that's really cool. Your dad's in the NFL. I don't want you to dox him or anything or whatever, but that's really cool. How long did he play? What
10
era?
years.
He played 10
79
years.
to 1989.
Right. Cool. You
I've already doxed myself. I've already doxed myself on this channel.
That's okay. What team did he play with?
Philadelphia Eagles, San Francisco 49ers.
The 49ers.
We lived in Atlanta. I lived in Marietta, but the Atlanta Rams and the Atlanta. I'm sorry, I said Atlanta Rams. Los Angeles Rams and
Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah.
So I'm in Gwinnett County.
Okay.
So I'm just up I-85. Marietta. I was in Marietta on Saturday for a shoot. We did a shoot. The dance recital that we do every 6 months. We have a contract with this place. They do dance. They teach dance, and every 6 months they have a recital. It's really cool fun.
I was all of 7 when we lived there. I remember it though. That was why we were homeschooled. That was my dad's last team, and then we went back to Tennessee, and my parents gave them our records. The state wouldn't recognize our records.
Yeah.
And then they made us take a test to place us in a grade, and they put me in 2nd grade. I hated it, and so I wouldn't talk. So they put me in a special class, and I had a really bad northern accent. So they made me go to like speech class and stuff.
Just make you speak Southern?
Make me say y'all. I still remember the lady sitting up there saying, because I still say you guys. I'd say like you guys. Yeah.
You guys.
And she'd sit up there and be on the chalkboard. It's y'all. Y'all all. It's like a
y'all.
Yeah, I'm sitting there like, yeah, trying to say that first.
Yeah, that was so funny. Ussens, there's a bunch of them in the South. I really enjoy being in the South. It's like Dukes of Hazzard every day. It's just like Bo and Luke Duke. Just great. I'm serious. I really enjoy it being here.
I enjoyed the South more than the North. I don't know. We had a farm, so it was awesome being outside. But the majority of my mom's family lived in the North, and that's the family we were closest with. So I don't know. I liked them both, I guess.
I lived near Chicago. and that was just.
Chicago's a different. So that's the thing. Chicago is everyone's angry because they're not rich enough to live in New York. That's pretty much what Chicago is. That's literally that's what it is.
Everyone's
I live in this
resentful.
crappy city in the middle of the fucking country. Yeah, I can't live in New York. That's what. And then everybody in Chicago's pissed. Well, everyone in New York's pissed because they don't have enough money to live in LA. Yeah.
There you go. If you've got all this snow, at least we could have some upside. But no, we've got to be stuck in Chicago.
Chicago, yeah.
No,
like, yep. No, that was my experience there.
Anyone here lived in Chicago? Anyone near Chicago? You poor, sad man. It's not a place I would want to go back and live.
I still remember. You remember that when that idiot Juicy Smollett said like those white supremacists beat him up.
Oh yes, and put a MAGA hat on him and.
Yeah, I literally a noose, like a noose around his neck, and like poured bleach on him and shit.
It was.
Yeah. He
made it up.
He made it all up. To get attention. So here's the whole story. So basically, he wanted attention. There's like a whole documentary on it now. It's kind of interesting. But I used to live kind of in the same area, and I'm thinking in my mind, in the beginning, you trust people. You know what I mean? In the beginning. And I hear it happen, and I'm like, "Oh, great! This is going to be on camera." You know what I mean? That's like kind of what that area is. It's like cameras everywhere. And then when it wasn't on camera, I was like, "Man, that's kind of weird." And then I found out there was a polar vortex with -17, and living in that area and being in a polar vortex, I'm like, no one is walking to somewhere in a polar vortex.
No one is walking.
Yeah, at 2 a.m. in a polar vortex. I'm just like, none of this is making sense. And then finally it came out, and I was like, yeah, that makes way more sense than the story I was told.
You people that don't live in those areas can't imagine. When we were in Chicago, there were some days, and we expected to be at work. Don't know how much snow was on the ground. We expected to be at work. The only time we weren't allowed, we would get a day off or whatever. We didn't get days off was if there was a blizzard that fully blocked a road, and that didn't happen because the snowplows were out all the time. And then, so we were looking for a place, and wifey says, "Oh, we've got to click here, here, and here," and there's specific places that she said we could look for apartments. And so I was confused. And then when we found an apartment and we moved in and everything, and it's really funny because a year later we moved to it was a 4 apartment building. And then we moved across the hall. So I'm not sure why, but we moved across the hall and to the other apartment across the hall. So the whole apartment was backwards. So it was so strange. Imagine your house and then flipping it and then you live there. Yeah. It was really weird. Just flip everything.
I've done that before. But it was a different floor. It was a floor down on the other side.
There you go.
But yeah.
So wifey's like, we got to look here, here, and here, and here. So I was confused, but she knew what she was talking about. So anyway, and then I found out.
Were you guys living in the Gold Coast at the time, or close to that?
No. This is Chicago, near Chicago.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
So I found out that the reason we had to pick these certain places that we could pick from or choose from is that they were on the school route for buses. And I was confused because our kids weren't old enough to be in school, and I think we were planning on, homeschooling or doing something or private school. I said, well, why does that matter? He says, well, those are the first routes to be plowed. I'm like, oh, but we were never stuck all winter. It was maddening. I wanted to be at home, just say, oh, I can't come to work. It's only 3 feet of snow. You can make it.
You're good. Yeah. People have like snow machines in the city. Yeah, people have like snow machines up there. Like, I'm sorry, like snowmobiles and stuff.
Snowblowers.
Like snowmobiles.
Yeah. Snowmobiles.
It's insane. Like, it's insane. Yeah.
Hey, has anyone been watching? This is a long shot because there's not many people in here. Has anyone been watching Long Way Home? Ewan McGregor and Charlie Bowman riding their motorcycles. First they did a long way round.
Is that when they went up like the coast of South America?
That's actually one. That was called one because they did 4. The first one was called Long Way Round. They went literally around the world. The second was Long Way Down. So they went all the way from tip of Scotland to South Africa. Then they did Long Way Up, where they took 2 electric bikes and went from the south, from Ushuaia up to LA. And then this one is they're just going, that one, yes, where they're having to plug in every 50 feet. Yeah. And then it was bad. And then the last one that we're watching right now is Ewan and Charlie going around Europe. So they're just basically doing a tour. It's an easy one because they're both. Charlie had a big crash, and so his legs are shot and everything. So he's not able to really take a lot of risks. So they're playing it safe, just going around Europe. And now that I'm mentioning that, I can't remember why. Never mind.
We were talking about snowmobiles prior to that. That was the last thing we said. If that helps, I don't know.
Oh yes, because they were in some place in Finland, I think it was, and they had these snowmobiles that are all souped up, and they've got like paddles instead of the regular snow track on the back, and then just skis, just like normal, and then they ride them on the water and they race them on the water, and most of the people that race them are girls. It was just the wackiest thing, riding snowmobiles on the water in Finland. It's one of the things.
Technically, girls should be the best F1 drivers. They're lighter, but
I'm disappointed there isn't a girl F1 driver. I'll be honest.
Danica, dude, watch. I know Danica. She's a horrible human being. So don't. She is a horrible human being.
Oh, she's not ready. Okay.
She used to throw her purse at her first husband and say, "Hold my purse, bitch," and shit like, dude, she's she sucked.
That's disappointing.
Not in a good way. But they have an F1. They have F1 Academy, which is all women, and their last two races, they've raced a total of like 8 green laps, because they just wreck every time.
Oh, it would be a lot of fun, to have some girls, but the problem is, I don't think girls have the programming necessary. Guys have this thing where
we don't care if we die.
They don't care. So I saw there was a superbike race, and they're on this track. They're all coming over the hill. The guy high sides, flips off his bike, slides about 100 yards, flips over, and then they're doing about 130, 140 on this corner, right over with their knees on the ground, and he flips his bike. So then that was in practice, I think it was. And so they did a, fiddle faddle. They got his second bike because his first one was wrecked. And then you see him, MotoGP. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you see the race, and there's the guys in second position on the same corner with his knee down exactly the same as he was before. Like, what?
Dude, when those guys go into those corners, like when those guys go into the corner like 3 deep and stuff, and like you see like the guy in first, they put their leg out.
Yeah.
I'm like, someone's gonna lose a leg. Yeah.
Now here's the tire technology now is so good. The tire technology and the bikes, the chassis and the suspension and all the rest of it, they're now so good that the guys can get their elbows on the ground. It's absolutely amazing. I'm so into it.
I'm more of F1 than MotoGP, but I'll watch both.
Hey, did you see Valentino Rossi and the black kid? Listen to me, gosh.
Lewis Hamilton is 40.
Thank you.
He's 40 now. He used to be a kid. He's 40 now.
When he was on Top Gear, he was a kid, and that's how I remember him, because he was on Top Gear and he did the test track. But that was in 2001 or 2, and at that point he was a kid.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I just think of him as a kid. Isn't that weird? Anyway, did you see where Valentino Rossi and Lewis Hamilton switched places? Lewis rode the bike and Ross drove the car.
Yeah.
It's on video. It's on YouTube.
they say MotoGP drivers should be better F1 drivers than F1 drivers are. You know, that's like the claim. Yeah, I saw that one. I'm so disappointed in Ferrari this year. I'm so disgusted. Like I'm disgusted.
Who's taking it right now? Because I'm not following it too closely. McLaren's doing well.
McLaren's
is that
doing
right?
well. Yeah, McLaren had a resurgence last year. I was actually at the race in Miami last year.
Awesome.
And then after that, it was a battle to bring down the Dutchman. The Dutchman still won the drivers, but McLaren won the constructors. And this year, you're kind of seeing a race between Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, teammates for McLaren, to get top step to be drivers. There's no way McLaren's not winning constructors this year.
Right. I'm a fan of Alonso. And,
I love Alonso.
He's just great. I mean, he's just a ladies' man and an all-around smiley guy and a nut on the track. And then Kimi Räikkönen, he's also a nut. The Iceman at the press conferences. I binge watched about 20 press conferences because Kimi was just so deadpan the whole time, and they were cracking up and they were hitting on the paddock girls at the back, not the paddock girls. It was just any of the journalists who were pretty, they'd hit on them because they're F1 drivers.
Greatest Kimi Räikkönen moment is wrecking his car in Monaco, then getting on his yacht and started partying.
Yes, he didn't stay. He just went and got on his yacht. He got his car.
You go back to the garage. Hey, sorry for wrecking. Like, nope, fuck it. Hop on the yacht and let's have ourselves a bit of a party.
What are they going to do? He's Kimi Räikkönen. That's what I love about them.
Well, the F1 race used to be in Indianapolis until 2006. And I was in Indianapolis, and I got to party with Michael Schumacher, Kimi Räikkönen, Nico Rosberg.
Keke Rosberg?
Hamilton. No, Nico, his son.
Nico, his son. Okay, okay. I'm from Keke era.
Oh, okay, yeah.
His dad was
but literally, at my table, there was future F1 champions and past F1 champions. It was really cool. They're so short. That's the only thing I could think the entire time.
Yes.
Like, man, you guys
They're
are
like
so
jockeys. Yeah, there's a few exceptions. I don't think we were talking about Alonso. He's not short.
He's
but
not
the
that
rest
short.
Of them, no,
Max
he's
isn't that
kind of
short.
Tall.
Yeah, Max is kind of taller. Yeah,
Max
he's
Verstappen.
Taller.
Now he's young. Yeah. He looked like he was like 18 when I first saw him.
He's getting a bit grizzly now, but yeah, he came in. He was the youngest driver to win a race now. I think
so.
He got that record.
Real young.
Yeah, it was his first, and that was the crazy thing. That was his first race with Red Bull, and then that's when Hamilton and Rosberg wrecked in Spain. That was his first race in Red Bull and got a win.
Oh,
yeah,
good stuff. Yep. I mean,
this year I went to I'm like, Ferrari, you literally had probably the second best car last year, over the course of the season. You said you made these gains, and dude, I mean, freaking Kick Sauber is basically outperforming them right now.
Yeah.
I mean, Nico Hülkenberg has passed Hamilton twice at the end of the race and passed him for a podium at the last race.
Wow. I was a big. I really got into Ricardo.
Daniel Ricciardo.
Daniel Ricciardo.
Yeah.
Ricciardo. Weber and Sebastian Vettel. Sebastian Vettel is great.
I thought every Aussie hates Vettel.
Yeah.
Because of the whole Weber thing.
Yeah.
But
the other one's Rubens Barrichello.
Rubens was good.
Yeah, he was good.
Felipe Massa there forever.
Right. And then
Felipe Alonso is faster than you. Do you understand?
They're so good.
Alonso is faster than you.
Yeah. The way they tease each other, it's so good. They're all earning just like ridiculous amounts of money, you know.
Oh, dude, inter team. I mean, that's the battle. You know, you could have, if you beat your teammate, you won your season essentially. You know.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they're looking to do.
But I was really big into Schumacher. He's just how many times did he win? It's like Mike 7. I thought it was 8. Okay.
Michael.
Michael
Schumacher.
Michael
But
Schumacher.
Yeah, Schumacher. But him and Lewis are tied for 7. 7. But Lewis has the most constructors now.
Okay.
But tied for 7th, and then after that is 4. I think that's 5. Fangio. And then 4, that's Vettel, the professor, the French dude. What is his fucking name? He wrecked with Senna. Oh my God, Alain Prost.
Alain Prost.
Yeah, he has 4.
Yeah. Prost was, he was a madman as well. And Ayrton Senna was.
He died too young.
Yeah. Yeah, that crash was. Yeah. That was bad. That was a bad crash. I remember seeing it and going.
It was about 2 people died that weekend.
Yeah. That was not a survivable crash.
Oh, no, the crash itself wasn't that bad. They said what ended up happening was there was like a shaft or something that really hit him in the head.
Hit him in the head, yeah. No, it was, but you saw it, it was just like a blunt force impact. You know how they've got the tires, the
safety walls now.
The walls and the crumpled things and this hay and all that good stuff. But it's when you see him hit something dead and stop like that, that is when I know it hurts because I've experienced it. Mm-hmm. Hitting something solid at
just
speed,
stopping.
You're just stopping. That's not very good for the human body. My favorite though. Kimi is terrific as far as entertaining, right? Kimi, but Sebastian Vettel as well. He was. I don't know if he's not racing still.
He retired.
He's not racing.
Yeah. He retired.
But he was entertaining to watch, and in the paddock as well. The way he was with the journalists and everything. Super, super nice guy. Apparently, you know what I mean.
No, I think you really like him. He's a family man.
Legitimately,
the dude legitimately got done racing and went home and made babies. So, like this thing
with his $10 million.
Way more than that.
Yeah. No, I know. It's like
10 million.
I do that kind of money.
No, I know for that.
I know exactly what I would do with that kind of money. I'd buy a yacht.
It goes fast. It
is incredible because once you get that super rich, you just set your sights higher. I've heard this again and again. You don't think, I don't think I'm going to get a yacht, but then you get just scads of money. And you just set your sights on yachts and things, and people wonder, well, how can the super rich go bankrupt? Well, it's very easy when you can buy a $30 million yacht.
It is very easy.
But you have to staff it. It's like a plane. It's not like buying a Corolla. A Corolla, as far as running costs, is next to nothing.
Yeah.
But particularly if you just park in the garage most of the time. But if you get a yacht, it's not just the cost of the yacht. It's the docking, it's the maintenance, it's the staff, and the plane is the same thing. The fuel, and when you buy a plane, even if you buy a regular like a 10-seater, the costs are just eye-watering because it's you got to have a pilot, you got to have it's just it's mind-blowing. It's like a money pit.
My accountant always said, if it floats or flies, rent it.
There you go. That's smart, man. Actually.
Yeah.
Another big difference is that we ordinary people, we usually need a mortgage to get a boat of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a landlubber. I get I puke very easily. I turn around 3 times. I'm sick. I went on the we went down to Disney World, and it was all great until I got on the teacups. Oh,
You know how I
that was a
learned to
mistake
tell
all
which
day.
one is
Oh,
where? Like Disney World is here and Disneyland is there. Do you know? Do you
there you
know?
go.
Do you know? Do you know how to tell the two?
No, go on. What's the trick?
Disney World, WORD, Orlando, OR.
Oh,
Disneyland,
okay.
LA. No, it's
LA.
not LA, but it's in. But that's the way I learned it.
Yeah. I've been to both. Just Disneyland once, Disney World times. many,
I've
many,
been a
many, many,
few.
many times. Yeah, I know a place like the back of my hand. But
I'm a proud holder of about 3 family passes at Disney World. So,
oh gosh,
yeah.
I remember when they did the Magic Bands, when they started that was like a revolution. And you can just tap it and pay for things. Charge your room, no money exchanged. Doesn't hurt.
I gave my kid that, and I rejected. I regretted it.
Regretted.
I regretted it. I was like, you spent your college tuition at Disneyland. Congratulations, bud.
You give an 8-year-old a bracelet, and one day it's like $180 that's gone out of your account.
Oh yeah, and you just go down and you find them. Their faces covered with chocolate. They got like 3 freaking
Mickey
snow
Mouse
cones in their hands.
Yeah.
They have the Mickey Mouse things with their name on it because they got that one specially made. Yeah.
I'm being persuaded. Trying very hard at going on a Disney cruise. So there's 2 ships. I think they have the Wish and they have the Treasure. I think it's called the Treasure or the new one, the new boat.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. It's just a pig fest. You see some islands. You get off. The rest of the time, you're in this cramped little cabin. I don't know. And
I have the greatest excuse. I will never fit on a cruise. So every time I've ever been invited, I say I won't fit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
B&T?
Yeah. Yep. But more T, not B. And that's the thing. You can't even buy clothes.
Yeah, of course.
You can't even buy clothes from the big and tall store unless you're both.
No. All bespoke. What's his face has custom bed. He has custom beds. What's his name? Who's Shaq?
Shaq. Oh, Shaq. I actually bought one of Shaq's old cars. It was a Ferrari that he got, and he put the seat back. Yeah.
Wow. F430.
Oh, fuck, I forget it. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he had a 430, didn't he?
Yeah, and they put the seat back, so
it was
people like us
physically. They physically had adapt the seat anchors and the seat. I think not the seat belt, but the anchors of the seat itself.
And literally, I paid $20,000 for it, but I ended up selling it about 4 years later to another player. But
it's difficult to justify that type of car, isn't it?
It's horrible, and I was in Indiana at the time, and you can't drive it anywhere. You know what I mean? It's just sat in the garage.
Well, you're gonna take it to the mall, a Ferrari. I mean, what are you gonna do with
it? It was fun. It was fun to for me. The closest thing, the thing that I had was an X6 BMW.
Yes.
Yeah, I could fit in that very well, and
that's one of my favorite cars.
Oh, it's awesome! It's awesome.
But
outside of that, that's the Ferrari is the only other car I've ever been able to sit in and felt cool. I literally drive minivans most of the time. I love them.
You got no idea how many times I've hovered my mouse over buy on a used BMW X. I won't get a new one because depreciation's too steep on BMWs. But a used X6. They're
awesome.
Beautiful.
Their panel shift driving. It's amazing. I mean, they're very nice, and I can fit in it, and it's like a race car,
Yeah. So you're a minivan man. Yeah, the minivan is the perfect vehicle. We got one. It is not sexy, and I've also considered tricking out our minivan, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother. Why bother?
So it's already tricked out. You kick your foot under the back, it opens up the.
Yeah,
these are amazing.
Actually, I was in the Honda dealer a couple of months ago, and I took a look at the Odyssey Sport. That was very, very tempting. Very tempting.
We have a Ruton Boom VW.
Okay. Yeah.
They were kind of older, but they don't make them anymore. But they were like really.
No, they don't make them yet.
Yeah, like they were really, really good, and that one's getting up there in mileage. I don't drive anymore really.
We were talking yesterday about your robot cars. You can get a robot car and that will drive you around.
Well, dude, if it's I can't wait to die in that. That's gonna be awesome.
There's no steering wheel. No.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah,
nothing.
At least give me the illusion that I can try to save myself. You know.
Yes, that's my thing. Like I don't know. The people that have got them and use the robot,
out.
you know what I mean?
They're out.
The people that.
They're like being sold. I haven't seen them. And
no, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But just the Tesla's got the full self-driving now. My brother's got one, and he uses it all the time, and doesn't touch the steering wheel, and he's very comfortable with it. And he said it took about half an hour, and after that he didn't worry, and that was all it took. Yeah, of him holding the steering wheel just in case, and then he trusted it after half an hour. I thought that was amazing. But that's what people are saying. So,
no, it's if you're like I never trusted the self-driving. I never trusted it. I still don't. The way he set his car up, it really Tesla's kind of a bad car.
Well, I mean, you're spending that much money, you know. It's always difficult. It's a choice, you know what I mean? But I just like the way that the BMW's layout is. I've driven
it's a driving machine. It's a driving machine.
It is a machine, yeah. It is a driver's car, and that's something I really appreciate. When I first drove one, it was a family members in the UK. I went back to visit, and it was a family members, and lent us the car for the 3 weeks we were in town. Oh my word! Oh, it was just heaven driving.
Benzes to me are like a Benz. Benzes are crap. The interior and every, you know, but on the outside of a BMW, it looks so basic. But on the inside, that's when it's like that's why I like my car.
And you spend. That's the thing is, usually I don't mind the look of the car is fine, but then it's the interior, because you spend more time looking at the interior than they do the exterior.
Exactly.
A lot more time. So first thing I do is just get in the car. I don't look at it. I think it could be ugly as a bag of spanners, and I'll just go in and, you know, see what the steering wheels look like. That's what I care about. If it's a good fixed steering wheel, and I can see all the gauges, and the vents don't blow in my face, which I hate, then I'm like, okay.
So mine is if my knees can fit into here.
There you go. Yes, if your knees aren't around your ears.
That's my criteria.
If your knees don't impede the steering wheel.
Oh, I've had that happen. Like in a situation where I had to drive type thing, you know.
Ooh,
oh my gosh.
Yeah. We test drove we was looking at a new car or a used car. We generally don't buy new. We bought a couple of new cars, but we're looking at a Prius because, you know, if you look on
lasts forever.
What an absolute bag of bolts. Golly, that thing was horrible. It's a wretched thing. It was everything wrong with the car. So poor visibility, noisy, cramped, slow, just thin steering, just awful car. And we just drove it around, and it was so pig slow. I thought, no.
But
So, okay.
That Prius is like legit, LA made a law where they had to like use Priuses. This is like early 2000 when the Prius was like the super green vehicle.
The super thing, yeah.
And I had a buddy who opened up a company and he got government grants and basically just bought a crap ton of Prii, I guess we can call it.
Prii, yeah.
And the mandate went away and the people put them off lease. And say about 6 years ago, he ended up selling every one of those cars. This is right during COVID, so it was a bit of an anomaly in the market. But he pretty much sold a 20-year-old car at that point for about $5,000 under sticker, which was insane. And all of them insane. Worked. Yeah, all of them worked. All of them like that thing. Those the Prius lasts forever. Like it lasts forever.
It's over-engineered. The Toyota.
I mean, the Prius. I mean, I feel kind of the same, but at the same time, finding parts for them and maintaining them is relatively cheap.
Yeah,
I can see where you're coming from, but at the same time, compared to a lot of other cars, Prius is just easy to maintain, and it's cheap to get parts for it, and it's accessible.
I would say the Prius and the 1997 Honda Accord or Civic are the two most majestic cars ever. I swear, you can look out any major city and you'll find a 1997 Honda Accord or Civic in a Prius.
Yeah.
I mean, those cars last forever, and in the case that they don't, it's just easy to fix.
Yeah.
Like a BMW, they're just a nightmare by comparison. They're just an absolute fucking headache to fix.
The worst of the Jaguar. My dad had a Jaguar.
Oh God!
My dad had a Jaguar.
I would say Chrysler are worse, but yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah,
they're down at the bottom of the list with the Mini and anything Fiat.
Yeah, I remember because that was like the Sunday go to church, everybody look at me car, you know. And I remember the first time he drove it because we had like a 15-passenger van that we'd go in and he'd go in his little cool car, but. The first time he drove it was cool, and then that lasted about a month, and it broke down for 2 years. And he took it back for about 3 months, and it broke down for about a year, and that was just getting the part. You know what I mean? It was insane.
So I have a family member with an XK, and that's been reliable. He's had it for 2 years now, and it's been reliable. I'm quite shocked. And what a beast! If you turn the traction control off,
Fords, basically.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
but he loves his Jag. It's a beast. The stereo is just amazing, and like I said, traction control, you can get some fun out of it, and it's been reliable. So good on him. But generally speaking, they're not. Like the Range Rovers, Land Rovers. Ugh.
Those are nightmares still. I think they're about to get acquired too. Any like even like a Bentley, you know, all of those cars are so hand put together, you know. They're not easy to fix, you know, at all.
They've got the big problem is that they are, first of all, they're not made in enough numbers with efficiently manufactured to make them reliable, and then that makes them lose their value. And then no one wants to buy a car that's going to plummet in value like that. And then that just has a knock-on effect. And so they look cool. The Range Rovers do look cool and everything. People buy it for that reason, but they're not reliable cars. And so they ended up Range Rover, Land Rover, that was sold to the Indians. Bentley and Rolls were sold to the Germans. I think Tata is the one that currently holds Jags IP and everything. And Mini was sold to the Germans. It's just, we just sold off to our former enemies a lot of stuff.
We just sold U.S. Steel to the Japanese, so we're getting there.
Yeah, that's just awful. So let's wait and see what tariffs do. But I think bringing manufacturing back to the States would be a major win for the country. So we'll see.
Why do you think that?
Because we need manufacturing back in America. That's
why though.
You know,
the
you
thing
think
is,
that manufacturing will just be robots though, like machinery. There won't actually be many jobs in it.
They've been promising that for years, but they still make stuff with people. If you look at the factories in China, it's all people. It's rows and rows of people.
That's because it's cheap. That's because it's cheap people.
Yeah, it's basically slave labor. They build they build these cities for people to live in, and people just go to work, go back home, go to sleep, and then go back to work. It's very dehumanizing, and it's collapsing. The Chinese system is falling apart at the seams.
The youth aren't participating.
Then they're not having any of it, and that's the new generation. China's screwed. So.
The difference between China is their authoritarian system, and you saw during COVID, they said, "Hey, don't leave your house." People didn't leave their house. That type of control they're going to keep. Yeah. I actually lived in China for a good bit.
Interesting. Whereabouts?
Beijing, Guangdong, and Hong Kong.
Yeah. Hong Kong, you counting Hong Kong as China? All right.
It is.
I mean, it is now. I know. I'm just.
It was funny. After. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be a two-state system, but I mean, you saw it. But it is.
Yeah.
I always said like the city next to Hong Kong is Shenzhen, and you can literally tell when you're in Shenzhen compared to Hong Kong because in Shenzhen no one smiles. You're like, oh, I'm in Shenzhen.
Unless they're on camera, in which they have to smile so they get the social credit. Oh, it's terrible. Just terrible. I don't know. I have a very hard. I've got to be honest. I have a very, very hard time with American companies investing and doing business with China when they are probably the worst, next to North Korea and some of the other places in Africa, the worst human rights violators. Just, I'm sorry, I just have a hard time with it.
I get that, but the thing is, it's when industry leaves China, it's going to go to Vietnam. Most of it's going to Vietnam now,
and India.
It's going to be the exact same thing,
Yeah. They're going to do that. They're going to send a lot of it to China. It's true to Vietnam, right? But they're also Apple's considering moving manufacturing or some of the manufacturing anyway to India, and the Chinese are scared out witless.
Well, the difference between Chinese and India is India's population is so much more educated, essentially, and it's going to be kind of hard to put them in the same sitting here and do this job role.
The trouble's right though. I think with a lot of robots, I mean, but they've been promising that for so many years. With AI, I think it might happen, but they've been promising.
It's the cost. So, like, say in America, say you do bring manufacturing here, right? You have to now pay American wages. You're now going to be that includes healthcare. That includes so many different things. The price of that goods is going to go up. You look at American wages, that hasn't gone up since like 1970. So,
but here's the thing. Go ahead. Sorry, please continue your thought.
Oh no, I'm just saying we're going to be making products that we won't be able to afford to buy. We will be essentially a third world country.
Well, I don't agree. I get what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree entirely, but I don't agree, and I'll tell you why. I've sort of coined the sort of the iPad principle. I have right now. I own 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 iPads.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 5 iPads. Why have I got 5 iPads? Well, the reason I have 5 iPads is because they're very cheap compared to for what they are. So the iPad I'm holding right now costs me buttons. I bought an iPad next generation, Star Trek, 9th generation, and that cost me $330. $330 for an iPad. Now, if the iPad was $630, I'd have 2 iPads or 1 iPad. So here's the thing about, you got to understand, and I'm not lecturing you, and I apologize if it sounds like it, but people don't get it. When people do sales or the prices are low, the whole process, the whole idea isn't to get you to save money. The process is to get you to consume more. Yes. It isn't to save you money. That's not the purpose of sales and low prices. That's not what it's about. So all we've done is we've consumed a lot more. Why do I need 5 iPads? Am I addicted to iPads?
No, and what I'm saying, 100% that, like, yeah, if they made it in America, it wouldn't be just a double; it'd probably be like a quadruple. When you talk about like the price increase, when you include the labor and everything else that comes along with it,
yeah.
It's not, and 100%, but we have to understand, if Americans are consuming, we're not waging war. So, I think I think the world has finally realized that. So I mean, it's just like, if Americans are consuming, we're not waging war. That's good. And if we are going, the thing about Trump is, really quick though, if he's going to do these tariffs, he has to make them with a plan instead of this willy-nilly crap that he's pulling out of his butt every week or whatever the crap he's doing. Because if you have a company and you are going to reshore your manufacturing, you want to hear that this tariff is going to be in place for X amount of years. As it looks right now, it looks like the courts are probably going to freaking block his ability to he doesn't have the ability to even do the tariffs. And I think the courts are finally going to uphold that, and this whole nightmare will end. But like,
I don't think I think they'll talk at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has been consistently ruling in Trump's favor. I think it's going to be difficult for them to keep doing that. I don't think you can have courts try to usurp the power of the presidency. That's not going to withstand test of time. He's going to win.
It's about just the thing. The system's about checks and balances. It's not about usurping. It's about checks and balances. And the power of the purse lays in Congress, not the presidency.
But checks and balances works with the Supreme Court, not with lower courts. You can't have lower courts telling the president what he can and can't do. That's not the way it was designed.
You can't have a lower court justice in some county in LA decide what the president of the United States does. What they're doing is they just file these frivolous lawsuits, and they file them everywhere. And then one judge says, "Oh no, you can't do that." And that's what they're doing. They're trying to usurp the power of the presidency. That's not constitutional. The president has the power to do what he's doing.
He doesn't have the
power. And the Supreme Court, when they hear the cases, the Supreme Court backs the president.
But he doesn't have the power to raise tariffs. He does not have that power. He doesn't. That's not in the constitutional powers of the executive branch. That's in the powers of the congressional branch. So say Congress passed a law that the president didn't like. The president has the power to veto that and say, nope, not signing it. There's these protections and things, and it's supposed to make it
Congress
so one man.
Right. Yeah, I get you.
Congress can come back Congress can come back then and do a 3/4 vote or 2/3 vote, and
they can do that
overdo the veto. But the thing about the checks and balances is it's set up for the Supreme Court to be able to stop the president, but not lower courts. That's not how it's designed.
I don't know. I think the lower courts have the power to hear the case, and the lower courts have the power to rule. And then what happens is the president appeals. It goes to the Ninth Circuit, and then you can appeal from the Ninth Circuit. And I think it goes to the Supreme Court.
Right. And the last one he won 8-1. So it's going to be. Well, anyway, that's for them to find out. But I get why he's doing that.
I don't. The thing is this: it's every other case that he's winning has a presidential power that was basically enacted in the past that kind of serves as a precedent. There is no precedent for this other than what he tried to do is say that we're at war with fentanyl, because in war powers you have the ability to do this, and he tried to invoke those powers, and Congress took those powers from him. So he even knows he doesn't have those powers officially. He tried to get them, and they got taken from him. The tariffs are an absolute horrible idea. Absolute horrible idea. It is destroying our system that we established with Bretton Woods a very long time ago. It is just empowering our enemies.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Do you know what BRICS is?
Oh gosh, you're gonna have to. Yeah, I know the acronym. I can't remember what it stands for.
Brazil, Russia, Iran, China.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, why I say empower our enemy is we are pushing. That's why don't like he said we're getting 90 trade deals in 90 days. No one's coming to us. No one's saying anything because they don't care. They have other avenues to get oil. They have other avenues to do that. And what we're doing is we're shoving them towards those avenues. That's why I say it empowers our enemies. It disenfranchises our allies and is empowering our enemies. It's empowering China, honestly.
The fact remains that in Canada, there's an example, and you know what? You're probably more informed than I am on this, but the few examples that I've seen that I've paid attention to is there's a few of the things that we sell in Canada that have massive tariffs. There are some things we're not allowed to sell; they won't take at all, and they have all these conditions these other countries have put on us, and that we're not reciprocated. And so all I think he's doing is he's doing what he would consider to be fair reciprocation. And they're naturally they're upset about it because they've been taking advantage of the United States for all these years. So of course they're upset, and they're going to,
The thing is, it's no matter what. When you look at all these deals, America gets the best deal. They all could be crap, but we get the best of the crap at least. Mainly because they have to use our fun coupons to get what they need. Like no matter what, we're making money. No matter what they do, we get like them taking advantage of us. The thing is, it's like so Canada, right? Like if you use a tariff to protect a national market, or a fledgling technology like AI or electric vehicles or things like that, that is a strategic use of tariffs. If you look at a country and you say, "Oh, we have a trade deficit with them, we should tariff them," that is the stupidest use of tariffs. Because what we're doing at that point is we're saying, "Oh, the goods that we need from them, we just want to pay more for." Stupid.
If you look at I don't. Well, you know what? Again, I'm talking that I'm not completely informed. I got my little examples that I have in my head, but the overall picture I'm not really. All I'd say is that from watching what's been going on, I'm interested in it, even though I'm not even I'm going to get my citizenship hopefully in the next year or two. But I have vested interest because I live here. But what I see is it's an interesting conundrum. Trump's critics are critical of him trying to fix an imbalance that has existed for a long time. He's trying to fix the imbalances being with the illegal immigrants, and he may be doing it ham-fistedly, but he's trying to redress a wrong that had existed, and he's getting criticized because they don't because he's Trump, and so they hate him because the press is 98% or whatever it is anti-Trump.
So do you know what they've done lately? They just went around to every state and they're asking states and they're offering federal funds to create what they created in Florida, and they call Florida's Alcatraz, alligator Alcatraz.
Alligator Alcatraz, that's its name. The sign says that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great. It's terrific.
How about this? Let's put Arbeit macht frei on the gate. Like, why don't we just put Arbeit macht frei? Why don't you put that on the gate?
Because we're not. People are here illegally. What part of that don't you understand? What part of that are you prepared to defend?
We've had this conversation.
I'm not really mad at you.
We've had this conversation. You do get really passionate about this time. And what I defend, and this is what I've defended, and this is where we kind of get a bit waffly when we talk. I defend, like you said, the ham-fisted approach. His ham-fisted approach is the violation of our due process. He is rounding up American citizens because of the way they look, which is illegal. There are videos of ICE getting, "Hey, I'm an American." They'll look at the ID and throw it on the freaking ground. That's like you said, they're here illegally, yes, but why am I going to spite my face by cutting off my nose? I'd rather have illegal immigrants and my due process. If it's a choice between the two, I'm picking my due process. That's where
Have
that's
we
where I
discussed
think.
this before? Have we discussed
Yes,
this
we have.
before?
But
Yes.
taking 20 years to get people out of the country is not feasibly a smart thing to do at all. I mean, and that's what you're looking at. You're looking at by the time we allowed them in the last 4 years by the millions, and now we're supposed to take 26 years to get them all back out. That makes no sense.
But they've been coming over in this numbers since like the mid '90s. They've been like.
You need to look into it, bud.
I like the approach I like the big stick approach in some instances, and some instances I don't like it. But in this instance, I like it a lot, because what it does is it puts fear into people that shouldn't be effing well here in the first place. They've lived here comfortably because previous administrations have given them the permission to do that. And when Trump was running, he said, "This is what I will do." And they didn't leave. And then he got elected, because they thought he wouldn't win. But then he got elected and then continued to say, "This is what I'm going to do." And they stayed. They stayed, having got full warning that this dude who is irrational with a big stick is going to set ice on them, sick ice on them, and kick them out forcibly. And they continue to stay.
So here's the numbers of immigration from the last 20 years. Since 2000, estimated population over time, 10.6 million, peaked in 2007, that's under Bush, at 12.2. 2008 to 2019, gradual decline to 10 million by 2019. 2022 recovery to 11 million, still below 2000 peak. So we've been having around 10 million people a year come over the border since 2000.
Yeah.
Yes, but it wasn't until 2020 when they stopped, basically tried to stop them from coming across. A lot of those people were sent back or turned around. They came across, but they were deported right back. But in 2020, Biden basically just said, "Come on in," and allowed a mass influx to come in without being sent back, without being stopped at all. That's where the issue lies.
They even made an app so they could come in here illegally and be allowed to stay.
But the thing is, it's not even as high as the peak in 2007 though. 2022, that's 2 years after Biden did that, or whatever happened. It recovered to 11, still below the peak of 2007. Like I said, we've had this number of immigration coming in for the last 25 years. 25 years. And Obama's policy was border turnaround. Like when you look at who deported most, Obama deported the most people, but that was mostly people getting turned around at the border.
Then
we've had this problem. We've had this problem for a very long time.
Yeah, and it's about time it's fixed. Yeah.
These are the people. So that's why you don't pay $15 for an apple, though.
Well, that's you don't.
Yeah.
You don't allow an illegal thing because you benefit. You benefit, 100%. So you allow a legal thing. If we said that there was a certain group that was murdering a certain demographic, and that meant that the price of oranges went down, would you allow that? You know what I mean? How would you be okay with an illegal thing happening on the basis of some prices of some apples?
I understand murder's illegal. I understand that, but that's a bit of a stretch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
But at the same time, like I said, the price of apples, but it's not just apples; it's all of our produce that we get. I just used apples. It would be everything. Everything we get from a farm: strawberries, watermelons, corn, soy, beans, all of it.
Yep, they have been systematically gutting the American people of jobs. And then they have been using falsely lowered wages. But it's the thing is that I don't think people get is that if you have jobs coming back, for example, in manufacturing, those people are going to be earning money. Those people are going to be having jobs, and so you will have essentially people then with money. So the idea that that's going to get price increases is probably true. However, those people, there are many more people who aren't on benefits. So not only do you have where they're actually having to work because they can't just sit around on their butt all day, then they're also doing a job for which they're earning money, which they're then going to go out and spend.
What people do you think are on benefits? Like which demographic of people in this country do you think receives the most benefits from the government?
Oh, it's military.
White people.
The military, no. What would you say, Cole?
White people.
Yes.
Probably, if you want to know the truth, probably up and down the eastern seaboard in the mountains, the Appalachian Mountains.
The left coast. Yeah.
No. Cole is correct. Correct.
Oh, okay. I thought the majority of Social Security commitments are to military benefits, isn't it? Not true? No. Okay, I may be wrong.
Well, that was just a guess for me, but from me being from there and me seeing, how bad that it gets around there for people signing up for Social Security when they don't need it and everything else. Yeah, it's pretty bad back there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying, so you're saying that all these white people want to go work on farms, or all these black people want to go work on farms? No, no,
well, tough.
No one does. The food will sit in the fields and rot like it has for the last 3 years.
Well, what you do is you change the system. So you make it illegal. You make it illegal for people to just sit on the dole and collect benefits. You make it that impossible, and then
they have work.
You say you have that.
They have work requirements and stuff. They do. There are work requirements for these benefits. They're that's what I'm saying. Like I said, these illegal immigrants, they pay more taxes than the majority of Americans because it's ridiculous. Like I'm telling you, I would rather us just say, hey, everybody stay, and everybody else wants to come, they got to come illegally. I would rather have that be the case than what we're doing now.
The way that I wish they would do it is if you haven't committed no other crime than crossing the border illegally, and you haven't committed any other crime, and especially if you can have somebody show that yes, you've been working for someone for a while and you haven't committed crime and stuff, then I'm for letting people like that try to get their citizenship. But if you have committed any crime, if you've been picked up by the law for anything other, you know what I mean, and you're an illegal, then I say that you need to go. I could be in agreement with that. That would be fine with me.
I mean, so there was a policy kind of like that. I forgot what it was called. But I completely agree with something like that. I truly do. It would be someone basically turning themselves in. I got a clean record. Here's my address. When's my court date? You know what I mean? That would be awesome, but that is not how it's going down.
Hang on, haven't you not only broken into the country, but how did you get a tax file number to pay tax?
The companies do it. The companies do it. The company has a payroll, and you just literally pay X amount to the payroll tax. It may not be assigned to their Social Security number because they don't have one, but it still goes into the Treasury.
But they shouldn't.
As a company, you're required. As a company, you're required. So, like, say I have 10 employees, I'm required.
Yeah, but who gives you their number?
It doesn't matter. For the company, it doesn't matter. The number is only beneficial for the individual to receive the benefits later. It doesn't matter for the company.
Do we know? Here's the thing: is we don't even know who these people are. How do we know that they're paying more taxes when we don't even know how many there are or who they are?
Because of the unassigned tax dollars that are in the system. That's how they spot it. Those tax dollars are unassigned to Social Security numbers because they don't have one.
Well, I got a question. Isn't it illegal for companies to hire illegals? I thought you ain't allowed to hire an illegal.
Yeah, in Australia, it's up to the individual to supply their tax file number, and then you're the one defrauding the government. So that's another crime you've committed by giving them. Where did you get that tax file number from?
You got it from the worker, and it's probably fraudulent. But it doesn't matter. You're going to submit the number, and you're going to submit the money to the treasury, and the treasury
But I'm
will
not
sign
talking
it.
about the company. I'm talking about the individual. That's another crime they've committed. They've stolen someone's tax file number.
No, so most of the time they don't steal one. They just don't use one, or they make one up. They wouldn't
Well, they
steal
made one up then, so they've defrauded the government with their ID. How is that not a secondary crime? Because you're going, they haven't committed another crime, but they have.
They defrauded the government by giving them money that they're never going to receive back.
By pretending that you're a citizen when you're not.
Well, what Ren's saying is the company is still paying the government the tax, but the worker is then not allowed to come back at tax time and try to get that tax money back like you would if you was an American. Then you make under a certain amount. The government is still getting the money from the company, but the person can't come back and get their tax money back later at tax time. So the government's still getting the money. They're actually giving the government money rather than taking from it, is what he said.
What about the individual? So now they're getting ripped off, so they don't have all the rights that a citizen would have.
What the citizen itself, the illegal? Yes, 100%. They don't have every right the citizen have. That's 100. Yeah. For the individual, it's a horrible system because, like I said, your Social Security number in America, that's what gives you access to your Social Security account. They're paying into Social Security and they're never going to receive a benefit from it.
So every time they don't put in a tax return because they can't, they know they're breaking the law.
They don't have to put. Think about it. Like I said, they're not registered here, right? So, you know what I mean? I don't like they're not even registered here. So
I'm trying to tell you that they're breaking the law every week. Like
every minute.
They haven't broken any laws. It's like, well, they are. They're lying about who they are. They're not able to access anything because they have to lie about it.
The problem is that it creates a race to the bottom.
Government
gets price-wise?
Wages-wise, because if you have a company that employs illegals, and you have a company that employs Americans, the company that employs illegals has an advantage.
Yeah.
And so the company that employs Americans then has an incentive to fire the Americans and employ illegals. I can't believe that anyone would even consider trying to philosophically justify a situation.
The jobs you're talking about though aren't like good jobs, dude. Like they're not coming like that's the thing. Like you're talking like they're like getting like CEO jobs or like even like high level manufacturing jobs. No, dude, they're picking fruit in a field. They're cutting lawns. I mean, they're doing basically the work that teenagers would potentially do in the summer.
My daughter went and picked fruit the last couple of years ago. Spent a couple of years down there, made a shit ton of money.
How much? And how old is she? Like a teenager? Like I said, jobs teenagers would be doing in the summer.
She's 26. She's 26.
Okay. Well,
the problem is that there's no accommodation because it's intermittent work. And that's like there's not enough locals to pick all the fruit because it's only seasonal.
Are you in Australia?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys import people from Philippines.
But if you made it, like if the government stepped up and spent more money on perhaps making accommodation, helping the farmers have decent accommodation or the town be able to supply it and then handle that it doesn't make money in the off season, then that.
So we subsidize the town, the government. So tax dollars goes to subsidize the town.
No, you just help them build the bloody thing.
Subsidies. That's what a subsidy is.
Well, what do you think you're doing when you're subsidizing employers to cheap labor?
We're not subsidizing employers for cheap labor.
All right. Well, then sometimes things come at a cost.
I agree.
I just can't. I can't believe. I'm trying to figure out why this is deemed acceptable, and I think the reason it's deemed acceptable is because the mainstream media does not create a song and dance about it. If the media suddenly decided that these illegals are taking Americans' jobs, it doesn't matter what type of jobs, because Americans used to do those jobs, so why can't they do them now? That's not even logical.
Well, the media used to kick up a sing and dance about it, remember? Well,
they're doing it now. They're doing a huge bit of it now in America. But in South Park, there's like a whole episode about guys walking around the city saying they took our jobs and they took their dirt. Like, it's kind of funny, but if you lost your job to an illegal, you need to go to fucking school, dude. You do.
Well, I
you need to go
saw
to fucking
a
school.
guy on a video a month ago saying that he's in the building industry and he hasn't been able to get a job for 6 months. And as soon as Trump started deporting everybody, he walked on a job site and got a job straight away. So there are Americans who don't have jobs who would do these things.
I beg to differ with the idea that Americans don't want to do those jobs.
Yeah.
I think that's a contrivance. I'll be honest, that's a contrivance. Has anyone asked them?
Yes. Dude, I have marijuana farms. Dude, we pay crap ton of money for people to come. It is impossible to get anyone to come. It's impossible.
Well, you're out in the middle of nowhere?
I have 3 of them. One of them is just south of Cadillac, Michigan. Other 2, one's in California and one's in Colorado. Colorado one's in the middle of downtown Denver.
But I mean, are they in town? Where easy to drive to? Or
Downtown
are they
Denver. That's the hardest one to get, and it's indoor. Denver, Colorado. My one in Michigan's a small town. Cadillac, Michigan's a really small city. One in Los Angeles, it's right outside the city. Not really, but
I've been near Cadillac.
Cadillac, it's awesome up there. I love it. I think I'm gonna end up moving up there.
It used to be back in the day.
Until all these cannabis farmers moved up there.
If you drove around Kalamazoo or anywhere like that, Detroit or Flushing or Grayling or Metamar or anywhere like that, you would see all American cars. You would not see a single Honda. You would not see a single Toyota or Mazda or any of those brands. All you'd see Cadillacs, Buicks, Fords, and Jeeps, and all the rest of it. What's the other one that went to it? Pontiac. Remember Pontiac? The Firebird?
Yeah.
Horrible car.
One of those jokes from a kid, they always say, you know what Pontiac means? And like, no, it says, poor ass Negro thinks it's a Cadillac. And I was like, oh, that's kind of funny.
Found on road dead. Ford is found on road dead.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Fix or repair daily.
Yeah. No, but the thing is about labor. Like I said, it's impossible to find people to work. I think we have of manufacturing jobs, which are coveted. Apparently, we have like 27,000 manufacturing jobs that we can't fill as a country currently. If you want America to work, take away every social benefit and let people starve, and let's start it back, from like basically like the turn of the century. You know what I mean?
I agree with that. I agree with that completely.
I don't, though. I don't.
How much do you pay an hour?
25. That's Michigan. Denver's more, in California, it's a state minimum mandate.
So it's the minimum wage.
No, Michigan is $25 an hour is not minimum wage. It's like
not a minimum
almost
wage.
3 times the minimum wage.
Sorry. Wow, that's bad.
We've had to go as far as get visas and import people.
That's funny.
Are you saying people don't want those jobs?
Yeah.
What's the problem with them?
I honestly, I think they're not TikTok worthy, in my opinion. I would say, but
I think
when no one goes, when no one picks my cannabis on my cannabis farms, I go pick my cannabis on my cannabis farm. You know, I mean, it is what it is. But
everyone's on drugs. Everyone's on benefits, and they don't want
So
to
you're
work.
saying
Yeah, maybe the cannabis farm is the reason why you ain't got any workers. Maybe it's sort of affecting the whole self of itself.
Oh,
you're saying you have
that's good.
You have work in downtown Denver and you can't find people?
Yeah. Do you live in
like
Denver?
How many spots are you missing?
Stoners don't want to work.
I would say for the Denver as an indoor facility, it is 10,000 square feet. There is probably about 6 workers on average that we're missing, but it's different work that you need across the year. It's about 6 workers on average
that you're missing.
Yeah, and we'll have to fill in, with existing staff somehow. Or
would you be willing to hire somebody for the weekend?
Yes, we do that all the time, dude. We do that all the time.
I have a buddy who is ex-military, and he's been getting hitting hard with they've cut his VA. He's disabled. He needs something. Just something simple. That's not.
Does he live in Denver?
He lives north Colorado Springs. He actually just moved more north. So it is a bit of a drive.
Yeah, that's a haul.
It is a bit of a drive, but
I know some. So we owned a grow in Colorado Springs called the Apocryphy. We ended up selling it, and I still know those owners, and they have problems with employment too. I don't know what they're paying.
He's super reliable. He just needs a break, and he's not very social. He's kind of a computer guy like me, so we're not really super social.
Does he have any other skill sets? Like, because that's the thing about cannabis, dude. You can go there as like a picker and end up being a part owner. Like it's like having skills. You get to move up very quickly in cannabis.
He's good with CAD. He's really good at 3D printing.
Okay.
He works with his hands. He works with machines. Like he can pretty much be a contractor. He can build anything. He's a contractor.
Have you seen indoor facilities?
Have I seen them? I mean, you have to build them. You have to design them.
Exactly.
You have to know the airflow and the lighting. He could do all of that. Absolutely. He could build a place.
Yeah. Well, it's not even that. It's like most of the time he'll go into a build and like, let's say like we get in like a new, like you always have to like move stuff. You're moving those big, you're always moving things. You know what I mean? So like that aspect of it, like you get a new crop of mothers, like genetics, you don't want them to be anywhere close to your old stuff. So you're going to move everything over here and you're going to make sure like you're always moving things. So like I said, if we can, you can like DM me and we can like kind of talk. I'll reach out to my.
We don't have to put on a live stream, but
yeah,
if you want to help a veteran out who's just getting stiffed like real bad, he's a really good dude.
You'd love our policy in Michigan.
He's a good dude.
So in Michigan, if you are a veteran and you're getting prescribed opioids, we ask you to bring us your opioids and we destroy them, and then we give them as much cannabis as they want, oils, gummies, everything.
It's a request, not a demand, right?
We don't. I won't give it to them unless they give us the opioids. If they give us their opioids, I'll give it to them. But if they don't give us their opioids, we won't give it to them.
Well, his transportation is not good. His car is like it's like a 20-year-old Durango, and it's just like it's falling apart. I had to buy him a belt the other. Like I'm constantly buying him stuff to fix this or pay for like right now his cell phone's off for 2 weeks because he doesn't have any money. He's living off $77 for 2 weeks right now.
I hate that.
And
shit,
I can't give him any more money. I've given him so much money. I can't do it anymore. He just needs an opportunity.
Yeah, him getting up to Denver and that Durango would be an issue. But like I said, I know some people in Colorado Springs that have grows. I know they have problems with employment. And like I said, they're indoor. You know, my farm in Michigan's outdoor, and that one's a nightmare to try to find people. But it's 250 acres of pure cannabis. But
oh no,
you know,
250 acres of weed,
pure cannabis.
Man, now that's a heavenly sight, I bet, to lay eyes on.
I'll show you. I'll DM you a little snapshot of the field.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Here.
Hold on.
I would like to ask Dawn, who's in the chat,
stick in the chat if it don't reveal any, if it ain't doxing or anything.
The thing is, if you drove to where my farm is, you just got to follow your nose and you'll find it.
All right, reached out. Yeah, that would be. I mean, if there's anything, I don't know. I feel horrible, dude. It's breaking my heart. And then I don't even want to say it online, but
there's guys that we've talked to, and like it's legit. Like, you know, like before I was doing all this, and now I don't like they're talking about killing themselves and stuff. You know,
I don't want to talk about it. If you know what I'm saying, there's so much I don't want to talk about.
Let's move it on. Move it on.
Yeah.
It's just really not good right now.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
I feel like there is people out there that want those jobs. You just have to look for
them. He's getting paid, I think 16 or 17 an hour to work at a foam company. It just helps cut foam into certain shapes for shipping. Mm-hmm. And they're real nice to him, but they can't pay him what he needs. And he's way overqualified. He's made special parts for them on the 3D printer and design things in CAD that are just like, you know, specialty parts would be thousands of dollars. So
yeah,
he's just needs to be utilized somewhere. I don't know. He can't live on that pay.
Can you give weed as part of the pay to anyone?
No, I wish. I would save a lot of money.
I wonder if anyone get this reference. Say, hey, buddy, can you help out a 49er? It's a deep reference. If anyone gets that, I'd be very surprised. It's from Star Trek. I'm in the living room now. I've got to be a little bit quieter. There's an episode of Star Trek where one of the characters goes back in time to San Francisco in the 1800s, and a beggar asks him for money and says, "Can you help out a 49er?" And it took me a long time because I watched the episode.
Yeah,
way before the internet.
That was the episode with like the aliens were killing people because they had cholera and they're stealing their energy, right?
That's the one. Very good. Yeah. Yes. Excellent. And it was Data went back to San Francisco.
It was a two-parter, and that's when they first met. What's her name? Guinan.
Guinan. Yeah. Madam Guinan.
Yeah. I was a huge Trek fan. I love Trek.
The guy playing Mark Twain.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
He was pretty good.
Madam Guinan.
That was a good Trek.
Just overkill. It was a good episode, double episode. The one where he arrives in San Francisco and all he's got is he doesn't have a tricorder or his phaser or anything. He's got his data pen. And he goes to the hotel. He just happens upon the hotel, and the bellhop is out there helping people. And
wasn't the bellhop Jack London?
That's right.
Yeah, he was Jack London. Yeah.
So he goes, to a guy that comes out of the basement or one of the back rooms of the hotel. And he says, not so much luck today, Mr. Jones, you know. And he says, poker? And so he goes to the poker game, and there's an Indian there and the other guy, a couple other dudes. And all he has no money, so he's got his communicator pin, and he throws that in. What is this, a family heirloom, they say, He's like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guy bites it. It is gold. It's, oh yeah, it's gold. And so what you don't notice, I've watched this episode several times. You don't know, or I did notice the first time, is the Indians has a cap with a feather in it, and then the other guy's wearing a red waistcoat, and then something else, And so you see that it cuts, right? And then it comes to Data coming in the hotel with loads of money. He's wearing the Indian's hat and the other guy's waistcoat. He took them for their hats and waistcoat. It's so good. He just took them for all their money. Because he's an android, he can count the cards.
Yeah, no, I love these. Next Generation was good. The best one ever is there are 4 lights.
There are 4 lights. You may retain the surplus. Keep the tip. Precisely. That was so good. I have no form of legal tender. It's with Data, just everything is just all very technical.
Did you watch any of the other later Trekkies or just Deep Space Nine? Or I'm sorry, Next Generation.
TNG big time. Obviously TOS, but TNG big time. And then Deep Sleep Nine. And then, I'm sorry, Deep Space Nine. And then I did enjoy it. And then Voyager. Love Voyager.
My favorite,
Captain Janeway. That's excellent.
Of all of the episodes, the best episode is in the Pale Moonlight, Deep Space Nine, season 6, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's a amazing episode. They're trying to get the Romulans into the war, and a lot of stuff. I don't want, if you watch it, I don't want to ruin it for you. It's really good. I've probably watched that one episode the most of all of them. But I've probably watched every Star Trek series at least 2 or 3 times because of traveling and stuff.
I do like. I tell you what, I do like Cisco. I like Garrick, and I like Worf in the show is terrific. I like Quark. I like a lot of the Bashir is great. There's a lot of stuff to like. I really do.
I hate Keiko O'Brien though.
Keiko is annoying. She gets too much airtime. Because it's all just domestic,
She was a horrible wife. She was a horrible wife.
Molly this and Molly that,
It's such a horrible wife.
Yeah. But it wasn't. The stories didn't capture me as well as they did on TNG. And I was disappointed by that. But then Voyager came along, and those really did grab me. So, but it's all good. It's all good entertainment.
I completely see what you're saying, especially the first, I would say, like 4 seasons of Next Generation. But when they got after that, they got the Defiant, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it started kind of being, it started kind of being like the other series too.
It did pick up,
it was Garrett. I like Garrett. Garrett was a very interesting character.
Yeah. Who's the Cardassian guy? That's the main character.
Gul Dukat.
Gul Dukat is played by the same actor that was in that
Next Generation one.
Yes, same guy.
But he's also the Cardassian. So I don't know if it's the Lost when O'Brien's old captain is killing Cardassians. And they have to work with the Kardashians to try to bring down O'Brien, that guy's ship or whatever. The guy who plays Gul Dukat actually plays a Kardashian in that episode.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. I did like Worf in DS9. He fit quite well. I think that worked. He was still better in TNG. He just was. But
I think in Deep Space Nine, he got to kind of be they got to expand his character a bit more,
Yeah. It was good casting. I really enjoyed the show. I like Bashir, Alexander Siddig. It's great. And I like Shimmerman's Quark is just excellent.
Did you watch Enterprise?
Yes, and it was a bit
horrible.
Yeah, I tried because I like
Quantum Leap.
Yeah, hold on, don't tell me his name.
I assume it's Quantum Leap.
Quantum Leap guy, Captain. Hold on. He'll come to me in a second. Sam Beckett. His Quantum Leap. He was Sam Beckett. What the heck is it, Captain? Jonathan Archer. He was Jonathan Archer, but who played Jonathan Archer? Hold on.
That is him. That's his
Jonathan
name.
Archer.
Yep.
It didn't. Yeah, again, it didn't grab me too much. I did like the characters. Yeah, I liked the Asian girl, who's a translator girl. In the first episode, which was called Broken Bow, where she's trying to use a very, very clumsy translator, universal translator, to translate the Klingon, who's been injured, and he's on the bed. He's on the bio bed yelling, and she's so intimidated, and she's trying to figure out what he's saying, and then trying to communicate in Klingon as a girl, as like, so it's so great. And I like Chip, not Chip, Trip.
Trip, yeah.
And there were. I didn't really like the Vulcan girl. She was a bit, I don't know.
She was hot, what she was.
I mean, she's 7 of 9 type of hot.
7 of 9, yeah.
Those, 7. There was one episode in TNG where Voyager, sorry, where they get in a situation with Kim, and there's something. Of course, he's attracted to her. Obviously, he's a male, and they get in this close quarters situation, and she thinks that he wants to she's like, oh, would you like to copulate?
Yeah.
He's like, I thought it was funny.
I was yelling at the screens.
What are you bumbling for, man?
Idiot.
That's a thing you have to think about. What kind of a man are you?
Harry Kim. That's how
Harry Kim.
If that was Paris, though, that would have been go time. No questions asked. Tom Paris.
Where did Harry Kim study music?
I have no idea.
There is a scene that they have, and they mention it. That's the reason I remember it, because they had a scene where they compared the 2 actresses that played Janeway. The first girl, very famous, well-known, well-regarded screen actor or film actress, and they had her play the captain. And Kate, it was Kate Janeway initially, and then they changed it to what's her face, and she played Catherine Janeway.
Catherine, yeah.
And so you saw the 2 different women, approach the material, if you will, in 2 completely different ways. And so you watch the same scene twice, and I watched that about 4 times. So though I know these different things, it was Juilliard. Music at Juilliard, and so there's a few other things with Tuvok. I like Tuvok.
Tuvok was cool.
Tuvok and Chakotay.
One of the coolest episodes, or is a dual episode, was the Year of Hell. When
gosh, yes,
that was great. That was great.
The Year of Hell is right. Man,
that one was great.
They just beating that guitar out of them. Yeah, that's the thing, that they went there. TNG, they never really went there.
Well, I would say TNG, because the original series, there really wasn't. You know what I mean? And then TNG kind of pushed the envelope, but like kind of a bit more. I think with one of the things with Voyager, I think they were trying to get audiences. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think they took way more risks, and I think they worked. With the other series. The Year of Hell was a great one.
That was so good. The Time Ship. What's his name? The guy in the captain of the Time Ship. I've forgotten his name.
Oh, he's the dad from.
Yeah,
he's like the dad in like he's the dad in That 70s Show.
Yeah,
he's the dude. He's
Captain
the villain
Braxton.
from
Captain Braxton.
RoboCop 2. Yeah, Rexton.
There you go. Yeah, Captain Braxton. He turns out that he is the one that sabotaged. Blah blah. It was just great. And
well, he kept on trying to reset the timeline so like he can get his wife back.
Yeah. So they're trying to find out where these temporal incursions are happening, and so he's ordering Seven to do this investigation, and then she finds out it's him, and they arrest him for crimes he hadn't committed yet. The Temporal Prime Directive. The less I know, the better. Janeway's great. There's a great scene in the. Did you watch the one in Voyager where the ship is split into 7 different timelines?
I don't remember.
Oh, it's a great episode, man. And then, of course, Chakotay is the only one not affected, so he goes through the different time zones. And in the one, he's still Marquis. And so Janeway immediately has him arrested. And because there's a Marquis guy in a Starfleet uniform on the bridge, and then he has to win her trust. It's terrific. It really is great episode. There's a scene in the Turbo Lift that I've almost literally studied because it's so interesting, where Janeway and Chakotay have this conversation where he's trying to say to her, these things are going to happen in the future. I'm going to become part of the crew. And then we need to go to astrometrics. And Janeway's like, Voyager doesn't have an astrometrics lab. Who's running it? And
Borg. Yeah, I know
7 of 9.
I remember this episode
Borg?
now. Yes, I remember this episode now. That was one of the later ones. That was like one of the last seasons.
Yes. Yeah. And then Seska was in there. There's all sorts of people in that episode. Seska was back, and then what's that other guy? He's got a weird name. He's played by Brad Dourif. Like a crazy.
He was like a killer, right? And got like locked in his room. I forgot his name. Yeah,
he was insane.
Ensign something.
Yeah.
Because he's the guy that like they when Seska really took the ship. They didn't kick him off, and like he ran like a one-man vigilante army against them.
Yes, and he managed to really
Ensign something. Yeah, Ensign something. I know he was a Beta's head.
He had a good alien name. I'm going to look him up because I want to know his alien name. So
he was a Beta's head too, which is weird.
Oh, was he? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because like they're supposed to be like nice, you know what I mean? But they said in like Betazoid though, like the boys don't have the mind reading powers, just the girls do, or some shit. I forget.
But Brad Dourif is just oh gosh, in the episode, wow.
Is it called Meld? No, that's not Meld. That's when Tuvok was trying to help him.
There's people saying on Reddit, they were going, "Holy crap, Brad Dourif's in Voyager!" Because they just discovered he was in Voyager. Like what? Brad Dourif is just a weird guy. Crewman Lon, that was it. Lon Suda.
Suda, yeah.
Lon Suda.
Ensign Suda. Yeah.
So he kills someone and then he gets put in, confined to quarters because what are you going to do with them? What else are you going to do with them? And then he ends up, being an asset in that situation. So he saves the ship.
That's in that like legitimately, I remember watching that and like literally like having like sympathy for that dude because like he was like going through some stuff.
He was insane.
He
was not well.
Like it was like he found sanity by like getting all the violence out of his head by working with Tuvok and stuff. And then he had to let it back in, and he knew he couldn't control it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that scene where like he just laid there on the ground when he was in like sick bay, And like he's like, just please don't touch me. I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So well played. Just the pain
that was
and
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Just
good.
cool. Yeah.
Not better than there are 4 lights.
Lights. I thought of him as a really courageous man, in that he's suffering from mental illness in that way that's making him do these things he doesn't really want to do, and then he makes the decision to use it to to help save the ship, basically. And that was a very, very courageous thing to do. I thought it was really great.
The doctor was kind of like I was like, dude, you're kind of like not a good doctor.
I love the doctor.
No, but like the doctor's like encouraging like his patient to like kind of like relapse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Please state the nature of the medical emergency.
Yeah.
I'm a doctor, not a tricorder. He's so terrific. But and the thing is, that show had 3 Roberts, and I think one of the producers was named Robert.
Oh
so
yeah.
They had Robert Duncan Patrick, I think his name is, Paris.
Captain Paris. Yep.
And they had
Paris.
And they had Robert Picardo, and then who was Doctor, and then they had Robert Beltran as Chakotay. So that in the cast of 3 Roberts. That was great.
Did you hear the Chakotay character? They hired like an alleged like Native American to teach him, and the dude ended up like pretty much being from like Boston.
Yeah, it's funny. He was good. I liked Chakotay. He was terrific. I actually saw him in Atlanta. There was
officers. He was my least favorite of all the first officers.
Oh, you didn't like him? Oh, okay.
No, I didn't like him. I'm saying like I like Kira. I thought she was awesome.
Kira's great. Kira
Will
Kira
Franks.
Reese.
Yeah, Will Franks.
Will Franks.
Captain Riker.
William,
Riker. Yeah, William T.
William T. Riker.
Yeah, Tiberius. Well, actually Thomas. But it was originally
Thomas
it was
Thomas.
So it was.
They couldn't
so do you remember?
They could not do another Tiberius.
No. Originally, it was Tiberius in like the early episodes. But then remember when they did the transporter?
Yes, where he's duplicated.
Yep, and the guy. That's why he's Thomas Riker. But originally,
that was sad.
Yeah,
that was so sad. Thomas is left basically on the planet, and he has to survive. And then he comes back, and then his girlfriend.
His girlfriend, I know.
And then his girlfriend has got
He ended up stealing. He ended up going on Next Deep Space Nine and stealing the Defiant for the Maquis.
Yeah, he was on DS9. He was also in a episode of Voyager briefly. Q snaps him there.
But was it Tom? I think it wasn't Thomas. So that was
no, that wasn't. It was real right. Yeah, it was real.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, but yeah,
but
same guy.
On Voyager, it was just so weird to see him in a blue uniform. Because he's not a lieutenant. He's a whatever second lieutenant or something. Oh, that was good.
It was yellow uniform.
I mean,
the blue was the blue is science officers.
Oh, is it? Okay. But when he came back, he was in a different.
When he came back, so Thomas had a yellow uniform.
Okay.
Had the yellow top, and Will had red. Yeah, red's command. So yellow was command. Yeah, yellow was command in the old series, and the red shirts for the people who already got killed. You know what I mean?
Right.
And this one,
the
red
new
was command. Yeah,
that's
yellow
more
was
burgundy than red, right?
Yeah. But yeah, and then yellow was like, I guess
science
you had like
engineering.
no, blue was science. That was like what's her name, Crusher. The
Crusher. She was blue.
Yeah. And Troy
Geordie
was yellow.
Geordie was
and
gold.
Red.
Yeah.
In red, he had red. He had both. Yeah. Eventually,
and then Data was always gold.
But he got promoted to first officer a few times. He got to wear red.
Yeah, he did. And the Beta said she got out of her Yeah, but she changed her outfit every season, I think, and she was constantly upgrading. The first one, she's like a galactic cheerleader.
Yeah, with her shorts, little dress.
Those short tunic. Oh my word! Yeah, that was TOS level short. Which who's going to object? And then there's a great episode. There's a great episode in the original series where they go back to Earth in 1960 and they beam aboard a fighter pilot, Captain Christopher, and he beams aboard. His ship breaks up, and so they plan to keep him and wipe his memory and send him back. And so that's kind of the idea. Anyway, and as Kirk is escorting him to the bridge to show him around the ship, they go in the corridor and there's Ensign, whatever, hello, Captain, and she walks by, and you hear the saxophone. It's sort of sultry music plays. I'm like, oh, that's so sexist. And he looks at her and he goes, a woman? Yes, a crewman. It's like a woman on the ship. That's great. His sexist attitude.
I mean, it's
and then
the
they get aboard
50s.
Yeah, so he gets aboard he gets to the bridge, and of course Kirk, as he's exiting the turbo lift, he says, I've never really believed in little green men, and the first one he sees on the bridge is Spock.
It's green. Oh, I thought it was
so
Andorian. I thought like that Andorian, came by or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Spock, and the Spock, of course, looks at him. It's great.
I don't really remember original series as well as I do the other ones.
Yeah.
I remember the Trouble one. I remember the only reason why I watched that one was because they did the throwback to it from Deep Space Nine. Yeah,
DS9, and they have to explain why the Klingons look like that.
Yeah. Worf was like, we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that.
Don't ask. We don't. Yeah, we're not going to explain, because what explanation would you have?
Oh, they have it. They did it. So do you remember?
Really?
And do you remember in Enterprise when they genetically it's kind of like the rise of Khan.
Khan, yeah.
But in Enterprise, when they the Klingons genetically modified humans, Klingons to look like humans to infiltrate Earth, and there was some virus that they got and spread it to the rest of them, and like the ridges and all that other stuff was a result of the virus. That's like that's what they try to explain it.
I mean, why not? Why not do that? That sounds great. I'd accept that. But it was in Enterprise, so it probably wasn't really considered
lore
authoritative. Canon, yeah.
I think they realized how bad it was, and that's why at the end they were like, let's bring back Riker and what's her name, and just say this was a holodeck dream for the last 5 years.
Oh gosh. No, wait a second. Did they do that?
Yeah, because so throughout that whole thing, allegedly Riker is the cook. And the last episode you see him and like you talking to him, but basically they turned that whole thing into some like basically a fever dream on the holodeck. Fever dream on the holodeck basically is what that ended up being.
I was, when that came out, I became very, very busy towards the latter seasons.
You got lucky.
And we stopped following. We had a watch party for the Broken Bow episode, and that was a good episode. I enjoyed it. You saw the Klingons for the first time, air quote first time, and you had the universal translator doesn't work properly. They've got no phasers. They've got a grappling hook instead of instead of tractor beam, and all this stuff. And transporters don't work reliably on humans. All this stuff. That's I thought it was good. Hull plating instead of shields.
They literally turned it into like a fever dream that Riker had on the on the holodeck. Yeah,
how did
they did go pretty far out of canon, like the Zindi War and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
You know, that's
sort of
very
lost
far
me.
from canon.
The Zindi thing was weak in my estimation. I tried to follow it, and it was just okay. But here's the thing with Star Trek is that your expectations are so high. Your standard is so high because Star Trek is the best sci-fi on TV. The end.
Well,
so,
did you ever see? It's not Butterfly. What is the name of it? It only had one season, and gosh, it was on Fox. Firefly. Did you ever see Firefly?
No, it didn't look like it was going to be any good. It was on Sci-Fi Channel, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
They canceled that way too soon. That they made these little BS movies after the fact, and no. But
People
Firefly
really liked it.
Firefly could have caught some wings.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, I really did try to like DS9, and I watched a lot of the episodes. I thought the first episode, I think it was a 2-part episode of DS9 was very strong. It shows Wolf 359. It shows Cisco losing his wife. He gets out and she's trapped.
The wormhole, and like they ended up moving the whole station there.
Yes, he has to get out of the ship while his wife is trapped inside, and he's on the shuttle. And the shuttle pulls away from the ship. It's so realistic.
Oh, that's from Wolf.
So well.
Yeah, that was from the Borg, and that's why he hated Picard. You know, but that was from the battle of like what was that, Wolf 3571 or some shit. Yeah, something like that.
Wolf 359. Yeah, that's Wolf 359. Is the if you type in Wolf 359, it is the position of Earth.
Did not know that.
Earth is the. Oh no, maybe not. But I thought it was. No, it's only 7 light years from Earth. So, Wolf 359 is a red dwarf star located in the constellation of Leo. So that's what it is. Yeah. That's it. Because that is where they made their last stand against the Borg, was Wolf 359, which is in the Leo constellation, that planet, that star, which is what it says in here in the fandom wiki, whatever it says, roughly 8 light years from Earth. So Wolf 359 wasn't anywhere near Earth, but galactically it would have been.
Oh, like next door.
7 or 8 light years away. So that's where Wolf. Yeah, so I found out the Wolf 359 is an actual place in reality.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
And now you do.
Anyway,
and learning's half the battle. Dun, dun. What show is that? What show is that? And you should know because he was in Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would be Reading Rainbow.
Yes. Dun, dun. Geordie LaForge.
Yeah.
Good old LeVar Burton.
I just remember that scene there where Cisco gets aboard the shuttle, and the shuttle pulls away from the ship, and then he's just looking blank at the ground, and in the reflection of the window behind me, you see the ship explode. And that's his wife gone, and that was so painful to watch. You know what I mean? It's like,
they started that off with a bang. They like that series. Literally, it was. They started it with a bang.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it. So Dragon Con, I think it was about 20 years ago, probably. Maybe not quite that long. Maybe not quite 20 years ago. But Dragon Con, they had a Miss Universe or Miss Star Trek Universe competition, and they had They had a Beta Z. They had one of the green girls from the original series.
Yeah.
They had a Klingon girl. They had a Borg 7 character, and a couple of other. There was a few others. It was so great, and it was like a beauty competition. It was so terrific. I really enjoyed it. And essentially, the girl with the least amount of clothing is who won. It was the green slave girl.
At a Comic-Con festival where like most of these kids have gotten out of their basement for the first time in like 5 years. Yeah.
She got all the applause. It was all applause-based voting. But the main judges were Rene Auberjonois,
Odo.
Yep. Robert
That's
Beltran.
where I got my name from on this, actually.
All right. So Robert Beltran and Garrett Wang. They were the 3 judges.
Garrett Wang was Kim, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good. So they also had who played Gowron? What's that guy's name? He was there too.
Gowron. Oh yeah. Oh man, I have no idea his name.
Love Gowron. Gowron is like next to Worf, and Worf's brother, everybody's favorite Klingon. Absolutely brilliant character.
Gowron. I like the fact that Worf got him in power and then killed him later. Like, I'm going to kill somebody and get you in power, and then I'm going to kill you. But the dude who Worf killed Worf's baby mama, and
that's true. Yes.
Yeah, that he deserved it.
He did. Yep. What a bastard.
They always say Worf is like the worst father ever, but I'm like, Alexander's a pretty bad son. Like, why can't we judge this properly?
I like the they go to try to not Kempek. Who's the Kempek. They were trying to get in touch with them because they needed to do a mission inside Romulan space, and so they contact the Klingon High Council. And what was it? Kempek? It wasn't Kempek. Who was it? Who was leader of the council at that point?
But the head of the council?
Yes.
It wasn't Gowron.
No, was it Kempek? It may have been Kempek. Anyway.
It was the guy that when they put Worf on trial, they put him on trial. Remember, for like they said his father was a traitor?
Yes.
And it was the same guy. Yeah, Moog. Yeah. But that was the same guy, apparently.
Yeah.
But I don't know his name. I don't remember his name. I remember his face now.
So they meet up with the Klingon, or they get in touch with the Klingon homeworld and everything, and they talk to this junior adjunct sort of dude, and he's like, what can I do you for? And they're like, well, we need to ask. It was Gowron. We need to ask Gowron for a favor. A favor? That's what you wanted me to ask him? Yes. We require a cloaked ship. A cloaked ship is no small favor. What shall I say to him? What would be the benefit for the Klingon, for the Klingon Empire, if we do this for you? And so Picard says, "Oh, well, you will have our gratitude." He goes, "Really? That's what you want me to tell him?" He says, "Yes, but if you are unable to provide a cloaked ship for us, then we will go elsewhere in the Klingon Empire to find our cloaked ship, and then they will have our gratitude." Oh, it's so clever. It was so good. It's the way he says it. And please tell Gowron that we are deeply gratified that he is prospering so well. A tribute to his skilled leadership. Right. It's Picard at his absolute best. Brilliant.
I keep on bringing it up, but the best episode was when he was being tortured and he wanted him to say that there's 5 lights. I mean, it's that one. That one was. Remember when like the guy was like, "Oh, you can go. We're going to get what we want out of the human female," and he like literally just stops in his tracks and comes back and sits down. I was like, man, man.
Yeah, someone was.
If you haven't seen In the Pale Moonlight, I haven't. Yeah, it's season 6, episode 19.
That line is from a song,
really
by the way.
One.
The song,
the song
is
yeah.
Yep, the song is called "The Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia," on the Trail of the Lonesome Pine, and that line is in that song. It may be incorrect, but that line is in that song. So that could be where it's, because often they'll do that, right? They'll say "Best of Both Worlds" or "Time's Arrow," or they'll have a thing that's a reference to something else.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, some really good episodes, good ones. The later episodes of TNG weren't all that great, but some of them were pretty outstanding, and that one's one of them. The other one I really enjoyed was when the aliens capture Picard and they put him in a room with 3 other people. A Starfleet ensign.
One? Yep.
And then this warlike guy who's always angry, and then this
and then,
dude
the
who's
nerd
always
dude.
the nerd dude, so calm. You just stop yelling, and beast type of thing. And they give them food they can't eat, and then anyway.
No, just the war guy couldn't eat. Yeah, everyone else could eat it, but the war guy, and he's like, "How long can you go without food?" And he's like, "A couple days." And he's like, "So what can you eat?" And he starts looking at the nerd guy. And the ensign ended up being like the evil person.
Yes, she ended up being the mole. But on the Enterprise, the captain, who's a doppelganger, who's an imposter, just leads a song in 10 forward, and you have that awkward situation, and then makes all these stupid decisions. It's great. Great episode.
But I like the end of it when they like trap the aliens and they're like, "Oh, you don't like being captive? No, not cool, huh? You don't like it?"
Yes, I was able to communicate to my first officer with one single glance what I wanted him to do. So we don't necessarily need telepathy and all the rest of it. It's so good.
Oh, you don't like being captured? No, it's not good for you.
Now get off my ship. So good. I love the way he just looks at Jean-Luc. He just looks at Riker. And Riker instantly knows what he wants to do, and he sort of surreptitiously pushes a few buttons and looks at Worf, who does the same thing, and then they do the containment field. I thought it was so great.
I think it was
words. Yeah.
I think it was the episode when Picard gets stabbed in his heart, and he has to like make a choice to either not get stabbed in his heart or be stabbed in his heart. Did you see that one?
Yes.
But in the beginning, Hugh comes on the ship and goes, "Hey, I got a delivery for Jean-Luc Picard."
There's a few good ones like that. I like the ones where where characters sort of grow closer. Like aboard there's an episode where Picard and Crusher have to be aboard a shuttlecraft for a protracted period of time. And so,
do you think Wesley's Picard's kid?
Oh, is that sort of law? No. No,
dude.
Wesley's not Picard's kid. Wesley's dad was killed on an away team.
With Picard, but Beverly and him were like apparently like really, really close.
Yeah.
And,
never really implied that they took it any further, because they actually did state that. They stated, I think, maybe I'm thinking of something else, but
remember the episode when like everyone got drunk because of like the like it was like something in the air, and like they were literally about like they even like said like, "Oh, we can't do this again,"
Yes, that episode. That episode's called The Naked Now. The Naked Now.
Yeah.
Because it's an actual play on the TOS episode, The Naked Time, where the same thing happens. And this episode's called The Naked Now. And what's her name? Security officer. Tasha.
Oh, not Ro. Tasha Yar.
Tasha decides that she wants to see what it's like to sleep with an android.
With Data, yeah. Yes, I'm fully adequate.
Fully functional. So she greets him at the door, dressed like a sort of a Cardassian hooker.
that was, I mean, she was basic. I mean, that was her only occupation. You know what I mean? But when she died that first season, I was like, I don't know if I like this show. And then next year they brought in that Pulowski doctor.
Yeah, and it got worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't any good. Catherine Pulaski, she wasn't very good. She was, I mean, she's in a couple of episodes of Archie.
You know, she's from the original. She's from the she was from the original Star Trek.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that until like way later.
Pulaski, played by I can't remember the name. I didn't think she was very well cast, though. I just didn't.
No, but the thing is, you had two, like Picard was kind of stuffy, and she was. You know what I mean? You just had two stuffy people.
Two stuffy people in the room.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's okay, but
and then you had like Wesley on the ship, like still like wouldn't you go with your mom, dude? Like you just abandoned here? Like, oh, she left you with your father. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun. I like that though. I like the idea that they are related. That would be fun. The one of the best. I tell you what though, one of the best episodes. And by the way, anyone listening, I apologize. We're trekking out, and that's all there is to it.
People can chime in and tell us to shut up. I mean,
yeah, they're not
I was kind of waiting for that when we started, and I was like, I guess this is never going to end.
They must be fully engaged and enthralled with our conversation.
I know.
So
I do it.
the episode, it did try. That was good. The episode Family, which is where Picard, it's all the families get together. So Crusher and son, they go on the holodeck, Wesley, and she finds a holodeck chip, which is of her husband, the late husband, and they get to sort of speak to him a little bit or something in the holodeck. And then Worf's parents, adoptive parents, they arrive. Brilliantly played. The Russian parents of Worf are so great. I have all the specs and the diagrams. And then Picard goes down to Earth to be with his, see his family, his brother and his wife on the family farm, the vineyard. And of course, they have a fight, and that's where Picard considers giving up Starfleet for some project on Earth. And so it was very interesting. I love that episode. There's some good stuff on it.
Oh, that was a good one. I got traveling, and I had the DVD box sets. Like when you're in a foreign country, you just want to see something that has English. You know what I mean?
You want to hear English spoken, yeah.
I would, like I said, I would say I'd probably watch every, Next Generation, Deep Space Nine. I'd probably seen every episode at least 2 or 3 times just because of that.
Oh yeah. I mean, just so I can remember the names of the episodes, the characters' names in some instances. Yeah. Let me see. I'm going to find. I don't know where I'm going to find it, but let me see if I can just scroll up through my folder, all my pictures, many pictures, and because I got the box set TNG, not complete. I'll post a couple of pictures actually.
Did you buy it a long time ago, or did you get it like recently?
Oh, a long time ago.
Okay, so if you have the TNG metal box set, it was like a special edition one. It's like literally worth like $2,000. It's insane.
Ooh. Omnipresent text chat.
And then like the box set for for Deep Space Nine, it came in a special it looked like the Defiant, but you could open it up and have the DVDs in it.
Right.
Cool. That one's pretty cool too.
I can show you my Enterprise D model that lights up. I got that.
Okay.
I put in the text chat That's a picture of.
Did you put it in the one in the room or like the
omnipresence text chat?
I see
that is
your communicator.
That's me. That's my left. And that is a working communicator, and that's on my pajamas. I have Starfleet Command pajamas.
And the communicator works.
The communicator works. It communicates with your phone, and you can literally tap it. You can pick up calls. You can talk. You can get it to start and stop music. It will play music.
Have you seen the new McLaren team symbol?
No, what is it?
It's that. So Zach, I helped Zach get the loan.
Oh yeah, it's always been a Star Trek.
But it's literally that. Like he literally it's literally that. He thinks McLaren's going to be like this. I mean,
Starfleet.
Yeah, like. Well, at the time, McLaren was really, really big at battery tech. Like the batteries that they were using in the E series were made by McLaren, basically. You know, they were in talks to make their own electric car and all this other stuff, but that kind of went away. But they were thinking that they were going to be a company of the future, basically, was their goal. But they've recovered at least.
I like it when companies make those sort of goals, but unfortunately, a lot of the companies that do that don't really know what they're doing.
So I worked for, so Zach used to own a firm called JMI. It's called Just Marketing Inc. And he let me open an office out of his building, basically. And at the time, I was licensed, and a lot of the drivers had to do like financial stuff. So in exchange for that, I do their stuff for them. Coolest day of my life was when I walked in my office and Nikki Lauda was in there. That was really cool.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Post crash, I would assume.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm not that old.
That's why I was assuming that. What a guy to survive that and keep going, you know.
I got to work with him because he was buying a house and like in America and stuff, and it was what it was. But I got to work with him for a while. He has the most optimistic view on life, man. Nothing can get that man down, or could have. He was like every day. He was like every day. How he talks, you know, like these. But he's like every day.
Yes.
Yeah, but every day he wakes up is a day he wasn't supposed to wake up. In his mind, he was supposed to die in that car. You know?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Here's another one. This was taken at an event in Atlanta called the Rides to Remember. And Rides to Remember is a charity that gives sick kids a chance to ride in a supercar on a racetrack.
Oh.
And the drivers of the cars do it for free, and then they raise money for charity. And it is amazing. And we do the audio visual for it, the videos, and I do the photography. And that is just one of many. I got to ride up to the track because what they do is they convene at the Ferrari dealership in Atlanta. And then there's a track north of Atlanta. And then all the supercars all drive up in a convoy with police keeping traffic away, you know, at the intersections. So we just drive as fast as we can. I went up in a Porsche Carrera S, I think it was. That was amazing. And my son got to ride in a Mercedes EQS. I got to ride, found the DVDs. I got to ride in a Dodge Hellcat, and I got to ride in a Ferrari Roma.
The Hellcats are fast.
Very, very fast, noisy. I loved the Roma. The Roma was... So here you go. Here it is. Here's my DVD set.
Okay.
And this is the whole lot. And the back of them right here.
Dude, mine's literally in storage.
I've got 1, 4, 5, and 6. I've got seasons 1, 4, 5, and 6. That's all I got.
If next time I go back to Indy, I have to go back up there anyway. I'm getting out of storage. If we're still talking on here, I'll burn those other seasons for you and get them to you somehow.
That'd be great. That'd be cool.
All my stuff's in storage still, though.
Oh, all right. Oh, coming back down. I'm trying to think what else I could post. I think you'd be interested in. You're not into motorcycles, all right?
Not really. I've never been able to ride them.
Oh, there he is. Hang on. There's someone there you go. His name's Danny. I was trying to find someone at my church who's into records, and he's got a bunch of records. A lot of them are really, really old. 40s, vinyl records. None of them are really like that old. But, 50s, certainly 50s, 60s. And he's got a big, big collection. I bought one off him, a Herb Alpert album. And he says he's got a bunch more. His name's Danny. I just found his card. Older gentleman, very, very smart guy. And
he wants to buy a original Beatles Baby Butchers cover album. I'd love to sell that too.
What are we playing here?
Baby Butcher.
Are you into Rush?
The band?
Yeah.
I've heard them. I've listened to all music, really. I mean, I don't. There's really not bad music to me.
I'll post this and I'll delete it, but this is our. It's an interesting shot, so I'll post it. Hold on, and I'll take it down right away. That's our crew. That's our company. That's who works. It's a mixture of dancers, MCs, DJs, crew. And I am in the red. I'm in the Chicago Bulls t-shirt, sweatshirt. Top left. That's me with 2 fingers. You can't see anyone really. You don't know them, so you're not going to really recognize their faces or be able to see who they are.
Oh, you mean I'm using my facial recognition technology right now. I'm about to tag them all on the internet.
But yeah, I'm top left with the Bulls. That Bulls. And next to me on the floor there is a 6-time Emmy Award winner. Her name's Ashley something. I don't actually know her name because all I know is I know their names by their DJ names or their MC names or their dancer names. So literally only about 2 or 3 people in the company I know their real names. I mean, we've got Lucky Charm, Jelly Bean, MC Toto because he's from Africa, and that's the only thing I know.
I was trying to send you a video, but it didn't do it right.
Here's our dance floor. We've got our 3D dance floor. So we do AV and stuff like that. I do a lot of other stuff. I want you to name the movie. Here's the next picture. Name that movie.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be back. I gotta get this copy link, and then get out of this. Here, I'm sending you something DM because I can't put this on the.
Okay.
Chat. But the video you're about to watch, it's my rookie year. Hold on, text chat. There it is. What movie is that? It's not Hostel, is it?
It is not. Hold on, let me see if I can give you clues.
Corbin Dallas. Oh, dude. I know. My gosh. I should have just looked at the name.
Corbin Dallas.
Yeah.
Corbin
What
Dallas.
is his?
That's off of the Fifth Element.
The Fifth
Corbin
Element.
Dallas.
Yeah.
The card. That's a card stuck to a wall, and it's in the shape of a taxi, a floating taxi.
Mm-hmm.
That's on screen for 2 seconds.
Oh, the detail that goes into stuff.
The detail.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he gets fired by Zorg, and there's the plastic thing that's it written on, and there's a load of detail on that. You're fired. Oh, that's not so lucky, Mr. Dallas.
That's a good movie.
Last time I got a letter like that, it was my wife leaving me. And then I got a letter from my lawyer who was leaving with my wife.
This is good news. Want to bet lunch
This
on
is
it?
good news. I bet grandfather say it never rained twice. Or whatever it's the word. I bet you
The
lunch.
meat popsicle.
Do you identify? Are you? What's it? Are you classified as human? Negative. I'm a meat popsicle.
I am a meat popsicle.
At Dragon Con, they had those 3 guys. You know when they knock on his door, and you've got the German girl, you've got the guy with the goatee, right? Who was in that guy was in what was the other dystopian movie with Harrison Ford with replicants?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. 2049. Blade Runner.
Yep.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner.
Is the original.
So he Blade Runner, one of the replicants. So that guy, and then another guy, and I think it was the priest. Anyway, it was those 3, and they were walking around. They were so good. Their costumes. They watched the movie really intently to get those costumes right. They looked identical to the movie, so they're really convincing. You know, with the berets and the thing and the earpiece and everything. So good, and they were handing out cards. And on the card, it said negative. I'm a neat popsicle. That's what the cards say. So good. Let's see if I can find that. I have a bin. It's called the bin of many things. And it has many things in it. No cards. Corbin Dallas.
Multipass. She knows it's a multipass.
Yes, it's a multipass.
Multipass.
Multipass. No, it's not there. Dang, where is it? Multipass. Lilu Dallas multipass.
She knows it's a multipass.
She just puts it in anyone's face. Hello, multipass. So great.
That was a good movie.
I love that movie.
Chris Tucker was perfectly annoying too.
Just Coleman Dallas. Coleman, man. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die.
Or when they like hold this here, like the trigger, and he ends up shooting, and he's
It's so great. All those characters are so whacked out. Just every one of them. Oh, goodness. And Lilu, you know, she's. I didn't notice this first 2 or 3 times watching, but I've watched it about 6 or 7 times. And, you know, she's changing clothes in front of people at least 3 times in the movie. And it's usually in front of the priests, you know, and they're like turning around, like, oh, dude, and they turn around. She's just got no decorum, you know. So great.
Oh, she's the perfect being.
She's perfect. It's the guy's like, she's perfect.
Perfect.
That's great.
Zorg Industries.
Zorg. He was such a great.
That guy's good. What's his name? Gosh.
Yeah.
It's a cool name too.
Yeah. What's the
Gary
guy's
Oldman.
name?
Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman. Yes.
He's been in everything, and he's so good in everything.
He's such a good villain. He's a scary good villain.
Yes.
Yeah. Very good villain.
My price has tripled. Money is not important.
I like when it was like, if they were real killers, they'd ask what that red button did.
Yes.
Only life is important.
Only life important.
Are you German?
Are you German? Nope. He shakes his head. Nope. Are you German?
Aziz, light.
Thank you. Aziz, light. And then he writes down Aziz light 10 times, you know. Number 11.
Fire. I don't want fire.
Billy,
Yeah,
Billy, those are our friends. Only life matter. Yeah, that was so good. Those guys, what are they called? The Merovingian or something? Not very. The Mandalorians, something like that. They were called something with an
M. Disney would sue if it was Mandalorian.
It was something.
Yeah, I forgot the name.
The Merovingians.
No, that's from Matrix.
Matrix. That's
that's what that was on. Okay, I couldn't remember. I don't remember what the aliens were on Fifth Element.
The Mando something.
I've seen him Google it.
Yeah. What's his name from Mythbusters? He did a breakdown of that costume. He had one in one of the museums or somewhere, and he was able to talk about the costume. So I have fully functioning PJs.
So it's the Modo
Starfleet.
Swan.
Modo, that's it.
MONDOSHAWAN.
Modo Shawan, yeah.
Yeah. Yawns are contagious.
Sorry.
Oh man. So would you say your favorite genre is sci-fi?
Favorite genre? My favorite genre's got to be Star Trek, but
no, I was saying like in general, like in Fifth Element, sci-fi, Star Trek, sci-fi, you know.
Fifth Element, I've watched that movie so many times. But what do you mean genre though?
Like type of movie, like you have like thrillers, action movies, like just like you know, like actually like superhero movie genre. Like I just asked if your favorite like type of movie basically is sci-fi.
Oh. Yeah, I really do enjoy them all, because if it's a good made movie and with good characters that go through stuff and make you laugh in parts and then say something meaningful. I liked a lot of the Marvel movies all the way from Iron Man up to, Endgame. Mm-hmm. And some of them were really, really good. The first Thor movie's good. I like the second one, even though people didn't. The first Iron Man movie was great. The second one was good. And then I really enjoyed Civil War. Captain America's movies were great too. The fight scene in Ultron, I think it is, with
Age of Ultron, yeah.
The fight scene in the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
You got nowhere to go, Rogers. And he slices the cord, the cable, and that was really good.
I read the comics growing up, so I wasn't like super excited to see the movies, but they were cool.
Yeah. They took these characters, made them human, made them physical. And I think they did a masterful job. I really do. I mean, Thor is not the same as the Thor in the comics.
Yeah.
I may have told you this, but I had original copies of the first editions of a lot of those comics. I think Thor was one of them. Spider-Man was one of them. The Fantastic Four. I think it was
the
Hulk.
first edition Spider-Man's like worth a few $1,000,000.
Oh yeah, yeah, and I had them in my hand. But of course, back then they weren't worth that much, and how could you anticipate?
Yeah.
And so, no idea where they are. Thrown away, probably.
I had a buddy lose a baseball card collection. That like he went to college, and mom ended up like cleaning out his room and throwing it away. And like years later, some card comes up. It's supposed to be worth like $2 million. He's like, "Oh, I totally have that." Called his mom, and she's like, "I threw those away."
Oh, that hurts. That just hurts. I'm going to show you a picture. It's in my favorites. Let's see if I can find it. Finding some of these pictures, I take a lot, obviously. Oh, I can't find it. Oh, here's you like this. If you like the Beatles. My brother took that picture last time he was in Liverpool.
What's crazy? I'm not a huge Beatles fan. I'm really big Bob Dylan fan. I like Donovan. Cat. Cat Stevens. I never really was a huge Beatles fan. I just that Baby Butcher's cover was like a rare thing.
You got it from the Smithsonian?
Did I get it from the Smithsonian?
No, the picture I just put in. Sorry.
Oh, are you in the? You're probably in the
same
other
place.
Chat. I see. Last thing, you're probably in like the main chat. Hold on.
I know where I am.
I feel sometimes in here. No, it's not that one. Yeah, the last thing I see in here is from Dawn.
Oh, I'm DMing you. I'm DMing you.
Oh, even better.
I didn't mean to.
Oh, I see it now. Oh, Kirby. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. An Enterprise.
I used to watch those Kirby movies all the time when I was a kid.
I loved Kirby. Just the cutest little car with a person.
There's like 20 of them too, and everyone's the same movie.
They're all the same.
Yeah.
Audio sounds like one of the clone troopers from Clone Wars. Can't find that blasted picture.
I have the greatest Halloween costume every year. I put on a suit and I walk around and I say I'm Chewbacca, and I had to shave because I got a corporate job.
Found it. I went to do a shoot, and I loaded my car with gear. Opened the back door, and for all the world, it looked like it was maybe a pebble. As I put my gear on the back seat, sort of bumped off this pebble onto the floor, but then hopped away. I'm like, pebbles don't hop. Was that a frog? And I just thought, did I just see a frog? And I hunted for it, couldn't find it. I ran back inside, and I said, hey, grab any flashlight you can. Come out and see if we can find this frog that's in the car. And they all said, you're nuts. There's no. How would a frog get in your car? We hunted and hunted, no frog. So I go and do the shoot. I come back, and I'm unloading the car. And out underneath the seat hops this frog. In my car all day long. How it survived the heat and everything. I let him go. Just that wild. I thought it was going mad. I thought, am I seeing things? I thought I saw a frog. Am I losing my marbles? So funny. Just a little froglet.
What is it? 4:30. All right, Mr. Sir, I'm gonna head to the gym, and then.
All right, Jim.
Yeah. Try not to die.
Great chatting with you. Yeah, try not
to. I do my best. Doing my best
good chat.
every day. Every day. But have a wonderful morning, rest of your day.
Thank you so much, and you as well.
Nice, man.
Live long and prosper.
Catch you later.
Peace and long life.
Riggs, I got your message, Riggs. Let's definitely link up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, whenever you can get around to it. Really appreciate it.
I'm gonna. I mean, it's the time zone out there. I sent the owner of that place a message already.
Thank you very much.
I pretty much asked her, hey, are you hiring? And she'll get back to me, and I'll talk to you about it.
Appreciate that.
No worries at all. Everybody have a good evening, except for eggs.
All right, man. I'll catch you later.
Kidding. All right.
That's a good guy.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're 7 foot tall, things are, I don't know, easy going. It's funny how you can hear it in the voice too.
You can, yeah.
Kind of sounds like who's that motivational speaker?
Tony Robbins.
Yeah, a little bit.
I had a lot of words to get out today as well. I like it's distracting. Distracts me from all my troubles, all my woes. Whoa.
This AI stuff is intense.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. It's either going to be our doom or it's going to be the best thing ever. Came across
So Red Cloud, I found the good video of the Thor that I was wanting to show you. If you got a second, if you want to watch it, unless you're busy doing something.
Yeah, I'm about to get something to eat. Another time, just save it if you can save it.
Oh yeah, well, I'll show it to you later. I didn't know. I thought y'all was just trying to think of nobody was doing anything, so I figured I'd try to kill some time or cut through the nothingness. But if everybody's busy, it's all right.
Boom, how are you?
He's not stirring up Jesse as per usual.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, Red Cloud? You doing well?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I'm having a sneaky pizza that my sister and I purchased this evening.
Pizza. Sneaky pizza.
Yeah.
All right.
She's one of these people who likes finding discounts, so that
yes,
if it's 30% off, yeah, it tastes pretty good. If it's 40%, somehow it just tastes a whole lot better.
There's accomplishment in that, isn't there?
Yeah. She sort of turned it into a lifestyle after a few years.
Oh, we used to cut coupons.
Mm. But there's so many, like, even, I guess they make their money by advertising online, but it's like, here, come to us for 20% off, and they get their marketing through, discount meals, which isn't too bad. If you're only going to spend $50 instead of 100, why not?
Right.
Do you remember the all-you-can-eat restaurant deal offers, like Sizzler and that? They used to be awesome.
Yeah, Australia was littered with like Pizza Huts and various kinds of Bay Marie restaurants like Sizzler. They were the hit. Like every birthday for like in nearest 10 friends for the last 15 years was a Sizzler's party.
Yeah, and up in Queensland, there's one at the Hyperdome, which is like a big shopping centre and cinema complex. I used to go in with my daughter, who was about 9, 10, 11-ish. We'd sit down and have a Sizzler meal, and there was a huge 40 metres TV screen outside. So I could watch the football or the cricket with Sizzler. And then to make it better, kids got in for free in the movies on Sunday. So daddy-daughter Sundays were Sizzler, sport and movies, all for probably about $40. Good value, maybe 50. Good value Sunday.
Absolutely.
I've got to draw attention to this. Someone who's not noted for his politeness and social negotiating skills came in and said we were being boring, me and Red Cloud, when we were talking about guitars or something, just filling in, killing dead air. Who then proceeds to argue a couple of hours later for 2 hours about proto-cells and protoplasmas and whatever else. I've got to say, if I want to go to a science lecture, I'll go to a science lecture. But the irony of it, you guys are boring. Protoplasma, this, that, the other. What a fucking...
It happened in other places where, like, it's getting a bit quiet. People are like, we'll talk about Star Wars, we'll talk about something else, we'll talk about something else. It's like, not everything has to be an exciting conspiracy theory. Like, if you had something interesting to talk about, we'll talk about it, not just complain it is boring. No, you personally find it boring. There's a big difference.
Yeah. You know what I normally do with people like that who I can be bothered with is say, well, you can have your money back if it's really an issue. We'll always give a refund. And they shut the fuck up because then they realise they're not paying for anything. And in this world, you get what you pay for. Like Jeremy. Jeremy reckons he knows how to run a YouTube server to get people in. Even a baseball watch-along in the US gets over 300 to 400 viewers, and he's lucky to push 40. What a fuck! That's like so naive to think, I know how to run a live stream, bob.
Yeah,
and we can...
There's a knack to it, because, like, you wouldn't think that someone like Moist Critical or Ludwig would become popular, but somehow, just the way that they present themselves and they're kind of smart in their own little way, and they get an audience, and they get bigger than most people. Yeah.
How does PewDiePie get right? You ready for this? This is extremes. Like not everyone can, and no one can expect this. But a watch along for Elden Ring, 76,000 people viewing, not views, actually watching in real time.
Yeah,
76,000.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like last time I looked at Twitch to see who's popular, there's some dude called Kai Cenat, and he's into the African American culture of like his local area, and he's like, oh yeah, let's do this. And for some reason, he's gone into like similar figures, like 100,000 people currently watching this just dude talk about random life. And it's like, it's kind of like living vicariously through other people to an extent.
I think you might be right. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, social parasite, I think they used to call it. Or parasocial, sorry. Sorry,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but they called it parasocial because this guy would go live for about 6 hours, talk about what he thinks, what he does, what games he likes, and navigate through all the topics like we do here. But you find out like everything he does. But as an audience member, unless you're like chipping in a $10 donation, it's like, oh yeah, here comes Boomer again with the $10. Read the comment. It's like you're basically a nobody amongst the 10,000, 20,000 audience, and that's just for the popular people.
My name and $10 donation has never been said on the internet, and I don't think it ever will again. So there's a first. That's a premiere and never to be repeated special. That's the actual saying of it. It's not going to happen.
And that's kind of like the novelty for the audience member who says, "Oh, I got mentioned by the famous person."
Yeah, but also when you write something in a live stream chat and you don't get it and you think it's a good line, some people get aggravated by that. Oh, he read it and didn't see it. No, he actually just didn't see it because it's hard to read and do a show at the same time. You need help.
Oh, definitely. Once you've got 1,000 people, it's just noise, and you may as well only pay attention to the $10 donations because, like, well, they paid $10, may as well read it. And some of them are just insults. They're like, "Clean your room, you dirty mug," you know. But yeah, Twitch basically took all the pretty girls and made OnlyFans. That's the transition of social. Degeneracy, if you could call it. But they're just like lonely young boys living vicariously through this popular pretty girl who may or may not thrive off the attention. But what would she be like if she didn't get it? You know, she'd have to like get real skills and a job and.
Well, bathwater chick was it Delphine? Daphne Delphine. Delphine's bathwater. Yeah, there's an example. Now she released a inflatable doll, which came with apparently with a pair of pre-worn knickers. But that kind of got disgusting because when it gets to that, it's about teasing the crowd along. In fact, but it happens. Who was it? Shirley Temple, who was the noted cute little girl with the curly hair. As soon as she kissed a boy when she was 13, 14, that was the end of her career technically, because she was always the cute little cinema girl who everyone wanted, like your little daughter. Yeah, so
it's like Hollywood didn't want you to grow up. Same with Macaulay Culkin. He's not going to be 11 years old forever. That's just a fact of life.
Yeah. Or the youngest Brady Bunch one. Whenever I see her in like just interviews or other stuff like that, it's just, is that really her? Like, because you remember him as an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old or something.
Well,
you know, Wednesday from the original Addams Family, she got bullied at school for being Wednesday. Like they were sort of, your parents are weird and all that. Like they actually equated her to the TV show at school.
Wow.
They did that to the kid who played Anakin Skywalker. What was his name?
Jake Lloyd.
Jake Lloyd. He was bullied in school because he played Anakin Skywalker. That's what they bullied him for.
The irony of Wednesday, though, is she then got stayed with her contacts and started doing production company props, which were building sets was a big thing back then. And then she met a guy who was actually a porn star, but he stopped doing porn in order to be with her, but he had no other skills. He couldn't earn anything. He was totally dependent on her, and then he basically went back to his trade, so that split up. And poor Wednesday, she was such a great little actress as Wednesday Addams, only to have a really shit life thrust upon her.
Yeah.
I don't know what your experiences were in school, but I keep hearing these stories of, school bullying, and I don't understand. They didn't allow it. My school was a very traditional school, and bullying was not a thing that happened. Bullying was a foreign concept. I heard about bullying because I watched American movies. And a lot of American movies, if they featured a high school of any kind, there was bullying, like in Greece. In Greece, there was bullying. It was like down under, but yeah. How was that allowed?
You'd get the tall poppy get cut down, or someone's got ginger hair and freckles, but it can become a little bit more than teasing. They'll whisper things behind your head, and they'll bait you until you get a reaction, kind of thing. And it's like
goading.
Goading. There seemed to be a bit of that. There were, there's obviously the popular girl and the popular dude, and they were just either charismatic or just
Is someone hot micing? Is someone sorting through boxes? Because it's really
It's
scratchy.
me. Sorry.
Okay.
He's putting Slitsy inside of his box again.
Yeah, I've lost my Slitsy stalking schedule. Can you send me a copy? Because I missed him last night. You know how we have a schedule about when to stalk Slitsy. So I'm sorry I haven't been doing my thing. Hey, that guy last night, the one who come in and said, you and Stefan were saying, you were kind of both talking in an anti-racist sense, as in why not celebrate the differences of other people? And that guy that came in and was like, tell us you're racist without actually telling us you're racist. Did you get that vibe or not?
Oh, yeah. And he's like, oh, my Filipino wife, she sucks at gardening because she's a half-breed, not like her granddad. And the culture, that apparently being a good gardener was part of the culture.
Yeah.
And I went,
Filipinos are gardeners. Yeah.
And I kind of went, well, okay, let's have a look at Indian culture. Do you just say red spot on the forehead and poppadoms? It's very derivative. It's very stereotyping. But technically, anyone of any skin color could adopt that culture. And I said, he was attacking people who thought, oh, there is no white culture. And I thought, okay, let's have a look at Norwegian culture and the British teetotaling culture. There's no one culture anywhere, even amongst the colored people. Compare Harlem to New Orleans, and or there's so many subcultures of the skin colors that location matters, how rich you might be. There's rich white people culture and poor redneck culture. They like tuning up their pickup trucks, and
Dude, he was dog whistling.
Guilty.
He was looking for other people equally as bigoted as he was. That's why, because he was playing the white victim card. Oh, gee, I'm white. I don't have a culture. We're not allowed to. Everybody else can, and yet he's got a Filipino wife. He's not being inclusive. He's basically got her because that's all he can get. Yeah.
Well, he was kind of saying his kids are now like breeding a grey, uninteresting person. So if you interbreed, you, what was the term? Dilute
the culture.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: you and I are both of Aussie culture, and I can pick it up by things you say. But if you were to ask me more involved questions, you'd find that I'm a musician. I love motorcycles, even though I don't ride any right now because I'm too fucking old for them. And there's all different subcultures within any culture that still maintain the culture. So he's just so dismissive. Dude, he's looking for other Republican voted bigots to get validation because they realised how fucking stupid they were for being catfished by a guy called Donald Trump. And he can't accept that he's an idiot.
And it's very deliberate terminology to say diluted because, well, let's face it, there aren't any ancient Egyptian cultures anymore. People are fascinated in it, but there's no like Egyptian like culture like that anymore.
Yeah.
Both because of technology, but no one, I don't think many people believe Horus or Ishtar is real unless you're a conspiracy theorist.
So it's one potluck. You know that thing where everybody takes a plate to a little do in the village, in the town. They all take in, you know, like Mavis. Barbara always gives everyone food poisoning with her tuna mornay or something like that. Is that not religious? I call that fucking religious American town culture. In fact, Leongatha was called a Baptist town during the Beef Wellington murders.
Yeah.
An American reporter said Leongatha is a Baptist town. What the fuck is a Baptist town? We don't have that shit here in Australia, buddy. You shove your fucking CNN camera up your ass and go back to the States if you're going to report it like that. We are not America. And I was really offended to hear that. We don't have religious-based towns. Yeah, sorry, I was really upset by that. Sorry to get on my high horse there.
There might be a couple of towns who have more of a church focus, and that's fine. That's part of the thing. Like, we have synagogues, we have mosques, we have even people who don't care either way and just like having a beer at the pub. Like, to say like Australia doesn't have a culture is like kind of like ignoring the whole throw a shrimp on the barbie like stereotype. It's like and stereotyping is kind of like the straw man of society when that isn't a culture. That's just a phrase that somebody made up in an ad campaign with was it Croc Dundee or somebody, you know.
I've never had a shrimp on a barbie. I've had barbecued prawns, but I've never put a shrimp on a barbie in my fucking life, and I don't know anyone who has.
Yeah. And
we do have like a barbecue culture, but that's because the weather's so fucking beautiful. And why not get out in the backyard on a Saturday afternoon with your friends and burn some meat and drink some beer?
In Queensland and the beaches, we're called the Sunshine State, and we pay for it through melanoma. But you know the old put the sunscreen smiley face on his back and run away. That's a little bit cultural, you know.
Yeah, see, the problem is we don't really take that stuff seriously. We just kind of do it. You lean to it. You have a barbie. I think people take a culture seriously, and that's when it becomes a religious maneuver. Yeah, like what you said, the dot on the forehead. Now, that is of Indian culture, but that doesn't mean that all Indians have a dot on their forehead.
Absolutely not. And that brings back to my stereotyping comment that I said to him, like, you can't just throw all the people in India into one melting pot because, like, if you knew the place, like it sounds like Eggs does, because he's either living there or visits often enough with his motorbike, it's like you got Calcutta, you got New Delhi, it's a huge place, and you got literally a billion people. Like, how could you have one culture, especially like if you've got so many white cultures, even in Australia, to just the common like bogan culture versus like the city slickers, the baristas and their coffees, and like Melbourne coffee got so famous it was better than like Paris coffee. Like it was a big dick measuring contest over who could make the fanciest coffee, and it became a coffee culture. and it was mostly white people, but it was centered around like a beard manicuring and putting comb and wax and twirling your mustache, and it was almost steampunk, in a way. Like it's just like an interesting fad, but it was a culture.
What you say interesting about India there is now I don't know all of them because it's impossible, but of the Indian people I have met through employment or whatever, they never say they're from India. They will always mention the region like Punjab, or they'll say the city. They don't. I think India is an English term for that region, and it's lots of little states. That's what I get the impression.
It's like instead of saying Africa's a continent, they would say, I'm going to the country Africa, ignoring the fact that the countries, Zimbabwe, you can name them, Nigeria, all those countries are within the continent of Africa. And so it's naivety to say, like, Africans are all the same, or like, because you've got sub-Saharan Africans, people closer to the coast, and it's ignoring so many like social constructs. It's literally ignorant in my eyes.
It is. To proclaim you know it all is the ignorance. To be learning it, well, that's taking steps away from the ignorance. But to say like, well, French Moroccan as opposed to Algerian, now they're both same latitude region, Mediterranean African countries, and Egypt, all different. You know what I mean? Like a Moroccan will probably shoot you for saying you're an Algerian, or he won't be happy.
Yeah, and like there's like even like you could think of like a reasonably new culture, like I said, the LGBT. Like there's a sort of attitude and style and variety and colors, and like whether you like it or not, it exists as a culture. To many of them, it's like, oh, your skin color doesn't matter. What bits are hanging off your body don't matter. It's about your personal drive sometimes, or what you identify. So it's a cultural change that is independent of like race, color, religion sometimes, because like it's a developing culture. Don't know how long it will last, don't know what kind of changes there will be, but to say it's not a culture, I think is willfully ignorant. Even if you don't like it, you have to acknowledge it's a culture nonetheless.
Yeah, he did make a tasteless remark about gender identity, didn't he? He's got that typical. See, he came in and said, you said, you and Steph said something like, celebrate what the differences are with the other person, and he came in straight away and said Republicans do that. What the fuck? If they're the most exclusive political group I've ever seen. They're so intolerant of every fucking thing, yet he stated the direct opposite, categorically wrong. Well, I mean, does he really believe that, or is he just looking for someone else to self-validate with?
Well, yeah, if he really is in favor of not diluting the culture, why did he have an international relationship himself? Like, it's more like do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, but I mean, if your son walks in and says I'm gay or I'm whatever, okay, they might be doing it for teenage rebellion. Okay, I get that bit. I'll try to upset my parents. Like the Rolling Stones were famous because your parents wouldn't like them. It wasn't so much the music, because your parents won't like them. Okay, I get that. That may be the case. But the other case is he may she may be gay. Whatever. Now, that's their lifestyle and they are that way. But of course, they've got to realise that people like him exist, and they're going to get shit for publicising what their preferences are, and that you've got to gear them up for. That's always a tricky one because of those dog whistling people who hate gays. Got to shoot them all. You know, that sort of thing. They're just fear of the unknown.
Yeah, it's just funny that like he's anti-dilution, but in a way he's like, oh, my kids are diluted now. It's like, why are you putting that negative connotation where he must think whites don't have a culture because he's ignorant of like what other white people do around him. Like, does he do potluck dinners? Probably not, because he's antisocial and doesn't get invited.
Yeah, good point.
Picnics in the park, throwing the frisbee, neighborhood dog walks, cul-de-sac kids. That's a culture. Like you saw it in Wayne's World. They're playing hockey in the cul-de-sac with, yeah.
Can I just try to run one past you to see if you get it?
Mm.
Car, and everyone walks to the side of the road. Car goes past, we all walk out again.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Game on.
Game
on. What are we doing?
Yeah.
We're playing cricket.
Playing soccer.
Oh well, we were playing cricket, but then you know what I mean. We're playing car.
Yeah.
Runs off.
Do you remember when Dad would spray paint the 3 lines on the wheelie bin? Yep.
Yep. Exactly. So we all have street road culture, a street sport culture. There you go. So that's a fucking interesting one. And all us kids did it. And this is why sport's a good thing, even though we might not participate in it as grown-ups. As kids, it's a really good way to get along with each other, or actually sort each other out. Some classes.
Yeah, and as kids, we've got a lot of energy. We're a bit hyperactive, and parents are like, play as much as you like because I want you in bed by 7:30, and just exhaust your kids, throw them around the park with other kids, and just tire them out because you can't be bothered dealing with their bullshit after 8 o'clock.
Well, that's why pets and kids are good mix, because they cancel each other out.
But yeah, I thought, dilution. It's like, well, it's
that's actually an attempt at destroying culture, and unfortunately, our English invaders here did try to wipe out the indigenous culture, but unfortunately, they were too tough and too nomadic. They couldn't wipe them out. But I reckon they had a fucking red hot crack at it.
Yeah. And that's kind of what inspires me about the guy on the $50 note. Something or other near Piepon. He's a smart dude. He had like a lot of language skills, and he helped like translate different tribal languages to each other, just so you could get these Dreamtime stories to the English. And he did a lot of other things in his life as well. So like, there is so much potential for these people, other than like making crude jokes about corrugated iron and a real estate agent kind of thing. It's so derivative, so superficial.
Look, dude, I grew up with those, and to me, I didn't know, like those jokes. I won't say the word because it's like the N-word in Australia, but those jokes, I only thought were jokes. I didn't realise they actually had a cultural dig at what were social problems out there. Same here, I got teased as a wog. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't give a shit about wog jokes. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because they didn't matter to me, because I wasn't what those jokes were pertaining to. But yeah, the thing about a wrought iron and being a real estate agent or a speculator or something, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Drinking the metho, it's just like, it's like, it's so derivative. But like, what do you, if that is like, if there is an alcohol problem, like, what are you going to do to change that? Like, there are real social issues, and you can't just treat a social issue as a stereotype. Like, they could be doing greater things, just like David Napiapon did, translating, invention, poetry, so much more.
I'm going to quote a great line from a movie that you'll know, The Castle, where he says to Farouk, "What the bloody hell, what is it with wogs and cash?" And that is so funny and stereotypical, but it's not a damaging joke. You know how people in the Mediterranean just love dealing in cash because it was physically there. You know, everything else you couldn't trust. But when, what's his name, the old dude who owned the house, said, "What is it with bloody wogs and cash?" And it was always cash in hand back then. You know, the Italian builder or whatever. To me, that was a funny line. That's not racially, it's racially stereotyping, but it's a funny way of doing it.
it's a little bit positive because you just recognize, well, just imaginary dollars in your bank account. Oh, that's one thing, but cold hard cash that you can hold and transport. It's
he wasn't saying
tangibility. Yeah.
He wasn't saying like, why do you wogs all deal in cash? It must be shifty. He was just saying, what is it with you guys in cash? You know what I mean? He's inquiring. He wasn't being derogatory. Now, here's one with the recent sites in the Pilbara that are now the oldest known the oldest known image of a human face, 50,000 years. It's got all the God botherers shitting their pants, attacking everything because their rotten little sky fairy has suddenly been discovered to be a fucking fraud, and they've devoted their life. Like last night, Taylor and Dickhead, both all arguing about
especially
DNA.
Yeah. Like the young Earth is very difficult to think about. Like that, and that's what I pointed. The hypocrisy of Taylor is like she'll like put answers in Genesis up on a pedestal until they start mentioning the shape of the planet. So they might be young Earth, but they're young globe Earth. So like, but yeah, it is like kind of like it. You can see like it's having two separate views that are incompatible with each other. It's like picking your groceries for your worldview and go, oh, I like that part about answers in Genesis, but I don't like the other part. Or the same with science. Like I like the part that like DNA does look like a code and can look intelligent, but I won't acknowledge that that code is like billions of years old. So there's a disconnect there. Like, yeah, talk about DNA code, talk about enzymes, talk about RNA and like prebiotic things, because like in the context of abiogenesis, this is a conversation that's at least 15 billion years old.
Yeah, but what they do,
give or take. So all the science about abiogenesis is like, okay, we've got some really intelligent people in the lab, and okay, maybe not God helped with the Earth. I'm not sure, but still, it took at least 5 to 10, maybe 20 billion years for it to happen. You know, it's kind of like, let nature take its course, and you'll have a dog turn into a poodle. If
with both of those though, I tried to open it up, and I've done this successfully in the past, whereby I say, okay, let's say just throw everything aside. Let's just say firstly that God kickstarted the Big Bang, therefore the Creator exists, but so does the Big Bang. Now, can we look at it from that angle? And that means that they've now got to have an open mind and start recalculating things. And I can't remember the other point, but anyway, there's a similar one I do, which I say, but the problem is both of them require an open mind, a compromise, and let's look at this together. They are the bigoted ones who go into dogma. All the things they say science is, they are. They will not negotiate. Their Bible is not negotiable, but they want you to be able to read their Bible and believe it, yet they have no flexibility the other way. And that's why Taylor and Dickhead are so fucked up, because they know they'll get caught, so they have to smoke screen. That's all they've got. And that's all they have to say.
That's exactly why I brought up the translation issue, because like, let's say Moses or King David actually wrote something down and he had a vision or an interaction that got him inspired. I don't have that exact copy now, nor am I in the culture to understand the context of where it's written. So if it says Rakia, and that might mean expanse, that could be over language translation turned into firmament, which can give the impression of like a glass shield over Earth. But like, think about poetry. If you looked at the sky and said, oh, that looks like copper, like that's just describing a color, not a substance, you know? the same with like copper hair. You know, she had neck of bronze. You know, that's biblical. Like thighs of iron. These could be like just descriptives of like she's got like ginger hair, but it looks like copper, but it's not like a material. Like it could just be a descriptive thing. But because they take they kind of pick and choose what they take literally.
It's choose your own adventure.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
yeah. Four corners of the world. Is that north, south, east, west, or does that literally mean you're on a square planet?
Well, what does a footstool mean to you?
Yeah. Earth is a footstool. Yeah, footstool.
I mean, what about a carpet?
I saw
spread out
that
like a carpet.
Yep.
Or like clay under a seal.
Mm. And
that's more of an impression into something,
like,
right?
If they even bothered to do a modicum amount of research, what kind of seals were around back in the day? Cylinder seals, and they could roll that round a circular clay pot all they liked. So you could have your signature or like pictures of like different people in different poses and just roll it around the perimeter. Like you could like,
and that doesn't create a sphere, right?
It could. You could definitely take a cylinder, take a clay ball, and roll the thing around it, however you liked. But the thing is,
I mean, so are you saying that it's impossible to prefer that it is indicating a flat cosmology?
It's not impossible, but I think it's anachronistic to do so. So when people think about seals, they think about some king dripping some wax and put his ring in the seal on an envelope, and that's very modern compared to people who had like a little cylinder and would roll that over clay, be that a piece of pottery around the rim or the body, and just roll out various textures or even text, cuneiform. You know, this kind of cylinder would roll around the perimeter. It's not like it's impossible, but it is anachronistic because I don't think they studied how ancient seals were being used back in the day. And this is archaeologically known because they found the cylinders and they found the clay pots that have these cylinders rolled round them. Like,
yeah, I just don't see how it helps your claim that its features are made out like clay under seal.
well, I'm acknowledging that seals are cylindrical and can be rolled over clay of any kind of shape. Your anachronism.
Yeah, but you're preferring the shape.
Well, is the clay pot under the seal when it's causing the impression? Yes.
Did it say clay pot?
Didn't need to.
Like a pot under.
And it didn't say clay envelope that was flat either. It just says clay underneath the sail. It didn't say the shape or the orientation.
And then you think about footstool and spread out like a carpet and all these other, like, you know.
Yeah.
It's many books, man. It's not just Bible, but
yeah.
Flat was the cosmology. Let's just be straight up. Flat was the cosmology back then. There was a few people. There was a few people who were trying to come up with other ideas. That's it. It wasn't the majority, and it wasn't a lot of them. Okay, it was a flat Earth for fucking ever.
Perhaps. I don't know. I'm not one of those ancient people getting inspired about divine writings. I'm not sure whether the circle above Earth is the equator.
I just think it's strange to take so I mean, I don't know. You sound spirited.
A globe looks like kind of a circle, no matter what angle you.
I mean, do you look to the Bible for all your truth anyway?
It seems like you're changing the topic because you don't like.
No. That was the topic. is that you were trying to drive a wedge between, like, you believe these things,
like
and
you
then
wanted to question what a clay seal was, and then move the goalposts.
So now you're questioning my motives, or
I'm just saying.
I was
That's what the
listening.
conversation was
So I'm
about
trying to
earlier.
address the meta of the conversation.
Well, that's the matter wasn't the topic of conversation. Clay seals were. So why are you diverting to the meta instead of talking about what ancient people did with clay seals? And it's found through archaeology, like these kind of cylindrical seals were.
So never mind. If you don't want to actually, never mind then.
Well, it just seems like you want to talk about meta rather.
I don't want to talk about clay seals for extended periods of time and then lose the point of which we were coming from. No, I don't.
You think I was coming from a point, and you want to discuss a matter?
I'm not trying to argue with you. If you can pick someone else for that, that's fine.
I'm not trying to have an argument. It's just like other people were having a discussion earlier, and you're deciding to butt in and move towards some sort of meta conversation about do you go?
Well, I'm sorry your friend left. Knowledge? I wasn't trying to be rude. I just think it's funny that you seem really spirited, that you like upset almost that somebody might see the Bible as like a flat Earth book, which it very likely could be interpreted that way.
It could be.
So,
but it's hard to tell because, like, we don't have people from back in the day telling you exactly what their cosmology was. We have people in the future interpreting words like rakia in different ways. It could mean expanse. It could be the other Greek word, which was later translated into firmament. And like I said to Boomer earlier, calling the sky copper doesn't mean it's a material sense. It could be a poetic coloring description. So I'm very cautious with biblical literalism because it's as dangerous as saying four corners of the earth means earth is some kind of rectangle or quadrilateral. So if God sits above the circle of the earth and there are four corners, you have a square circle and contradictory Bible.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, they say it's like a footstool. Footstool has four corners. Has, in this case, it could be like a pin cushion. I don't know, but it could have four corners. But it appears that there's four pillars, right, that uphold the footstool, and just some kind of enclosure that's interpreted by firmament, which is the sky area, and also dividing the waters from the waters and other things. But it doesn't matter. Like, I don't believe in the Bible, so I just think it's funny that you would find an issue with that, but then just the fact that they believe in all the other stuff doesn't sound like you have too much of an issue with that.
No, it's an inconsistent interpretation to say I'm going to pick which part is literal and which part is metaphorical because it suits my earth-shaped belief.
Well, I wouldn't look to the Bible for that in the first place.
So it's Isaiah 66 that says, "Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Where then is a house you could build for me? And where is that place that I may rest? For my hand made all these things, thus all these things came into being, declares the Lord." And like, this is in context of like the whole book of Isaiah, and it's kind of like quote mining scripture to like affirm the consequent, I think. And like you said, like, you don't personally believe in the Bible, but I don't think it's like I don't have consultation with the author to understand his intention. Like, these interpretations of ancient languages come from some sort of proto Israelite language to then Hebrew and Aramaic and Greek, and then
So on
somewhere
and
along
so
the line
forth.
English. So it's like, I'm not saying that all of it is lost in translation. I just like without assistance from the author, like I don't know how these
Well, she thinks
flat
it's
earth
literal
Christians
also.
are saying the Bible definitely says something when they don't have access to the original like culture and context of when it was written. And that was brought up in other conversations where a rich man can go through the eye of a needle, and some people say there's a narrow gate which a loaded camel couldn't walk through. If a rich man was overburdening with his extravagant wares, he would have to either get off or strip down his wealth to pass through that narrow gate. So like that's the kind of level of interpretation that these young earth, flat earth, Bible-believing people have. Like, and you say you're not one of them, so why are you even bringing up scripture in the first place? Are you just trying to cause antagonism? And if you're not,
You're talking a lot.
Yeah, and you're not listening a lot. You're not interacting a lot.
I can't say anything. You just keep talking like this forever, and I can't get a word in, and you keep going, and that's it.
Well, I'm sorry that like the context of interpreting scripture takes more than 3 sentences.
That wasn't for you to keep going. That wasn't your turn to keep going. Look.
Right. So you don't think
did you actually ask me a question that you want me to answer right now or not?
Sure.
Because I can do that or I can just mute. Okay. Like I said previously, I found it interesting that somebody who is making a comment about people who believe in a faith, right? They believe it to be true based on faith. It's a leap of faith, right? And they say that, especially this person, like Taylor, for example, she believes in this stuff. The Bible, I believe, is literal. So
some
already,
of some of it's not.
I think that she said it was literal. I think she believes that it was literal. And in that case, it's like, of course, she's gonna try attempt to manifest what that means in reality. So it's not like, I mean, you in some respect, you kind of would have to pick and choose based on how you would manifest these things in reality. Like God's really sitting on a throne somewhere, and that there's got to be something he's sitting on in the sky, and so on and so forth. Like you have to really believe that, because that's the faith, right? So it's to think that the easiest way to interpret the earth being described is flat. I mean, I think that's just second nature to the faith itself. So
maybe not. I'm not. A lot of it can be viewed as ambiguous. It's the same with rakia. Like I'm not sure, like in what context these ancient people heard that word and then wrote it down. And then I also have to acknowledge that over time, like some words needed translating into a different language. And somewhere between rakia, expanse, became firmament, like copper protection.
Well, what do you think is the best version? You think that the expanse of the sky is the
I'm not
proper?
Sure. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just think it's.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, the sky, the rakia could just be the expanse of the sky. You look up, and there's this shield of surface that's above you of some sort.
Maybe I don't know. I think it's like
like any faith, I think if there's an author and you want to know what the word really said, and if you really believe that when 2 or 3 are gathered in their name, you would have a collective revelation rather than just it being imaginarily stimulated in your own mind and coming up with your own conclusion. You could hypothetically have external input from the author. And I don't know. I don't know if a lot of Christians are doing that. I think they were taught a particular set of beliefs. There's at least 3,000 denominations. You got the Catholics, the Protestants, and a whole lot of others. You got the new and improved Church of Latter-day Saints Mormons, who through Joseph Smith and his golden plates had another revolution, like that's updated to the more modern times, like allegedly. But if any part of that religion were true, I would think like Bible verses like we're all one in Christ Jesus is contradicted by the many churches that disagree on so many issues that they go, I'm not going to change that about me. I'm just going to make a new denomination, and I'm going to believe certain things in certain ways, like so if I was going to have an internal critique of Christianity, it's like you are not really all one in Christ Jesus if you're all like different from each other and arguing. Like Gandhi said, I like your Christ, but I don't like your Christians, because their behaviors are sometimes still keeping part of their, I suppose, sin nature and not transitioning into their Christ-like nature. That's a problem for some people. They expect a certain type of behavior from a Christian that's more Christ-like, and they're not portraying that kind of behavior that they think should be the case. And you have a lot of non-Christians going, well, what's the point of joining Christianity if I can just behave however I like? And you have these phrases like, there's no hate more venomous than a Christian's love, because there seems to be intolerance towards certain behaviors that others would consider liberal and freeing, for example.
Well, I tell you one thing, they agree on less than flat earthers do. So that's a fucking hint right there. In my opinion.
Well, we all live on the same shape Earth, no matter how we interpret the evidence. I think it takes a bit of clarity of mind and the understanding of like how to make a good measurement and discern how reality is presenting itself. If you don't agree with the conclusion that reality is showing you, then there's an issue.
I don't think the shape of the Earth has anything to do with what we're supposed to do here in this life.
Somewhat.
And they've manufactured this total distraction that has to do with the Earth and outer space and external resources and all this stuff. And
right. Do you think we should be sending doctors to Africa to help cure various wounds, like
Are you insinuating we couldn't travel if we did not know the absolute shape of the Earth?
our traveling would be using the shape. Like if you were going
all the maps
from...
are flat.
No, they're not.
All right, man.
Well, there's a reason why they're called atlases.
Okay. Well,
and flat projections are different from like.
That's fine. That's fine. I appealed to a dynamic sky.
Yeah.
Okay. So nobody observes stars go under 180 degrees. Nobody observes that. They hit the horizon, they disappear. So you know about as much as I do. And as far as we exist, the shape of the Earth doesn't matter. And my opinion is everything that has to do external to the Earth is a sham and a waste of time.
Maybe not, because I would figure like if you are a young doctor and you're in Australia and you're qualified and you feel the heartstrings of like do no harm, and you see harm in Africa.
Are you doubling down after I just said that? Are you doubling down? You're saying that we could not travel if we did not know for a fact we were on a sphere? It's ridiculous.
What kind of ridiculous wording is that? If you want to go to Africa, if you want to go to Africa, you need to know what direction to fly. You need to know how far you're flying. To pretend you don't need to know this is like willfully ignorant of you.
Oh, thanks.
Like, seriously, what's the distance from your place to Africa?
Well, I'm sure you could figure that out without knowing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, the shape of the Earth would dictate like exactly where Africa is compared to you.
People are still debating on what the shape of the Earth was, and they traveled before 2,000 years ago, even if they, I mean, they didn't even know back then. You think that you can't get somewhere without knowing the shape of the Earth. It's asinine.
We're not ancient people.
You have such a high standard for research and proto this and that. Dude, they didn't know, and they were still able to traverse. You know this. Because like fuck, the doctor's going to get there, whether he knows it's a globe or flat or whatever. You can go down the street without knowing shit all about the Earth. You have a compass, you have stars, you have patterns you can recognize and travel with. Dude, the Vikings, they used a little eyeglass, a little piece of dirty glass.
Why are you conflating like the navigation?
I'm not. You're conflating that they couldn't travel.
I'm not saying they couldn't. I'm saying,
why would you bring up a doctor and his desperate need to go somewhere?
Why are you bringing up the past of ancient cultures of how they navigate? Because they weren't.
Because they could travel without knowing it's a globe. Clearly.
Well, without
you're insinuating that they couldn't. Actually, you're not insinuating. You're directly saying it. If I care about doctors and people getting health and people having options, then I must appeal to a globe. It's ridiculous.
Well, no, I'm not saying appeal to a globe. I'm saying the shape of the Earth would like.
No, has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
That's just bullshit. and you just want to convince yourself that that's a fact because you need to appeal
It's
to
not necessary.
like ancient Samoan cultures.
It
or
wasn't then.
Ancient...
It's not now.
So why even mention people in the past when we're not people in the past? When people actually do.
If it was good then, it's good. Dude, bread tasted good then. It tastes good now.
Good for bread. So if you want to deliver that bread from Australia to Africa, what's the distance? What's the
I'm
direction?
sure we could figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm sure I could figure it out. And I don't, if I don't know it's a globe, I promise you I could figure it out.
Well, people have figured it out. They know the approximate distances from Indonesia to Africa. They know the distances approximately from Johannesburg to Sydney. They know the approximate distance from Christchurch to Union Glacier, Antarctica. Like, we're a world traveling species now. Like, we have known places and known destinations. This may not have been the case for exploration in the ancient past. If they didn't know what the shape was, it didn't matter because they went from one nomadic place to another nomadic place. Like,
that's an
and them like
assumption.
Arguing from ignorance,
but also
doesn't mean that they knew. Even if they assumed the flatness, that doesn't mean the assumption was correct.
Yeah, you just haven't established a requirement for your claim. So
what's that even mean? What do you think my claim is?
Are you that confused?
I'm asking to restate your position.
No. No. Not only should I not have to restate my position, but you should know exactly what I mean.
How about you just tell me what you mean so I don't misinterpret you?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, then the conversation's over. All right, thanks, Riggs. It sounds to me like you don't ever want to find out the distance from Dallas, Texas to New York City. You don't want to know the distance from New York City to Bismarck, North Dakota. And you don't want to know the distance from North Dakota to Dallas, Texas again. This is a big triangle in your own country. You could definitely find out what the distance is, but will you bother to try? Probably not. Because what you'll find out is these measurements are too big to be on flatness, and they'll have in excess of 180 degrees, showing that the world is measurably curved. The evidence just is too big for government to hide underneath some like Ponzi scheme that people want to imagine. Like, so many conspiracy theories may or may not be true, but they'd be true on a globe. Like, Epstein could have killed himself, or he could have been assassinated on a globe. Same with JFK. But there's the evidence for the globe can't be hidden from the common person unless they deliberately and intentionally hide that evidence from themselves. So no, I won't appeal to ancient, Norse sailing. As good as it was for that time, I'm no longer there. I'm in the modern times, understanding that very good measurements are being made. We know that planes fly at about 600 miles per hour. We know the flight times. We know the directions. We know the orientation.
God, you don't stop talking. Let me ask you a question. You can answer this yourself if you want as well. But when you say you people, what goes through your head when you're saying that? You people.
The people who want to deny the evidence of the globe.
who want to live in willful ignorance, who don't want to measure. People who read theodolite manuals and pretend they can't sight 60, 70 miles.
Listen, what measurements have you done? You've made calculations. Calculations ain't measurements. I've pointed this out several times. And you ain't done nothing, sunshine.
You don't believe anyone did anything.
I don't believe anything you say because I'm just listening to you. You ask someone a question, and 5 minutes later you're answering it yourself. I've never seen anything like it. You're absolutely deranged, and for that, I'm going to put myself on mute because
you just like to call people deranged because you have like no ability to measure, and your only coping mechanism is go. You haven't measured anything either. Well, you want to try and measure something together, Slitsy? Let's arrange it. Let's make it happen. But I think you're a little pussy who doesn't want to measure shit because you're too.
The only thing, if I met you, the only thing we'd be measuring is your bed. Sorry to say that.
You're trying to seduce me, Mrs. Robinson.
Mate, I'll put you out of your misery, you weirdo.
What's
a threat? Like... Interesting. I'll put that down to Omni for a threat against my life. Shall I, Slits? Is that the innuendo you want to pursue? Put me out of my misery with your little physical violence threat? You're so insecure about the flat earth that you have to threaten violence? Yeah, that's the type of person you are.
Actually, so you should be embarrassed, actually.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. I mean, if you're not trying to get banged, why is your name Anvil?
It's partially Slitsy's fault because he can't think I can hold one in one hand by a piece of string, not knowing that anvils come in different shapes and sizes. Anvils precisely because of Slitsy.
Look, are you kind of a tough guy, or
no, not really.
So much.
I'm just.
Yeah. My wife's boyfriend is.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
I mean, I guess
like
people need a safe space at some point. If this is yours, that's fine, I guess. But I mean, you're not fooling anybody. So.
Are we going into personal attacks now? Come on.
Why do you need to pretend? Why do you need to pretend I'm trying to fool anyone? You're creating your own narrative against me for no real reason.
No, I just mean you sound kind of effeminate. You're not fooling anybody.
Bro,
and it sounds like you need to come here to feel.
Okay, yeah.
You need to feel big or something.
Is this like what is this? Come on, just like personal.
No. I'm not even coming at you. I don't even care. But like, you're not fooling anybody.
No, you have like
that is an
anomaly that want to create femininity in your own like cranium. You're imagining.
No, it's just audibly obvious.
And also, if he was, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with being feminine?
Well, I mean, he was clutching his pearls there for a moment,
between a man
complaining
and a woman,
about Schlitzie saying he'd put him on, his ass, basically. Like, dude,
is that what masculine people do? Threaten people.
Why would you pretend to be a victim?
Is that what you want to get a bit more masculine?
Stand up for yourself.
You want to be a little bit more masculine? Get a bit more assertive? Talk down to you like a little fucking baby? You want me to get fucking masculine? You little shit. Yeah, it's completely within my capacity.
Brother,
I'm actually
you're not gonna.
Well, come on, guys. Wait, like, can I actually, Rick? Can I ask you? Well, you're flat earther, right? Did you hang out here? That's kudos to you, by the way. Because we have multiple servers. But I think we have multiple servers where people created circle jerks, and this is like one of the global servers. So Kudos to you for staying here. And I have a question. I have a question. Just to move away from the whole personal attacks. Come on, guys, we can do better. Now, like Rick. So, what do you think of the final experiment? Right, 24 hours sun, and also besides that, this southern celestial pole. How the fuck can you have that on a flat Earth, right?
Well, I appeal to a dynamic sky.
What
I
does
think
that
it
mean?
is entirely an optical phenomena.
What does that mean? Like, well, so just random, arbitrary?
No, not random, but I think that what we're dealing with is multiple layers of different mediums, which offer us a particular view and refracted, if not also or reflected, possible
How does
star
that?
field. So
How does that work? Like for the FE experiment, right?
how does it work?
Yeah.
Well,
what kind of optical illusions you're saying are happening, and how can we test that? Right? Because look, we now have, on the face of it, we have now evidence for the of round Earth, like because the best
okay.
model, the
Well, I
most
mean, you
simplest
can
model.
interpret it that way.
No, that's just like logic, right? Like the closest model that can account for that is the globe
I
model.
haven't verified that. That I would absolutely not agree with that.
That's what the evidence shows. Like, look,
What
it's
I
like
mean,
it's like
what
it's like it's like
what
it's like
evidence
look,
are you
we
appealing to, though? That's the thing. Like
a
you say
24-hour
that's the
sun.
evidence for that, but I don't have, buckets of other evidence of which I would want the standard of saying I could make that claim. You know, like
I don't understand. Well, look, so wait, what? Let me make an analogy here, right? So this is like we have a murder case or a break-in case into a house, right? And the hypothesis is that some guy broke in, right? And then we find, it's a snowy area, and we find footprints in the snow, right? Now, do not those footprints provide strong evidence, that a man in fact broke in to the house, as opposed to like some other hypothesis? Those
That's
footprints
hypothetical.
alone.
Let me
No, it's not
add some more
hypothetical. That's
context.
actually literally how
you're
we
kind of like
engage.
forcing a lot of different things, man. Can't really get an answer out, and you moved on to the next thing or two other things. So, go ahead,
No,
Schlitzion.
just an analogy. We're still on the same point, man. We're still on the same point.
But listen to this. This is a fact, yeah. I walked down by the beach today, and you couldn't see 100 meters out. Yeah, it's just fog. It's sunny, but it's fog just above the water and looking out. So the furthest you could see. Okay, I swim there every day, so I'm looking at a little boy which marks 100 meters out. You could not
A
see
little
past that
boy? Why are you looking at a little
Yeah.
boy? No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, buoy.
No, it's called a buoy. You might call it a buoy. I call it a buoy.
Wait,
So
boy?
it's different.
Well,
Different.
okay. Okay,
terminology.
Epstein.
Yeah, B-O-Y.
Okay, okay, so you're looking at the little boy. Yes, God.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was
So
good.
I look at the boy. You can't see more than 100 meters. In the time that cleared, had a coffee, looked around because I was speaking to the bird who I served me the coffee. I've looked around, and now you can see right to the horizon. How weird is that? Less than you taking the time to drink a coffee. How weird is that?
Not really that
So if
weird.
that happens 100 meters offshore, imagine what's happening.
I mean, this is
fucking
anecdotal.
2-3
First of all,
months.
we will need to like video footage, just like by the flat Earth standards, right?
Oh.
We need a camera, we need a P90, and then another P90 behind the P90, recording that P90 to show.
What's a P90 anyway? What's a P90?
P900.
I've heard of a Joe 90, but not a P90.
Yeah, there's P1000 model of the Nikon as well.
I
I
say
think there's a
90.
P1100.
Oh, sorry, P900. I meant sorry, not P90.
P1100. I think that's the newest one, isn't it? So why are you talking about old shit for?
No, I misspoke.
What does fog have to do with any of that?
Yeah. Pardon?
Not that weird. Fog lifts? Like
It's
that's
not
just
fog. It's not fog, is it? Because if it was fog, it would be coming inshore. So it's not fog, is it?
You said it was
because fog comes off the water and comes inland, and it didn't come inland, so it's just sitting there. So it's not fog, is it?
No, it depends.
Fog.
It might be fog.
Next time, I will swim out and ask, are you fog or are you mist? Or are you some kind of effect above the water created by the atmosphere, the temperature, the pressure, the various other things? So when you're looking at your boats going over the curve, how do you know that's not fucking happening? If it happens that quickly...
See, I don't know. I'm like an amateur, but I've seen like the pics that flat earthers have shown, like the oil rigs, right? And you can tell there's like shimmering. There's something off there with the, with the
I've
optics.
seen the
right
pictures
there,
of your curvature.
Yeah,
In the
but even
pictures of
in
your curvature.
but even in those pictures, what I found interesting, when it is like showing like very long distances and kind of looking flat, it shows the bottom obstructed of the further oil rig.
Yeah, you can do that.
It looks like it's sitting far lower in the ocean than it actually is supposed to be, because they all are sitting more or less the same height above the ocean, right?
How about
But
this?
when you even look at those images that show you like that you can look them at the distance and they seem like in the same line, the one behind it is obstructed. You don't see the bottom of it.
How about this one? Where are you in the globe?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Oh,
next to Germany.
Fantastic. So you're in the Czech Republic, and there's a football team there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure there's a football team, yes, in Czech Republic.
Yeah, it's like a successful football team, yeah. And Czechoslovakia you can go to their main stadium. You can go from one end to the other, put your camera down, and you'll see things bottom up for sure. So obviously you have to put it down on the ground because the distance is shorter than what we see when we're looking out at the sea. But I'm sure you won't be able to see the feet of the person at the end near the other goal. So you're at one goal, you're in the goal mouth, you put your camera down, and I'm sure you won't be able to see the legs. And I wonder why his legs can't be seen. Because he's not sailing over the curve, is he? He's not even in a boat.
Because stadiums and like these big sports.
No, listen.
They're actually usually made. They're usually
I'll put you to bed on that one.
To be slightly, just slightly.
No.
Like
absolutely nothing.
Off, right? So that the water.
Do you know what the gradient would be? Do you know what the gradient would be? This is where you're uninformed. This is where you're uninformed because I can pull it up because you have the FA and you play under that, or you play under FIFA if you're international. So I can pull up FIFA and give you the gradients of your pitch. So that's absolute bullshit. And I'm pretty sure that Czechoslovakia has an underwater system. They don't need because they don't need that. And I'll guarantee you, I can pull that up. I can pull that up for you.
Yeah, please.
Do you want me to pull it up for you, Czechoslovakia? I'll do your research for you.
Well, first of all, show the evidence that when you do that,
okay,
I'm proven, on an established and confirmed and measured flat surface. Wait, flat surface, right?
Are you taking the reins of Oblate?
No. Wait. No, what? No. If you're, I'm just asking you to provide evidence for what? No. Listen, if you're claiming that it is just that it is. No, I'm asking you for the evidence.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up. I just told you I'm going to pull it up. So why are you rambling?
No, you're pulling up evidence for what
you haven't.
I'm not rambling, am I?
You're going to pull up evidence.
I'm going to pull it up, and the guy, I'm just saying, stop talking because you're just talking for the sake of talking.
You talking does not, preclude you from. Wait. Me talking does not preclude you from finding evidence.
You asked me a question, yeah? You asked me a question. I told you
you asked me a question. No, actually, you asked me
I told you. I asked you a question.
Wait. I was talking about the FE.
I told you it was wrong. You asked me a question. I said I'll go and get it,
and that's what I'm going to do. And you're now talking for the sake of talking because I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
I'm
you
giving
kind
you.
of jump
I'm
around
giving.
with your
I'm
talking,
giving you the criteria that I require, right, for your claim, and this is coming from your claim. Even
Not
though,
a
by the way,
claim. I'm just going to pull it up from your own.
let me finish. Wait, we
world
started this with me
football team.
talking about the final experiment, the 24-hour sun, right? And from that, you somehow went to things can disappear bottom up, right? Like what? There's different claims.
No, I just
Yeah.
told you. I told you there's things that when you're telling me, you know, curves and all this kind of stuff, and what I mean to say, right? What happened in Antarctica? Let's say it's 100% true, yeah? It doesn't mean that you're on a globe. It just means that there's another logical explanation to explain it. If we think we're on a globe, then we believe your model and we believe what you're saying, but we don't think we're on a globe because there's no proof of that. It's just a theory.
Just a theory
of
inside.
evidence.
Yeah, it's theoretical.
No. Theoretical.
Sorry.
You're using theory and theoretical in a colloquial sense. Right.
No.
What is just it's like a
It's
guess.
a theory that you're on a globe.
No,
yeah.
it is a.
So, like,
it is
someone's done some.
Bro, can I actually finish? Wait, can I finish explaining?
You don't stop talking, so like I have
No,
to like
that's
try
not
to get.
okay, dude. No, you're effing biased about that.
Okay.
Can you just let me finish? Just let me finish. It's gonna be less than a minute, 30 seconds, right? Using colloquial there. Using theory colloquially there, right? Just a guess. No, the globe model is a theory, part of like many larger theories, which have already evidence for them confirmed, and the FE experiment is one of them. You cannot just try to rebut this by saying, "Oh, but I don't believe the Earth is round." Right? I believe the Earth is flat, despite the experiment. Right? So I'm saying that. So you're saying that, oh, the experiment must be flawed because I believe that the Earth is flat.
Oh,
But that's just
right.
that's just motivated reasoning, right? No.
That's 2 minutes.
You should. Just wasn't 2 minutes, but okay, sure.
Right. So let me go back. Yeah, you told me, like my understanding's flawed. Yeah. So your understanding is, because you've seen the evidence, so you believe. So like your belief and my belief, we both have beliefs. Yeah. But my belief is like, I don't come and say like, oh yeah, this person said this. I just feel this myself. Yeah. So it's very personal, and you can dismiss it how you want. But when you say that I have a belief, and oh, it's my belief, your belief is to take in some nonsense that you've been told, and you're just going ahead with it and rolling with it. So what's the difference between my belief that I don't believe what I'm being told to your belief you believe what you're being told? There's no difference.
Well, from my side, from my belief, we have actual evidence.
You don't have any evidence. This is what I'm saying. You don't.
You have FE experiment itself is evidence.
You have calculations from a theory, and that isn't a fucking measurement. Sorry. And you can Google that. Google is a calculation, a measurement. It isn't. It's an estimate.
We have an observation.
It is a measurement.
No, it
calculation can absolutely be a measurement.
I don't think so.
Because I mean,
right, listen to this. I make a calculation. I get my fucking tape measure. I go out and I measure it, and it's fucking wrong. So that's, I assume something.
That calculation was not a measurement.
I confirmed that I made a mistake because I went and physically measured it. Where's your evidence of doing that?
Just because you did it wrong doesn't mean there's no legitimate ways of like doing this.
No, but look, you don't see.
Because you can say anything like, oh, but if I do it wrong, you're saying if I do it wrong, then it's wrong, right? Yeah,
right,
but
look, you're out in the club.
You cannot do it right.
Can I actually ask you a question?
Go on.
Real quick, can I ask you a question? Would you say that I can measure the square footage of my house?
No.
Yeah, because you could go and check it and confirm that you can do that.
Oh. Why do you check it again?
But there's no tool
you
I
can't
can
make
use to
a
do that
you can't make
directly.
an assumption that the moon is 6 zillion miles away or the sun's 1,000 billion miles
Yes,
away
you can.
because you can't confirm it. You
Yes, you
cannot.
can. Yes,
No,
you
you
can.
can't. No,
Yes,
you
you can.
can't.
You can use
physically
different.
cannot
You
measure
can
that
use
far.
different types of
Oh my
measurements, for
God,
example.
what's wrong with you? The guy asked me a question and you're answering for him. It's just very, very
Oh
confusing.
God, sorry.
I,
Go ahead, Maverick. Sorry,
I don't think you know what a measurement is.
I don't know what a measurement is. Right, look, I've got a room. Yeah, it's 12 foot by 12 foot. Yeah, I can multiply that and get the square footage. But to confirm it, I
Is
can
that a
take my
measurement or a
fucking tape.
calculation?
Well, say on my deeds, I look at, say like, yeah, look, this is a perfect example. I've got the deeds of my house. It says room 12 foot by 12 foot. I think, hold on a minute. Looks a little bit fucking smaller than 12 foot. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take my tape measure out and I'm going to measure the fucking room. Oh, look, the room is not 12 by 12. It's 1152 by 1172. So what does that tell you?
It tells me that looking at a floor plan is not a measurement.
It tells me looking at a floor
right. You
plan.
don't know what a
So
measurement is.
so yeah, let me reiterate what I said. So looking at a floor plan, it tells you one thing, but when you do the physical measurement, which I'm capable of doing because I've got a fucking tape measure what goes fucking 12 feet, and I can measure that and confirm that it is 12 by 12, and now I've confirmed that it isn't, and the blueprint of my house is an estimate. And that's what you've done.
Right.
You've estimated your planet.
No, we
You've
haven't.
read it.
We've actually measured the sides of the
How
walls
have you gone there?
and calculated the square footage. So when you calculate the square footage from the physically measured walls, is that a calculation or is it a measurement? Did you measure the square footage of your house?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm saying, look, you get the measurement, which is you get the calculation. It says on the blueprints 12 by 12. It must be.
Hold on. Not a calculation. They're just a piece of paper with numbers on it. How they got there could have been a measurement.
It's the same as your shit. They've got a theory.
No, I'm talking about physically measuring the wall.
You've just read it. You've read it and believed it.
Numbers determining the square footage. Is the square footage of your house a measurement or a calculate? No, you're the one who's now saying it's a measurement. So is it a measurement or not? The square footage is a square footage a measurement?
So I'm looking at my blueprint of my house. Is it a measurement? I don't fucking know. I don't know how the guy comes to 12. So if it's measured 12, apparently, and I go and measure it, and it's not 12, it's not fucking 12, and it ain't been measured, is it? It's a calculation.
You're talking about. That's not the point.
I don't understand how you don't understand.
Forget about the blueprint. You don't understand. Forget the blueprint. We don't have blueprints. There are no blueprints. They got burned down in City Hall. All right. All you have is a house.
Here comes the bad analogy. Go on.
Tape measure. Are you listening to what I'm saying? You can physically take a tape measure the size of the walls to get the square footage. You have to multiply those numbers. Is the square footage of the house that you determined a calculation or a measurement?
That's a measurement because I've measured it myself physically. But you haven't measured the fucking distance to the moon physically, and I know you haven't.
He doesn't want to get it.
Oh my God.
We've measured things that we then calculate and get to the distance to the moon. There are things we can physically measure, and from those physical measurements, we make calculations, and that's the things we can't physically measure.
You bring out the worst in me. I gotta put myself on mute.
Yeah. So let's see. The problem is the only type of measurement
shut up.
you feel.
I really can't.
I don't have to shut up because what I'm going to do is talk. And so, like you putting a ruler.
He dropped out, Anvil.
Yeah, like Slippy.
Oh, he's back again.
Yeah, getting your ruler and going from A to B isn't the only way to measure something, and to like use only rulers measure is just like a false premise.
And one measuring tool is not accurate to another measuring tool.
Accuracy
my
is
rule,
also something you have to take into consideration with every measurement.
My tape measure might not be the same as your tape measure. And you have to get an average of a room. You have to measure both sides because one side could be out of square by a couple of mil.
And, well, do you measure the diagonal or can you calculate it? Like a squared plus b squared equals c squared. This is basic. Like
Well, it depends on how accurate you want to measure it to the nearest square millimeter, to square thousandths of a millimeter. So was he going by you have to physically measure something, or or not? Like the distances to something where it doesn't need to be. You don't need to physically, because you don't necessarily need to be physically there to measure something or physically measure it. Like a tree, for example, you can measure the height of a tree without physically measuring the height of a tree.
Yeah. Yeah, they teach kids that. But let's see.
And ultimately, a measurement is just an assessment. It's just an assessment of an objective quantity of a quality of a thing. Like you don't have to use a referential tool to do that. There's methodologies that you could confirm them if you want, but there are methodologies that are tried and proven, and they work. There's no reason I can think of not to call those things measurements, except if you want to win a debate about, you didn't personally do it yourself or blah blah blah.
And like I was asking Riggs, like if Earth is measured flat, like what's the distance from Manhattan to Bismarck? What's the distance from Bismarck to Dallas, Texas? What's the distance from Dallas, Texas to New York? Surely Flat Earth has some measurements, if they actually have measured flat. What's the distances?
I actually got Nathan Oakley to concede on that one once. He's since gone back to parroting the usual shit, but that it's not actually measured flat.
Oh, we have a dog there? Advil, it's your dog, right?
I don't know if I've got a dog. I might have turned over something.
Oh, I heard. Okay, no. When you were talking before, too, I heard like a dog bark.
Oh, there might be a neighbor or something.
No, man.
But what would I know? I allegedly sound feminine.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like, just don't look. Just, I mean, at least I like this discussion, right? I mean, if the guy thinks like,
what a desperate reach.
of course, it's like a shitty fucking attempt of like, I mean, there's ways
You're
like
not hiding it from anybody. You're feminine. You're not hiding it from anyone. Tough guy. I'm sorry. I'm both a tough guy and effeminate.
What am I? I'm a
power. He's not coming at you though.
I'm a power bottom, Galis. I love that term. I love that term. But my friends, my LGBT friends, like were using this around me, and I was like, "That's really funny." What does that actually mean, though? I still don't really. Something about like being dominant, but like a taker. Anyway, we shouldn't be talking about this. I guess,
It's probably related to twerking and the mental imagery.
Oh no. Something different. Working is just not. But no, anyway, look, I'm really like, see, the final experiment, right? Like fucking amazing, right?
Like of
major
all of all the things to happen in this world, like flat earthers won't buy their own tickets to Antarctica. They'll wait till some rich pastor, which they'll sort of dive into his financial history to make him sound discreditable. Like,
so didn't he go around like trying to find a couple of guys and wasn't he begging for it? He was the power bottom in this situation.
Do you think that it was the pastor trying to prove flat Earth wrong, or do you think it was the pastor thinking he can make him a nice little chunk of money off of it? This is the reason why he did
a popularity contest.
Well,
That's all.
it did. Yeah, there's a lot of popularity associated, indeed. What I call "I love you" accent, man, and it's refreshing to hear that accent say something reasonable all the time. But yeah, listen, the 24/7 experiment is just like it's the epitome of what we've been saying. We as like people who argue with flat earthers now, and from the early days when it happened, is that really it ain't gonna change much because you're gonna have people still just saying, "Oh yeah, those people who went there, they're shields, shields. Oh my God, not shields. They're shields, right? Or it was a optical illusion, or it was CGI, it was a stage, right? Literally everything that we predicted, they would say they did say.
Yeah,
Even
because
though
at least one of the flat earthers that went there came back saying that we do not understand the sky. We need to reconsider how we think about the sky.
Risky? Oh, not risk. Oh my God, dude, I'm so fucking drunk. Jeranism just completely flipped, right? And he is like a major flat earther, one of the biggest ones.
Oh, but
Someone
the
says
thing
he's transitioning.
Yeah, he's weak sauce.
He wasn't.
Yeah, you
really,
say that now.
no true flat earther flips. Just like no true
Exactly.
Scotsman. Yeah.
Put
Look,
sugar in its porridge. Yeah.
I listened to a little bit of Jaren's content. Like, I mean, I'm late to this topic of conversation in general, but I mean, I wasn't too into what he was sort of producing. I could imagine why it would have been a pretty big deal back in the day, though. But
Listen.
I've heard the way that he discusses things and debate things, and it's not compelling to me. So whatever that means.
I mean, that's fine. That's individual. That's like your anecdote. But the facts is that he is like one of the most popular, most subscribed, most watched flat earther. And he did experiments before. He did experiments with what is it? Netflix. He did like the Netflix documentary, the Behind the Curve, when they bought like a digital. What is it called? Digital. The thing that spins, a gyroscope. Thank you very much. Digital gyroscope, and it showed 15 degrees per hour per session. And he tried to like wiggle out of that. And so this guy went to the South Pole. He saw the sun. He tested it. Right. He actually brilliant test that he did. You guys remember? You guys know? Actually had a
I thought he broke cameras and ruined shit. That's all I heard. What you actually reckon he did something?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's gonna sound like simple to you, right? But so what he did is he brought a magnifying glass. Right. So what can you do with a sun and a magnifying glass? Right. Which you cannot do, by the way, with any artificial lighting. Right. You cannot do that with artificial lighting, right? With some CGI that is projected, right, on something, right? It doesn't give out like that power.
So you reckon magnifying glasses prove globe now? Is that the new argument
Well,
from the globers?
with that experiment, right? Because he tested it. He tested it every time he like tested it, like, and it's like, yeah, it burns the paper, right? There's no way. There's no way this is like CGI dome.
It's the
you
sun.
know.
Well,
Gotcha.
no
Yeah.
differently than paper burns anywhere else that you use a magnifying glass. So it seems like the same light from your American sun is the same light that's producing this Antarctic sun. And McKeegan's showing the sunspot photography in alongside like many people around the world who were around that time photographing the sun through sun filters also produced images to share.
Oh yeah. Because people forget like that experiment included people also around the world. Because at the same time, they were like taking footage of the sun, right, and measuring the angle and all the other stuff, right? Which all of the results came in a line in coherence with the Earth being round.
So what did he burn?
There's
Like a little
so
piece of
much.
paper or something, or did he go after the ants in
Yeah.
Antarctica? Is that where all the
Yeah,
ants hang out? You need to go burn them
Yeah,
with a
that's why.
magnifying glass?
The
Definitely why
ice
it's
ants.
called Antarctica. It's
Yeah,
where the
that's the one.
Arctic ants are. Yeah.
God damn it, sir. Good one. That's a good one. But look at this. So many fucking lines of evidence we have, right? We have now we have the FE, final experiment. We have also the southern celestial pole and a northern celestial pole at the same time, with
No, don't forget
different.
the Nazi.
Oh,
The Nazi station, the SS station.
I don't know. Well, the oh, fuck it. We have the Cavendish experiment. We have Foucault's pendulum. Right. We have so many things, like just concrete evidence. Right. Nothing like that flat earthers has produced.
Concreta.
Are you guys still arguing for Coe's pendulum? Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's like just kind of doesn't. It's not really conclusive in anything.
Well, no, it's it's consistent.
Yeah,
Like
it's
What, you mean the ones with
that
the machines attached to them?
it's one of the many experiments that that can have external influences. Same with Michelson-Morley. Like it could detect people jogging up the street 50 to 100 yards away. That would corrupt the results.
Yards? Oh my god. Can you speak in like real fucking measurements?
Well, yards are kind of similar to meters, so call it 50 to 100 meters. Yeah.
I don't think that flat earthers are actually interested in the evidence, right? It's like when if you're arguing with somebody, like I don't know, let's say your wife, right, and she's like, she's being really fucking pissy about you not throwing out the trash, you doing this and that, but in reality, she's just talking about her insecurity, right? She's just insecure with the relationship, right? So people can argue that people can portray that they want like evidence or this and that, but in reality they talk about something else. And I think what flat earthers really want is either they're anti-authority, right? Anti-government usually, and somehow also Nazi. Wait, by the way, let's see, risky. Do you guys believe? Because I know a lot of like Beat Shage and CBR, many others have problems with the World War II and the Holocaust. Would you guys put yourself in a position? Ricksky, let's see. You guys, what is it?
Yeah, it's all up for grabs. This is just all history written by some other guy that you don't know. Guy named Victor. Yada yada yada.
Oh, that's my uncle, Uncle Victor, the Vink Victor, the.
Well, look at my name. I can tell you that I don't know anyone, and I've got a large family. I don't know anyone who's got anyone who died in fucking any death camp whatsoever. That's
you see, this is fucking crazy, man. You guys have went so far into the conspiracy mindset because you just don't like authority.
No, that's not conspiracy. I just told you.
That you end up. No, it is. It is. It is. What's a fact?
So I'm just saying.
What's a fucking fact?
What do you discern from what I just said there?
Well, you said Well, you said you have no family that died in the Holocaust, right? Or World War
Yeah.
II? Right,
Yeah,
Holocaust.
and I have a large family all across the world. Yeah, large family.
Right. Yeah. Well, that seems to
So
you're
what
kind
did
of
you
right.
get from that? What did you get from that?
Well, you tell me. I rather not guess then. Okay, sure. If you're complaining
Well,
about it.
obviously you did guess because you was going on
Sure.
and imagining something that I didn't say. I just said like I've got a large family. I don't know anyone of anyone. So like you imagine cousins and second cousins and cousins of cousins. We don't know anyone who was taken in the war. We know people were
Are you
put in
Jewish?
camps. It doesn't matter, does it? But we don't know anyone. We don't know anyone who was killed. They were put in camps, yes, and they came out. So, what does that?
Came out after the Soviets rescued them. Wait, if you.
I
Okay,
don't
wait.
think the Soviets rescued anyone. That's another story. But I'm not getting into that.
Okay,
So I'm
wait.
just saying,
Just to be
we
clear.
don't
Okay,
have
okay.
any family member. We don't have any family
So
member
what did you
who was
say?
gassed in the war.
What are you saying then? What are you implying?
Well, I don't know. I'm just making a statement. That's the statement. It doesn't mean anything,
Why
does
would
it?
you
But
make that statement?
we as a family, look, we as a family don't know anyone who died in a death camp being gassed.
In a conversation about a mass genocide.
So you was asking about thingy, where, like I can surmise as much as you, and we can speculate all day long. But I'm just telling you, from a personal point of view, that I think it's weak. And even recently, there's been estimations that they've come really down, and they're not 6 million, and it's more like 100,000. Which
No, that didn't happen. In fact,
maybe
the number grew, actually, increased.
I don't think it did.
It did. I mean, ask,
I don't even think
ChatGPT
at
or
that
something.
time in the world there was even 6 million Jews.
Yeah, yeah, they were. Well, you
All
can.
the Jews in the world were in the prison camps in
Well, first of all,
Germany.
it's not. Well, it's not all Jews. And by the way, I forget if they counted in the 6 million non-Jews or just Jews, because this,
I think you need to. I think you need to do some
communists, socialists, anarchists, disabled people, Romanis, right? All of these people were being like fucking murdered and put into camps, right? Sorry, put into camps. But wait, let's see. Well, if you, okay, so wait, wait, so you do have an issue with this, right? So you are.
No, I don't have an issue. You have an issue with it, obviously,
Okay,
because
cool.
like,
You don't. Okay,
you're
sure, cool. You
complaining
don't.
things
Okay,
which
sure,
I didn't say.
Cool. So we all here believe that 6 million at least, right? 6 million plus, from what I've heard, of Jews and other minorities were genocided, ethnically cleansed, murdered by the Nazi regime in World War II. Right? We all agree on that.
Well, I'm not going to agree to something that you're telling me. We all agree.
Well, do we agree or not?
Like that.
Do you agree with the premise or not?
I think there's a big question mark over it. How about that? I'll leave it at that. There's a big question mark.
What's in question? The amount?
Everything. Like Rixie said.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you a different question.
His story was written by Victor. The Victor.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh my
Yeah?
God.
Okay.
No shit.
So we're clear on that. The Victor writes their own narrative. My granddad was in the war. My granddad was in the war. He was in Berlin when they
Your granddad?
Yeah, my grandfather. He was in the
How
in the
young
war.
was he?
I don't know. I think he was super young. So he was in the war. He see what happened in Germany. He saw the atrocities what are happening in Germany, and he didn't say they were done by the Germans. As much as like there was things happening, he had 6 of his brothers died in. I think it was just like is it Burma or wherever that place is? Yeah, in prison
What
camps.
country is?
In prison camps.
What country? What
You
country
can actually see this. You can actually go to a memorial stone and you'll see 6 of the same name on there, and there is 6 brothers.
Well, which country is this?
That's in the UK. That's in London.
No, sir. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, where do you wait? Are you your family is British, or were they fighting on the British side, or in Burma?
I'm from London.
Oh, they're British. Oh, I see.
I think it was actually there was a film, and it was wherever the bridge over the Kwai was. I think it's Burma, isn't it? I'm not too sure.
Well, hey guys, can I ask you something? We are in Omni. You know, Omni, are you here? He's not. Can I steal you guys? Can I steal you and ask you to join, to go to another server? We can talk there. There's other people there. We would have a discussion. Bricksky, Schlitzy, Briggs as well. And I will ask the owner to take it easy. I think you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, it's not a gay chat, is it?
No. You might know it.
Sorry.
It does involve something weird with pandas, but I'd imagine.
Yes.
Oh, Gem Panda. He's a fucking nonce.
Yeah. Well, look. Listen. I know the guy, and I know he gets. No, wait. I will ask him to take it easy on you if you join right now, right? If you visit us there, we have now like a bunch of people. You know, I view the server as like an extension of Gems, but like
I
more
don't
of a
hang out
common
in
ground.
gay chats.
With what chats? What?
Gay chats. I don't hang out in gay chats.
They're
sorry.
not. They're not. This
They are. He's a fucking gay northern geezer.
He's not.
Sorry, bro.
He's not gay.
He is. He. This is. I've never seen him in real life, but I can imagine this one's a fatty with fucking bacon and tomato sauce stains down his top, and gay, and I can't hang out in gay chats.
Okay. Well, I'm inviting you guys there.
I'm just in a semi-gay chat here.
Well, I'm gonna go, guys. There. Take care. Take care.
Happy hunting. Wow. Did you just invite us to Gem Panda? Strange.
Yeah, he's spruiking for it.
I heard them screaming at Jin one day. I was thinking, like, they're just so rude. I think it's funny, Ricksky, when they say that, yeah, we've made measurements, when really and truly they're just, you know, an estimation, a guess at best.
That's a straw man. And
it's not a straw man. You ain't measured anything.
Read the manual.
Anything you've measured is your IQ, and it's come up the same size as your shoe.
Yeah, measuring the Earth is a little bit like
measuring your shoe size equals your IQ. I think you've got little feet as well. I reckon you've got size 5 feet because you've got little hands, little feet, and you sound very feminine.
Right, you got a lot of
and you got black
for someone who looks at little boys. Yeah,
and you got purple fingernails, or is it purple hair and black fingernails?
Right. You just got a vivid imagination, and that
No.
allows you to be like intellectually dishonest when you have the manuals and you don't bother like learning what geodetic
Could you just
is.
could you just keep talking? I'm going to be back in 5 minutes.
Showing your inability to listen once again. Excellent.
I'm listening. I'm listening, you idiot. That's why I said, could you keep talking? But I'm going to be away from the mic, but I can still hear you. That's why I'm shouting.
Nah. Just pull the rigs and say, yeah, I don't want to explain what I'm talking about, so I'll just say, nah. I'll just leave it up to your interpretation, but I won't explain what I'm talking about. I think you think I'm thinking about something, but I won't say what it is.
The fuck are you on about?
Call you feminine. so
You're feminine. That's not a bad thing. At least you're in touch with your feminine side, isn't it?
I'm in touch with a lot of feminine sides. Sometimes it's the outside, sometimes it's the inside. Because I've actually touched a woman.
Only real men can get in touch with their feminine side. So are you a real man? And are you in touch with your feminine side?
According to Riggs. Oh, absolutely. He's got his professional analysis with his
well, I've got my gauge on at time, and it's bleeping out when I speak with you.
You know, you guys should take this lovers quarrel into a separate room. Keep your marriage private. I don't know, just.
I love to do my laundry and the dirty laundry in public.
Because it just shows the desperation when you have to sort of insinuate what the person is like. Sounds like instead of addressing their argument. Like it's
I think
just
he said something right off. He's most probably looking on Grindr for you to hook you up.
What's that got to do with the topic at hand? Nothing.
You ain't got no topic. That's why I'm just talking nonsense. That you just blabber on all day talking nonsense. So I just thought I'd join you. Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Can't beat him. Join him.
If we wanted blabbering, we just
can't beat him. Join him.
Yeah.
You heard that
instead
saying.
of addressing the earlier topics, you're just going to accuse people of blabbering because you can't pay attention to what's being said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, look, meet Dawn. He's gay as well. You can have a chat with Six Fingers Dawn. Six Fingers Dawn. This is IQ of a shoe oblate retard.
I'm not
there's another thing you can put on the Omni list. There's another thing you can put on the Omni list. Oh, he said I was gay. And he said I was a retard.
And what does that have to do with geodetic surveying that you have the manual for a T3?
It says Dawn's got 6 fingers and he's going to poke one up your bum.
Let's see, are you high or drunk?
Or both.
Listen, Dawn.
What time is it for you?
But it's fucking early.
Yeah, that's
like
why I'm wondering how you're. Why are you so
I haven't
manic?
drunk. You know what? I haven't drunk in about 25 years. How about that? Fucking weirdo.
So are you really stoned?
Yeah, I stopped smoking a while back. So if I do something, I will just do an edible. But I don't come on Discord.
A big bag of weed.
Stoned. I don't come on Discord stoned
Send
or
me a
high.
picture of a big bag of weed. Can you remember that?
Yeah. That's what I do.
And you're claiming you've given up.
I got a fucking club door, you demon low. We fucking do it every day, innit?
So okay, so you've got weed every day, but you're not stoned.
I'm not there, am I? I got people to run my club.
Right, I'll take your word for it. Okay, why are you so manic then?
Why am I so manic? I'm talking to shitbrains. What do you think?
But
the guys keep talking about you've got a manual that you don't understand.
Doesn't mean
I
you
don't
have to be
have a
manic.
manual.
See,
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking to you, and you're a shit brain, and I'm not manic.
So how am I being a shitbrain?
Well, loads of reasons.
Yeah, what's that then, Dawn? Because I don't take on your globe nonsense.
Everything you say is a lie.
Everything I say is a lie.
Yeah, and you know it's a lie just before you say it, and that means your
Go on,
brain
then,
is shit.
what have I
Because
said?
you're
Tell me
saying
one.
untrue
Pull me
things on
up on my
purpose.
lie. Pull me up on my lie. Pull me up on a lie.
Earlier you said no one's ever measured Earth.
No, they haven't.
Yeah, so there you go. You're doubling down on a
So
stupid lie.
who has measured Earth? Give me one person. I'm
all
waiting.
the globers, all the flat earthers.
What globe is? That doesn't mean anything.
What
It's just
globers?
hearsay from you. All the globers.
The shit brains that make you manic.
No,
Those
which
globers.
name them. If you know them, name them. Because like it's like me saying, yeah, there's some.
You're gonna double down that no one's ever measured Earth. It's absurd.
No, I'm going to tell you that there's no one who's measured Earth. You've maybe made an estimation.
I'm happy to hear you lie and know you lie, and that's how I know you're a shit brain.
Yeah, look, you've come up with some. You can't name one person who's made a measurement. You can't name one person.
There's people that you speak to that come in here that survey Earth.
Who's that? Who's that?
You should know by now.
I don't know. Tell me.
Yeah, you don't.
You do know.
You're telling me. You're telling me you've got some weirdo who's a retired surveyor, and he's telling you some stuff. He's pissing on your back and telling you it's raining, and you're just fucking bathing in it because you think you're in the shower.
None of that's true. No.
That's absolutely weird. That's weird
None
shit.
of it's true. You made it up.
No, I didn't. I'm telling you the truth. And he knows he's being disingenuous.
No one's pissing on any back.
100%.
People are measuring Earth. That's the point.
No, they ain't. Well, oh my God, measuring Earth. You're mad. Listen, you cannot discern whether you're on a globe or on a non-rotational plane.
Why are you against the globe then?
With
if we can't discern it, why are you against it?
With a theodolite which measures straight lines on different angles, on elevation, terrestrial.
If you can't determine it, why are you in denial of one of the sides?
It's a terrestrial tool. Can be
you're
used.
Saying it could be a globe.
Yeah, it's a terrestrial tool that can like
Yeah, shut up! I'm not talking to you. Me and Dylan are having a chat. You've been fucking talking non-stop for days. Now shut up.
This isn't the Dawn and Slitsy show. It's a open server to have.
Yeah, but he's talking to me. He's asking me a question. It is open. Yeah,
no,
that's why you're in here. It's a free for all.
You have to be 2-on-1 now. He's right.
Yeah, sorry. All right, yeah. Look, I tell you what. I'm gonna put myself on mute because like you just bring out the worst of me.
Please just shut up.
And you can just carry on with your gay conversations and your gay nonsense.
We will. Yeah, we'll speak to people that are good at speaking to people.
Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. Sorry I failed on that level.
Just now.
Yeah. Yeah. Just don't forget. You got 6 fingers.
Just now.
No, I did put myself on mute because you just talk nonsense.
Yeah, so
you're telling me
you lied about.
You're telling me that you've got people in here who've measured Earth. Measured Earth is flat.
They measured.
They've taken their measurements. They've taken their measurements on a planar, yeah. And then they've put in a curve calculation, which is most probably. Listen, when they put in the calculation, when they put in their little calculation, but they don't even put in the calculation. It's the software within the machine. If they're using a total station, their software in the machine automatically makes that calculation, and that calculation, lo and behold, absolutely comes to, you might not as well made the calculation, but
No,
to fit your
I'm
model,
afraid
yeah,
none
let's
of
make
that
the
is true.
calculation.
There
This is how much
isn't.
you know.
There
That's
isn't a
how I know you're an
computer.
idiot.
You're a liar because at wild T2, wild T3, and wild
Fuck
T4
you, you fucking absolute
don't
retard
have
cunt.
computers in them. They don't have computers in them, so they can't
Yes,
be
but he has
programmed.
to put the calculation at the end, doesn't he? Fucking dimlo bollocks.
Yeah, it's called 60 degrees plus 70 degrees
God,
plus
fuck
60
off.
degrees is
Listen,
exceeding
right, I
180
cannot
degrees.
speak with retards.
Well, don't have a conversation with yourself. I guess evidence is retarded now. In Slitzy's allegedly qualified opinion, yeah.
I guess we've been asking for curvature measurements for years
Yeah,
now.
I absolutely destroyed him. I'm just going to note that down.
Chill out, bro. The closest to curvature measurement is geodetic surveying. That's
it's brilliant.
That's these people's jobs, and even that has rebuttals and arguments against that.
Like
stupid ones.
What?
Well, the argument you probably can't comprehend. So if you want to call it stupid, then yeah.
No. Maybe I could comprehend it. Try me.
Well, the argument is, and I've talked to, I wrote to geodetic surveyors, and they came back with, they measure it with their theodolites, and then they compute, I quote, they compute, what does he say? Pretty much, compute the curvature into it after they do the measurements.
Who's told you that?
A geodetic surveyor. Do you want me to write? Do you want me to paste what he wrote to me?
Yeah. Is he a flat earther?
No, just a geo. Have you?
No. Often with modern surveying, it's like resurveying known places that have already been surveyed before. So they already have data to base whether they're close or far away from a measurement that's been done before.
But
and so
he's claiming that this surveyor says, yeah, we always correct and just add the curve calc in. That's bullshit.
Yeah, especially for in excess of 180 degrees. These geodetic surveys are three angles that are often 60, sometimes 70 miles apart from each other, and the excess is in the order of, let's say, 15 arc seconds, but the instruments are accurate to 2 arc seconds. Even if you multiplied it by 3 or 6, 6 2s are 12, and there's in excess of 15. Like, this is way beyond instrument error.
I don't know. So what he wrote to me was, he says now they do GPS, but before then was observing latitude by astronomical observations at different points along the same meridian. Then computing what is called the radius of curvature in the meridian. So he says it right there. They take their observations at the stars, I guess, when he says astronomical observations.
Yeah, the meridian's the line of longitude. So if you make several surveys along that meridian, you'll find, similar to Eratosthenes, that one location will have a 0-degree angle and another location will have a 7-degree angle. That calculation of that arc length will give you an approximate radius.
But with that analysis, he's assuming parallel sun rays.
Near parallel, like plus or minus
10 arc seconds or 10 arc minutes. You don't have to assume perfectly parallel.
But again,
you don't need an
assuming
infinitely far away sun. Like, I don't think
still,
anyone thinks the sun is infinitely far away. It's just approximately parallel for all intensive purposes, unless you're doing high accuracy sunbeam analysis from like one side of the Earth to another. Like, I don't know if people are looking for the 0.005 degree angular difference in sun rays, because technically the sun beams out 360 degrees, and Earth would take up a small fraction of that angle of the sun. So it can't be parallel.
Yeah,
it's
but
just
then the question
treated
is
like parallel because the angle is so small. It's
yeah, but I've seen people calculate the curve, do the same thing like on their table, and they calculate the curvature of their table. So it's that assumption that because the question is like, can it happen another way with like the local sun and all that? So I feel like it can be done two
I'd
ways.
be interested in this using the sun to measure how curved your table is experiment. Do you have a link to that?
I just saw it in that was like years ago. I've seen it's on the Oakley channel.
I'll research that independently, but thanks.
Do you remember? Do you remember what method they used? What tool they used?
Yeah, he just had his table. He had a local light, and they had two sticks that were casting different length shadows, and from that they calculated the curvature of his table.
So that's true. How did they do that? I wonder. Because the shadows on a flat Earth would be the length of the shadows on a flat surface would be completely different if that table was curved.
No, because they assumed parallel light rays, even though the rays were divergent.
Yeah, but like Aristophanes was under the impression that Earth was curved. He was just trying to figure out what the radius was. See, he wasn't measuring a flat table. He was spacing out an arc length, which is different.
It's the same concept.
No, it's not. It's actually not.
Yeah. Well, you can just assume the table's round, and they want to figure out how round it is by the shadows.
No, the thing is, if you go back, you don't have to do that. You could just do geometry and assume that the light coming in is parallel. You can test it on a curved surface, and you can test it on a flat surface and see what the angles will be.
So he's right. If you got a yoga ball with two toothpicks sticking out of it versus a table with two toothpicks sticking out of it, even if they're roughly the same distance apart, the angle from the light source will have a longer. The second stick shadow length on the ball will be longer because the shadow has to go around a little bit of curved yoga ball, whereas the flat table doesn't. So the shadow lengths will be measurably different comparison between the two. And you don't always have to use two sticks. You could use 3 or 4 and improve on the Aristophanes technique. You didn't even have to assume parallel.
There's a video a guy did on this. He could explain it way better. Have you heard of decimal Z?
No, not yet. I'll look them up.
I'll post you the link. He's probably the best guy that's done a video on this.
But it kind of really doesn't matter when the geodetic surveys, like, even if there's up and down refraction, it's absolutely nowhere near as much left to right. So when they point to one Mount Peak and then rotate the instrument to another, they've got an internal angle, and they double check that like several times. It's not like just set up the thing once and then do the thing. It's a far more like involved process.
Do you understand the methodology from start to finish and everything? Or are you
Not
just like
yet. I'm learning more about it, and that's why I'm cautious to straw man geodetic surveying, because it's not nearly as simple as connecting the dots on a golf ball. Though you could superficially describe it that way.
post in the chat? That's the video. Well, yeah, I don't know. I've looked at geodetic. I've tried to look at videos and the methodology, and it is pretty technical. I'm still yet to see like a live demonstration of them in the field. You know, looking through the theodolite, taking them. You know, there's nothing, which is kind of weird. You think they're measuring the curvature?
Doing
Like,
a bit of a YouTube search for that kind of thing.
It's not that weird. They just don't care to show people because they have never heard of flat Earth and they don't care about how skeptical you are.
Doesn't matter. It should still show you your methodology. That's just if this I don't care. I don't know.
If it works and it helps you and your engineering companies, why would we care what electricity thinks?
Anyway. Yeah, I've also heard. I think other geodetics have also people, who build bridges and actually engineer stuff onto the Earth, like bridges and I guess railway, canals, railway. You know, because I've also heard on that they don't factor in the curvature. Which is good. Like, those are the people I want to go to. Like, I really don't care about some random dudes on Discord and their opinion.
Right, but that's all you've got. Like, if the experts don't film their work because they more care about using the system that works and making their boss happy, what you've got left is a few people on Discord who do want to share it because they get an ego boost by showing you how they know it's a globe because they've done tests. But if you just say, oh, we can't trust Shubel because he's on Discord, we need the professionals, you're asking for things that you don't deserve.
The fuck? This is the weirdest rant.
Is it really? I mean, we do quite a bit of R&D. We don't film it before we show the results to the customer. So going by yours, the customer shouldn't believe us because we didn't make a video of it.
What do you do? R&E.
Different fluids, especially for oil business.
R&D.
Research and development.
Did they go to space? They don't show anyone. They don't care. They tunnel under the ground and make bunkers. They don't show you.
If you want to look into geodetic survey, remember to check out the Astro Geodetic Survey as well. That's part of it.
With that,
like they used, yeah, like they used when they built the ASLAC accelerator, 3-mile straight line, and they did Astro Geodetic Survey because they had to take into account the curvature of the Earth.
Are you talking about LIGO? Or?
No, the ASLAC, SLAC accelerator.
SL.
SLAC.
Slack accelerator. Is this like the big circle thing?
It's a 3-mile long straight tube, vacuum tube.
Underground.
Yes. I think the server was the Naval Academy or something like that.
Yeah. Looks like they got a few facilities. I'm trying to. National Accelerator Laboratory. All right. Yeah, I guess need documentation on that. They took it.
Well, there's no video, so I'm sorry.
So all I got is trust me, bro.
No, if you look, if you Google more, you would find the papers, just like they do with the as drawings, construction as drawings of LIGO, where you see how the arms change elevations.
What about astrology, electricity? Do you not trust that people have found the celestial sphere and they found Polaris drops as they go south?
Oh my god, I'm not.
You don't want to even address that?
No, I don't really look up into the sky to measure the ground.
So you're expecting someone to do land surveying and show you, but you won't look into all the other ways that we can help you notice the globe.
Well, I guess you think it
unreasonable.
You think you can do that? It's good for you.
Unreasonable and ignorant.
No, not ignorant, just being scientific.
Yes, you are. You're saying, please show me how Earth's a globe, but don't show me all the good, easy ways. Show me a way that's impossible. That is pure retardation.
No, it's one direct measurement. It's not an indirect.
Yeah, and you're saying all of this apparent dropping of the celestial sphere, just throw it in the bin.
Apparent dropping of the celestial sphere.
Yeah. So as you travel backwards, the sky stars drop behind
Sweet.
behind the horizon, just like as if we're a ball in the middle.
You can assume we're a ball. That's all.
Assume.
Yeah.
Assume or understand.
Assume.
You can assume that the only way to know Earth's a globe is to ask for things that you know aren't available. But I'll see through it.
Bro, someone says the stars rotate, therefore Earth rotates. I don't think I'm going to take much advice from you.
Well, that's why I'm smarter than you.
The stars rotate, and therefore Earth rotates.
Yeah, it's a massive correspondence leading to Occam's razor.
It's my favorite quote.
So what are you saying? It could be a ball if you convince me, and if it's a ball, it can't be like you say. It has to be a special God ball with a perfect sky that rotates just for Earth. Absurd.
Right. Stars rotate, therefore Earth rotates. Great
Yeah.
logic.
Correspondence, Occam's razor.
Best logic ever.
Yes, it is. Also, we've
So
got
what
the
shape
pendulum.
is it? So what shape is the Earth, electricity? If it's not a sphere, what shape is it?
Well, the ground appears to be flat. Beyond that, I don't know. Circle flat, square flat, triangle flat. I don't know.
So that would mean that the higher you go, the further you can see.
On flat Earth, yeah, because your angle of attack would open up.
So you in Australia could go get a telescope, point due north, and zoom Polaris back into focus. Yes,
No.
you can't do that.
Should be able to.
People that say you can zoom ships back in, I just don't understand certain laws of perspective.
No, Polaris, not a ship.
Oh man,
Polaris is,
you don't get it.
Yeah.
Polaris is a star, dude. Polaris is a star and a jet ski as well, or a snowmobile. But so why can't
Yeah,
you?
do you think it's infinite distance away though?
You saying
At
we
an
can't
infinite
zoom in?
height?
No, dude, I asked the question. Don't answer a question with a question. Why can't you zoom Polaris back in from the southern hemisphere? That's
Because
the
it's
question.
not at an infinite height.
No distractions. Sorry, Rick. No distractions.
It's not a
Why can't you
distraction.
zoom it
It's
back
not
in?
at an infinite height. I just told you it's not high enough. That's why.
So how high is it?
The height.
Makes
How
no
high
It must
is
be
it?
the same as the distance. It must be the same distance as from the North Pole to the equator when you can't see it anymore. If the Earth is flat.
What?
By the way, it shouldn't set at all.
So you say, but
That
now
was-
you're changing the argument.
was-
So could you stick to the
No, that was-
original thing?
No.
You're asking
Rick,
the question.
Rick,
You want to know why you can't see Polaris? There's your
That was to
answer,
cover
sir.
electricity. That was to whiten out for
okay.
electricity because you butted in. But I asked electricity why you can't zoom it back in, and he's gone quiet, and you created the distraction. Thank you. I'll take that as an answer. You just don't know because it's not true.
So you ignore my answer because you want electric Rizzy. Can you please correct this gentleman?
Why can't you zoom Polaris back in? It's a star.
My rebuttal is there's limits to perspective.
It happens with boats, not stars.
Yeah, okay.
How convenient.
Boats are on the ocean, stars are in the sky.
What do you mean by perspective?
I don't like the argument you could zoom back in ships and that. People who say that don't understand the laws.
Well, if you're giving that up, why do ships disappear behind the horizon?
Perspective.
Yeah, so you're halfway. You got 1 foot in a muddy puddle.
There's just variables within perspective which people don't really understand.
People, not you. Just it's people. It's everyone, is it? No, we understand. No. You don't. You're the one who makes the outrageous claim that it's flat.
Like you're going with perspective instead of atmosphere, which is a distinction.
What do you reckon, Electric? Would if theoretically Polaris was like really high, like higher than what it is, triple times higher than what it is, do you reckon you could see it?
What do you even mean high? It's at infinite distance on our model.
Yeah,
sometimes it's
you're
right
asking
above
about our
people.
model, sir. So stop conflating the two.
Okay, and how high is it on your model?
We don't know.
Right. So
Just not
it's
high enough,
okay
obviously.
if we do a test at infinite distance, would that be helpful? Imagining it's infinite.
Well, I mean, infinite would be, yeah, it'd be
really far.
Well, it'd be up at your zenith by that point, wouldn't it?
Not unless it's placed in a different place, really far.
Don't know what you mean.
I'm saying it's zenith for some people and zenith, not zenith for other people. If it's really far, it would have to be zenith for everyone, and that's how we could test it.
Well, I mean, are we just moving Polaris up, or are we moving the entire sky up?
No, you don't know how high it is, so nothing's being moved up. We're just testing as if it was infinite.
Well, I mean,
for angles.
but it's the same notion as the what is it? Your sticks and shadows. Epicure. What's that fella's name?
Yeah, infinite sun distance, really far sun. It's the same as putting the stars really far in a way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can either say that the Earth's curved and that the light source is well, your shadow is on that curved surface, and you're moving it around. Really doesn't matter how far the sun is away at that point, right? If you're on a curved surface, works either way. But it, funnily enough, also works on a flat surface with a local light source.
So let's imagine that Polaris is infinite distance at zenith, and then travel around Earth and find out that it's no longer at zenith, and then know that that is a globe proof.
Well, if it was at infinite distance, and you could still presumably see it, so let's just say billions and billions and billions and billions, right? So we're just got to pick something. It doesn't matter where you would be on the theoretical flat Earth. It would always be at your zenith because it's too far away.
But the thing is, we test that, and it goes down to the horizon and then completely disappears behind the horizon as we travel south, which is the globe proof.
It's not a proof; it's an evidence of. I'd agree with you on that. I mean, it's supporting. I definitely agree with you guys on that aspect, but there's other alternative explanations at the same time, right?
God made a weird, freaky sky to trick me into thinking it was a globe. That's the only other.
Yeah, I've been trying to think about the best way to rebut this idea that you guys have, like a tricky sky. And what I'm sort of landing at the moment is that, well, actually, it's human beings that have taught you about the sky, not like your interpretation of what God created. So, I mean, I think you should take it out with the humans that crafted the model at that point. If you want to sort of accusations of crafty.
Rick, you try and explain why your flat Earth sky makes everyone think Earth's a globe. Why? Without invoking God made.
Well, how long have they thought it was a globe? So, I mean, everyone thinks it. No, they've only been thinking it for the last 2,000 years, right? So, I mean, how are you going to account for the millions and millions of years before that, where they didn't sort of acknowledge globe?
Just go back to my last point, Rick. The fact that Polaris dips, and that fits the globe model. Why would God make a flat Earth sky that fits the globe model?
Well, why wouldn't God give you infinite vision?
That's nothing to do with it. You're
that would solve the problem a lot more.
This is a hard question because you have to go with God made a weird sky that tricked me.
God made a weird sky. No. I mean, as I said before, it's only like technically the trickery. I mean, even within your own historical take, is what it's only been around for 2,000 years. So it didn't trick anyone before 2,000 years before that. Didn't trick them necessarily, did it?
No,
globe model is new.
As we've got smarter and we've found that we can travel around the Earth and the stars dip, and the Masons discovered, it could be a celestial sphere. Looks like one.
Do you reckon we got smarter, man?
Since all of that,
do you really reckon we got smarter? Like,
I think you're avoiding the point. The point is there's huge globe evidence, and if Earth's not a globe, for some reason the flat Earth appears as a globe.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can basically take your geometry and transform it and achieve all sorts of different understandings. The globe is definitely a very sort of it does fit the mold quite well, but there may be other explanations that sort of go beyond our worldly experience, and I would never exclude those given the limitations that I have in the world and the sort of the control of information. So yeah.
I would like to point out that in the early 1900s and the late 1800s, we can find textbooks and encyclopedias that describe a flat Earth. So it has not been 2,000 years that we've been being taught that we live on a globe. That's a lie by the people that write the books.
If you got a textbook you can show me that does that.
There are actually textbooks that says otherwise.
That's probably a fair question.
Not really, we can share. There are textbooks hundreds of years ago, 200, 300, 400 years ago. What you say wasn't taught actually.
Well, I know Francis Bacon, I mean, according to all reports, seemed to have believed in the globe, so that's about 500 years ago. Well, I still think that there would have, I mean, yeah, I like the other guy's comment. I'm pretty sure there would have been some textbooks, even at the turn of the century, discussing such topics. So,
Trixie, I have a question for you. You said, Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's right. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so you mentioned sun and distance to it. Okay, so you understand what we say when we say sun is far away, and we know it's at such a distance, correct? Okay, right or wrong, not the point right now. What you just said was, you said also in your model, you said sun is far, far away.
I said it's local.
Oh, you say it's local. So when you say it's local, what's the distance to it? How do we measure it? How can we measure it?
What is the distance to it?
Yeah, I guess you're saying much less than like 93 million, right? That's a start.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, presumably such that it can't light up. Like, I mean, if it was higher and further away, I mean, theoretically, it would light up the entire the entire Earth.
Yes.
So that's why I would say close and local is because it seems to be sort of only lighting up a portion of the Earth at a time.
Not necessarily
I'm with you. Go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
I just think when they say close and local, they mean not necessarily parallel. So the exact distance isn't necessarily the point.
No, but okay, my question is, if it's close and local, okay, and it shouldn't be difficult to calculate this distance and find out how far is it.
I mean, you can do a triangulation. I believe that the calculations come back at 4,000 kilometers up. That's from memory, not a calculation I've done personally, though.
So, if we go about that logic, then do we expect to see this 4,000 everywhere? For everyone, it would take, a couple of hundred, miles, give or take. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's going to be dead on 4,000 miles. Okay, it would take, let's say, I don't know, 4,000. Give or take 500. Okay, 4,500, 3,950. Okay, give or take. I don't know, something like that. Okay. Do we? What that triangulation, as you said, then everyone should have the same distance, correct? Just expect to see the same distance.
Well, they would. Are they doing a distance thing to it? Yeah, I think they are. It sort of depends on what then is the phenomenon of the sun. I mean, is it an object just actually looking at, or is it an optical thing that's occurring as a consequence of interaction between different surfaces and permissive material? But yeah, presumably you could all kind of do that, and I believe that is it 4,000 kilometers, or I'm second guessing myself now. As someone else, I've heard 70 miles mentioned before. 70.
Listen, I'm not gonna hold you to it. I'm not gonna say because you said, what I mean. That's not my honestly.
Cool.
That's
so what are you trying to get at, sir?
So I have a couple of issues with this one. We do not see the angular size change, and if that's the case, then further if this thing gets further away from me, it is going to get smaller, which we cannot observe, nor we see.
Yeah, but see, if I imagine that the sun is actually an occurrence of like a focal point of energy occurring through a lensing phenomenon, I mean, at that point, I'm not actually sure whether or not the sun should shrink or get larger as it comes closer. I'm not sure if that necessarily is the case, that it would go like that.
And if it's an object and there's no special God lensing that makes it look like it's the same all the time, right? If that excuse isn't true, then it can't be close and local. That's the logic of the argument.
So are you finishing up his argument? I kind of followed you there. It's an interesting proposition, just comparing the two ideas.
I'm rebutting your instant rebuttal because I've heard it before and it triggers me. You've gone straight to the wibbly wobbly God excuse to say, oh, but there might be a special atmosphere that magnifies it perfectly to stay the same size for everyone all over the flat Earth.
Well, that would be the case. Like, if you had
I understand the excuse, but you have to realize if that's not true, the logic of the argument says it's not that close or local.
Well, I mean, I think the term, the specific technical term is it Fresnel lensing? Just looking that up now.
Yeah, so this is fine. This is fine for your ego reasoning, but when I hear you say it, it's extremely weak reasonable logic.
Well, I mean, in a chaotic interpretation of, like, you just arrived on a rocky planet and it's all chaos. But I mean, if we can just work presumably with the notion that the realm was created intentionally for this experience, right? Why would you expect it to sort of, I mean, it's perfectly placed at the ideal location such that it doesn't get hot, doesn't get too cold. It's always trying to heat as much as it can evenly. And as a consequence, like when you design that out and you get all your lenses, oh, look at that. The thing actually happens to look like it's the same size as it traverses the sky.
But where is that lens? Is that lens in front of this local sun?
Front. Well, I mean, there is like just the atmospheric lensing in and of itself is one of the lenses, and then you've got other sort of multiple surfaces that may be occurring up high.
My God.
Well, it would have to have the same magnification in like at least 45 degrees from it, since people can see it from side to side. So that would be a really strange lens. And by the way, if the sun is 4,000 kilometers above a flat Earth, when I see it just above the horizon in the west, or according to geometry, the sun has to be almost 230,000 kilometers away from me to get towards the horizon. How do you explain things like that?
That was, Stefan, that was my point. I mean, 4,000 kilometer in risk is different, okay? He said he wasn't sure. He just threw some random number. We work with random numbers. I don't think he has like a hard belief it is going to be such and such distance. It could be any distance, but whatever distance it is, okay, let's say 10,000 kilometers, then your point is absolutely valid, Stefan. You know what I mean? Whatever distance, whatever fixed distance we give it on a flat plane, yeah, there will be problems.
Got to give them 1 million even. That's still close and local compared to 93 million.
Yes.
Yeah, the effect would be the same.
Yeah. The effect would be exactly the same. Just remember, like someone said, my 90 degrees, I will see, I don't know, whatever, okay, such and such distance, okay, but again, Stefan, which lives in different location, there will be different, you know what I mean, the distance suddenly start changing. You wouldn't have 1 million consistently. You're going to have 900, you're going to have 700. It really depends what your location is. But one other thing is, you said, things like could be atmospheric lensing, which we know would not be. I have two questions now. Number one is, you've seen there are a number of pictures where it shows the shadow, the plane traveling up its shadow. There's a shadow on the top, but underneath it is illuminated, which has only one explanation, which means sun is below that aeroplane. Does that make sense? How would you explain such a thing? And also, when you said lensing, when we use solar flare, you can see the sunspots, so we can at least we know it's not lensing or anything to do with lensing per se.
Lensing. Look, I'm familiar with those like very rare photographs of was it aeroplanes being lit up from underneath. I mean,
which can have only one explanation.
Yeah, if I just take it at face value, right? So let's just say that's true, and they're going to deal with the consequences of that. How would I say it? The light source being at the horizon, yeah, like it's right at its peripheral of its field of effects that it has upon like the Earth, and like for all intents and purposes, the plane is basically on the ground. I think there's like this wouldn't even matter if the plane was what would you call it? I mean, like, dude, the thing is though that planes like tilt and they arc up and they like to land they've got their bellies showing up, and you say that you guys have got these photos. I don't know. But the other consequence is also that like just the light source being at the horizon quite literally means that the light source at that point is coming from the ground up. And this can also be accounted for through the lensing effects of what's actually how the sun is coming into your field of view. It actually would consequentially make it such that like the entire atmosphere is something of like a snow globe, and you've got basically a dome that sits above you, a field of vision, a dome that sits above, and then as the sun arcs into it and then arcs away, presumably the plane is like the whole atmosphere is doing the same thing. This is your way that the light comes into your field of vision, and such would also then hit underside of the plane.
Okay. People can correct me if I'm wrong here. My understanding is atmospheric lensing bend the lights downwards, not upwards. Is that correct? Usually, typically.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. And then that wouldn't work for you, even if you go towards that. It should be between the light on the belly. You just want to make it light that bends downwards. It bends downwards, not upward. You see what I mean? So atmospheric lensing wouldn't be really the answer for this. And the reason I know this because I will send you a screenshot now. I'm literally going through A-level physics books with my kids. Yeah, refraction is part of their study, A-level. And Dawn would know it. Edexcel exam board. So Dawn is familiar with this A-level physics. At least he had.
So they've heard that the flat Earth is proving the flat Earth, and so they've had to get into universities to.
Okay.
Who's the what now?
Just a joke.
Flat Earth University.
What do you mean, Professor Alonso?
He's not a professor. Come on, don't even say that.
He made his own university and self-qualified.
Of course.
Himself. Yeah.
Can I make another comment about your rhetoric, Rick? So I'm imagining I'm the king. Hammer Eyes and Rick Sky have come to present some cosmology models that I might want to accept for my kingdom. And although Hammer Eyes has got less passion, Rick's one's got a lot more passion. I just feel Rick's one is made up off the top of his head. So each answer is a weird excuse, whereas Hammer Eyes is actually thinking about real objects, real light, real distance. It seems to make sense, even if I don't fully understand. I can tell he does. So I'm just going to choose that one.
Mate, I'm going to tell you.
It's certainly easier to sort of throw balls around in the sky, Dawn. It's certainly easier to throw balls around in the sky and just say it's a light source, and you purely see in Euclidean geometry, and it's all fine and dandy. When you start invoking things like phenomenon that's like of the visual field, and my ability to explain that to you, you've got to hop outside of your understanding of like your position and how you perceive the world, and then pull yourself out and imagine yourself like you're looking back at yourself and like how the rest of the atmosphere would be working together. It's an optical phenomenon that's complex.
Risky. But risky, that's all you got. Maybe this, maybe that. It could be something else. I have no evidence for it, never observed, have absolutely no physical detailed explanation for it, but it could be something else. That's the way you argue all the time. And I wonder why. Why do you leave out like spectroscopy and electromagnetic spectrum coming from the sun, neutrinos, solar flares, so on and so forth?
You
It's a
just don't.
fun
You just
question that
basically
you asked, Dawn, which is like, yeah, if you were the king, how would you pick? Because certainly my one would be, show me what this can do. Like, if I accept your model, what then would I, you know, how could I test if it was true, or how would the truth of that help me in some way?
That's good, but I'm saying I don't even know if it's going to help me. This is just cosmology. This is just for the smart men to think about when they have a cigarette and a whiskey. And Hammer Eyes is saying this is what would happen with a real object and a real light. And Rick Sky's saying maybe it was all set up by God as a trick. And that's what I'm hearing.
Why do you keep saying that, Don? I've already given you an explanation to this, and you keep invoking it.
So
There's no
you
trick.
say maybe it's a blah 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 blah. And that's
the creation
why it looks
itself
like
cannot be a
blah blah
trick.
blah.
No,
Yeah,
stop doing that,
you're
please.
saying
Don.
it looks like a globe
Don.
to you, but it could be something else completely made up.
No, I said that it's far simpler to understand that, like throwing balls and spheres around and just saying, "Oh, this is how it all works." It's much easier for your the mind to conceive, right?
No, I'm saying he's talking about real objects and real lights, and you're saying it could be this other way that makes you think that. And I'm saying that's not convincing. I'd rather hear about real things.
So you want me to be more assertive, like?
I don't know how you're not getting it.
So are you still on your throne and you need to be appeased as a king or something, and you want to be impressed by the balls that are flying around or something?
If I want to stay,
so what can you do with it then? You got rocket ships? You guys want to claim rocket ships in your kingdom, technological kingdom?
Or predict the tides, or...
Predict tides is not, dude. Predicting tides is just a timing thing. Like
but it doesn't have to be tides.
with the
it doesn't have to
sun
be
and the
tides.
moon.
You keep picking each one.
Predicting tides has been done from thousands and thousands of years.
But the question is, can it do anything?
Well, I'd be very interested, right, to ask the question about what was the purpose of the pyramids, right? So to do anything. So presumably the flat Earth, this whole idea of the flat Earth, it doesn't have any tech associated with it. Now, I'm kind of looking at these pyramids around the place, and I'm asking questions. I mean, what was the function of that building, and why do we still to this day sort of really not have an affirmative, how the hell did these guys do this, and why did they do it, right? And my question is then,
bury their dead.
Theoretically, in this kingdom that you want to be appeased with, Dawn, I'd say that ether tech and Tesla tech might be something of interest to you. If we're going to sell our cosmologies to you, right? You've got the space technology and the space balls and all that crap, and we'll have the ether tech. See which one wins.
But is there the question remains, like, is there anything that can be done with it, right? Like, where I think the mechanical gyro compass is about one of the coolest things one can do with the awareness that we're on a rotating body.
The gyro compass is, I mean, it wouldn't matter whether you're on a flat Earth or not. Like, the gyro compass would still sort of function.
How would it function?
For all intended purposes.
Turning. How would it work?
Well, I mean, if you just want to throw out the concept of the dynamic flowing ether, you can. How would it work? I mean, it would still work in the notion that if you're flying a plane from A to B and you're doing tucks and dives and spins and turns, the gyroscope is there to keep it like plane and level, right? So that a plane knows where it is.
Isn't on planes. It's on boats, and it's something that it can do. You're going, oh, that works on a flat plane. How does it work on something that isn't rotating? That's just like, we're very far from the question is what can be done with, right? There are revolutionary things.
What does the gyro compass
flat Earth is
do?
True, if the flat
what's wrong with it just a normal compass?
What's its unique? Or ordinary compass tells you magnetic north and south, which you need to know your local declination for. Gyro compass knows absolute north and south. Pretty useful. So, but
how much more accurate is it? when you're like in the
What do you
middle of
mean?
the
How much
Pacific
more
Ocean?
accurate than what? It's
So not just
accurate
a
enough
standard
that they.
compass.
What's accurate enough
Like compared to a
they have.
compass, how much more accurate is?
An ordinary compass is wrong. An ordinary compass points at magnetic north. At some places that'll be like 18, nearly 20 degrees out, is my understanding, and some places it'll be nearly bang on. But it won't know. You won't be able to know how far it's off unless you already know where you are and trust the declination maps or have a gyro compass. Like, it's obviously good enough that the units cost tens of thousands of dollars and every ship's got one. It's got to be doing something, right? And the thing is, the flat Earth should revolutionize optics, right? The flat Earth needs to explain why the floor ramps up to the point that it looks like a hump. That will absolutely destroy our understanding of optics and perspective, and rewrite the book on how you do lenses and cameras and photography and satellites and ranging systems and everything. It should be producing that result. It should be showing, hey, if we're wrong about why boats dip down behind a hump, then there's.
Would you agree, no matter how good an idea or accurate or true an idea may be, it's unlikely to win out against sort of financial backing and popularity?
100% the opposite. 100% the opposite.
Yeah, interesting.
So
see, I think that's
I think an idea.
You guys have just been guided into that notion, and you trust in the system to report back that and it's faithful to it. But I suspect that it's actually far more manipulated.
So
like a lot of the.
But here's the thing. If
all of the technology is centrally like manufactured by a very small number of people, man.
It's observably
it's
not.
kind of. There's a very small number.
It happens from China. It happens from India. It happens from US. It happens from East Coast and West Coast. There are individuals who work at the companies who design the stuff. There's millions of things happening in Europe. It's not centrally designed. That's just not true.
Okay, so
and here's the thing: if you've got a faster engine, if you've got an optics that works better, you just show your optic that works better, right? You just fashion that lens, bevel that glass into that perfect shape that works with this.
Who owns the means of production, in your opinion?
Anybody with capital, anybody who's got a bob in their pocket can produce.
And you would agree that over the last 100 years, which is only a couple of generations, right, that we keep hearing the same names, same large bodies and groups that seem to own large swathes of these manufacturing. So it's, in fact, so much that they're being gobbled up.
No, how many new companies? Hang on, how many new companies are started every year? How many new companies are started every fucking year? Hundreds and thousands of new companies.
But if you have
I think you got a question right.
By private persons.
Exactly.
No, there's companies within companies going on. I don't think you guys recognize how much of a Russian doll situation is actually going on.
But my dad had a 4 or 5 companies.
Yeah.
But he ran it himself. It was completely his. It was just software. He just made software for mainframes and made a killing on it.
Okay.
That's just evidence that's false. Right?
Software is false.
And if perspective works, if the floor ramps up such that boats dip behind the horizon and that means something about optics, what is it? How much money does it take? How centrally controlled is it whether you go and purchase some glass, melt it into the right shape, bevel it and sand it and polish it down to this perfect thing that now takes better photos and can pull the ship from over the horizon because that's what's necessary on the flat Earth? Those are things about reality that are true.
No, dude.
If you let me ask you this question.
Just stop. You don't understand the nature of optics then. You really haven't understood it. You can't just get a bigger lens and expect to see further within a dense atmosphere.
Evidently.
No, you can't.
Let me ask you this question.
You can't, sir.
If we use it as a map.
Just think about this for a second, right?
Obviously
You've got the same lens. No, eggshells. Just one sec. You've got the same lens, right? Doesn't matter which lens you go at. Go out to the foreshore and observe the horizon contract and expand throughout the course of the day. That is not a geometric phenomenon. That is an optical phenomenon, right?
Right. Nobody's denying that.
So therefore, it's not the lens. If you get a bigger lens, that effect would be the same.
I'm not saying bigger.
It doesn't mean getting a bigger lens is going to solve any of the problems that you're proposing. I think you don't understand the model very well, actually.
When the horizon changes,
making that argument, dude.
when the horizon changes, does it ever not have a hump? Like it fluctuates, it wibbles up and down, but does it ever not have a hump?
Not have a hump. Your horizon is a
most
consequence of the vertical and the two horizontal planes meeting off at the distance.
So does it ever not have a hump means, let's take a mountain, right? Like Mount Rainier. Is there ever a refraction day where that wibbling doesn't present Mount Rainier as its base being far below horizontal? There isn't, is there, right? Even the most extreme refraction day that bends light in the most weird way imaginable will always still present it as being hidden behind a hump. So what I'm saying is, perspective says that that's just an atmospheric effect, which means we don't understand optics. If we don't understand optics, it might. Sure, yeah, I'll give you a GIF. It's on its way. But if we don't understand optics, what that says is flat Earth does understand optics. If it's not a lens, it could be a targeting system for an intercontinental ballistic missile, or it could be a navigation system for a plane. But if flat Earth's right, the king of the kingdom that's Dawn should be able to go, okay, show me what this can do. And the truth about flat Earth isn't just that it can't do anything on perspective. It can't do anything at all. It can't even they can't even organize themselves into measuring things, right? What's the best flat Earth measurement?
Can I point out? Have you heard of Battle of the Beams?
Piss in a brewery.
Dude, what's the reason for the last statement? I'm trying to discuss it with you. I'm trying to point out that you don't seem to actually understand the arguments very well, right? Okay. And all you're just trying to do is say like it's a piss up or something.
No, what I'm saying is they can't. People who can do stuff, like people who have a. So here's the question I wanted to ask you before. Would you agree if we call this a map, right? And map is a general term for a model and understanding the map and the territory, right? Territory is reality, and you know we stumble through it, and then a map
we're
is
scattergunning a lot, dude.
No. I'll land it.
There's a lot of different things being thrown up. Like
I'm
wanting to say a couple of responses to a few other things.
Let me just ask you the question, then you can. I'll swear I'm going to land this plane. So the reality is how optics actually work, and the map is the understanding of how reality works. Would you agree that in reality, when it comes to physical real maps, and also this sort of metaphorical map I'm talking about, always, every single time, the person whose map matches reality closest wins? Would you agree with that? That if I understand how fluid dynamics or internal combustion engines or the game Diablo, the better I understand that thing, the better I do. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
I'd say the person who controls the map. Yeah, they'd always win, for sure.
Right. That's not what I'm asking. I would agree with that. Yeah, the programmers could change it. They could go in on the server. They could make up equal down fine. I'm saying the player.
Now you get it.
The person with the map. Would the person living within that system with a better map do better or worse? The better your map.
Better map. Of course they'd do better. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. That's the whole point. The whole
it's
point
not representative of reality of like, you know,
yes,
this true social dynamic that we're in. Well, I mean, you referred to a game, so and I mean, the control of information is the most powerful game in town. So
can you discover reality, or do you have to be told it? Can you draw a map?
Can you discover reality? I mean, sounds like an oxymoron. I mean,
as in reality's around you. Can you map it? Can you map it? Can you map reality? Can you draw a map of your neighborhood and keep going?
Yeah, sure.
Is there anybody stopping you doing that? Is like, let's imagine these controllers exist and we're on a flat plane. If you start doing that with just like rulers and shit, just like whatever you've got in your house currently, if you just start mapping as best you can, will the controllers stop you? Is there a way that they could stop you?
You mean you want me to use a ruler on the
No. I mean, like if you go out with a pen and a paper and a ruler and a calculator and a telescope, whatever the fuck you can find in your house, and you devote yourself to the task of mapping the reality you live in, could the controllers stop you doing
that? Anywhere in the world? I mean, presumably I could get to around
now
about 95.
In your house. Could you map Australia?
Can I just answer, dude?
Yeah.
You take a long time to answer the question.
Sorry.
What is it? About look, presumably you can hit about 95% of it pretty conveniently, right?
Right. So we can map reality. We can discover the reality that surrounds us. We can know the shape and breadth of Australia, for example, with maybe a few military sites we can't go to. But like if the shape of Australia is wrong, we'd know about it, is what you're saying.
I haven't thought about that one particularly.
Well, it's central to this point. Let's think about it now. Could it be possible, like where would you be stopped? I've ridden out to White Cliffs, people do motorbike trips across Australia. What would stop you knowing Australia?
I'm still trying to think about the whole, you wanted to antagonize lensing and stuff, and we were on that topic.
It sounds
now
like
we're
you're
talking about the size and proportion of map.
Yeah, it sounds like you're skipping. I'm just saying it's
you're
about
skipping
maps.
through topic. I point out that there's there's a lensing effect, right? We were talking about optics.
But we're talking about maps.
And now we've shifted to maps. And when I point that out, you accuse me of skipping. Okay, that's curious.
We were, so what I'll point out is we were on lenses and you complained about that. So I broadened it to maps and you started understanding it. And then when it got to the point that you asked yourself the question, could I map Australia? And you realized the answer is no, nothing would stop. Sorry, yes, you could map Australia. Nothing would stop you mapping Australia. You realized that would cause serious problems for the flat earth worldview. So you skipped back to lenses. You complained about lenses. That's why we left.
Interesting.
Now you skipped back because we got, so
like
let's stick on this Australia thing. Do you think with the best of intent and enough training and ChatGPT and Google and whatever tools you could rustle up from your local neighborhood, you could do a pretty good job of mapping Australia?
Presumably, sure.
Do you think you could work out your longitude?
I mean, you happy with me using the sky?
Well, any
or
way
should I just use a car, or like, what do you?
I mean, that's all based on the model, isn't it? So Rick doesn't want to say.
I mean, could you tell the distance and the time? That's what I mean. Okay. So could you tell the distance and the time? Like, could you, from Sydney to Perth, be confident of how far apart they are and when midday is, solar midday? Do you think you could work that out?
I did do a comparison between flights from, what was it, Melbourne to Cairns versus flights from Perth to Brisbane. So that's a crisscross, right? And I think I came out, like, it seemed to be pretty accurate, although it leaned to the notion, I think it was within 7%, was the figure that was coming to memory, that it seems like it would be a bit wider than it is tall, according to those.
Surprise me.
So it was about 7% out.
Surprising. Could happen, but it'd be pretty surprising. But I mean, so flights could be one way to do it. As I said, if you had rulers in a four-wheel drive and you agree the controllers couldn't stop you, what I think is the necessary conclusion of that is, therefore, they must be telling the truth about the shape of the Earth, because at any point, any single Australian could set out with rulers and a calculator and a four-wheel drive and show that Australia isn't correct. So it must be correct. If there's nothing stopping you checking its correctness, you wouldn't lie about that thing, right? You don't lie about things that somebody could immediately check. When nobody does, it would be dumb. Would you agree with that in principle? We don't lie about things that somebody can check. Like, I wouldn't turn up if I've committed a murder and I know the cops got me on the CCTV. I don't say I wasn't there, right? That would be dumb because he can check that. What I lie about is when I left, if I think he can't check that. I lie about things he can't check. So they can't lie about things he can check, i.e. the shape and size of Australia.
You can check it, rightio. So I mean, does that mean, like, if it's verifiable but no one verifies it? I mean, presumably there are people that are verifying things, right? So you got to assume that.
Could you verify it? And you seem to say yes. I think I could. I don't think I could right now. But if you said, like, go do it, if I suddenly had the motivation, I think within 10 days I would have a pretty good idea of how to do it. Another, couple of weeks I might put together the materials to go do it. I've already got a four-wheel drive, and then I could set out and start doing it within a month. And I don't think the controllers could stop me. It would be a weird world to live in where the controllers could stop me.
Are you saying, Egg, that Australia is akin to the Earth, or are you saying measuring the continent would be enough to know us a globe?
It's more the principle that goes back to the optics of, if I have a good map, if my map works really well, I'm probably right. Right? It's an argument from it's a fallacious argument, so you don't say therefore, but you go, if I keep filling my car up with petrol and it runs, that's a pretty fucking good idea. The car runs on petrol.
Saying,
Right?
You're saying your model of the world works.
Yeah.
Rick's doesn't.
Mine explains why Mount Rainier goes down, and mine also could predict the shape of Australia. Like Rick's very courageous, and I admire him, and I really enjoy chatting with him because he does bandy around these ideas. And so I'm sorry to say this, but I'm going to mention it anyway. I was in EA the other day, and I asked the room this question: do you think, with as much time and money as you wanted, you could figure out where north was to within a degree? Nobody said yes. Not a single person in that room said they were confident they could figure out what north was within a degree with unlimited time and money.
You mean on either model without knowing what Earth is first? So it could be flat.
You don't need to know Earth. Yeah, just obviously north must be a thing. Our state borders run north-south. You could just go to a fucking state border. There are a million ways to do it for free.
But what you're saying is it relates to the compass and where people say the sun should be at a certain time of day.
What Flat Earth ends up having to say is that models don't work. I can't model reality. Nothing makes sense. I don't know where I am. I don't know what north is, because the moment you accept you know where north is, you could do something clever like test the borders of Australia. And the borders of Australia run north-south, but they're converging southwards.
Okay,
so if you can tell what is north-south, if you know what the model is and you can test reality, then you know that what south is, and you can go, oh, those borders are converging. They get close towards the bottom of South Australia. I know they're north-south because I can test it. So you can, anytime.
I know where one of the borders is at any time.
Yeah, could I go stand on a state border and go down the state border markers and keep testing that it's running due north-south, and realize that those two lines are getting together such that if I drive the border at the top of the state or the bottom of the state, I drive a shorter distance at the bottom. So if you can map reality, if you can build a model that makes sense, you will have a better trucking company, you will fly shorter plane routes, you will, like your tomato, if you've got a good model of how tomatoes grow, your tomatoes will grow better. So my major problem with Flat Earth is it ends up having to deny, and that's a really important thing, right? Because think about how many times throughout your life you need a model to figure out what to do next. Hey, are they going to argue with me, or are they going to be nice?
I love models.
Well, did you just call them a cunt? Because my model says if you just called someone a cunt, there's a good chance they're going to be rude. But if models don't work, maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's, in Australia, that is actually wrong. That's a good way to tell you're making friends with somebody.
Oh, you're right. This is how a man thinks with models. So if you're saying, we've got to throw them all in the bin, I can't really trust you to get everyday things done.
So, eggshells.
Yeah.
In response to, what is this, Mount Rainier, you said that the hump. I've just arranged here. This is a Skunk Bay observation.
It's a good
and there's two photos that I've snapped shots of, right?
Yeah.
Down on the bottom. Now, my question for you is, what's going on in these photos? Is the hump, like, throughout the day, like, is the geometric hump in, like, is it actually geometrically changing, or is this an optical phenomenon?
So it's a good point, and I think it's well made, and I do want to clarify, but I want to acknowledge it's a good point, where that clearly shows a hump of water obscuring shit behind it as if it's behind something, even though we see a horizon further on. So that's a very, very good indication that something dipping down behind the horizon in and of itself is not a good indication of Earth curve, and globers regularly get that wrong. Regularly globers go, well, if it dips behind, therefore it's going behind a real curve, where what you're showing is absolutely true, which is, no, refraction, particularly if you're below 100 meters, can absolutely do that, and regularly does. The point I'm making is...
So hump could theoretically be, like, where you're invoking that Mount Rainier is a geometric hump, we've got evidence of an optical hump that it seems to be occurring here. Cool.
Yeah, and an optical hump absolutely exists. I concede that point wholly. What I'm saying is that is wild refraction taken over a day, and it is a great indication that a false hump can appear. What I'm saying about Mount Rainier, if you look at the above GIF as it dips down and up and down and up and down, is that's way bigger. So the point I started with was extreme refraction up and down at its absolutely wibbly wobbliest will not change the fact that the Earth appears to scroll up from behind a curve. So for Flat Earth to explain where the base of Mount Rainier is, because if you look at it in the hidden clip, you go, well, it's clearly like degrees it looks in this clip. I can't tell what the actual angular size is because they're both probably zoomed in, but hundreds of meters of that mountain is below eye level. And so what Flat Earth must say, its model of reality must be light does some weird shit we don't understand. If it's not lenses, that's fine, but it must have some deeper understanding of reality that would render some benefit. It would now be better at making lenses or targeting rockets. So somebody would have worked that out by now. And if humans could work that out, if we can map our reality, you would be able to fix optics such that we understand where the base of Mount Rainier is.
No, you seem to think that like just getting better optics is going to solve this problem. It's just an inherent.
No.
Okay, well,
that's not what I think.
I don't understand why you keep saying that like Flat Earth should just improve its optics and it'll.
It's not necessarily optics. What I'm saying is our current map that we build optics with has perspective work in straight lines and bending as a coefficient of density. That's our model. That's our model. So, if that model maps reality, then Mount Rainier is behind a curve. If you've got a model that explains why Mount Rainier isn't actually behind a curve, you've got a better model that matches reality, with which you should be able to do something.
I think you're overstating it a little bit.
So, it might not be a lens, but should it be like a tracking system?
It's just an understanding. No, it's just simply just an understanding of how optics works. There's no tracking system that would improve. Okay. I'd just like to sort of point out a couple of interesting things that I look at, like just considering was it Mount Rainier. So the first photo versus the second photo. This is what is it? GIF, whatever, going back and forward. Very compelling, right? Just a couple of things that I observe about that I'd put into consideration as far as the conversation is concerned. That first photo, the bluest one, right? Looks like it's in the morning, fresh in the morning. I don't know if this is taken at the same time of year, the same time of day, but the second one definitely. I mean, that could be dawn, it could be dusk. Who knows?
Sure, looks a lot later or early in the day.
Yeah. Now then, the other thing is the bluer one looks like you're on. What is it? Must be on the body of water or something.
Could even be a different
looking at the mountain. And the amount of land, right? There's very little water in the blue one, which I'm just going to call the morning shot for now. Okay. It's mostly land in front of the mountain, with a little bit of just a little bit of water. For the second one, the one that looks like it's taken in the afternoon, there is a massive body of water sitting right in front of that optical phenomenon going on there. So what I would start then thinking about would be that the humidity from that body of water, right, is causing what appears to be that hump, because then the back section at the height of the mountain where it is.
What makes you think that?
It's a lot thinner air, and it could be a lot colder coming off that, whereas the body of water holds its thermal mass, and it will hold and retain its humidity just above the water. And so you'll end up having this lensing effect where, like, within the field of the humidity, it sort of bulges up. And then as the horizon, and then the mountain sort of appears to pop out just the top there.
So you think it might be dependent on temperature, is what you're saying? Would you say that if I got that far away from Mount Rainier, warm or cold day, it's going to be thousands of feet below the horizon? That's what I'm saying, right? I'm saying.
Well, my question for you would be that
absolutely,
if we could get a
Skunk
video,
Bay is the best indication we've got of really extreme refraction over a single day. And that's why it's used, and it's a great demonstration that it can fake humps of water hiding things. But if that's the best example we've got of refraction, why is it doing so much less than what you're now claiming is happening over Mount Rainier. It's doing
Well,
this
you don't
tiny little wibble, and
we've
that's a
got two
whole fucking
photos.
mountain.
We've got two photos. Like Skunk Bay is taken on one day, right? We got no idea what the difference between these two photos is. I mean, what is the distance difference for one?
It's just going to be linear distance closer or further from Mount Rainier, right? That's obvious if it's a globe. There's no explanation on it. Like, okay, so explain what the distance would do on a flat Earth. Because to me, you've got to zoom in both photos. You've got to get Rainier the same angular size. That's why the peak matches in both, right? So what distance does work on a flat Earth to make that happen?
Yeah, how do they how is it that the size of the mountain, if it's a vast distance away,
you zoom in angular size, you just max the angular size.
Oh, so is this actually a composite?
It's a GIF of two different photos where they've zoomed in on Mount Rainier and got it the same angular size. What's the correct distance on a flat Earth to cause this?
The same size. It doesn't make sense. If it's further away and it's a camera, the mountain should have perspective.
Yeah.
Zoom in.
Zoom in. You get the concept of zooming in, right? My head can be big in a photo up close, but if I walk across the other side of a football field, you zoom in and then my head can be big again, right? You get that?
I do.
Zooming in on the mountain. Differential floor compression is what electricity goes for. See, that is an answer to the question. And I was saying to electricity the other day, to his credit, he does have an answer for this, where most flat earthers, I said yesterday, in complimenting electricity, I said most flat earthers Westworld over it and pretend they don't understand what they mean by a hump of water. Whereas electricity at least has differential floor compression, as in I acknowledge this is an issue and here's what I think solves it. And it's got this magical angle and a certain set distance from your eye. And I guess the question I'm also asking you is, what's that set distance? What's the distance to make Mount Rainier appear to dip behind a non-existent curve? Because it's distance that does it, right? So why on the flat Earth does distance make things dip?
Can we, like, you say that you zoom in, and so these photos, this is like tripping me out, dude, because the second photo looks like it's further zoomed out in context to its environment, and the other one looks like it's a little bit tighter, closer in.
The only way I can tell the further away is that Mount Rainier is further behind the curve. That's the only way I can tell. You can tell with focus length. It's quite hard. I don't know if you can sort of get exactly it, but this is just focal length, right? So if you take, this is why selfies generally look really ugly, and when somebody else takes a photo of you can look better. As if the camera's close to your face, your nose takes up a lot and your ears kind of pop out from behind your cheeks, right? Because if you think about, like, let's say you press the camera up against your nose, right? It couldn't see your ears. But the further and further and further and further away you get, the more square on I'll be, the more my ears will be like set where they really are in my head. So generally you'll find that with fashion photography, for example, is done from like 10, 15 feet away, but shot really close like you're up next to the model. And do that to preserve proportion. So this is just focal length. You can zoom on things. And the only way I can tell the further distance from Mount Rainier is, because we don't know with the zoom, is because it's tucked behind more Earth curve. And my question I have for you is,
no, dude,
what's the distance the Earth curve starts to happen? What's
you said that you zoom? You said that you simply zoom in. You said you just zoom in, and that just solves all your problems. And yet the photo that's apparently it's supposed to be zoomed in on looks like it's zoomed further out. It's got a wider field of view.
Sure, the blue one is zoomed out compared to the red one. I don't know what's confusing about this. There's different zoom between the two photos.
No,
maintaining the same angular size.
The red one looks more zoomed out.
Okay,
the red one looks more zoomed out to me.
Okay, let me make it really simple.
You're saying that
object of a fixed size is maintaining the same angular size at different focal length. Does that help? An object of a fixed size, i.e. Mount Rainier.
I might have to tinker around with cameras a little bit more, like to really get my head around what you might be explaining. So I don't know a lot about.
It sounds like you're Westworlding. Honestly, it does. This is not about cameras. This is about where's the bottom of Mount Rainier in the red photo.
How is the size of the mountain the exact same size, and you're supposed to be so much further away?
Because you zoom in, man. It's obvious. This is sad. Don't do this, man. It's obvious to everybody in here what's happening. You zoom in on things.
If it's 800 pixels wide, and then you go back a distance and zoom into it, it's still going to be 800
pixels wide. Yeah, like don't Westworld on this, man. It's not good.
I'm looking at the context of the photo, not just the tip of the photo. I can understand.
Get your phone out right now, please. Get your phone out right now. Aim it at an object across the room. Take a photo of it from complete 0 or 1 times zoom.
I'll give it a crack.
Zoom back in on it. And then what you do in post is you get the first photo where you're zoomed out and you crop it at the same size. That's all you do.
But what's your question? How can it bottom out?
Where's the bottom of Mount Rainier? Like your differential floor compression has a answer to it. I think you win on do I have an answer? It's just where does that angle theta start in your differential floor compression?
Like how can we work out the maths behind it, kind of thing?
Should I share my screen and show you what I'm...
Like how can we calculate it on the flatness?
It's the point I've been making is it's about a model, right? And copy link, here we go, open link, and I'll just stream your thing. So if this is your thing, you have the observer is over here, and that's angle theta, starts at this blue person, I guess. Yeah. And then as it goes across here, why it's going right to left. Oh, hang on, there's an eye here. That's the person?
Yeah, there's the eye.
What the fuck is going on here? Okay, so I have multiple questions with this.
That's what differential mean, where the eyeball is.
Yeah, okay, so I need to do this in Miro actually to make proper sense of it. So I'll just create a new Miro. And
he does have maps in there. He has a formula to tell you if it's this far away and your observer height is this, then, this much of it should be
So here we are. Okay. Is this sharing properly? Yeah. Okay. So this is your thing. So I have multiple questions, right? Because to me, if I can draw how I see optics working, it's like this, right? That's the eyeball as you've got it there. And it goes out from the center of the eyeball. And you appear to have it back to front where there's this confusing what's that and what's that.
That's the floor. That's the floor ramping up and the ceiling ramping down.
Okay. That makes better. It's confusing, but it now makes more sense. Right. Okay, good. So then this is angle theta, and they're both theta. Why are they both angle theta? Is that theta? What's theta?
What's angle theta?
Yeah, it is theta. It's just got two angles there, and they're both marked theta for some reason, even though, so one appears to be a floor theta. And, okay.
Yeah, because the closer you are to the bottom floor, the horizon will come towards you.
So yeah, so the two questions I have for this are, I think exactly, this is what I mean. Like if you've got a map, we can test it. If you've got a model, we can test it. So that's the distance from the eyeball to that angle theta. And I also want to know that, which is the angle from the eyeball to that angle theta. What are they? How do they get decided?
He's got a in the video.
No. Sorry, electricity. How do you decide this works? Where do you put them?
I'm just sharing this guy's information. I don't.
But that means what that says is I don't really understand this. This doesn't make sense to me, but this guy reckons it does to him. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I don't know. Like we should all come together and look at this and study.
So what distance would you put that at? If I were to guess at that, I would put it. I'd put it at like 3 miles away. Like I'd put it at the horizon. I'd assume that's the horizon, and I'd use Earth curve maths to figure out where to put that. That's how I do it.
the question that determines on the differential, the height of his eyeball.
Yeah, and I would, in order to calculate that whole thing, I would do 1.22 times the observer's height in feet in square miles or whatever, you know, because that's the best way to make it fit a globe and match the fact that stuff dips behind the horizon. That's how I'd pick the distance. I picked the distance pretty good, right? I picked it pretty good, pretty quick.
But that number comes from the radius and all that.
It's got 39.59 baked into it, yes.
This might be a little different, I don't know.
I guarantee you, if you put that anywhere, it's going to match 39.59 because he's already, well, if you can just see it, he's already drawing a Earth, right? He's drawing a curve. He's going, here's why stuff dips behind. Your eye goes off here. Obviously, it's not dipping behind. Obviously, it's going straight, but it looks like it's dipping behind, and here's why. Doesn't make sense, but at some point, for some reason, on a flat Earth, it starts going around a curve. Flattest curve you've ever seen.
Because he's showing you that it's a flat baseline, but it has this curve optical effect.
Do you think that's a bit weird that you need to put a curve in to make flat work? It's weird to me, man. You got to see why I see it as weird.
But there is no curve. It's all flat.
Exactly,
line.
But he put curve in order to make Rainier work. He goes, well, if you treat it like it's going round a 39.59 curve with a bit of wibbliness, it kind of does dip down. Like, how good does this describe?
It's 39. You've just assumed that off the bat. Haven't looked into it.
Well, it's a good number. It works. I think nautical miles work. So that's how I subscribe to 39.59. If you think the equator is a different distance, I'd love to hear it. But I think we know the length of the equator. Here's a fun one. Do you know elder bears?
Things bottoming out, not the equator.
Well, 39.59 works for all of these things. If you just treat it as 39.59, if you treat it as 60 nautical miles per degree, which is 39.59, it works.
You can't just look at this image and then start doing guesswork.
Okay, so where do you put? I've given you my guess. The challenge for you is, where do you put that distance? So you've given a distance where differential, for people who aren't watching, that distance I'm asking electricity about, is there is a distance from the observer's eye at which Big Ben suddenly starts to dip behind a horizon, which is marked by angle theta. And it's due to altitude, as electricity is saying. I'm happy to agree to that. What I want to know is, what's the horizontal distance? And I've guessed it's going to equal 39.59. Where would you put it, electricity?
I don't know. I have to look at his formulas again. I have to go back and watch it. But the weird thing for me is like... you've presented it, so it must make sense to you. If it does not make sense to you, then it's bunk. It doesn't make sense to me. If your evidence doesn't make sense to you, we can't take it, can we? You can't go, it's in the video, and it makes sense. It made sense when I watched it when nobody was challenging it. But now that it started being challenged, it doesn't seem like it sounds so good. I don't think that's very scientific. You're just discrediting it altogether because I don't understand it fully. Like, come on, bro.
Well, I'm trying to understand it together. Like, I'm trying to go, how would we work out where would you put that distance? Why would that start to happen? It doesn't happen at short distances. The moon still seems to maintain its proportions, because when things wibble, like when things refract with differentials and stuff, they change shape, right? When you see cars on a wibbly road, like Skunk Bay that Rixky was telling us about, things wibble. The moon doesn't wibble. We don't see things wibble because they get too far from our eye, but this has a wibble happen in a really specific hump-like way at an unknown distance from your eye. And I'm saying, in order for this to make sense to you, you should know why that hump happens and where.
Well, how about I'll look into it further and I'll get back to you. That's all I can do right now.
I think that's
I can share the video.
Bold concession. Thank you.
I'll get the video and we can all look at it together.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. Should I just Google differential? Yeah, I'll just Google differential floor compression.
I forget the guy's name. Fuck. It was on the... I got it from Earth Awakenings. Fuck, I forget his name. Maybe.
Byford dolphin. Oh, has anybody heard of Byford dolphin? I have no idea how that came up top, but wow, that is a fucking crazy story. The Byford dolphin, it kind of relates to gas pressure. We should bring it up in a gas pressure argument. These people get like sucked through a pipe and turned inside out. It's insane.
Yeah.
Differential floor compression, flat earth. Yeah, they're like they're compression divers. And suddenly somebody pops a hatch and they explosively decompress from like 30 atmospheres or something. It's insane. Okay. Oh, no, I'm getting all these fucking normified results where it's just all how flat Earth is wrong.
Are you
on
the
that
Earth
side, I really am on
Awakenings?
the... go on, yeah. Where's Earth
It's in the
Awakening?
Earth Awakenings thing. I'm not there anymore, so I can't.
It's in the Earth Awakenings server?
Yeah, it's...
Okay, I've got that on my own.
It's like under, I don't know what it's under, optics or something, I don't know.
Gravity, YouTube playlist, health and wellness, free energy research, concave Earth, AI truth art, Earth videos, health videos, cryptocurrency research.
Perspective,
research
maybe?
videos?
Is there a perspective one?
Hang on. You might have access to some area that I don't. Why did you get... What are you're not at Earth Awakenings anymore? What happened? Go on, give us the goss. We live for it.
Nothing. I'm spending heaps of time there. I left. I know. I just stopped going there for ages.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, hang on. There's way more that just didn't... I hadn't clicked on for ages. Planar, spiritual, perspective.
Yeah, I think it's in perspective, yeah.
Andy, hold my beer. How to fake the curvature and still get promoted. Okay, here's somebody... Would you agree in principle then this is a perspective problem we are trying to crack. Do you think it's interesting that there's a massive section devoted to explaining perspective? Because to me, it looks like they've recognized this is a problem and they've done a lot of work to try to fix it. Shows them going around curves, which I guess, no, that makes sense. You're testing it. So bottom top, here's the clock. Here's napalm. So it's got to be this one, right? It's got to be napalm or someone.
Yeah, I forget his name. I forget the dude YouTuber's like. Is it like Siggy or Wiggy or I don't know.
Taboo conspiracy. Not finding anything on it. How do I still think the point stands. How does it work in your head? Like when you see Mount Rainier dip behind, can I get that on the screen? Do you go, that's how it should look on a flat Earth? Or do you see what I'm saying in that, like, it does seem kind of weird that it does that, given the Earth is flat. Mount Rainier should appear, bottom to top should be equally visible off in the infinite distance, exactly at eye height. And it should appear through a fog, getting angularly bigger. It shouldn't pop up from behind things, right? That implies to me, the way Mount Rainier looks in this GIF, it's like I'm holding a towel covering myself up for the sake of propriety. And if you get the right distance from me, suddenly you can see my wang, in that it just doesn't seem sensible. If I hold my towel at the right eye height, there's no distance that changes the height of the towel. The only way to change the distance of the height of the towel is to move your head up or down. If you want to see my wang, you've got to get up on a ladder, right? Just walking back down the street won't show you my wang. And we get that, right? So
I don't know. This is just another explanation. Are you just stuck at you need the like maths and everything, the formulas behind this to understand?
Formulas? I wouldn't understand a formula if you put it in front of me. I don't pretend to be a mathematician. But I get the idea of seeing things. And I think that Flat Earth raises something really a good point, which is, did you know that you can see the black swan from further than you should? And 99.9% of people think that when they see the setting sun, the sun's right there, and think that and don't really realize or think much about the fact that sometimes you can see things you can't see on other days. The Flat Earth is right about that. There is wibbliness in our optics. But there's an explanation for that wibbliness that kind of works, that we see working in other places and we can test. And in this, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It just behaves exactly the way it would if we were on a globe with slightly wibbly optics. Because as you can look at the Mount Rainier and the one where it's not
Well, the question is, when
where
we
you can see the bottom of it, like you can see miles to the bottom of it.
But the
Thousands
question
and thousands
is,
of feet that'd be.
when we see this, the question is it optical or physical?
What does it look like?
But no, that when we present with that question, then we have to how do we determine if it's optical or physical? We can't just be like, well,
how do you determine that?
This just sounds better to me. Like, that's not scientific.
Exactly. So yeah, if we don't want to just go, hey, this sounds better to me, how could we test it? What would you do? What would be your next step?
I don't know. I've been asking that question for years.
Well, I think I'd just apply different heuristics, right? I think the idea people wank themselves silly about doing science, and science is this really closed process that nobody here, like, okay, there's a couple of scientists kicking around, but not really anybody's doing real science. But are we doing tests? Are we trying to figure stuff out? Like, do we try that new laundry detergent to see if it works a bit better? Sure, tests are good. And you just kind of muddle through and apply what they're called heuristics, where you just guess at something, or like basically every fallacy is a really good heuristic. So argument from popularity, really bad as a fallacy, but as a heuristic, it's pretty fucking good, right? If you say what day of the week is it, and 4 people say Thursday, are you really doubting it's Thursday? It's a great heuristic, right? You don't just use that as like, therefore I'm going to write it on my marriage certificate, right? You might do a different check as well. But if you can do heuristics, the idea they're really quick and easy and simple, and you just do a bunch of them all in a go. And if 9 heuristics that are all kind of have a constellation with one another, where they're like counterposed, like if something was fucking up this heuristic, like if asking 8 people is a bad idea if my friends play pranks on me, then I'll go away from my friends and check my phone. I won't just now interrogate them one by one or do something that still would fall foul of that. So if you apply a few simple heuristics where you go, how do I figure out the best way to get a job? Well, I ask a few people, I go online, I just apply a few heuristics, and then I figure it out. If we apply a few heuristics to where is the bottom of Mount Rainier, what would they be? What would you use to try to figure that, to crack that nut?
I don't know. I'll just say, it sounds like I ask everyone that's Thursday, then it must be Thursday. I don't know. Applying that logic, that's like me building a house and asking all my mates, how big is that? And they're like, oh, about 4 meters. And then I actually measure it and it's 5 meters. Like,
sure, measure it is a great heuristic. Great, I agree. Yeah, measure it. Fuck yeah.
So,
and then what else? How else could you determine the size of a house? I'd get a surveyor out. That could be another way to do it. Drone to make a 3D map. That could be another way to do it. They're a bunch of heuristics. Yeah, and then you have a really fucking good idea of the size of your house.
But
how would you figure out where the bottom of Mount Rainier is?
That's different to asking your mates what day it is.
Yeah, some heuristics are good and some are bad. If you use them in the right way, if you're clever which heuristics you apply, you can just do 2, 3, bang, you're done. You've got a pretty good idea of what's going on. And then you know that Mount Rainier is behind a curve. The obvious answer to the question I'm asking you again and again, Mount Rainier is behind a curve. That's the obvious answer. And then you can crack on with the rest of your day and apply heuristics to better problems than are we on a flat Earth? Because we're so fucking obviously not on a flat Earth.
Just stating that, it doesn't... That's
it's obvious. But listen to how massively I've destroyed the flat Earth in the last 30, 40 minutes.
You really haven't, man. You've
unaware of it. That's the point I was going to say.
Nah, dude.
You remain blissfully... Okay, so what do you feel the best point you've made is?
Here, I'll tell you where you're fundamentally flawed, right? I'll just make this quick, right? It's because what we're looking at here is optical phenomenons, and you keep on talking about getting out and using a yardstick to measure it as if that's going to change it. We are observing here optical phenomena at a distance, the effect of the atmosphere upon the lensing in your eye, right? And what the image that it creates. And you keep talking about trying to pulling out like a tape measure and going up to things. Like it's just not the same.
Who said that?
Okay?
Who said that? Who said that about the tape measure? When did I say it? Should I find it in the transcript? We're transcribing this. When did I say it? What did I say? Sage, did I mention measuring with a yardstick?
Did you mention measuring things at all?
I said you apply heuristics, I think. I mean, let's see what Sage
No, you said that we've measured the Earth, we've measured the curve, all this jazz.
Does take her a while. She's not the quickest. She didn't see it as a fucking confidence 50%. How would you not know that's a fucking clue? I need to give you better prompts. Yeah, she didn't recognize that as a clue. Yeah, I don't think measure it. Like, I think apply heuristics. Where do you think the bottom of Mount Rainier is? My simple heuristics would be, if my dad's head is poking out from behind the door, which would be weird because he's dead, but his body's not there, I would think the rest of his body's hidden by that door, right? If I think the bottom of Mount Rainier
hidden behind a door, the same as all the atmospheric conditions. All the atmospheric anomalies that are there, and then you're just referring it to seeing whether or not your dad's head's behind the door. This is you're not even engaging with the notion atmospheric changing, how far you can see. Just your example is just falling short of it.
Sure, tell me about the atmosphere. I'd love to hear about it. Tell me about the atmospheric phenomena that you mentioned.
I'll get you a photo, one sec.
Because I think Skunk Bay is pretty good. It shows a bit of wibbliness. Tiny little bit of wibbliness.
Clearly, we can see far enough to see Mount Rainier. I mean, it's not stopping us from seeing that.
Yeah, crisp as fuck in both photos and doesn't really change proportions much. It's not wibbling, is it? Its bottom is missing. The other ones are wibbling and a tiny bit, and this is massive bottom missing.
You're comparing two static photos to a video taken over the course of the day. You don't even know what time of year these two photos were taken.
Tell me about what time of year would make a difference. Is this a kind of Sagittarian photo, Rixky?
Because the seasons change and the humidity changes within, dude, the season changes and humidity changes constantly. Agreed. What are you talking about? There is no difference. Jeez.
Tell me about the difference. I'd love to hear about it. Yeah, it's a great point. Tell me about the springtime Mount Rainier.
In summer, during the heat waves of summer, you cannot see as far than compared to a cold winter's evening. You'd see way further in a cold winter's evening.
How'd you determine that? Did you make it up?
No, that comes from some of the papers that Taylor was dabbling with as far as observations about refraction. I can go dig it up if you like.
The paper. So you just randomly invoking the papers that Taylor's dabbling with to say that we see longer in a different season.
No, according to when it's more humid and when it's hotter, right? You cannot see as far. When it's colder, and that changes throughout the course of the day, as example through Skunk Bay, and then your representation of these photos. Pardon?
In Skunk Bay, we're always seeing the same distance. Mount Rainier, we're always seeing the same distance. Where are we not seeing as far?
You are seeing the same distance? Is that what you just said?
Yeah,
at Mount Rainier, you are seeing the same distance. Is that what you just said?
We're seeing the distance to Mount Rainier. Like at Skunk Bay, the shorelines all stay the same distance from us. They just appear that it's like humps of water appear in front of what we know to be land masses. It wibbles around in this tiny little fluctuation in a fraction of a degree. And Mount Rainier, this massive fucking mountain, dips behind that wibbling. It's pretty simple. And you can see that. I know you can see that. I get that you don't like the idea that maybe the mainstream might
both of them at the same time, dude. It's quite easy to entertain both at the same time.
Yeah, well, this one is the one that works, and I think that if you used it,
that's just a bold claim, dude.
Well, it does work, doesn't it? It explains where the bottom of Mount Rainier is, as well as explains flight paths, explains why Whitsett. We knew what Whitsett was going to see. We knew that Will Duffy was going to get his money's worth. Flat Earthers didn't know if he was going to see a 24-hour sun. What kind of model do you have if a guy spends $500,000 to maybe see the 24-hour sun, your model must be so busted you can't figure out that a guy who's got $500,000 clearly knows whether there's going to be a 24-hour sun because he's got $500,000.
Not my model. Not my model. Thank you. Never would have made those claims personally. So I don't know why you would lump that on me. Just, I guess you see everything as like communism or something, and you see that people
you're part of a group that was
surround it.
unclear
Yeah,
about
so
whether
they don't
a
represent me.
24-hour sun. They don't know
They
where the bottom
clearly
of
don't
Mount Rainier is.
They do
You
not
don't know where the
represent
bottom.
Thank
Fine,
you.
you don't know where the bottom
Well
of Mount
done.
Rainier is. We don't understand why the world looks so spherical. That because globers, any glober in the
Because you're
room,
seeing
please,
through your
where's the bottom
eyeballs,
of Mount Rainier?
It's the nature of light. Okay, that's why it looks so circular. It's just the nature of light and the nature of optics and the way that we perceive the world.
Explain.
It's just perspective, dude.
Tell me.
So
Where's that angle theta?
You assert that it's the nature of light, but how would you go about actually showing that?
We couldn't. That's why electricity stepped in with this differential floor compression. And once I pointed out that electricity's differential floor compression looks like a globe, Rixky stepped back in to help him, but ran back into the same problem.
There ain't no problem, dude.
Okay,
I have no problem with anything I've said so far, and there's like you're really going for.
We're just I become much more of an asshole with you, Rixky, and I really hate that I do this because you're smart. You're clearly really fucking sharp, and it fucking destroys me. You're clearly really fucking sharp. You've got
you're short-sighted.
Extraordinary vocabulary, and you
just
just clearly should be able to see that this is a sphere. Busy yourself with more important things, and then I'm like, "Hey, I'm here doing it too." So I don't know. I'm being a dick.
It's just weird. My differential floor compression. You just invoked the curvature into it, like you just.
Well, I said, "Where's the distance to angle theta?" And I guessed it would be at 39.59. You didn't have a guess, so my guess wins because I made one, and I can show you that it works. I can show you that I could probably figure out the distance to Mount Rainier. Like you could give me a photo, and if I apply 39.59, I can find the distance to angle theta, and you couldn't. And that's why Rixky came in to save you, remember?
I don't know. I'm just saying, you're just assuming this 39.59. I don't know. The angle theta.
Where would you put it? Where would you put that second dot?
But the tower on the horizon.
So like this eyeball emanates out, and then the floor starts ramping up and ramps up and meets his eye line at a specific point, right? At this third clock tower. Where would you put that distance? That is a finite distance from you. It can't be infinitely far away because there's a
height of
second
the eyeball. Because as the eyeball,
it's the same height as the eyeball all the way along. That's a horizontal line. Where's the height of the eyeball? It's always at the height of the eyeball. Both angles are at the height of the eyeball.
Yeah, so if the eyeball was at 6 foot, then that would be, determine.
What's that distance?
Horizon. I have to get back to you on that one.
Is it going to be 39.59? It is, it is, right? It's going to be 1.22 times the observer's height in feet.
To guess things.
Plus refraction, right? It's going to be 1.22 times the observer's height in feet plus refraction, isn't it? And if you get outside of that, wibbliness, you can't tell where the bottom of Mount Rainier is. You don't have a distance to this, and it's crucial for your argument to make sense. Your argument must explain why things dip behind a curve at a certain point, but you don't know where that happens. And I do.
Well,
I know where your model puts it.
Let's withhold our judgments until further information is acquired.
Okay. Can I switch to a different topic that I think Elder Bear delivered to me that I think puts a final nail in the coffin?
Yeah.
The equator is a line over which the sun passes directly overhead on the equinox. And it should be the sun going 1,000 miles an hour for 24 hours, i.e. 24,000 miles, right? That needs to be the distance to the equator because people live on the equator and we know how fast the sun goes overhead. The radius of that is 39.59. So your equator, the equator on your Earth, has to have 24,000 miles. Radius of 39.59. But if you travel overland from the equator to the North Pole, you won't travel the radial distance. You'll travel 57% more. You'll be way, way too far. You should be 3959. You'll be 6,210 miles overland to get to the North Pole. And we know lots of people live in the North. So the radius of flat Earth is an arc length around the Earth, such that if the flat Earth is true, pi equals 2. Everybody else who's measuring circles has got it wrong. The flat Earth has it right, and pi doesn't equal some bizarre number called 3.14159, blah, 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 blah. It's 2. Pi is 2 on flat Earth. That's what Elderbear showed us the other day. So not only does the floor differentially compress such that Mount Rainier tucks behind what appears to be a curve of 3959, but the radius, the equator of Earth that people live on, that they know where the sun is on, and the sun whizzes overhead at the correct speed, at the correct time every day, has to have the correct radius of 3959. It's the same as your differential floor compression. And if you travel overland, you clearly can't be traveling in a straight line, because that distance would have to be 3959 on a flat plane, but you travel way, way, way too far.
We're talking
Massively
about this
too
last
far.
time.
Nearly twice as far.
A good argument. Because on the globe, North Pole to the equator is what, 6,000 something?
Yeah, 6,210. Huge distance, right?
Yeah.
That means, like in America, where they go up to Alaska, and Canadians, right, they are wrong on every mile by another half mile. Every mile. And it's not like you can't squidge that up in any particular area, because you'd figure out, because suddenly your speedometer would go off. So in order to fuck with people and get that so incredibly wrong, every mile must be that fucked. Everybody mustn't be able to tell the difference between going twice the speed when heading north. You can't just... You don't realize it. The trees are going whizzing past. Twice as many houses can fit on the block. It just wouldn't make sense. It's just so utterly... And Elderbear only just introduced it to the argument like the other week. But pi equals 2 on flat Earth. That's insane, right? It should equal 3.1415, blah, 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 blah. And it's 2. It's so obviously not flat. Please, boys, come back to the globe.
Oh, I know that's putting it on the AE map, I think.
Well, it's anywhere that the sun circles. The sun has to circle because it completes a circuit in 24 hours. Does the sun complete a circuit in 24 hours?
But this is comparing the globe to the AE map.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Ignore the map. I'm asking you questions. We'll build from there. We know we can map reality. We agreed that. So does the sun complete a circuit every 24 hours?
I believe so, yeah.
Is it visible to different individuals all the way through that 24 hours?
Yeah, but if
every individual that can see the sun, is it going in a circular path while they can see it?
I guess, I don't know, mapping the ground
from
8
the billion,
sun
no, we can do it. 8 billion people wake up under the sun every day, and it appears to all of them to be going in a circular path while they can see it. Does that mean that it's quite probable, given nobody would ever let eyes up off the sun, it's probably going in a fucking circle?
I don't know. I feel like you can't map the Earth with the sun.
What other shape could it be going in? Like it must do a circuit. What other shape could that circuit be but a circle?
I don't know.
It's got to be going in a circle, man. Come on, man.
Just because...
Have you seen it do anything other than a perfect part of a circle? Have you seen it do perfect part of a circle? Sorry. First question is, have you seen the sun describe a perfectly circular arc in the sky?
It could be doing things we can't fathom or don't know the whole...
I'm asking what you've seen with your eyeball. Let me start here. I have seen the sun do a perfectly circular arc in the sky, and I'm confident of that, still having never actually checked how perfectly circular it is. I'm so incredibly confident that billions of people see the sun do a circular arc in the sky.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Okay. This is my point. This is more important than getting the map right. You are now denying whether the sun goes in a circle. This is how much you end up having to deny, because you know that if the sun goes in a circle, that circle's got to have a radius, and it can't have a radius with a pi of 2. So you end up having to be like, I'm not sure what the sun does. Maybe it goes in a funny shape, even though everybody who always sees it going in a circle.
But wait, you're saying 24,000 around means
Yep.
24,000 at the equator. How do we know it's going 1,000 miles? What about if it's gone like
How would you check?
1,200 miles? Or
How would you check? Yeah, it would
30?
have to be going 15. It would have to be going 1,570 something miles an hour. So really belting along a lot quicker. Could you tell the distance you'd driven? And could you tell when sunrise is? I can. I can tell how far I've driven. And while I wouldn't be correct to within like a tenth and da 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 da, this is massive amount. This is 57%. So I would need to be like really wrong to not notice that.
I'm saying you can complete a circle in 24 hours doing different speeds.
So, okay, so have you seen the sun speed up or slow down? All these people, billions of people every day and throughout existence, have seen the sun go in a perfectly circular arc. Can we add to that none of them have seen it speed up or slow down? We've all seen it go at 15 degrees per hour. We know the number. What's the number?
You're assuming 24,000.
Well, check it. Check it. Can you tell the distance between two places, and can you tell what your clock says? And if you can tell those two things, you know when the sun's going overhead. Can you track its speed like 15 other ways? Sure. Can you track when the sun's dead overhead? Like if you had a brother, let's say you just chose to live exactly on like somewhere in Queensland where you're above the Tropic of, what are we, Capricorn? You and your brother decided to live perfectly east-west of one another, such that on a day you could call one another and say, when's the sun going overhead? And you went tick, 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 tick. And when the sun shone straight down your chimney, you went, now. And then he went tick, 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 tick. And 15 minutes later, he went, now. I can tell you how far apart you are. Can you tell when the sun's overhead? This is how much you end up having to deny. This is why I want to get you out of flat Earth. You end up having to deny that you can tell that the sun's overhead. Right? You can't tell anything, because if you could figure out a single thing, you would figure out you're on a globe. So you can't know north, you can't know optics, you can't know a map, you seemingly can't do anything, because if you scratched yourself, if you even just dug a moment on Google, you'd figure out it was a globe. So you mustn't be able to do a single fucking thing. I'm being such a cunt. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm being a cunt.
Is this what cog this sounds like?
I don't know. Maybe it should.
You just cog this out. I don't know. I can't believe these people think like this. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't. I literally can't. That's it. Because you're so smart. You're so clearly
you just don't get it.
firing on quite a few cylinders.
You just don't get it. You're just not smart enough.
Maybe not. That could be it. It could be it. That's the other thing. That's, yeah.
Open your third eye, dude.
And if you could explain it to me, I could be wrong. If you could explain how this differential floor compression tucks Mount Rainier's bottom behind a flat body of water, I would love it. But it's a flat body of water that lays at rest, and Mount Rainier's below it. And I've got not a single good explanation for that.
The graph clearly shows it. I don't know why you can't.
Okay, what's the distance to theta? Is it 3959? If
Exactly.
it's 3959, then globe. What's the distance?
You're getting like super technical with it, which is fair enough, I understand. But that's the basic concept.
But it's not even the basic concept, because the basic concept involves a finite distance you can't tell me, and I can. It's 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. I know your distance. I can guarantee you we can math this together. Do you want to maths it together? I'll tell you that distance.
Can't get a side view.
I'll figure out what somebody will help me do the maths, hopefully. I'll get AI to help me do the maths, and we'll figure out where we are and where that maths is and where that theta is using 3959 plus Wibble.
Do it on a real
You
ball.
don't know the distance that puts the hump in the middle of your photo. How can you not see it? I don't know. Am I being dumb? Am I explaining it poorly? I feel like you can see it. I know, if I'm honest, I'm rambling and being a cunt, but actually you can see it, and I should shut the fuck up. That's what
I like this version of you.
I feel like I'm being a dickhead, and I'm sorry.
No, you're doing a great job, man. Keep going. Keep going.
Just the voices of the supporters that supported the notion that you should keep going should tell you something. No, but I thought it was fun. You're cool.
No, I really like you. I really like you both. I think you're both very very like really good sports too. Because I'm being a massive dick, and you guys are being very.
I appreciate you, bro. Because like you are one of the few Globers that I can have like a good discussion with. That like we actually get somewhere with the conversation. Like.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice way to say it. I agree. Mm.
But you got me thinking about the sun now and on the equator.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, Elder Bear's one is completely new than movement as well, which is I love about it.
All I'm thinking is, and I know your rebuttal to it, it completes the circuit in 24 hours. But then what does that mean? Could it complete a 30,000 kilometer circuit in 24 hours? Like, yeah.
It'd be 57,000 kilometers, I think, would be yours. Hang on, no, it couldn't be. Yeah, I think it's like 57. No, not 57. 37,000 kilometers. I forget what your radius has to be. But yeah, the sun has to be going at 15,700 kilometers an hour. Sorry, miles an hour, rather than 1,000 miles an hour. So it needs to be going 57% faster.
But that's it. Just by looking at it, we don't know how really fast it. So it could
No,
do
we're
a
not.
30,000, 50,000, 100,000.
What I mean is, you can tell when it's dead overhead. You're not talking about with the speed of the sun. I'm sorry, I've said that really poorly. You're telling the GP, the subsolar point, the spot on the ground where the sun shines straight down a chimney or a well or like you've got no shadow. Anything that's standing vertically will suddenly have no shadow. And then you go, bang, that was the second that the sun was dead overhead. And you can tell where you're at when that happens. We don't get it really down in most of Australia, unless you're in Queensland. You'll sometimes have a set sun dead overhead day, and we know where those happen. That's how we define the tropics. It's absolutely like a toilet roll, and you can figure it out. You can absolutely just don't need anything. Literally, you need nothing except to walk around in reality to tell when the sun's dead overhead. And then the second question is, can I tell the distance between two cities? And with all of the other measurements you're given, it's like, oh, can you tell, like spherical excess? Can you tell the difference between 1,000th of a degree? Fuck no. You got to get theodolites and do all sorts of bullshit. But this one, the distance between like Sydney and Bathurst has to be 57% further. It's insane, right? It's this massive, huge difference. It's actually way worse because everybody's always done the AE map where the equator is the equator. Nobody's ever measured the proper, but if you do it around by the equator, that's how everybody does the AE map. And then the south gets a little bit too big. But if you do it as distance overland from the North Pole, then the distance in the south is fucking insane. Like Australia would be tens of thousands of kilometers across. Let's work it out. Fuck yeah, let's work it out. Okay, Gemini for this one. So if we had an AE map projected from the north.
Wow, I'm just thinking. So you're in two spots and you get the 12 o'clock sun in both spots. Are you saying you can then work out the distance between?
No, now you can tell the speed of the sun. So you know the distance between Sydney and Bathurst, right? To a pretty good degree. It's definitely far more precise than 57%. And then you know now the distance between Sydney and Bathurst. You know now the speed of the sun, pretty much. So I know when the sun went whizzing dead overhead Sydney and when it went whizzing dead over Bathurst. Obviously, it doesn't go dead over Bathurst, but you know when it was at its zenith, right? You can check that anytime. That's how sextants work, right? You check when it was at its absolute highest point by taking around midday, around when you know it's going to happen. You just take a bunch of sites in a row, and one of them will have been the highest. And you go, that was perfect solar midday. So we can
Didn't
always
we do this with Perth and Brisbane last time? We did 12 o'clock. We did because they were like 2 hours, 2.5 hours apart. and then we got the distance, and then I don't know how we calculated the distance to the 2.5 hours time separation.
So what do we need? We need, if we preserve the distance from the North Pole and we're testing the globe, we go IE, so it's 180 nautical miles, isn't it? Times 60. 180 times 60 nautical miles. No, I'm trying to do this question about the AE map. So if we projected an AE map from the north, and where normally it preserves the equator, we're going to preserve instead the distance from the North Pole, what would be the width of Australia? And I think it's normally meant to be 6,000 more. Oh, hang on, is that already the 57%? Maybe that's already calculating it. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I mean, yeah, Australia would have to be twice as wide anyway, in either one. Extreme points, calculate radial distance, yada, yada, yada. Just go to the summary. Okay, nautical miles, so we put that. $9,000. Australia would be 9,000 kilometers across. Width of Australia. 9,000 kilometers across. Yes. So it's 4,000 kilometers across.
Double.
We wouldn't know the distance to Bathurst because that's the thing. Again, you've got to spread it out evenly. Otherwise, you've got to stack a bunch up in one spot. So you, with Elder Bear's new maths, you would be wrong about the width of Australia by like factor of more than 2, by 4,000 kilometers to 9,000 kilometers. Right? It's just such a nail in the coffin for flat Earth that just mathematically pi equals 2, like everything is upside down at that point. Nothing makes any sense. There's no point making maps about differential fluid compression and angle theta because nothing means anything if pi equals 2.
Wait, can you go over it again, what you just did?
So normally when you make the AE map, you make it in the north, and you got to choose how you figure out distances, right? When you're trying to figure out how wide's Australia or something, you've got to have somewhere to sink your teeth in to figure out distances. And what everybody has done until
I said at the start though, are you comparing the globe to the AE map? And you're like, no.
You just compare it to any point. You just know where the sun goes, and then you've got to put the sun, and the sun's going in a circle. And then the question is, okay, here's another way to go about it. Right, you agree we know the sun's going dead overhead. We all agree it's going in a circle. We all agree it's staying at the same speed. And you now agree we can check the speed between Sydney to Bathurst. So the next one is, does a circle have a center?
Wait, go over how you got the 9,000. I don't understand how you got.
Okay, so 9,000 is like this. If you do, most of the time when you try to get Australia, you ended up with 6,000. You have to choose a way to preserve this because this is a fucked map of a globe. And so you've got to go, well, what are we figuring out? And the thing that people normally do is take that red line, which is I think how the map is typically used, and treat it as 3959, right? 24,000 miles, like the standard equator. But if you instead choose to preserve this distance of the longitude line, because that's going around a whole half of a circle, which is the globe, right? It's going from the North Pole to the South Pole. That's going around 180 times 60 nautical miles. So this, like, what is that? 180 times 60. So 10,000 miles, right? So you're doing this whopping great big distance around the surface of the Earth. And if you preserve that whopping great big distance, rather than the equator's preserved, right? So what you have on the standard AE map is squished up Europe that looks nice, squished up Northern Hemisphere, but it looks nice, but it's preserved it by squishing everything up to stretch that out. But that's a choice that this map makes in order to preserve this distance. But if you don't, if you want to actually check it in a different way, you've got to go, well, it's actually 10,000 miles to get it all the way down to there. So if it's going to be 10,000 miles to get all the way down to there, then this equator must be much bigger. And if that equator is much bigger, then when we give up the equator, now Australia goes from being already the wrong size at 6,000 miles across, right? The old way of doing the flat Earth AE map had Australia at being 6,000 kilometres wide, which is a problem by 4 compared to 6, because it's 4. We know it's 4 because anybody can map it. We agreed that at the start of the conversation. And we go, oh, 6 is a bit of a problem. What I'm saying to you is if we use Elderbear's maths, which is by not making pi equal 2, if we know that pi is equal to 3.14159, then Australia is actually 9,000 kilometres across. Unless I'm doing something wrong. I might be doing something wrong. Australia, I'm pretty confident, but pi equals 2-bit, I'm very, very, very confident I've triple checked. I might be wrong on this width thing, but I'm pretty sure what it does is means that Australia needs to be more than double the width, because the equator already needs to be a lot bigger. The equator needs to be bigger than it is already, and then Australia's below it. That's a dumb way of saying it. That's not true. I'm not sure what I'm saying anymore. But yeah, it's a big problem, massive. Elderbear has raised a massive mathematical problem with flat Earth, which is either this, North Americans can't tell this distance. They can't, look at how much this is. It's England, it's the Vikings, it's America, it's North America. It's like Canadians can't tell how far they're driving south. Just such a preposterous notion that they're wrong by 57%. That you got to be like, okay, maybe it's a globe. Maybe it makes more sense that we know how far we're driving.
Every single long road is a lie. Every road sign, every map, every GPS.
Nobody can know a single possible thing. And that's the thing. When you dig into it, we don't know how optics work. We don't know where north is. We don't know why the moon being possibly maybe physical. I don't know that. But why it looks so physical, that's also confusing. Saturn, kind of confusing. Don't know what that is. Can't look up there. Don't look up there at all, in fact. Can we tell what gyros are doing? Not really, no. Can't tell from that. What can we tell from? Oh, this guy that got discredited, that released his study, this Glober.
Oh,
If you kind of look at his results, a little bit weird, based on orbital speeds.
What are you guys talking about? We have precise. We have precise information. What you guys talking about? The Earth started spinning faster the other day. We have very sensitive instruments that detects that change, and then we update all the information so that we can get accurate weather based on it. The thing, the problem with folks here in the dark realm is that people are just not informed. That's what I noticed about speaking to flat earthers.
I don't think not informed.
How uninformed people are in our society. And even when you talk to people, like, I go to the coffee shop, people are
uninformed,
so
though?
uninformed. Wow, it's incredible.
Do you think uninformed though? I don't. I think that they're like it's different information. It's how you pass the information. But I think like flat earthers have heard like Riksky electricity. How many of these arguments have you heard? How many hundreds of hours do you reckon you've heard of globers trying to explain the globe to you? Must be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, like thousands. Got to be in the thousands. I think we've done the thousands. Just you.
No. The minute somebody who is a globe person, and by the way, there's no such thing as globe people. It's just everyday average people, right? Flat earthers exist. We are just people, right? When we say the Earth is a globe, we are correct. It's not. We don't have to. The globe defends itself. For example, check this out. The sun itself doesn't change size as it moves over our head. That's it. You're done. There's no explanation for that on a flat Earth.
Unless
it doesn't. There's no explanation for that on a flat Earth. Flat Earth has to put mechanisms. They have put projectors. They have to do all kind of things, and nobody sees those things.
No, the flat Earth does have an answer. Flat Earth does have an answer to why the sun doesn't change size during the day, and it is we don't know what the sun is. It's more claims of ignorance.
But it's not science. It's not science.
Well, I think I might have spent more time here than you, because the answer absolutely is we don't know what the sun is. That is the only answer. It's more we don't know.
I heard Electricity say something about the sun, and then I didn't hear anything else out of him. I thought he was maybe going to make a point. Has he got something that Electricity wants to say about this?
Yeah, good point. Sorry. Yeah, thank you.
So I kind of lost the conversation. What?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, the minute we say, look, guys, observe something going to the ground, that is it. Things go to the ground. That means that opens up the whole entire understanding of how things stick to a ball. You understand it? Water goes to the ground.
I mean that's a whole other point. Now you're talking about gravity.
Goes to the ground. That means that if everything is going to the ground, no matter where you are in that way, that means you have a ball.
I thought maybe Rick or Electricity would want to elaborate. He was talking about the sun and issues with it, but
yeah,
now we're going on to gravity.
Yeah, do you reckon you can tell the speed of the sun, Electricity? Like, do you think that I've laid out a case that you might be able to sort of get a pretty good idea within 57%, right? It's a whopping number we're trying to detect. Do you reckon you could tell if the sun was going, that you and your brother's house were 1,000 kilometers apart or 1,500 kilometers apart? Do you think you could detect that difference?
It's a good argument. I'm just trying to think of, like, in general sense, yes, I guess. But then I think, like, is there other variables I'm not understanding or something? I don't know.
Because it could be I'm wrong on the math, but I think the maths to me seems like it checks out. Because on the globe, what we're talking about is like, I could even show you on my camera because I've got a desktop globe behind me. But the distance needs to be from the center of the Earth out to the equator to make it the correct distance, which is around 24,000 miles. But what we're comparing that to is if you drag your finger across the surface. So you're doing a quarter of a circumference. Because I think, right, you could go out and test it, but the easier test is to say, is that bigger number so big that it either everybody would have worked it out by now or it's not true? We must know the distance from the equator to the North Pole better than 57%. We can't think that all of North America up from is 4,000 miles when it's actually what is it, 9,000? What is it again? Why am I being dumb? It's arc length. It is. What is the distance we're trying to compare? 6,000. That's it. 6,210. So can we tell the difference of North America if the two distances we're trying to compare, if all of North America is one of two things, is it possibly 3959 or is it possibly 6,210? It's definitely the second one, right? It's not like they don't know how far away Mexico is, right? It's got to be. It's such a big proof. I can't believe it took us so long to get there, but Elder Bear did it.
I'm confused. The 3959 is a radius.
So if Elder Bear produced a new proof that I think just nobody's thought of because it's a funny way to do it, but if you make the AE map and you then go, what proportion do I choose to what number do I choose to preserve when I make the AE map? I could preserve the equator And so everything gets mapped as if the equator is the correct distance, and the correct distance of the equator is 24,000 miles-ish. But what that means is the radius of the equator has to be really short. The radius of the equator has got to be 3959 because it's got the correct equator, and that's the radius of the equator because that's the radius of Earth. But if you chose to preserve the distance overland north-south, a length of longitude, heading from the North Pole down through America, you would travel a far greater distance because you're traveling around the circumference of a ball. So by the time you get to the equator, rather than it being 3959 that you've traveled overland to make this circle of 24,000 miles, you've traveled 6,210 miles. You've traveled way too far. So if you've traveled in a straight line, your equator should be 57% longer east-west. The sun should go overhead rather than 1,000 miles an hour at 1570-ish miles an hour, something like that, right? So it's this glaring, massive mathematical problem that Elderbear spotted. And I'm ranting about because I'm fucking pissed.
You mean mathematical problem with the flat Earth, or
yeah,
what?
Yeah, it's a mathematical problem with the flat Earth. The flat Earth either has to have the equator be 57% longer, and we don't know the distance of the sun. We can't tell when the sun's overhead. These 8 billion people that see it per day, or we can't tell how far apart towns are, such that towns on the equator, a town like 100 kilometers from the next town in a dead straight road must be 150 kilometers from them. So everybody's odometers must be all fucking confused all day long. It's huge. It's so big. It's just, and how's nobody thought of it? Am I wrong on this? Am I wrong about the math? Can somebody help me?
Well, hold on. I've okay. But I've done a similar thing. That's why I keep saying to flat earthers, the Tropic of Capricorn is twice the size of Tropic of Cancer. So you already have a problem, right? That's one of my things that I always hit them with, and they always ignore me and mute me and all these kind of things, right?
Right. So this is a similar problem, but what I'm saying is we've known about that problem for years. We've brought up that problem thousands of times. But the way the AE map does that is by making the Tropic of Cancer too small and the Tropic of Cancer Capricorn too big in order to preserve the equator, which it keeps at 24,000 miles. So that is a big problem that the flat Earth has. But up until Elderbear's proof, it only had that problem in the southern hemisphere. The proportions in the northern hemisphere remained pretty much okay. But that was because we were preserving the equator, the 24,000 mile equator. But if you stop preserving the 24,000 mile equator and start preserving the overland distance from the North and South Pole, you do halfway around a circle. So what that means is pi equals 2 on a flat Earth, because your distance to halfway around is now same as the equator of your circle. So the circle either has to have pi equals 2, which is obviously false. It's just not possible due to the laws of logic. Or we're totally wrong about the length of the equator by 57%. So it means that actually the Tropic of Cancer would be somewhat correct. The equator would be 57% larger than it should be. And the Tropic of Capricorn is fucking enormous, such that Australia, in these 3 different ones, Australia is 4,000 kilometers across. In the way you're doing it, it should be 6,000 kilometers across, which is already a pretty whopping distance. But instead of being 4,000 kilometers across, in this model, it's now 9,000 kilometers across. Such a big number. It's so big. It's really not possible that Australians can't tell their car is like breaking the sound barrier when it travels west. It's so good.
Well, actually, defending the Antarctic, there's not enough ships in the world, I think, to defend the Antarctic coastline. Yeah, the military-grade penguins and the like.
Yeah, think about how big how big that is.
48,000 miles in circumference.
No, it's way more than that. It's way more than that. With this model, it's going to be 6,210. No, it's just going to be 6,210. What is it? Hang on, I can work that out. It's fucking easy. So it's
that's why they
180 by
train
6.
the penguins.
So it's
on
got
a
to be
flat Earth 24. By the time you get to Capricorn, you're looking at 30,000 miles. So by the time you get to the Antarctica, it's about 48. It should be twice the size. Yeah.
Yeah. So in this one, your one it's 48. In mine it's 67. Is that right? I think I've done that wrong. Hang on. I should do the distance should be.
Well, you're right. You're right.
So it's 180 degrees times 60 nautical miles, and then that is the radius. So I just get that number, and I get it as 1080. And then that's the radius we're looking at, right? That's the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole overland. And then the North Pole to the South Pole overland becomes the radius of the circle. And so it's 2 pi r, isn't it? So it's
12,000.
2 times... Oh, I did it back to front the other way. It's way bigger. Sorry. Here we go. So 2 pi r, isn't it? And that's r. Yeah, 2 times pi times that. Yeah. Bingo. Give us that. 67. No, I could get it right. 67,000 nautical miles. Sorry, this is still in nautical miles, so let's turn it back to statute.
I see No Tanks posted a video that
78
sort of contradictory to what that I've thought about. It says sun experiment anyone can do that measuring the speed of the sun, and then something about globe debunk. I wonder what that's about. I think if you had known distances and 2 people observing the sun and when solar noon, you could divide that out and figure out the distance between the 2 observers and how fast the sun's moving and all that stuff. So I wonder how he thinks that could be a globe debunk.
Yeah, tell us, No Tanks.
The radius on the AE map I thought was 12,000 miles. So that's how I got, So you say it could be right. Right, you could be right.
It could be. It depends which one you preserve again. So sometimes, yeah, because I was getting 67. Like I got 78,000. I got 78,000. Statute miles circumference. Doing it my method by preserving the overland distance. Do you get that? Can anybody spot a problem like Rixky or electricity or anybody? Can anybody see a clear error here in the maths? Because it can't be. And which way would you go if you had to give up pi equals 2 or the speed of the sun being wrong by 57%? Which would you go for?
I don't know. I kind of lost you in the first 30 seconds. So.
Like the problem we have is the sun needs to go at 1,000 miles an hour in our model. Our model says it goes 1,000 miles an hour. Your model needs to stay 1,570 miles an hour. So it needs to be going 57% faster.
Wait, you're basing that off the AE map?
Nope. No. Just that it's going
in their model.
There's another interesting question though, which is if that is doing a circle over a planar surface, that circle must curve left or right. Wouldn't you agree? You can't do a circle without curving left or right if you're on a planar surface. Would you agree?
I don't know. I don't know how you're... Oh, sorry.
If I'm doing a circle on a planar surface, right, if I've got a pen and I start drawing a circle, that circle's going to have to curve left or right. Every line of latitude will curve left or right. Right? As you head east or west around, it'll curve one way or the other. And on the flat Earth, you can just tell where this is because it's the point the sun's going over. On the equator, at equinox, that needs to curve either left or right in order to finish a circle because we all see it going in a circle. And if it doesn't curve left and it doesn't curve right, it must have completed a circle that isn't on a plane, right? Because it couldn't have done that on a plane. So if a sun can complete a circuit and it appears to go straight, then that circle must have not been through the X and Y coordinates. It must have been through the Z coordinates, right? You must have been going down for the circle. So the equator on yours doesn't just have to have this massive 57% problem. It also has to have a left to right curvature. And that would be, if I'm heading, like, let's say I'm flying westward, so I'm flying from Sydney to Perth, I should be banking right? I should be leaning right because the center is walled way up at the north and I'm circling around that center. But if the center's in the south, I should be banking left. tight little bank, tiny little circle, because I'm right near the South Pole, right? So the equator needs to go left or right to go around a circle. If it goes straight, it's got to have gone around a sphere. So the question isn't just, are we wrong about the length of the equator by 57%? It's also, are we wrong about the fact that we think it's straight? Everybody in the world thinks it's straight. When you live on the equator, the sun goes overhead in a dead straight path, giving a little hint as to, the left to right curvature if you were to follow that subsolar point. On the flat Earth, that thing that looks straight to everybody has to be curved left or right. Even though if you look at it from the south, it looks like it's curving around you. And if you look at it from the north, it looks like it's curving around you. So which way does the equator go? Not only what's its length, but does it curve left or right? Or does it curve through the z-axis? Does it curve around a ball?
Bro, I don't... Any, real flat Earth that doesn't claim a map.
Bingo, we can't know anything. Yeah, we can't know anything. We can't know north-south. We can't tell up from down.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, because I think that you get this. I think that somewhere inside you go, yeah, it's kind of busted. It doesn't quite work. It can't really answer things. And stuff that's right should be able to answer these questions. It should be able to make things snap into place. Like when you're doing a crossword, right? You weren't sure about that word, but when you get the next word, you're like, bingo. Yes, more confident on my last guess. Right? Whereas this, each time we get a new word, we go, ooh, actually, I'm not sure about any of these words. I can't do anything in this crossword. In fact, I have to avoid doing things. I have to avoid testing things. Because when I do, I come up with differential floor compression. It doesn't make sense.
One of their leaders told them, say, the more you talk about flat Earth, you're losing. So so basically saying, don't talk about flat Earth. Just talk about the curvature and the globe. That is part of their religion. Do not talk about flat Earth, right?
I don't think electricity does that though.
We can talk about flat Earth. We can talk about anything you want.
So on the flat Earth, would you agree with this in principle? If we're on a flat Earth, something, be it ether, be it God, bit of ether, bit of God, maybe God through ether, is making it look like a few sphericals, kind of like the idea of being on a sphere that is orbiting eastwards, rotating eastwards around a big hot ball. Would you agree that there's a lot of stuff around us that ether and stuff is doing to give us that impression? Like all of the planets orbit eastward, rotate eastward. If you found a new planet in our solar system that nobody had spotted before, you could already make this prediction about it. I know what its plane's going to be, that we're all hanging out together on this kind of belt shape. I know which direction it's going to be going, and I know which direction it's going to be rotating. If it's got moons,
I think Venus,
they're going to be doing the same thing too.
I think Venus rotates different.
Yeah, we got one. Yeah, we got there's you can just make this really reliable bet. Would you agree that there's something going on that's making it look like that's the norm? Like that's what goes on? It's a pretty good lie. Like as far as lies go, it goes far higher than NASA because God's put spheres up there, orbiting spheres for your delectation if you get out a telescope.
Hey, Harry.
Half understood. What are we doing?
I'm saying, does reality give a good impression? Does reality appear to be LARPing as a sphere and make it seem like spheres orbiting spheres is the norm? Does reality seem to be kind of tricking us on this one, given it? Do you know what I mean? Like Rainier's popping behind something. That's kind of making it look like it's behind something else. Or the moon looks like a sphere orbiting eastwards around a sphere on an eastwards orbital plane. Just all kind of looks that way. So would you agree reality is giving vibes of spheres orbiting spheres in an eastward fashion? That's a normal thing?
I don't know. I just don't like that coming to the moon's round, therefore Earth's round. I don't like that conclusion.
Yeah, nor do I. That's why I didn't say it. What about the thing I did say? What do you think about that? Do you think reality gives vibes? Like if God exists, God is dropping hints that spheres orbit spheres in an inky blackness of space in an eastward fashion, generally? Would you agree that that you can get why other people have fallen for it? Let's say it that way. You can see why we're convinced.
So he's saying the stars are moving towards the east?
No, I'm saying like when you look at the moon, when you look at Jupiter, when you look at us, when you look at what's going on out there in reality, when you look at Mount Rainier, would you agree that reality gives lots of vibes of 3959 spheres orbiting eastwards and spheres orbiting spheres in an eastwards fashion seems to be quite... Would you agree, like, reality seems to be LARPing like it's a sphere? It's not. Pi equals 2. Obviously, we're on a flat plane, but it's a flat plane. What I'm asking is, does this flat plane behave as if we're on a sphere of 3959?
Well, I'll stop at Mount Rainier, discuss it, and we came to the end of this discussion with, is it optical or physical? And you're like, that's a good question. And like, how do we test that? And then
how would you test it?
Exactly. That's where we got, how do we? I'm asking the same question.
How would you? What would you go? I don't know what test I'd do. It looks to me like it is a test in and of itself. What would you do to test it?
It's an observation. Come on, bro.
Sure. Yeah, so observation is another way to do it. Describe it, sure.
Not just looking at your two pictures there, like that's not determining anything.
Sure. So what would you do? Aside from not determining things, aside from not knowing and not determining things, what would you do?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm asking the same question.
And so what are your answers? What are you doing? Where do we go?
I don't know how. Let me think. It's
would
really
you want to know the truth if you could? Would you want to know the truth?
Yeah, definitely. But that's the question.
So what would you do to find it out? How would you find it out usually?
It's just so hard because there's such a long distance. Like,
so let's say if it was a different issue. Let's pick a kind of weird one. Car's broken down, something like that, right? How would you figure it out then? Tell me what you do to solve a different problem, and we'll see if we can generalize the skills you use. What would you do? What's a problem you would have in your day-to-day? For me, a breakdown, bogged. I forgot to fly for work the other week. I was meant to be in Melbourne, and I totally forgot.
Ran out of petrol.
My internet stops. Let's do internet stops, right? Internet stops. What would you do to figure that out? What would you do?
It's called the internet provider. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Find an expert. Find the person responsible for it. Yeah. Call somebody up. Make a call. So there's proactivity there. There's making a call. There's figuring out the right person to call. There's loads of stuff in there. Great. What else would you do?
Reset the modem.
Yep. Yeah. So you go find the thing, the source of the problem. Like make some guesses about what might be the source of the problem, what's worked in the past. Yeah, like a lot of things, power cycling, we know that works. It's also like searching, isn't it? It's kind of problem solving. Yeah, what else would you do?
I know, what's your point with all this?
So you would do things. You would figure out the quickest and easiest way to solve this problem. You'd find out who would know. You'd figure out how to figure it out for yourself, and then you just do it. When it comes to Mount Rainier,
and how would you figure it out? Optical or physical? How would you figure it out?
I'd apply heuristics. I would go, what rate is that dipping? What would I expect that on? Does that look like, of the two available models, which does it match best? That's the simplest, easiest heuristic you apply first. If flow, would it look like...
So, that you can't...
Okay. Is that what it would look like on a globe?
Optical or physical, just by saying, well, I think this is better.
I'm not. No, I'm not determining optical or physical. You're picking that. I'm saying I apply heuristics to figure out what reality is. You're trying to put it into a box that you hope that you can protect. But let's do
what that meaning is.
It's what you're talking about when you said I would solve it by like turning on and off the router. That's a heuristic where you just go, it's a quick, dirty trick that might work. And sometimes, like, here's why heuristics are flawed. Sometimes you might power cycle the router and it's a firmware issue or something, meaning like a cache overflows. But I'm making this up. I don't know if that's true. But power cycling the router did fix it, but it actually didn't fix it. So as a heuristic, the problem you might get is you think you've solved it, you think you know what the problem is, but because it's a quick and dirty tactic, it's fallible. So what you tend to do is exactly what you did, which is apply quite a few heuristics. You go, I'll do this, I'll call up the people, I'll check that, I'll do that. And because they're quick and easy to do, they're not like a scientific experiment that takes months and hundreds of thousands of testing. You can just go, and you do it all in 15 minutes. And you now have a pretty fucking good idea of what's made your internet stop and your, hotspotting off your phone. And what I'm suggesting is you do develop a model of the world and seek experts and apply heuristics and figure out what's going on, except when it comes to figuring out the shape of the Earth. And when it comes to figuring out the shape of the Earth, you start doing exactly the opposite of that, and you start going, I don't know what up is. I can't tell what might make theta happen, right? Because it's not about what's the distance of that. It's this. You presented differential floor compression to explain the missing base of Mount Rainier, and it had the first and only question that was asked of it is, what's the distance to theta? And the only question it needs to answer in order for this to be a good answer is the distance to theta. And you admit that you don't have this answer, and we need to watch a video that we're not sure of. So you don't know how this works. What you're saying is, I saw this thing, and when I saw this thing about differential floor compression, it put theta at a place where I see the curve, and that made my dissonance go away. When I see Rainier, I get dissonance, and when I apply this, the dissonance reduces. That's what made me think it's true. But when you asked me the distance to theta, I didn't know it. And what that says is, it's more to do with feelings than it has to do with facts. Because if it was to do with facts, you would just go, oh, yeah, it's this distance. Here's how we figure it out. Here's how we know how it works. And here's how you can see it happening on football fields or plane flights or this video. And here's a prediction you can make about it. Here's something useful you can do with this number to this unknown number theta.
I don't know the formulas off the top of my head.
It's not a formula. There's no formula at all. There's two different angles are both named theta. Are they the same angle? Why are they both theta?
And that's determined by the differential, which is the eyeball height, which is in formula,
Right.
and which I don't know off the top of my head. So we need to research more and don't jump to conclusions until we.
Well, you've jumped to the conclusion that this works, and we're trying to test it. We're not jumping anywhere. We've been on it now for over an hour, trying to figure it out, and we can't figure it out. Is it an explanation?
Well, I bring forth the basics of an explanation because you don't have all
Is
the
it the basics of an
and the mathematics
Is it the basics?
straight up in this instance right now. You've just discarded it and kind of.
Would you call it the basics though? I don't think it's even the basics. I think this is obviously a nothing.
Basic graph.
But the basics is, the crucial question is, where is the hump and why is it there? Because that's your question, right? The only flat Earth evidence we have to date is the hump is in slightly the wrong. Let me just finish this. The only flat Earth evidence today is the hump is in slightly the wrong spot. And your answer here is, here's where the hump should be on our model, and you don't have the number. So if R1 is slightly in the wrong spot for 3959 and yours doesn't have a number, you must lose on that front. If this is good evidence, then all of your evidence is out because we've got a pretty good idea of the distance to theta, and it's 3959, right? It's 1.22 times the observer's height in feet, blah, 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 plus a bit of refraction. You don't know the distance to theta.
On your photo?
Do you want to work them out? Is that what you're asking? We can.
Your two photos there, do you have all the distances and observer height?
We can work it out, sure. I'll find it for you. I don't have it currently. You don't need to already have the distance to theta. We can work out that distance. Yes. Can we work out the distance to theta? No, right? And we know if we started, the reason you can't is because if we started, we'd find 3959. That's why you don't want to do it. You know this in your bones. It's been a fun ride, but I'm begging, I'm pleading, I'm so hoping that tonight it might end. Because it's so obvious that the distance to theta is a function of the radius of the Earth. Because otherwise, pi equals 2.
What if it is? What about differential floor compression does mimic the curvature of the Earth?
All right, I like that. Yeah. Then what? Tell me. I like it.
I don't know. I'm asking you. Then we've got like these two kind of things working together.
Sure. You can tell how flat it is because of how curved it looks. It would become, right? It would have a parabolic 8 inches per mile squared drop. Here's what that would mean. That the floor does optically drop at 8 inches per mile squared, and flat earthers for the last more than a decade have been saying that they detect absolutely that it does not. So this would be far more destructive to flat Earth. That's my conclusion. I just made that up on the spot. Have I got that wrong? You're saying, hang on, the question you're asking, have I got that wrong? You're saying, what if differential floor compression did have the radius? What that means, yeah, the floor drops away at 8 inches per mile squared, da-da-da-da. What that means is the black swan is false, every distance over water is false, differential floor compression has the radius baked into it, so every bit of flat Earth evidence is now 100% wrong.
No, but this doesn't include refraction, just like the 8 inches per mile squared doesn't. That's this basic
Black swan
geometry.
include refraction? Black swan doesn't include refraction. This is an anti-refraction, absent of refraction thing. You're saying differential floor compression has the radius baked into it because it looks like it because it's got a curve. I would agree, but what that would mean is 1.22 times the observer's height in feet, in square, blah, blah, blah. You know, that shit that we've been using for years must be wrong. That must look like that in reality. In your model, reality should appear to drop away like it's a sphere. And flat earthers for over a decade now have been saying, I've absolutely swear it does not look like it's dropping away over a sphere. And I don't know where the bottom of Mount Rainier is. So I wouldn't go that way if I were you. Let's find another way. We can find another way out of here. I'm hoping it's the globe, but let's try a third one.
Well, the black swan just debunks the 8 inches, per mile squared.
Right.
At its basic core level.
But
that's where refraction came in.
So differential floor compression would be saying the Earth will look like a sphere of 3959. If you're saying, isn't that the question you're asking? What would happen if we baked 3959 into this distance to theta, right? The distance from the observer to the... Well, it's in your one, it's the distance to the horizon, right? It's where things start dipping down behind something.
Yes, that's
right.
So that's showing, based on
so that's
level.
distance to the horizon, right? 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. And I thought you were asking, maybe I've got this wrong. I thought you were asking, what if we did test this as being the radius of Earth? And if it's the radius of Earth, then the problem we have is flat earthers have spent a decade optically testing to see if it looks like the radius of Earth and proudly telling us they have failed to detect that. And you're saying, but maybe it is the radius of Earth. Maybe it should look like the radius of Earth because of differential floor compression. Well, that's good because it fixes the fact that Mount Rainier disappears behind a curve, but it causes a bigger problem because it means that flat earthers have been 180 degrees wrong and lying to us now for over a decade. They have been seeing it dip behind a curve at 3959, but that's because of differential floor compression.
Well, no, things... it changes throughout the day on what...
Does it by that much, though? Does it by Rainier to the base of Rainier?
Haven't you seen the two photos on the Black Swan? The oil rigs?
Yeah, one looks like a sphere and the other one looks like a slightly bigger sphere. Both with finite distances, tiny bit of wibble. Not quite Mount Rainier, but you both look like a sphere. Would you agree the further one still has a clear finite, not a foggy? Would you agree even the Black Swan has a finite clear horizon? And that's what we are measuring the distance. We are saying we know where it is because it's finite. Would you agree with that?
It's finite.
Got a crisp horizon. Yes? Are we detecting a crisp... Okay, let me ask it this way. What is the Black Swan? Describe it to me.
From my understanding that it just debunked the geometry. Like the pure, just the geometry of the, where every horizon should be 1.22, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It just debunked that. That's where refraction...
How did it do that, though? So I'll tell you how it did it. The horizon, the crisp, clear marine horizon should be in front of the first rig. So the legs shouldn't be visible dipping into the water if the radius is 3959 and we pretend refraction doesn't exist. In the one where we see the legs of the far oil rig, what we are seeing is a horizon, a crisp, clear marine horizon, noticeably beyond the second oil rig, and the second oil rig's legs disappearing into the water. So what I'm saying is, even in the one that flat earthers think works, there's a crisp, clear marine horizon. So there's this tiny bit of wibble that if you're right down near the surface and you're looking at a tiny little target, there's a bit of wibble. And what I'm saying is, if you look at Mount Rainier, you just go, yeah, wibble's not going to fix that. Wibble's not going to hide that baby. And if it does, we would know that by now because somebody living on that lake would have gone, this massive mountain that is like 2 angular degrees disappeared the other day. And it doesn't do that. It can't bend that much, right? We know atmospheric refraction, and it's got tiny little effects right down near the surface because we see it all the time, wibbly little bits on the surface. And Mount Rainier doesn't wibble. It just disappears. Bottom first. We know what it should look like on a sphere. You get that bit. And it's trying to find a solution for that. What would you lose if you gave up flat Earth? Can I ask you that? What would you be without? What would you keenly like? Oh God, the best bit was blah. What would that blah be? What would you miss most about flat Earth?
I don't know. It really doesn't matter if it's there or not. Like I still got to go to work and everything. So
you wouldn't have a unique position to speak about on Discord.
That's true. You would be one of the, but like Dawn, like a bunch of them, you would be one of the best globers. God, ex-flat earthers make good globers. I know you weren't a flat earther, Dawn, but you're like close to an ex-flat earther.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, we
You'll
do.
be an amazing elite human if you get over this.
Yeah, you would have been this person that was able to consider something like that and had that mental flexibility. But because I think all of the future with AI, I think all of the future is going to be about the metacognition, being able to understand what I'm thinking and how I came to this conclusion and what I should do next is going to be the main thing. But it takes looking at it and going, it's just the 3959 is everywhere. Like the equator either needs to have it baked in on the flat Earth. Like it's everywhere on the flat Earth as well. It's the speed of the sun. Just makes more sense that 3959 is real. Nautical miles work. 3959.
Before flat earthers would dare or want to switch, I know. So all right, it's a globe, but why? Why are we stuck on this ball? That could be in the back of their mind.
Ned, what was it like leaving?
Earth could be the realm could be the realm you exist on. Why would the thing that you exist on have to have a shape if you're not born with a shape?
We are born with a shape. I'm human shaped. I've got a big round head.
No, you're not. That didn't make no sense.
Ned, I wanted to ask you, what was it like? What was it like coming out?
Coming out what?
I know.
The ball? I don't know. How's it come out of evolution?
Mark, your name is not Ned.
Oh, Ned came out of a proton? Okay, Ned, how does it feel to come out of a proton when it bursts?
Sorry, I'm calling it that quickly. Ned, go for it.
Do you want to save it for when we do our thing, Harry?
Oh, yeah, true. Actually, yeah.
We'll do that soon as well.
Yeah, I'd love to. I'd really love to. Ned and I are going to have a chat about it. I think it would be really awesome, but yeah, we don't want to rehash.
You're going to have a chat about it now.
No, but we want to do it. We want to do it recorded, and I also wouldn't mind it if Sage could offer feedback and questions. But we wanted to record it and like set up for it and stuff.
Just get the best weed, Ned. Wait till eggs is high as well, and then do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on my computer with my tiny mic as well, and do it properly.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Just a quick though, like, would you do outreach for electricity if electricity were teetering? What would be your pitch to him?
Oh, shit, that's put me on the spot. I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
There's nothing to be said. He has to figure it out on his own.
Wait, you got to measure.
You're not exactly happier, are you, Ned? That's a good point. It's not about being happier.
No. Tim might be better at giving, like, because he helped me out of it. He was like a day ahead of me, I'd say, in working it out.
Nah, bro, you helped me.
So, what was it like for you, Tim? Go on,
sound like Christians, don't we?
Yeah. How'd you find the love of Jesus Christ?
Did Ned go
it's been quite a while now, so.
Say again, electricity, sorry?
Did Ned go flat to globe?
Yeah, so did Tim. They're both ex flat earthers. Tim was only in for a tiny bit, weren't you? I'm not sure if you describe it as a flat earther, Tim. What do you say?
What? I've been here since the the dawn of modern flat Earth. Like I saw, like I don't even think that Eric Dubay's 200 proof was more than 2 weeks old when I saw it for the first time and started to entertain it.
Wow, you are OG. How long were you
Yeah.
in? I didn't know that.
I guess in like 6 to 8 years, approximately. Like
you were in for 6 to 8. Wow. Did we butt heads? Did we have some arguments when you were in? I feel like we only met when you were out.
No, I mean the majority of the time, like I didn't seek out places like this, but then COVID happened, and it didn't take long socializing with other flat earthers to see, like you're not actually here for the final conclusion. Like people had their own agendas, and
I was more of a
that
COVID baby. I like.
Yeah.
What was the evidence that you saw that said that made you say, yeah, this is a globe?
Yeah, I get that question a lot. It wasn't it wasn't like, oh, this is the smoking gun. It was more like an accumulative of experiences, like how the community, etc., is taking any form of critique to arguments. If you're not a Christian, you couldn't be part of the 24/7 crew or something like that, and all these kind of things. Just like, well, it wasn't actually flat Earth that I started to question first. It was more other conspiracies I believed in. And when I figured out that I was wrong about this thing, I started to what's it called? Started to rethink all the things I thought was true, because if I was wrong about this thing, what else was I wrong about? And that's when I started to go down the path of re-examining what I thought I knew about flat Earth.
Yeah,
Started with the bullet points from 24/7. We see too far, no rotation, gas pressure without a container. And after I had kind of learned those 3 topics in and out, well, as well as I could at the time, I had to be honest with myself, and I couldn't stand on the flat. That's why I started. That's where I started to be more on the fence, and I started to actually try to talk with flat earthers about the things that I had issues with around these points. But they didn't take that lightly. They started to villainize. They started to villainize me right away. If I questioned gas pressure without a container, because I made this question, now I was not in their camp anymore, and that just pushed me further away from flat Earth. So to answer the question simply, it was accumulative of experiences and rediscovering knowledge I thought I knew.
Would you say through your journey that you have a high level of cognitive dissonance, and then you're intellectually honest enough? The smartest person in the world is a person that can consider a position and then figure out that they were wrong.
I wouldn't consider me one of the smartest persons in the world, but
it's a quote.
But in hindsight, but in hindsight, I now know that I was in a cognitive dissonance state. So when re-examining old interactions and stuff like that, at least in my head, as well as I could, I know when the line was breaking, and when I started to do these mental gymnastics to either get away from it or derail whatever was going on. I hope it makes sense. My English is a little bit broken, but yeah.
Oh no!
That was awesome. That was great.
It totally does. Yeah.
We had an interaction, Eggshells, in 24/7 once. I don't know if you remember. And you were pinning me down on how do you know that water is flat, and I was just flailing and in cog dis. But then
how is this not a reality show?
Yeah, after that, I kind of thought about it and was like, fuck yeah, that was such a good question. That was so long ago. That might have been 4 or 5 years ago. And how do you know that water's flat? You don't.
There's just so much content, so many relationships, so many different things. So very interesting.
Yeah. But I will give a shout out to Negator, if you guys know him. He was probably one of the best one from the Gloat side to actually reach out, because as he said himself afterwards, he saw potential that I would actually understand it eventually. So his approach was not like an assault, like many feel like it. Like, let's say NASA SHIELD comes in here, he is not trying to convince anyone that the Earth is a globe. He's just trying to fucking fight someone, you know. Like that was not his approach, you know.
Yeah, Tim. I remember getting a message from you, Tim, and you sort of thanked me for being kind and courteous and things like that. And I hope that I contributed in some way for you.
Yeah,
this is
well,
such a loving. I'm loving this.
I mean, that is the real approach, you
did the
know.
same as well.
You, Gabe, you sound like that. You know, I'm just saying, you just sound like him. That's all. You're not him. You're not a bad guy. You're good. You just sound like that Asian guy that's on the flat Earth 24/7. You know him? I forgot his name now, but he's extremely disrespectful to his people. I mean, he says some of the vile things towards us whenever we go in there. But you sound like him. But you're a good guy. It's okay. So like, maybe you guys are from the same place, but he's Asian. So yeah.
But if you genuinely want to reach out to a flat earther that you think has potential to actually, you know, get it at eventually, like the best approach is just to talk with him eye to eye, you know, and not have those like, oh, you believe in flat earth, you're stupid. Because when you start doing that show, in there something happens, you know, like it's like, oh, so you say I'm stupid because I believe in this thing? Hold my beer, I will prove you wrong, you know.
I'll show you stupid.
I'll show you stupid. But have you seen the TED Talk? Have you seen the TED Talk with that guy with birds aren't real? Like he's breaking it down really well how to actually approach these guys, because the negativity won't, you know, you reap as you sow. So if you come in with negativity and assault, you will get that back, you know. But if you come in with understanding and trying to level with them, like there's a bigger chance that the word will actually get through, you know.
Like when you hear like the argument that was going on in here, and you know, Eggs is pretty much like, hey, this is how it has to be, you know, like that approach. Do you feel that's like pinning them down a bit, and do you think that's like a good way to approach it? Because you can't I mean a lot of times in here they get like a bit handheld. To the point where they're allowed to be super cognitively dissonant enough to where there's no point of having a conversation, you know?
Renee sent me a message earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I get it. I'm with you.
Well, eggshells generally have a really good approach, and
Eggs
it's
awesome.
always cordial. Is that the word? Yeah.
I thought, Eggs, when I first got here, I thought you were a flat earther, kind of because you were just trying to just engage in arguments like you do and like have people argue better. And
I go for the jugular with Globers. If you see me shouting, 99% of the time it's going to be at a Glober.
That's true. Eggs shouts at me all the time.
Yeah,
and so
body Globers.
Yeah, and so when I was that, I was like, oh my god, this guy is so fucking smart. Like how is he a flat earther? You know, I was going through like the same like level of like, what is going on? You know, but
plus, if I ever see a new name in the chat, I'll see how far I can play a flat earther for.
I was like, man, this guy. I was like, maybe I should be a flat earther.
Damn, you engage in trolling? I can't believe it.
Yeah. I did for a month. I was a fucking good flat earther. They let me in the 24/7. I was hanging out there and I was in Geos for ages, and I could crack jokes that were just so the flat earthers would agree and the Globers would all get the joke. Like I would be like, what were some of the things I would figure out how to say? Oh, it's always really clever it was always really difficult on the spot trying to figure out how to say it, where you go, yeah, but if I don't accept that, then it's not true. And Globers would be like, that's good. That's comedy. And the flat earthers would be like, exactly. Like, where's this guy been the whole time? You know, or like, if I can't detect it, like, that was the one I used to use a lot. If I can't detect it, the curvature cannot be there. It's not possible that I can't detect something. And they'd be like, exactly. And the Globers would be like, you get it.
Did Ned say why he went back? Or did I miss it?
No, Ned and I are keeping our powder dry because we're going to do a full chat about it. I'm really honoured that he's asked me, and I want to use Sage, and I do that I would absolutely love to do that. So we
Are you
don't
gonna
want to
send
chat
like
about it now, so that we.
Are you gonna send like an invite for it?
Yeah, I'll probably do it as a event on my server where I give Sage mod rights, and then I can have that it can be an all in because I won't have to moderate it because Sage will just mute people.
Wait,
I don't think a one thing is the thing that converts people. I think it's more about a build up of things all around you.
Oh, absolutely. That's fine.
Sage's got a little. Sage's got a little mouthy.
Actually, I want to contest that one.
That's science. That's science work. I mean, remember, scientists love to falsify things, right? So yeah, they don't want to look at one data point and say, oh yeah, that's it, we're done. Let's move on. They evidence after evidence after evidence. Because it's how they're built. It's how researchers are designed. It's their way of life. It's like oxygen to them, right? So they keep going. They look at the sun, then they measure the ground, or they look at the density of water, and they try to. It's just on and on, and that's how we know that the Earth is a globe, because it all adds up.
May I challenge that notion?
Sure.
Okay. Hypothetically, I don't believe in massive weapons that can create mushroom crowds big as a mountain. Hypothetically, right? There's no process, but you demonstrating a fusion or a nuclear bomb. Once you demonstrate it, that's converting me, right? There's no process there. It's an instantaneous conversion. So I disagree with the notion that it has to be a process. Could be instantaneous. If I take any flat earther right now, let's say I have a $1 trillion in budget. I board up every flat earther possible on a spaceship and I blast them into orbit, right? And they see the globe. Instantaneous conversion.
Yeah,
well, they
at
would
least
point
half
out
of
to
them.
they will point out to that reality show back in the days where a few guys were on this week drill or something like that, where they did all the astronaut tests, and then they were put into a simulator which they thought were a rocket, and they thought they were actually in space. They would point to something like that you could just, even if I'm here and I can see what I see, but this could still be fake. That's the level.
Yeah, but that's illusion. Like,
No,
yeah,
you
from your perspective.
No, you have to leave them there. Like bring them to the moon and just leave them. That's it. And tell them to
just never retrieve them back. Yeah.
Wondering why they're right.
Man, that's genocide. That's genocide with so many extra steps.
But again, like, I mean, just look at TFE. Even if you took the 10 best flat earthers or most outspoken flat earthers with the biggest following, and you did this to them, they would come back and tell their story, and now they would be villainized by the rest of the quote-unquote community.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Every single one of it. Every single one of the. Let's say we have a medical tool that scans the brains and detects flat earthers, right? And let's say the flat earthers are like 1 million people in the world, right? And I have $1 gazillion, $1 Brazilian dollars, right? I board all of them onto rockets, launch them simultaneously. They can observe everything. They're allowed to film. They're allowed to touch, right? Blast them into space. Get them on the moon base. Let's say we have a moon base up there, okay? At that point, it's inescapable. It's an instantaneous conversion. You have to. Otherwise, you're
I
just
understand
crazy.
what you're trying to say, but that's unrealistic, you know.
Yeah, I'm just talking about hypothetical.
That doesn't make it. That doesn't make that's the extreme, which wouldn't be the norm. You know, the norm would be the TFE experience.
And I think what they're saying, because one of the things he said earlier was the level of cognitive dissonance that they employ, and that's why they kind of said it takes way more than one thing. You know what I mean? But like what you're saying is like, yeah, if you could like put them on a moon, and they'd have to kind of accept reality at one point.
No, but I'm talking about like things that are more realistic. A nuclear bomb. Many flat earthers, and many people in general, don't believe in nuclear weapons, right? You put them next to a blast of a nuclear weapon, instantaneous conversion. Well, not even a nuclear weapon, a bomb
genocide.
that can create a mushroom cloud. Well, not kill them, obviously, like with protection, but a bomb that can create a mushroom cloud that stalls them out. They don't believe in that. Well, here you go.
Well, the bombs the ones that we dropped over Iran, they leave mushroom clouds. So like they have pictures of the aftermath, and you see these giant mushroom clouds. That was like a few weeks ago, you know.
Well, no, I'm just pointing out that not all processes have to be incremental, step by step. It could be instantaneous conversion, depending on the intensity of the claim and the intensity of the belief and a bunch of other stuff. Like it all comes together.
I mean, look at
Oh,
the
read the
chat.
seeds.
It's a little joke, but it pretty much represents what will happen. You know, when you yeah.
I have
Can't
faith in
find the
flat
words.
earthers.
They already think it's Gnosticism, so the God that some of them are really like, they know they're trapped here under a dome and tricked and teased with balls and teased by their wives and friends thinking it's a globe. So it's
Women
the
wearing pants, walking
full
around.
state of humanity, and God is God. It's the conspiracy is God. I think they need to come to terms with that. They really think they're in the Truman Show, don't they? Well, you can't tell.
Well, there is also levels to being a flat earther, or generations of flat earthers, because the ones from back in 2015, you know, flat earth was not the first conspiracy they got around. They had probably been in 9/11, Illuminati, all that kind of crap for 10, 15 years prior to that. So they already, you know, were primed for this grand capstone of conspiracies. Then, you know, a few years happens and a new generation comes in, which is, I guess, a bit younger. And then the COVID happens, and now we are seeing the only influx of flat earthers that come now are 100% religious. You know, like
we didn't
there are
always hear
different
that.
generations, and you have to approach them differently.
We didn't always hear the moon as a projection, did we? So it used to be creation, mystery, and now it's a projection. So it's like more tech. Yeah, they all say different shit, but this is God. The whole reality is set up like a movie, and you don't know why, and it's confusing.
Yeah, like it's intentionally obfuscated by the creator is what I think it'd have to be if that was the case. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking before. Like, the creator's got to have made it look globy.
Yeah,
he's got to have used 3959 in a lot of his handiwork.
I kind of.
I mean, that's why there's so many young creationists among them, because he also had to make it look old.
Yeah,
I was bury these things you've never seen.
Yeah, I was asking
That's
Red
how
Cloud
Duffy
about that this morning. You know, we're talking about it, and he was basically he accepts it. Yeah, the Earth looks old. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's like they'll accept it, but still keep the same stance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's
well,
the
that
other
just
thing
means
I've got
God
to
is
consider
deceiving them.
That's what I asked him. I asked him specifically, like, do you think God's deceiving you? He said no. And the way he got to that was, this is just how he created it. He created it to like the process of creation made it look this way, I guess. You know what I mean?
But then he's trying to lead you to
you saw the
surely, right?
You saw the Duffy clip that I showed you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That's exactly how he thinks about it. Yeah.
No, I asked the Red Cloud. I asked him straight out, because he's a young Earth creationist. He's a really jolly fellow most of the time. But
I know.
you know, I asked him straight up that, and like they're kind of okay with that, because they've made the model of, you know, this is just how they got here. You know what I mean? Like how it got here. But I asked him specifically, do you think that, you know, like the evidence, the tools, the things that God gave us to perceive His creation, Like, is he being like a prankster? You know what I mean? He's like
No,
Ashton Kutcher, and he's like, "Oh, you got punked. The Earth is really 10,000 years
What
old."
they
You know?
say is it's all fallen. The devil did it. So God accidentally made the angels too good, and one of them rebelled, and God let it slip through. And ever since then, we're deceived.
Well, that's what I've heard. Things like Lucifer, is actually like was God's perfect angel or some shit, and he gave him free will, and then that's what makes people do bad stuff and indulging in that.
Lucifer is the most loved. He's like the Prometheus in Christianity, essentially. He tries to sit on the side of humans.
But the Christians secretly think God's a bastard. They believe in Gnosticism secretly.
Well, it's true. He doesn't.
He used to be a flat earther, Sean, right?
Yes.
Have you got one piece of evidence that changed you? That's what the Globers want to know.
No, it was a culmination of all my understanding of how to conceptualize evidence, and I was what I call 1%. I think Tim was talking about earlier. People that have been around 2015, and they're like those starch guys. Like, you're not going to get to them. They don't give a fuck. There's very few that actually want to know the truth.
Well, the
or
religious
understand how to take the truth.
the top guys from the start won't change, except some of them do, like Jaren, but it's rarer. But the guys that come in and out could change, or could go on the fence, or could understand us at least.
And then personally, I think anyone who's religiously flat Earth is, to me, pointless to talk to. Completely pointless to talk to, because you're not going to take someone out of their faith.
I mean, when it's become a lifestyle and they're on you, sort of thing.
Like, if a ex flat earther says they left because of one thing, I would question their honesty.
Oh no! Almost everyone we've asked has said it's been like a bunch of things, and then on top of it, on top of it, the way it's presented. You win more friends with honey than vinegar, or whatever that phrase is, or catch more flies, or whatever it is.
Yeah, as I said, it wasn't even flat Earth that made me question flat Earth again. Like, it was other things that I believed in that I was proven wrong in, and also the cult-like mentality within the community itself.
Yeah, and when it came time for it's real easy to kind of just like be part of the group, and usually I'll have like the guys that are like, I know it's flat, and this is why. The second you question them, that was probably around the first start of the red flag, when it was like, hey, can you guys explain this simple concept that you said is simple? The globe is wrong because no, I don't want globe denial. I want actual globe or actual flat Earth stuff, so I can actually present this, and I couldn't get it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, Sean. It's kind of funny because, let's say, Owen 24/7, they had known me for 2 years or something like that. They knew that I could handle myself when a newcomer was coming in. They knew I knew the arguments, especially the 3 points and stuff like that. But when I asked a question to anything, they pivoted back, and then they did the script on me, even though they knew that I knew the script. Like, and I still had the question, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
they gotta get you back in the fold. They gotta keep you.
I tried to ask Indigo. This one, like, refraction started coming into it, and I asked Indigo, whatever the fuck his name is, a question about one of his little spiels he has, and he literally told me that I was shilling by asking him questions to verify it, and then I got banned. And that was when I was flat Earth still.
And like, when you got banned, like, what was your mentality? Oh shit, no, I gotta fall in line. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is the?
Well, see, that was the thing. I pushed back a lot. Like I had a lot more debates with flat earthers and shit like that during that time. When they banned me, by that time, 24/7 had already made it clear that if you didn't agree with their version of flat Earth, you were a shill or not really a flat earther. So there was a lot of flat earthers that didn't want it that didn't want anything to do with them because of how they've always been culty like the whole time. It's not like something new 24/7.
It literally sounds from it because a lot of it's about presentation. Because apparently you can be presented with material that's not real. You know what I mean? And you'll accept it. It sounds almost like people seeking a community.
Yeah. And along with that is understanding or try to understand things. But like I said, if you don't understand a lot of stuff, all information becomes relevant. Like if like a Glober is in here and they're like, and so someone's talking about how space isn't real. Your knowledge and understanding of space and how it works makes it so it's unlogical to even think that way. But if you don't have an understanding of something, it's very simple for that to happen. Very simple.
Mm-hmm. But it's also having the hubris, I guess, of understanding. There are things I don't know.
Well, that's what keeps flat Earth alive. Globers that come in here to call them stupid and be wrong about build shit. That's what fuels flat Earth. Oh, that guy said that gravity only works. Gravity works everywhere. There is no endpoint. But then I can then as a flat earther or skeptic, I can literally show you examples of how science explains gravity is unknown and this. But if you're coming at me with all that confidence, it makes you look stupid, and that's a lot of how flat Earth is fueled.
I agree. I've seen that. I've seen that. My short stint in this in this arena.
So I'm curious, since you guys got it all figured out, right? Why do you still come around? Like, why does Omni have a server here? Since you guys got it all figured out as a globe, you got it. Why are you guys here? I'm curious. It's a real question.
I literally show up because I enjoy conversations. I like hearing, people like Eggs. I like hearing people like Sean. I like even hearing like flat earthers speak and state their opinions. And I like to hear the arguments.
Yeah, honestly, there isn't a lot of places on the internet where you can actually discuss these kind of things because, like science and stuff like that, there isn't a lot of forums for that. Yeah.
I think you would agree, Montreal, that a majority of conversations that happen, or what people even want to happen, aren't even flat Earth related. I think those are forced. Those are becoming more and more forced now.
I talked for 2 hours today about fucking Star Trek earlier this morning. I don't know if it killed the room or not, but I would, like I said, like earlier, I think it's people seeking a community, no matter if it's flat, globe, whatever.
Sean, hey, I was just listening here. Sean, like what you're talking about, all it takes is one Glober to come in and think he knows why the Earth, and then realize that he doesn't know. Have it shown to him by a flat earther. That's like hit number one at 24/7.
What?
That's where it's really entertaining. It's also there's a word for it or a term for it. It's called the illusion of explanatory depth.
Yeah, it's called the delusionary flat earther. If you think you can prove the Earth is flat,
Where you think you know
I call
how
it,
something works, but then